Today, the No. 1 High School of Tianhai City bustled as it held the Special Ability Awakening event. This was indeed a blessing for humanity, because after generations of genetic mutations, the rate of superpower users had been increasing day by day. Now, upon reaching 18 years of age, the youth would gather for the awakening ceremony, thereby gaining extraordinary powers of their own. The atmosphere at Tianhai No. 1 High School at this moment was a mix of various emotions. Some had pounding hearts and trembling legs for fear of leaving empty-handed, while others eagerly anticipated their moment to shine. Amidst the bustling crowd, a male student was surprisingly calm, his face as cold as stone, but inside he was silently cheering. Well, I've finally waited for the day to unleash this power. Today I must unlock an incredibly overpowered ability to blow everyone's minds, thought the young man with such great ambitions, whose name was Lam Tu. He belonged to class number 153, and now his turn to step onto the testing platform was about to arrive. Right in front of Lam Tu was a guy named Chuvo, who just moments ago had a face pale with fear of failing, yet suddenly and easily obtained the class a superpower tie at flame, having just received a top-tier class of qualification. Representatives from universities immediately swarmed around to recruit him. Indeed, this ceremony was the only life buoy that helped people change their lives through sheer ability. Lam Tu stared at him blankly for a few more seconds until the invigilator spoke up to remind him that it was his turn to step up. Lam Tu decisively called out his full name, class, and personal identification number. As soon as he spoke, whispers erupted below. Oh, is this guy the child of the rumored traitor? Heard his father possessed intense lightning power, but surely he won't be lucky enough to inherit that ultimate move, right? Oh well, so what if it's lightning? In the end, he still carries the name of a traitor's son. Although his ears had grown callous to these slanders, Lam Tu still couldn't suppress the anger in his heart. Indeed, he was the son of the villain according to their rumors. 7 years ago, Lam Tu was once the precious son of a hero who was cheered and respected by thousands. But then, when the ancient mutated creatures suddenly attacked Tianhai, people blamed his father for cowardice, fleeing from the disaster and abandoning the ruined city along with countless casualties and losses to the citizens. Since that day, Lam Tu carried the label of a traitor's son and was shunned by society. Despite the harshness of life, he still gritted his teeth and held on to this school, believing that his father's blood flowing in him would help him unleash earth-shattering power upon activation. The supervisor directed Lam Tu to step forward and place his left hand on the measuring device. The only problem was when the electronic board displayed the data, everything from Lam Tu's ability name classification to training level was completely blank with only 2 meaningless dashes. He began to panic, turning to ask the teacher, "Teacher, what does this round board with a few dashes mean?" Showing an awkward expression, the teacher had to sadly declare the blunt truth that this result implied his body could not activate any magic at all. Like a bolt of lightning from the blue, Lam Tu stood there dazed, as if turned into a stone statue. Immediately, he became the target of sarcasm for the entire school. Look at his dazed face, he probably thought he turned into a celestial being, but he was daydreaming. Who knew he wouldn't inherit anything from his father? Who says he didn't? Dragon begets dragon, Funa gets phoenix, and a traitor gives birth to a useless piece of trash. The one who spat those bitter words was none other than Chuvo, who had just obtained class of power. Hearing this, Lam Tu immediately turned his head, shooting a fiery glare of anger at the speaker. Having just obtained a top-tier flame, although slightly startled by that murderous look, Chuvo still arrogantly taunted, "What's wrong? I called you trash and you refused to accept it." "It's not that I don't accept it," Lam Tu replied calmly, "but I reject that idea and assert that my father was never a coward, and even less a traitor who sold out his country for personal gain." Seeing the chaotic situation, the invigilator had to intervene and scold Chuvo, threatening that having just gained power but creating a disturbance would result in his disqualification. Only then did the guy shut his mouth. Once finished, the invigilator turned back to Lam Tu and said that there were no other classes today, and those who failed to qualify for awakening should pack their bags and go home, a hint that was no different from a polite dismissal. Forced to walk away under the mocking gazes of his peers, Lam Tu dejectedly packed up and headed out the door. Bitterly, everyone who took the test after him activated their powers with flying colors. Instead of returning to his home, Lam Tu stepped into the classroom only to face the sight of being ganged up on by his classmates. The blackboard was covered with curses and insults aimed at him. His school desk and chair were overturned and scattered in a mess across the room. His books lay scattered on the floor, stamped with someone's footprints. Witnessing this scene, Lam Tu's chest burned with a fire of fury. He whispered under his breath, "Dad, I'm sorry." Seeing his prey appear, Tranho, the one defacing the blackboard and the young master of the Guardian General's mansion of Tianhai, spoke in a mocking tone. "Hey everyone, look who just came back empty-handed from the awakening ceremony." Lam Tu kept his eyes fixed on Tranho, or more precisely the glittering object on his chest. That was his father's life and death hero medal, which had been carefully hidden in his backpack. Losing all reason, Lam Tu charged straight at his opponent like a wild beast, shouting and cursing. "What right do you have to wear that? Take it off and give it back right now." He smirked with disdain and mocked, "If you had inherited that cowardly father of yours lightning superpower, I might have some respect, but you are just a piece of trash." With that, Tranho quickly swung his hand and grabbed Lam Tu's wrist tightly. "Unfortunately, there isn't a single drop of talent in your blood," he laughed as he flung him aside. Already weak and not having awakened any ability, Lam Tu collapsed to the floor after just one simple blow. He did not stop there but coldly delivered a powerful kick to him. The force of the kick pushed Lam Tu's face against the blackboard covered in insults. "You are nothing but the useless child born of a criminal." Looking at his pathetic state, Tranho laughed in satisfaction, and the surrounding students began to join in to kick him while he was down. Someone with no power like him should be thrown into a dark prison instead of being here dirtying our school and classroom. Enduring both the beating and the humiliation, Lam-Tu was so furious that his eyes turned bloodshot as he struggled to push himself up from the ground. Gritting his teeth, he turned to question his opponent. "My father and your father were once life and death comrades, so why do you treat me like this?" Hearing this, Tranho's face darkened, and he rushed forward to violently grab Lam-Tu's hair. "Don't you dare compare my father to that traitor. Your father has long been a traitor who sold out the city." As soon as he finished speaking, his eyes darted down to the necklace peeking out from his neck. "It seems this is the keepsake your useless old man left behind, isn't it? Since you have the nerve to wear this, don't you blame me for crushing it to pieces." He sneered and ripped the necklace right off his neck. In extreme panic, Lam-Tu rushed forward and struggled, hoping to snatch back his precious possession. The strength of an awakened individual was far superior to that of an ordinary person. No matter how hard he tried, Lam-Tu could not even touch the necklace nestled in his opponent's hand. Tranho cast a sharp, contemptuous look at him. "You're so weak, yet you still dare to resist. By the way, let me tell you that today I just awakened the superpower of superhuman strength." That extraordinary power had already reached the formidable rank. Crushing that tiny necklace would only cost him a fraction of his strength. This sacred keepsake was handed down to Lam-Tu by his father right before he disappeared. He always carried the item close to him, cherishing and loving it to the utmost. Now, witnessing the man surnamed Tran threatening to destroy the treasure, Lam-Tu could only glare in helpless rage. "Where did that arrogant attitude of yours go? If you want to keep the item of your cowardly father, get down on your knees right here and kowtow to apologize, young Master Lam." Tranho was clearly trying every way to humiliate and demean him in front of the crowd. While raising his voice in mockery, his hand tightened a bit more. "If you challenge me like this, I would rather be stubborn and obstinate to the end." Lam-Tu resisted, rushing straight toward his opponent despite the danger and shouting loudly, "Even if I only have this last bit of courage left, I'm not afraid of anyone." As soon as he finished speaking, he bit his opponent's hand hard, catching him completely off guard with this desperate, rabid dog-like move. The sudden sharp pain forced him to loosen his clenched hand. The precious necklace slipped from his grip and fell freely. As quick as lightning, Lam-Tu lunged forward to catch the treasure. Just as he secured the prize in his palm, the thug yanked him back by his collar, roaring for him to hand over the treasure immediately, while Lam-Tu worried intensely that losing it again would make it impossible to recover. In that hair-raising situation, he chose an unexpectedly bold move, putting the necklace straight into his mouth and swallowing it. That sudden crazy action left the man frozen in shock, unable to react in time. After swallowing the item, he flashed a defiant smile, mocking that he not only knew how to use his teeth but was also very good at destroying evidence. Infuriated to the extreme, the man used all his strength to fling him far away. His thin back slammed hard against the cliff again, leaving his whole body aching. Even so, he stubbornly struggled to his feet, exposing their past cowardice when they bowed before his father's reputation. "You used to try every scheme to flatter and support me. Now, also because of that name, you harbor such disgusting jealousy, playing tricks to humiliate me just to satisfy your narrow-minded envy. You mock me as a useless person without any superpowers, and that is not wrong at all. However, even if I am a weakling, I will never submit or surrender. The time will come when I prove that my father did not cowardly run away when entering the life and death battle." Lam-Tu roared in extreme resentment mixed with helplessness, his eyes burning with fury. As soon as those firm words were spoken, a thunderclap tore through the sky, echoing from afar. A strange phenomenon began to envelop the vast high space. At the same time, in that miraculous moment, a very strange sensation suddenly crept in and spread throughout Lam-Tu's body. Immediately after, a mysterious voice suddenly rang in his ears, one that only he could hear. "Successfully collected the master's blood sample. The system is activating the genetic code linking process. Welcome to joining and mastering the Great Beast Lord system." Looking at the game stats panel hovering in front of his eyes along with a bunch of strange text he couldn't understand at all, Lam-Tu was both bewildered and trembling. He suddenly remembered the chain of events that had just occurred along with the necklace he had always cherished and kept close to himself. Then came the scene of that guy Tranho frantically trying to break that item, only to end up swallowing it into his stomach in the end. It turned out that the awful guy intended to humiliate him, but through that carelessness he accidentally helped him activate the treasure left behind by his mother. At this moment, the screen jumped to display a new message, announcing that he was entitled to choose a Guardian Super Beast as a newbie gift. Guardian Beast sounded so strange. Although Lam-Tu didn't understand it at all, he curiously reached out to press the accept button to see what would happen. Instantly, a list of several highly formidable candidates appeared before his eyes to choose from. The first choice was the king of all monsters named Kuai Long, a legendary ancient beast originating from the Liuba Mountains in the East Sea according to ancient books. This overlord could both swim in the water and run on land, its mouth spewing a brilliant stream of light like the sun, and its roar rumbling like thunder tearing through the night sky, truly deserving of the title of the #1 wild beast. The second candidate was the Kimthian tyrant, a ferocious beast from the dawn of creation whose name was also recorded in ancient history. This creature hibernated in the far west, hundreds of millions of years ago. It had descended to engage in a life or death battle with King Kuai Long before disappearing, and its posture of spreading fiery wings like the sun has always remained a legend. The third one was Queen Q Trung, an ancient wild beast hidden at Binfeng Peak, resembling a prehistoric giant insect and hailed as the guardian deity of all species with an extremely overpowered ability to support its teammates. The final option was the giant gorilla Gao Hon, an ancient monster that ruled the deserted island in the west according to mythological texts. Residing deep within the deserted island, it possessed extraordinarily large and strong arms along with the power to destroy all things, rumored to be able to shatter even the stars in the sky with its punches. Lam Tu was utterly stunned to see a list full of illustrious super beasts from the primordial era. Could it be that with just one click, the system would immediately grant him such a supreme creature? Even though he had only thought this to himself, the system immediately understood and sent a confirmation reply. However, it noted that the ancient beasts initially started in newborn form and required the onerous patient care to reach their most perfect state. Lam Tu was dazed by this unexpected stroke of luck falling from the sky. The system's generous gift of a primordial super beast as a starting present was truly incredibly lavish. He remembered that years ago, the super beast Chuck Long, which had ravaged and destroyed Thean High City, was also an ancient creature like this. Thinking about it that way meant that if he held a similar beast in his hands, the path to dominating the world would no longer be far away. While Lam Tu was daydreaming and lost in that beautiful prospect, a timer suddenly appeared and flashed continuously before his eyes. The system urged him to choose quickly. If the time limit expired and he still hadn't made a decision, his right to receive this free gift would be forfeited. The 60-second countdown started running, sending Lam Tu into a panic, but faced with 4 such top-tier choices, how could he know which one to choose and which ones to leave behind? If this were a multiple-choice test, he would have closed his eyes and blindly chosen option C, but looking at that giant insect, it didn't seem to suit his taste at all. When he turned his eyes to look at the image of Kuai Long, Lam Tu suddenly discovered that its mouth was spewing out a stream of flashing lightning. This scene looked exactly like the special power of his father from years past. At that very moment, Lam Tu quietly made an extremely major decision. Who dares say he cannot inherit the power of his great father? A once-in-a-thousand-years opportunity has knocked on his door, and so the Q Dragon has officially become Lam Tu's guardian beast. When the electronic system approved his final decision, the silhouettes of the Q Dragon and the other 3 super beasts suddenly vanished completely. Right after that, a torrent of water suddenly gushed out from the interface panel. In the blink of an eye, that violent water swallowed up all the surrounding scenery, sweeping Lam Tu along with it, turning the place where he stood into the depths of a deep ocean. Yet, strangely enough, he could still breathe completely naturally. A moment later, Lam Tu was startled to see a pair of large emerald green eyes looming behind the water, and a voice echoed, mocking foolish humans who claim to be rulers despite having an incomplete system. Once the true overlord emerges, this mortal world will have to tremble and kneel before the power of this ancient mega beast. He faintly heard a whisper underwater and realized that the owner of those green eyes was none other than the Kui Dragon. Though he didn't understand a single thing, the pressure radiating from it still gave him goosebumps. Suddenly, a powerful surging wave swept Lam Tu straight up toward the surface of the water. The young man was tossed high up into the vast sky. As he fell freely, he was supported by an unusually soft surf. It turned out he was lying right on the resilient skin of the Ku Dragon. But then, that giant figure quickly dissolved into nothingness. Suddenly, the ground beneath his feet fell away. Lam Tu could only struggle frantically and fall freely. Only at this moment did he wake up in the real world. What met his eyes was no longer the Ku Dragon or the vast blue sea, but only Tran Ho and his gang glaring at him like hungry tigers stalking their prey, making Lam Tu wonder if he had been dreaming all this time. However, the status panel that appeared immediately dispelled his doubt, congratulating the player on successfully completing the initial bond and owning the super beast Ku Dragon. Lam Tu froze. As it turned out, he had truly activated the divine system. Thanks to that displayed notification, Lam Tu realized that his reward was a dragon egg lying neatly in the storage space of the monster headquarters. At such a critical and urgent moment, what could he do with an egg given by the system? Didn't it just promise to grant him a beast peerless under heaven? We hope the player will quickly and successfully hatch this destined egg. The system coldly threw back this wish before shutting off. Lam Tu got up and shouted furiously, telling it not to run away so soon, and that it should at least instruct him on how to hatch this egg. His out-of-control behavior made Tran Ho's gang look at him as if he were some crazy guy who had escaped from an asylum. Hey Lam Tu, what the hell are you babbling about? Are you trying to act crazy after swallowing the necklace to escape your crime with us? One of Tran Ho's henchmen quickly spoke first. Immediately after, Tran Ho roared, ordering his lackeys to rush forward and strip Lam Tu's pants. Upon receiving the order, the 2 henchmen immediately lunged, one on each side, pinning his arms down. Lam Tu was completely caught off guard, unable to believe Tran Ho would resort to such a despicable trick. He anxiously shouted, Tran Ho, what on earth do you think you were doing? Tran Ho had now rushed over himself and bluntly pulled down Lam Tu's trousers. The smug look of a petty villain was clearly written all over his face as he sneered, Lam Tu, you swallowed that pendant, but I can just have someone dig it out from behind. Lam Tu's face turned purple with embarrassment, his cheeks flushing red with resentment. He thought to himself, this Tran Ho is truly insane. To think he would do something so terrible and shameful, is he even human anymore? Of course, Lam Tu could not tell Tran Ho that the moment the pendant entered his stomach, it was crushed to pieces and transformed into a miraculous system. Not only that, it had also turned into an egg waiting for him to hatch. Fortunately, at the critical hair-raising moment, a beautiful woman appeared to rescue Lam Tu. Stop right there, a girl spoke up, interrupting the filthy actions of the scoundrels. Your behavior has seriously violated the school rules, she declared. In the name of the student council, I order you to release that classmate and state your identities to prepare for punishment. With someone stepping up to defend him, Lam Tu was naturally incredibly grateful. However, when he realized it was just a fragile-looking female student, he couldn't help but sigh in disappointment. How could a simple female student deal with Tran Ho's gang? Lam Tu thought. Just as expected, Tran Ho let go of him, strutted over to the girl with a tone and expression full of contempt, and growled, What is the student council to me? None of your business here. Turn around and get the hell out of here. To his surprise, the female student was no pushover. Unyielding, she pointed to the red star armband on her arm and replied assertively, "None of my business. I am currently on patrol duty, and your behavior has violated Article 8 and Article 9 of Chapter 2, Article 13 of Chapter 3, and countless other school regulations." Without even waiting for her to finish speaking, Tran Ho aggressively charged straight at her. With one hand, he snatched the pen right out of her grasp. His smile grew even more arrogant as he said, "Show me some respect and get lost, or else don't even think about stepping out of this classroom." Having said that, he casually twirled the pen he had just snatched in his hand. To his surprise, the pen suddenly emitted a blinding light, flew out of his hand, spun around, and pointed directly at his neck. "What the hell is this? This is clearly just a pen holder," Tran Ho blurted out in surprise. He was slightly startled, but still didn't he know fear. He thought that if what was pressed against his neck had been a sharp pen nib, he might have trembled a little. "This is just a warning to you," the female student replied firmly. "Don't you dare interfere with the student council executing our duties." Lam Tu was astonished, not expecting this seemingly fragile female student to be able to manipulate school supplies so skillfully. As for Tran Ho, far from being intimidated, he showed extreme interest in his opponent. "Oh, who would have thought that you are an awakener?" he sneered. "But you can scare me," he thumped his chest. "My people here are all awakeners." Furthermore, he bragged, "My ability is even a class super strength." Having said that, he applied a little force and easily bent the pen in his hand. "So what?" the girl retorted without flinching. "So I advise you to stop poking your nose into others' business," he continued to counsel condescendingly. "Don't push yourself to your death over a useless brat." No sooner had he finished speaking than his other henchmen quickly surrounded the girl. Lam Tu felt that Tran Ho was truly too despicable to enlist a whole gang of awakeners to bully a fragile female student. But the moment he spoke his mind, he immediately received a thunderous punch. "Damn it, shut up," the thug roared. "Does it require a bunch of awakeners for me to beat up a useless, unawakened guy like you?" the man said fiercely. Lam Tu was punched until his head spun, and now being yelled at by Tran Ho, he was unable to utter a single word for the moment. Tran Ho decided to deal with the girl first, either find a way to chase her away or finish her off in a direct confrontation. Of course, he was more than confident that she couldn't win. Seeing him mention the word awakener at every turn, the girl suddenly asked back, "Do you truly understand what it means to be an awakener?" The girl questioned. "Awakeners are the last hope of humanity, the ones who stand up to fight beasts in this danger-ridden era, not a label for you to wear just to show off and bully others everywhere." Lam Tu did not expect this girl to be so unyielding and strong. Looking at that resolute gaze along with her words, she had clearly accepted the challenge. Caught in this difficult situation, the girl alone had to fight against a whole gang of aggressive thugs. Lam Thu's mind suddenly wandered, wondering if his father had experienced such a feeling of helplessness when encountering monsters in the wild back then, while he was still lost in thought. The beauty opposite him suddenly snapped her fingers crisply. The mop from the corner of the classroom immediately flew over, sliding straight under Lam Thu's shirt flap. Then it shot straight up, pulling him close to the classroom ceiling, causing the two henchmen who were holding him tightly to lose their balance and tumble to both sides. Lam Thu, scared out of his wits, frantically cried out, asking if she had the wrong person and why she was suddenly attacking him like this. Before he could finish his sentence, the broom handle stabbed with extreme force into the hard wall. Consequently, the unlucky boy was left dangling in midair. "Hang on up there for a moment, my friend. The battlefield below is about to get very messy." It turned out the girl just wanted to put him away up high so she would be free to clean up the trash below. Irritated by her ignoring him, Tran Ho felt his self-esteem trampled and quickly ordered his men to charge forward. A gang of boys ganging up to bully a weak girl truly had no shame at all. In that case, she did not need to show them any respect either. It seemed it was time to enlighten those who had just awakened but were already suffering from delusions of grandeur like them. No sooner had she finished speaking, a series of surrounding items suddenly flew and gathered together. By this point, the idiots finally realized too late that she possessed supreme metal-controlling superpowers. From pens and rulers to scraps of iron, all obeyed her command in unison. "Let me show you what a real awakening is." While countless metal items hovered defensively around the girl, Tran Ho was also tightly surrounded by a similar ring of weapons. The only difference was that all those cold, sharp points were aimed directly at his vital spots. "I advise you to stand completely still lest you cut your skin and bleed," the girl said in a gentle voice, which was actually a threat full of killing intent. Witnessing the overwhelming scene that unfolded in the blink of an eye, Lam Thu widened his eyes in astonishment, wondering where this majestic heroine had come from. At the same time, his accomplice standing nearby suddenly recognized her identity, solving the mystery of why she had looked so familiar. It turned out to be Len Ngok, the notorious student leader, an outstanding prodigy who had awakened at the age of 14 with an extremely rare special ability. Upon hearing that name, Tran Ho's face instantly turned as pale as a sheet. He secretly cursed his bad luck for accidentally running into this female powerhouse when he had only wanted to torment a pawn. "With just a snap of my fingers, you'll turn into a sieve. If you know what's good for you, surrender early to avoid trouble." Len Ngok coldly delivered a powerful psychological blow. Although a year younger than Tran Ho's group, she had already broken through to an advanced realm, leaving them far behind in terms of strength. The promotion process originally starts from the rudimentary steps and goes through many arduous stages to reach the absolute peak. Yet in just 3 short years, Len Ngok had climbed to that height, truly a genius among geniuses. Having received the ultimatum, although trembling inside, he still acted stubborn, betting that she wouldn't dare do anything reckless, so he brought up his powerful father to intimidate her in return. Surprisingly, before his words could even dry, a thin steel blade quickly swiped across his neck. Although the cut was only superficial, the oozing bright red blood was enough to scare him out of his wits. "I am hurt, help me," he shrieked in agony as if he were on his deathbed. "Stop that childish crying and whining before you embarrass yourself further," Langgok disdainfully reminded him, adding that true power was not something to be played with. "Even just cleaning a gun can cause it to misfire one day or even log you out of Earth permanently. Besides, you were the one who actively looked for trouble first. Even if I accidentally sent you to meet your ancestors, General Tran would have no excuse to blame me." The steely aura of Langgok made Tranho shake like a leaf. Not daring to resist, he immediately screamed for mercy and surrendered on the spot. Only then did Langgok agree to let him go. The pile of sharp iron fragments clattered onto the floor. "This time you must have opened your eyes to the definition of an awakened one, right?" Langgok lightly touched down and walked over to Tran Ho, gently reminding him that she hoped the whole group, after today's stumble, would truly understand how heavyweight the 3 words awakened person really are. If you keep up the habit of being arrogant and looking down on other awakened colleagues, sooner or later you will end up biting the dust. Immediately after that, she skillfully utilized her technique to confiscate the prestigious medal that Tran Ho was proudly pinning to his chest. She said that precious item was not something a mediocre guy like him could just stick on his chest to show off and intimidate others whenever he pleased. Tran Ho suffered a painful, extremely humiliating defeat, but he had to bite the bullet and shut his mouth. "Alright, since you lost, hand over your academic record and get lost quickly, and don't forget to stop by the supervisor's office to receive your punishment," accompanied by a sharp glare from Langgok, giving him the feeling that she was ready to send him to the chopping block at any moment. He and his gang of lackeys were scared out of their wits, fleeing in panic to the point where they could barely walk. "Kid, just wait." Tran Ho tried to salvage some pride with a threat to Lam Tu before making a hasty retreat. Now that there were only 2 people left in the classroom, Lam Tu just stood there dazed, staring blankly at the girl a year younger than him standing in front of him. She cleaned up the battlefield smoothly in less than 3 minutes. Although he hated Tran Ho with a passion, seeing him in such a miserable state, Lam Tu couldn't bring himself to laugh. Because he had tasted the pain himself, he knew all too well how terrifying his monstrous strength was. Yet Langgok had subdued him as easily as pie with only 1 cultivation level higher than her opponent. The difference in strength was already worlds apart. He longed to clear up his father's disappearance to wipe away the stain on his name, but at the thought of having to face countless formidable awakened ones like Langgok, or even more dominant than that, Lam Tu couldn't help but gloomily wonder how he could ever compete with them. Langgok strolled over to Lam Tu and asked, "Are you Lam?" "Yeah, what about it?" Lam Tu mumbled in response, his voice trembling for fear that Langgok might casually deal with him as well. However, the girl did not lift a finger. She simply pulled out the broom that was stuck firmly in the wall. Lam Tu lost his balance and fell flat on his butt on the floor, crying out in pain continuously. Langgok turned slightly to glance at the young man. When she caught sight of Lam Tu sitting there bewildered, wearing nothing but a pair of brightly flowered boxers, she suddenly blushed with embarrassment and quickly turned her head away. "From now on, you are forbidden from bringing useless items that do not serve your studies into the school." Langgok left those instructions and tossed the Medal of Honor belonging to Lam Tu's father back to him before turning around and walking straight away. Lam Tu hurriedly called out after her, "Thank you for your chivalrous act to help me retrieve this." Just as she stepped out of the classroom door, Langgok couldn't help but advise him that the school's permission for them to go home at noon was actually for their own good. The awakening of abilities will create a huge power gap among people. Therefore, those who have not awakened had better learn early to stay away from those who have, otherwise they might face unpredictable danger to their lives. The words Langgok had just spoken, though a bit blunt and raw, were indeed not wrong at all. For the current Lam Tu, it was indeed impossible for him to use ordinary methods to catch up with those who had awakened their abilities anymore. However, hadn't he already used the necklace left by his father to activate the system? Lam Tu told himself that if he could not become an awakener to directly confront the beasts, then let him turn into a great beast overlord to clash directly with the awakeners themselves. For the crime of bullying their classmate, Tranho's gang received the punishment of cleaning the entire classroom. The classroom was already in a state of ruin and devastation caused by their own messiness. But now, having to clean it up with their own hands, they were extremely resentful. "Boss, why do we have to stay behind at school to sweep this classroom? Shouldn't this kind of work be left to Lam Tu, that useless kid?" Another joined in, "That's right, I still have extra classes to attend at 9 o'clock. Tranho's lackeys muttered continuously while cleaning. He himself was also stooped over cleaning, and the more they talked, the angrier Tranho became, until he finally couldn't hold back and roared, telling them to just do it and stop talking so much. Although he didn't want to admit it at all, the truth remained that Tranho could possibly mess with Langgok. After being beaten to a pulp and taught a lesson, he dared not even come near to cause trouble anymore. Thus, they had to grit their teeth and endure, working tirelessly until it was dark to finish cleaning. Right at that moment at Lam Tu's small house, he was burying his head in a mountain of books. Since the afternoon, Lam Tu had started researching but had made no progress whatsoever. Information regarding Pangu beasts was truly pitifully scarce, but it was hard to blame anyone. After all, the only Pangu beast left in this world was that single Sholong. Yet at that very moment, he truly felt the incomparably immense power that the devil dragon harbored within. Therefore, he had to find a way to hatch the devil dragon's egg at all costs. As Lam Tu was scratching his head in frustration, he saw the system suddenly appear before him with a notification. System Mission 1: quickly hatch the natal beast egg. System reward: taming ability. As soon as he saw the status window, Lam Tu went crazy with joy. "Oh system, where on earth have you been hiding all afternoon?" He was so excited that he wanted to rush forward and hug the status window. However, it was not a physical entity, so Lam 2 could only helplessly pass right through it. The system explained that it operated on energy from the beast's body, and since the devil dragon was currently in its incubation period, the system could only run in low energy consumption mode and would only appear in truly critical situations, while also reminding Lam 2 to quickly hatch the egg so his natal beast could emerge soon. Hearing the system say it only appeared in critical situations, he felt a bit disappointed. This afternoon, Lam 2 had almost been humiliated by Tranho's gang, yet the system didn't appear. Was that not a critical situation? But system, I've searched through so many documents and simply can't find any way to hatch a Pangu beast Sieg, Lam 2 sighed. This is completely normal, the system replied. Human evolution from ancient times to the present has only spanned a mere 5 million years, whereas even for the weakest Pangu beast, their lifespan is measured in hundreds of millions of years, and their incubation period lasts for at least 5 to 6 million years. Upon hearing the information the system had just provided, Lam 2's jaw dropped in shock. Just the incubation period alone took 5 to 6 million years. Wasn't this a tease? Why even make him hatch the egg then? Calm down, the system spoke again. Relying on natural incubation is indeed out of the question, but since the system itself is called the Great Beast Overlord System, there is of course a way to hatch it quickly, and the method it referred to was using the beast's spirit core. Monsters are born by absorbing concentrated spiritual energy to sustain their lives and continuously grow stronger. The collected spiritual energy condenses into a fist-sized energy core hidden inside their bodies. The reason ancient beasts grow as slow as turtles is that the current natural environment is too barren, so using the energy from that core to compensate will help the egg hatch significantly faster. It sounded great, but Lin Xiu could only sigh wearily. These days, where could he possibly dig up a monstrous energy core? Suddenly, the system provided another shocking piece of information, asserting that such a treasure was hidden right inside Lin Xiu's own house. Hearing this news, he jumped up with joy, asking repeatedly if it was a joke or if his mother had hidden a secret treasure for him in the past. The screen displayed an image of his father's Medal of Merit, and the system analyzed that this item was forged from millions of tons of ancient super beast cores, and the massive amount of spiritual energy accumulated inside was more than enough to help the little monster hatch quickly. Upon hearing that, Lin Xiu's eyes widened in astonishment. He recalled the dark days after his father went missing, when he had to endure cold treatment and was humiliatingly labeled as the child of a traitor. Nonetheless, Lin Xiu always carried his father's token of honor with him, promising himself that one day he would definitely clear his father's name. He had never imagined that the keepsake possessed priceless value. If not for Su Lingyu's timely intervention this afternoon, Chen Hu would have already smashed it. Lin Xiu told himself that at this moment he couldn't even manage to protect his late father's reputation. Even a keepsake from his father was almost lost, which motivated him even further to quickly improve his strength. He anxiously urged the system to show him how to activate the hatching process. However, at this point, his divine beast storage space did not yet meet the conditions to hold living creatures. Therefore, for now, he had to find a way to manifest the dragon egg into a physical object in the real world. As soon as he finished speaking, a laser-emitting light slowly slid out from the system control panel. Right after that, the system used the light to project a round shape on the wall and cheerfully told Lin Xiu that it was ready, and he could now place the energy-containing metal directly into it to hatch the dragon. Looking at the squiggly, winding lines on the wall, Lin Xiu wondered to himself whether this system was playing a prank on him. It looked even cruder and worse than the scribbles he had made when he was just 7 years old. Nevertheless, under the continuous urging of the system, Lin Xiu still held the Medal of Honor and pressed it close to that strange drawing. Miraculously, the keepsake was suddenly sucked into the void and vanished without a trace. A moment later, a rumbling sound echoed from deep within the wall, and cracks began to spread everywhere. The tremors grew increasingly violent, causing the room to sway. This caused Lin Xiu to lose his balance and tumble to the floor, the painful impact making him grimace. Just as his groans of pain subsided, a large section of the wall suddenly collapsed completely. Miraculously, however, a tiny and extremely cute baby dragon emerged from the rubble. Lin Xiu held his breath in suspense, his heart pounding wildly at the sight. So it turns out this is the legendary super beast from the dawn of creation. The operating system also seemed to get excited, immediately displaying the evil dragoness stats for him to review. This creature is currently just a newborn but inherits a royal bloodline full of growth potential. Its combat moves include headbutt, bite, powerful tail whip, and especially its only ultimate skill at this time is devouring everything. However, this little guy is less than 70 centimeters tall, which is a complete joke compared to the giant ocean beast that Lam 2 had once encountered. He shrieked in frustration, demanding to know why there was such a huge difference between the sponsor's advertisement and the reality received from that system. The invisible guide ignored his complaint and immediately changed the subject by announcing that the host had successfully completed the first challenge, and the accompanying gift had been sent to his mailbox for him to open right away. Although he knew the other party was dodging, Lam 2 was still curious and pressed the button to open the gift box. The gift he received was the ultimate skill to tame wild beasts, helping him turn wild beasts into obedient pets with just a gentle stroke under their chins. That's awesome. Can it really easily turn a monster into one's loyal helper? Lam 2's eyes lit up with excitement as he asked why such a cool skill hadn't been revealed to him earlier. The server immediately explained that this secret technique is only effective when the level of the target you want to capture does not exceed the strength of the guardian beast you currently own. Lam 2's joy vanished instantly. He thought to himself that he was indeed naive to believe in the kindness of this bizarre system, which had previously given him a treasure egg and forced him to sit and hatch it himself. Now the control skill is limited to a level lower than this newborn, while that tiny creature is already at the lowest starting point, so who could possibly be weaker than it? While Lamb 2 was sighing in deep disappointment, the little dragon scrambled over, clamped his pants leg tightly with its mouth, and pulled with all its might. Next, the tiny creature ran around his leg several times. It wanted to pull him to the pile of fragments from the newly cracked eggshell and let out very pleasant sounds. Seeing its seemingly pleading actions, Lamb 2 quickly realized that the little guy was craving those eggshell fragments. Suddenly remembering from books that reptiles often gnaw on their eggshells to absorb extra nutrients to protect their bodies, he nodded in agreement to let the little dragon enjoy its delicious meal. With the nod of approval from its raiser, the baby dragon immediately devoured the crunchy shell pieces with relish. Lamb 2 bent down to gently stroke its small head, but he could not hide the anxiety in his heart looking at this candy-sized animal, who knew when it would amount to anything, and he secretly prayed that the mischievous program would not make him spend 10,000 years raising it to adulthood. Just as his train of thought ended, the little dragon suddenly started choking and its tiny face instantly turned purple. He could only shake his head in exasperation and quickly patted its small back. After all, this was a treasure he had exchanged for the precious keepsake of his late father, so nothing bad could be allowed to happen to it. Right after that moment of panic, a series of system messages began to appear before his eyes. The displayed content indicated that the little dragon had completely digested that hard shell. Notifications about accumulating level-up points appeared one after another in rapid succession. The sight of those numbers constantly ticking up made Lamb 2 feel as if the machine were infected with malware. Suddenly, a brilliant glow enveloped the dragon's body, followed by a notification congratulating him because his pet had just used up 200 accumulated points to successfully evolve into a new stage. As the brilliant light faded, the dragon had expanded surprisingly, even landing its big butt right on Lamb 2, making him feel like he's about to suffocate. Its size had now skyrocketed to twice its original size, and its body weight was also much heavier than before. Lamb 2 frantically shouted to the system, asking what on earth was going on and why the little guy from just now had suddenly ballooned in size. The digital panel immediately gave an explanation that it was the power of the default devour skill possessed by the baby dragon. By digesting different types of food, it would automatically convert them into growth energy to facilitate rapid leveling up. Lin Q never expected that this creature could grow so incredibly fast thanks to its gluttony. Should he throw a party to celebrate his decision to raise it from the start? But whatever, now was not the time to daydream because there was a much more burning issue at hand. "Hey, big butt, move it, will you? My poor back is about to snap in half," Lin Q shrieked tragically. At that very critical moment, the clicking sound of the door unlocking suddenly rang out. Lin Q's face turned as pale as a ghost. His mother had arrived home, and before she was even seen, her resounding voice echoed inside. "Lin Q, you mischievous brat, what kind of trouble are you causing now? Your teacher just called to complain that you got into a fight with your classmate." With those words, she strode into the room and immediately froze in front of the chaotic mess before her eyes. The moment she locked eyes with the demon dragon, Lin Q's mother fell backwards, screaming at the top of her lungs in sheer terror. He frantically explained that this was his bound destined beast, then turned to make the dragon come forward and greet his mother. However, that goofy creature instead shuffled forward with an extremely fierce and terrifying expression. As a result, his mother fainted dead away from sheer terror. Seeing that the situation was out of hand, he hastily called out to the support software, "Hey system, can you urgently put this pain in the neck into the beast storage?" But the response he received was still, "Your current storage space does not have enough authorization to hold it." With no way out, Lin Q had to push the dragon toward the window with all his might, planning to get rid of it first and deal with his mother's situation later. However, with the dragon's giant muscular body, squeezing through that tiny window frame was indeed an extreme challenge. While its master was laboriously pushing its butt, the demon dragon looked up at the window and seemed to come up with a very bold idea. In the next second, it violently used all its strength to ram straight into the wall, smashing the entire window area to pieces. "Oh my god, are you destroying the house?" Lin Q screamed in utter despair at the destructive power of his pet. The noise was so loud, accompanied by blaring alarms, that the surrounding households ran over in a panic to investigate. In a scramble, Lin Q used all his strength to shove the monster through the newly smashed hole in the wall. Then he grabbed the curtain, wrapped it around himself like a cloak, turned back, and shouted inside, "Mom, your unfilial son is so sorry. Just wait for me to take refuge, and when I return I will explain everything in detail." Just as his mother was being helped up by everyone and started to regain her composure, she was greeted by the sight of her precious son wrapped in a curtain like a superhero, standing precariously on the shattered windowsill, about to take a free-fall leap. "Lin Q, you goddamn kid, what kind of crazy stunt are you trying to pull now?" She screamed in anger, but the figure of him and the soaring dragon had already dashed out and disappeared into thin air. Landing safely, Lin Q looked up to see his mother still standing by the ruined window, screaming endlessly. Truly the powerful woman of the family, she had just fainted and already recovered so quickly. Looking at that rage, it was best for him to seek refuge and wait until the storm blew over before daring to show his face again. Then, while brushing the dust off his body, he glanced at his pet and, though unsure if it understood, asked curiously, "Hey, did that notification board say that if you eat enthusiastically you will level up super fast?" "Correct. The demon dragon will devour spiritual energy to convert into sublimation points and upgrade itself." The virtual screen suddenly popped up right in front of him, making Lin Q startle and want to swear. Strange, why did it never appear when normally called, but now popped up so eagerly? The reason is that the system operates on the energy of the demon dragon. Now that it has hatched from its shell and is growing larger day by day, the system can operate more efficiently. Currently, the host still cannot converse smoothly with the pet, but do not worry, it will evolve super fast to soon understand human speech. This new notification made Lin Q know all too well that this machine certainly did not manifest just to offer empty comfort. As it turned out, the core intention of the system was to introduce him to a super high-quality monster hunting radar. Lamtu glanced at the message and curled his lips in annoyance. His trust in it had completely run dry. Adopting a single fated pet had already required him to hatch eggs and babysit, and now was coaxing him with a detector which might well be another of its many schemes. Suspected by its host without reason, the system quickly clarified that as long as Lamtu carried this device with him, whether it was a creature or an object, as long as it contained even a bit of spiritual energy, it would be revealed immediately. This detector would scan and analyze the surrounding concentration of spiritual energy so that the demon dragon could feast on delicious food to its heart's content. Hearing how incredibly useful it sounded, Lamtu activated the map to take a look, and right at the center, the brightest spot of light appeared none other than the little dragon. Scattered behind were a few faint streaks of light, presumably from the leftover eggshells it had abandoned and hadn't cleared away at his house yet. That was indeed the case. The system immediately confirmed that judgment, stating that the size and brightness of the symbol directly reflected the target's source of divine power. Hearing that explanation, Lamtu's eyes suddenly lit up as if he had struck gold, because he had accidentally spotted a colossal energy point displayed on the map. It far surpassed that pile of discarded eggshells and even overshadowed the little dragon's own aura. If he could entice the little tyke into devouring this energy source, it would surely grow by leaps and bounds. Lamtu then whispered some enticing words, promising the demon dragon that if it followed its big brother today, it would certainly get a stomach-bursting feast. True to its nature as a greedy and obedient little guy, as soon as the little dragon understood the intention, it jumped up and down in joy. Seeing his pet's excited and craving appearance, Lamtu couldn't help but silently look down on it a little. Even so, a creature that was both greedy for food and possessed the ultimate skill of devouring all things was indeed a unique bargain he had acquired. Then Lamtu quickly took an old curtain to wrap tightly around the demon dragon's body, hoping to avoid the curious and prying eyes of those around him. All preparations were finally complete. The man and the dragon immediately set off, heading straight for the sparkling target on the control screen. The demon dragon dashed like the wind along the streets, while Lamtu clung tightly to the beast's back. He was still secretly praising himself for being smart enough to use the curtain as camouflage, with no idea that two gigantic footprints of his heavy companion had already been left behind them. Groping along according to the guidance signal, the duo stopped in front of a magnificent high-rise building. However, as Lamtu scanned the area, he still felt that this place didn't look like a hideout for demons at all. Not to mention, right in the main lobby, the security forces on duty were patrolling extremely strictly and rigorously. He had to drag the little dragon to huddle in a dark corner to whisper and discuss, asking how they could sneak inside. He had thought he was just asking for the sake of it, but who would have expected the little dragon to suddenly start squirming, eager to take a reckless risk, causing Lamtu to frantically stop it from acting thoughtlessly. On the contrary, the demon dragon didn't care at all. It backed up to build momentum and then soared straight into the sky, leaving its master in utter bewilderment. Causing the boy clinging to its back to almost plunge headfirst to the ground in a panic, Lin Xiu hurriedly hugged the monster's neck tightly, trying his best to suppress his throat so as not to accidentally let out a terrified scream. The little Qulong dragon was inching its way up the wall, truly worthy of being a highly earthquake-resistant building erected after the Zhejiang disaster. Despite the little dragon crashing loudly against the plaster walls, the structure still stood firm. Finally, the duo of one dragon and one human stopped on the balcony of an apartment. Lin Xiu could not help but feel suspicious, because the directions on the diagram firmly asserted that these were the coordinates of the mysterious energy source. However, no matter how he looked at it, he only saw a place that looked like the private room of a teenage girl, especially when catching sight of the underwear hanging out on the porch. Lin Xiu blushed with embarrassment, immediately imagining a scenario tomorrow morning where his name would trend on social media for illegal housebreaking. Not knowing what bizarre scheme that digital assistant technology was cooking up to lead him here, Lin Xiu stood frozen, hesitating whether to advance or retreat. Meanwhile, the little dragon had already quickly sniffed out the energy flow and excitedly rushed straight inside. Lin Xiu scrambled to follow the wild beast, silently screaming that they could just trespass into someone's private home, but unfortunately, he couldn't negotiate with it at this moment. In his panicked pursuit, he tripped and fell, landing face first on the ground. But thanks to that unforgettable faceplant, Lin Xiu accidentally discovered a strange object, which was the Grand Festival Medal. Most of the magical energy on the planet accumulated in hidden multi-dimensional spaces, and thanks to that abundant spiritual power, these areas nurtured many rare flora and ferocious beasts. Such territories were the dream of awakened warriors wishing to train themselves. However, these areas worldwide were heavily guarded, and even superpowered individuals had to pass numerous screening rounds to be granted entry. The keepsake of the Grand Festival was actually a privileged pass authorized by the government of the Xa state. Rumor had it that the owner of this card had the freedom to customize its design, so each one bore a unique custom mark. Strangely, he felt that this pass was extremely familiar, as if he had seen it somewhere before. Lying right next to it was the familiar uniform jacket of the most prestigious high school in Quanhai City. As for the owner of those belongings, she was running water in the bathroom, her soft silhouette hazy behind the frosted glass, causing Lin Xiu to be unable to hold back a sudden nosebleed. In his mind, an identity that perfectly matched this context flashed. It could only be to Leng Gok. Lin Xiu was utterly bewildered and silently cursed the bizarre system 10,000 times over. Of all places it could have led him, it led him straight into the tiger's den of this fiery shrew with her personality. Even a monster would be skinned and deboned. However, at this moment the little dragon's mind was clouded by the seductive aroma of delicious food. Or to be precise, the abundant spiritual energy clouded its reasoning. Ignoring its master's worries, it eagerly moved forward. The locator screen of the scanner also indicated that the beast was closing in on the emitted energy source, leaving Lin Xiu to feel frustrated and silently curse the godforsaken system that always loved to troll him. On the other side of the bathroom door, Line Gok also seemed to have detected something unusual. She quickly locked the door and loudly asked who was outside. Standing out here, Lin Xiu was shaking like a leaf, feeling like his heart was about to jump out of his chest from sheer terror. He tried his best to convince the little dragon that if they didn't get out of there quickly, both of them would be turned into braised stew, and wouldn't he survive to enjoy any more delicacies in the future. Ironically, she had just stepped out of the bathroom. Ling Gok looked around anxiously but saw no sign of anyone. Actually, earlier when she was washing away the dirt, her mind kept lingering on the figure of Lam Tu. She questioned herself whether her words in the afternoon had been too harsh, like how an unawakened person should not mess with an awakened one, but after all she only wanted to protect his safety. Looking at his ragged and miserable state this afternoon, yet he was still stubbornly proud of being a descendant of heroes. He was truly stubborn beyond words. It was already a great stroke of luck that he hadn't been beaten to a pulp by Tranho's group. Right as her mind was wandering, an extremely faint sound from behind the door suddenly caught her ear. Her defensive instincts were instantly activated to the maximum. She asked in a stern voice who was outside, while as quick as lightning she grabbed a large bath towel, wrapped it quickly around herself, and rushed outside. But just as expected, before Line Gok's eyes was completely empty space. The truth was that Lam Tu and his silly dragon companion had dashed straight to the balcony and jumped down a second ago. Its speed was so fast that he didn't even have time to collect his thoughts, screaming inwardly in extreme panic. Oh my god, this was the balcony of the 40th floor, not the 4th floor, yet it dared to make such a reckless jump. Both man and dragon free fell, cutting through the wind at a dizzying speed. He thought his heart was about to fly out and that he would die right during this tempestuous escape. Fortunately, when they hit the ground, his body was still completely unharmed. That was thanks to the Q-Dragon sacrificing itself as a super soft meat cushion to catch him. Its oversized weight caused the ground to cave in a large patch. Lam Tu sighed in relief for saving his little life, while the dragon's stomach was already growling with hunger. Right after the familiar beep, the troublesome system finally appeared to congratulate him on finding an abundant source of spiritual energy, successfully unlocking the next challenge. However, both he and the dragon scolded it so relentlessly that it couldn't even wipe its face. Lam Tu angrily shouted how a beast's signal could be a human, while Kui Dragon grumbled because it missed a delicious meal and almost got turned into stewed dragon, and the system Kragan explained that the map only scanned the amount of spiritual energy, not distinguishing by race. Not to mention that both espers and beasts were born from the global rise of spiritual energy, so theoretically the energy flow emitted from these two groups was no different. Although the reason sounded very convincing, Lam Tu was still extremely frustrated by the trick just now, wishing only to drive the annoying thing away to be free of it. However, the system quickly enticed him by saying that this reward was super attractive and asked if he wanted to take a look. This provocation indeed had a great effect, helping to somewhat extinguish the fire of anger in his heart. Although they had only been companions for a day and he had suffered several bitter blows, Lam Tu still curiously clicked open the quest interface. The new challenge required to help his bound beast Kui Dragon grow quickly, and in return he would receive a secret technique called projection ability. Unable to hold back his curiosity, he had to swallow his pride and ask that wacky system to find out more details about that new skill. Basically, the user manual can only be viewed upon completion, but to give the host extra motivation, I will make an exception and reveal a little beforehand, the system replied, and then projected the skill stats for him to see. This move allowed summoning a phantom version of any possessed beast onto the field, then proceeding to fuse with it. At that time, Lam Tu would fully inherit 30% of that beast's power, which meant directly increasing his own stats. After reading the description, he turned to look at the little dragon with eyes full of doubt and confusion. Could it be that I am going to borrow power from this useless, freeloading creature? But thinking about it for a moment, when looking at the spiritual energy map earlier, the glow and size of Kui Dragon were clearly on par with Ling Gok. Therefore, if he could gather 30% of its power, at the very least he would leap into the mid-stage of the blood condensation realm, no joke. The prejudice about the dragon's uselessness instantly vanished, replaced by a surge of extreme excitement in Lam Tu's heart. However, that silly dragon didn't seem very happy to see its master wanting to drain its energy like that. Even though you are indeed its boss, you have twice in a row stolen its food. The first time was the eggshell swallowing incident. The next time occurred right at Ling Gok's apartment. Come on, this is no time to be mad at each other, Lam Tu coaxed Kui Long with sweet words. The ancients taught that self-reliance is better than relying on others. Look at what cool thing I managed to swipe earlier. As soon as he finished speaking, the item Lam Tu had just stolen from Ling Gok during his escape glittered in his hand. It was the sports meat medal. Possessing this item was like unlocking a ticket to the secret realm, so that very night Lam Tu led Kui Long to the nearest point 86. The spiritual energy in the secret realm was incredibly abundant, and since Lam Tu had promised to let the little dragon eat as much as he wanted, the little guy was extremely thrilled. Fortunately, A86 was only a major E rank and the security was so loose that there was not even a single guard at the gate. He quickly swiped the metal card and successfully passed through the checkpoint. This area was originally a half-finished construction site. However, ever since the portal to the secret realm appeared, the entire project had been put on hold. Lam Tu and Kuai Long had to fumble around for a while in the pitch-black night. They found the location of the portal to enter 86. "Come on, let's cross the barrier," he whispered into the dragon's ear, making it eagerly charge straight in that direction. The moment they stepped across the boundary of the secret realm, Lam Tu's emotions became highly complex and he thought to himself, "Father, I have finally set foot in the secret realm. Even though I haven't awakened any special abilities, even though I've lost all the priceless keepsakes you left behind, but at last I have taken my first step in life in this secret realm." Just as they passed through that portal, a completely new landscape appeared before their eyes. Lam Tu was slightly stunned by the vast, towering forest that suddenly loomed right in front of him. Even though this place was only equivalent to a lowly E rank, the difference from the real world was still incredibly astonishing. Inside, countless bizarre creatures were moving about. The moment Kuai Long saw them, it was overjoyed, throwing its master off its back to rush off in pursuit. Lam Tu hurriedly shouted for it to stop, but it was already too late. His comical dragon had only taken 3 steps before tripping over a rock and face-planting onto the ground. Lingxiu was truly helpless. "Please, this is a dangerous area, could you act a bit more reliably?" Kuai Long seemed to have its pride hurt from being underestimated, so it lay flat on the ground for a long time. Then it suddenly stood up. It took a deep breath and let out a roar that echoed through the mountains and forests. The shocking sound spread everywhere, and the one who suffered the most severe consequences was Lingxiu, who was standing right next to it. He hurriedly covered his ears and shouted in protest, "What is the point of roaring so loudly like that?" Kuai Long turned its head and gestured with its eyes for Lingxiu to look behind him. Right at this moment, a giant beast with the body of a bear but possessing a long, winding snake-like tongue had silently approached unnoticed. Seeing the wild beast suddenly appear, Lingxiu screamed in panic, "A monster has appeared. Save me." Fortunately, in the very next second, the system displayed a comforting line of text, "We are here to support you, host. There is no need to be afraid." Seeing those words like a drowning man clutching a straw, he immediately started complaining, "You finally showed up at the critical moment. Quickly tell me how to deal with it." However, the other party casually replied, "Report to host. The creature in front of you is not a beast. It is just a normal prehistoric animal." At the same time, the huge bear raised its sharp claws high, intending to deliver a fatal blow to Lingxiu. Immediately, he ducked to the side to dodge while still asking insistently, "How can you call a giant body like that normal?" Due to putting too much force into it, the short-faced bear lost its balance and crashed into the large tree ahead. The collision caused a large branch to snap off and crash down right where he had been standing. Witnessing that scene made Lingxiu break into a cold sweat, telling himself that if he had been hit by that devastating blow, his body would have surely been crushed to pieces. Both embarrassed and angry, he turned to scold the supporting tool, "Normal, my foot. If I hadn't dodged quickly, this little life of mine would be gone." Immediately after, the information panel popped up again. "Host has activated the beast chart. Please open the interface to learn more." Next, a narrating voice echoed in his ears. "Several ancient beast species accidentally wandered into the secret realm during spatial changes and have survived to this day. The short-faced bear weighs about 2 tons and is over 4 meters tall. This is the largest bear species in natural history. Their long forelimbs help them easily reach outstanding heights, thanks to living in the secret realm for many years. They have also accumulated a lot of spiritual energy." Feeling that the explanation was too tedious, he got straight to the point. "Can't you just summarize it briefly?" Hearing this, the other party replied, "All right, the bottom line is that although this wild beast is large, its strength is nothing compared to a real monster." Those encouraging words soothed Lingxi's fearful soul. It turned out to be just a brainless brute, and the warning signal on the screen was not even as strong as the energy from Kuai Long's eggshell. Having regained his confidence, he turned to look at the giant bear and said solemnly, "If that's the case, then I won't stand on ceremony anymore. This is my first time entering this place, so I can just use you as practice." With that, he pointed at the target and shouted loudly, "Go Kuai Long." But in response, there was only a terrifying silence. The bear on the opposite side, not understanding what was happening, stood still in confusion. Meanwhile, Lingxiu realized his showboating action had failed and his whole body began to tremble again. At this point, he could no longer keep his cool and held his head in panic, asking System, "Where is my teammate?" The navigation map said it was around here. But the emotionless voice still answered casually, "Kuai Long has independent thoughts, so we cannot know its whereabouts." At the same time, the short-faced bear felt like it was being mocked, so it roared angrily and charged forward. "How dare you play with me?" Witnessing that terrifying scene, Lingxiu screamed in fear, "Kuai Long, where did you go? If you don't show up quickly to save me, I'm really gonna die." Suddenly, flashes of electricity appeared in the distance, lighting up a corner of the sky. Kuai Long finally appeared to lend him a hand, truly in the nick of time. Taking this full blow, the short-faced bear instantly lost a massive amount of health. Before it could even catch its breath, an extremely powerful tail swipe followed up immediately. Closing the battle, the demon dragon soared high into the sky to unleash a move, giving the black crow a free ride. The big bear boss could only weep at this moment, tears and snot streaming down from humiliation. Even its thick layer of fat could not save its cracking neck bone. The ultimate victory belonged to the demon dragon. Looking at that scene, Lingxiu shuddered as he recalled the past and silently thanked heaven and earth for his great luck that allowed him to survive. However, just a second later, he saw the demon dragon spring up like a coil. It then turned toward its defeated opponent, the short-faced bear, and opened its greedy mouth wide. Lingxiu cheered excitedly, "Eat it up, Kuai Dragon. Just eat heartily to accumulate points and level up." Immediately, the system notification panel displayed a projection feature that replicates monsters in space. If fusion is chosen, the master will temporarily borrow 30 of its power for a brief moment, which thrilled him since he only needed to wait for the Ku dragon to grow up to possess this awesome ultimate skill. While Lin Xiu was still mumbling and daydreaming, the Ku dragon had completely devoured the poor bear. After feasting for a while, its belly grew perfectly round, and the system immediately congratulated the host because the Ku dragon had successfully digested its opponent, bringing in 1 accumulation point. The evolution points continued to increase by another 1.5. Then another 2 points were added. Absolutely wonderful. The young man was speechless at the system's stinginess. If it only moved up a tiny bit with each meal, when would he ever strike it rich? Before long, only a dry skeleton of the bear was left, while the full Ku dragon walked around carrying its bulging belly. Nevertheless, Lin Xiu still appeared indifferent and casually asked how many total points were gathered from the meal just now. The system announced that it had gathered 19 points and asked if he wanted to use them. Of course, he agreed to upgrade immediately. No sooner had the words been spoken than the Ku dragon standing next to him emitted a shimmering halo of light that enveloped its entire body. However, the result was not as expected. It seemed the spiritual energy here was quite sparse, and if it only ate a few ancient beasts it would grow very slowly, so he immediately told the system to activate the beast-seeking compass. Next, Lin Xiu intently studied the map displayed on the screen. Fortunately, his efforts bore sweet fruit, and he cried out in joy upon discovering an area densely packed with light dots. Seeing this, Lin Xiu waved frantically to call the Ku dragon over, telling it to put down that bone so he could lead it to a much grander feast. On the way, he constantly marveled because the GPS reported a fairly long distance, yet they arrived in the blink of an eye. The little fellow truly ran at super speed. Arriving at the destination, he glanced at the map and gasped when he saw countless glowing dots surrounding them. At that exact moment, the Ku dragon suddenly slammed on the brakes, causing both of them to come to a screeching halt. Thick dust flew up, completely shrouding the two of them. Very quickly after that, Lin Xiu suddenly realized their perilous situation. They had fallen into a pincer attack. From the dense bushes all around, a pack of mutated dogs stepped out imposingly, revealing themselves. Witnessing that sight, he frantically called the system to ask what on earth was going on. It was truly lucky that all the information from the system had been sent straight into his head. That was a mutated canine species weighing nearly a ton, 1 meter tall, ranked E, with the appearance of a dog but behaving like a cat, super sensitive to sound, with hind legs longer than front legs, preferring to pack together, and possessing sharp teeth with an extremely powerful bite force. After reading that information, Lam Tu let out a sigh of relief, then turned to tell Kuai Long that these skin and bone runts were only worthy of being gnawed on like chicken bones. Overconfident, the young man immediately raised his middle finger to provoke the monsters, saying that these little punks wanted to eat their meat, and if they were so tough, they should come and try to get a bite. The mutated canes didn't hesitate for even a second, immediately opening their blood-red mouths and rushing straight forward. They surrounded them from all directions, simultaneously pouncing to tear the two uninvited guests to pieces. However, our Kuai Long remained indifferent, casually snapping up and swallowing an unfortunate pup. The system immediately updated to announce that your spiritual beast had devoured the target, increasing accumulated points by a whopping 1,500 points. Hearing this, Lam Tu's eyes lit up like stars. Eating one scrawny canine yielded more profit than over 20 scar-faced bears. Who would have thought these skinny things were a goldmine of bonus points? Excitedly, he shouted out an order. Since that's the case, go for it, Kuai Long. Keep eating as much as you want until your belly is huge and you grow into an adult. Receiving the order from his master, the little dragon eagerly rushed in, unable to resist this free feast. It swept through and snapped continuously, ignoring the barrage of notification sounds from the system ringing in its ears. Kuai Long swallowed a target, receiving an additional 499 points, then swallowed another one, plus 510 points, and then another 503 points. Lam Tu trembled with joy. In the blink of an eye, his account had jumped to over 2,500 points. This trip was truly a huge jackpot. Without hesitation, he shouted, demanding the system use all the newly earned points to upgrade his pet's physical size. But because he was so ecstatic, he almost slipped and fell face first, telling himself that falling from such a height would be the end of him. Kuai Long, who was in its infancy, now possessed the Overlord bloodline, standing nearly 2 meters tall, weighing over a ton, and possessing skills like headbutting, biting, tail whipping, and the ultimate devour technique. Reading the new status board, he saw that progress had reached the halfway mark, and the mission to bring his pet dragon to adulthood was half completed. Looking at the chaotic scene before him, he smiled, knowing that his moment to shine had finally arrived. To clear out the surrounding monsters using the ultimate move of projecting illusions was the most precise key to overcome this challenge. Right at that moment, the alpha suddenly let out a long howl, making Lam Tu startle as he recognized the leader of the monsters. As the howl ended, the entire pack of canines took up battle stances, making him feel a bit uneasy, wondering what scheme that boss had just communicated. Just a moment later, Lam Tu discovered that the gaze of the minions had completely changed compared to the beginning. Suddenly, a large dark shadow gathered momentum and launched itself high into the air. Seeing that, Lam Tu screamed in panic, wondering why that monster was aiming straight at him. Fortunately, Kuai Long was quick-witted enough to use its super strong tail to deliver a powerful sweep, immediately taking down the attacker. However, that block caused the little dragon to be slightly scratched, making Lam Tu call out his pet's name in distress. Thinking back to that moment, he felt deeply moved because the dragon had defied danger to protect its master. But the situation suddenly took a turn for the worse when Lam Tu noticed that the entire pack of monsters was simultaneously targeting him. Connecting the clues together, he suddenly realized the Alpha's scheme was to use him as a hostage to suppress Kuai Long's power. Painfully watching his little dragon being torn and bitten as if his own guts were being carved up, he knew he had to do something right away. Though the mutant dogs were low tier, their sharp teeth were still enough to bite through the hard scales of the Kuai Long. The situation grew even more unfortunate as a horde of stray mutts blocked the path. If the entire aggressive pack pounced at once, a tragedy would certainly unfold. Glancing at the stat board, Lin Tu bitterly wanted to swear it was truly teasing that he was just a tiny bit away from completing the mission to push his little dragon to the 70% growth milestone. However, he knew all too well that these dumb dogs wouldn't give him any time to grind levels. Running into such boring scenarios wherever he went made him sick of it. That scene recalled old memories of the eyesore that is bullying the weak with numbers. Lin Tu himself had more than enough experience enduring this way of the world, bullying the weak and fearing the strong. It was the painful blows of the past that had tempered him. Although he hadn't unlocked any overpowered abilities yet and was still considered a novice, he would absolutely not let himself be pushed around. Stopping his train of thought, Lin Tu gently patted the warm cheeks of the Kuai Long. Affectionately raising his hand, he pointed toward the treetop ahead and instructed, "Do you see that huge branch over there? Find a way to get to it." Instantly, both master and servant flared up with sky-high morale. "Let's go." The mutant dogs would not just sit and watch, they frantically rushed forward, snapping and biting, and although this plan was highly risky, he had to take the gamble. Looking at the pack, he remembered the short-faced bear from the other day. If they wanted to play the bully game, he would play along to the end, and splitting forces to take two paths would immediately distract them. Imagining the Kuai Long using its headbutt ultimate skill to clear the chaos put his mind at ease. Without him being a burden, the little dragon could fight to its heart's content, and he believed it wouldn't be long before this pack became juicy experience points. However, the Kuai Long's legs were already dripping fresh red blood. The only thing he didn't dare to bet on was how long he himself could hold out amidst the hordes of roaring monster dogs. Looking up at the towering branch, he reassured himself that he used to do pull-ups at school all the time, so climbing this was nothing. Without wasting a second of hesitation, Lin Tu immediately leaped and swung, grabbing tightly onto the thick branch. Seeing its master leave it behind, the little dragon pouted and let out a resentful roar. In response, Lin Tu scolded affectionately, "You idiot, go devour those dogs, why are you tailing me?" Receiving the order from its master, it quickly spun around and glared at the pack of monster dogs. Seeing the pack wildly chasing the Kuai Long, he immediately flipped them off in provocation and shouted loudly, "Come on, chase me. If you're so tough, call your whole family out here to surround me." To his surprise, the mutant dogs instead gathered in a tight bunch right under the tree where Lin Tu was dangling. Witnessing that terrifying sight, he almost wet his pants and wailed, as in the blink of an eye a whole army of their comrades had gathered. Worse still, the beasts didn't just stand there watching, they rushed forward and repeatedly rammed into the tree trunk. The violent impact made Lin Tu lose his grip, falling in a straight freefall toward the ground. Right at the moment of hitting the ground, he screamed in despair, "System, quickly spend all my evolution points to level me up immediately." The next second, a cold notification sound rang out, 2,100 evolution points have been consumed. Just as the voice finished, his body landed with a thud right in the center of the pack of monster dogs. As quick as lightning, one of them seized the opportunity to rush forward and open its jaws to bite. Lin Tu cried out in bitter panic, "I'm screwed." Even so, he was extremely quick to pull something out and shouted at the top of his lungs, "Come on, if you're so tough, come trade your life with mine." Unexpectedly, a powerful stream of energy actually burst out. Hit by the blow, the ancient tree ahead collapsed to the ground. Witnessing that scene, Lin Tu's eyes widened in astonishment. What on earth is this? It turned out that he had mastered a new technique. He succeeded. The power of the fierce beast. Seeing the ferocious monsters surrounding him, Lin Tu cried out in fear, "It's too late. Falling into that pack of wild dogs will definitely get me torn to pieces. System, spend all of my accumulated evolution points immediately." Instantly, the system announced 2,182 evolution points have been consumed. Successfully upgraded the Kuai Dragon's physique. Congratulations, Master. Currently, the Kuai Dragon is 4 meters long and weighs 3.5 tons. Congratulations to the owner, your Kuai Dragon has officially entered the fully mature stage. Lin Tu felt like crying out of helplessness. He grumbled in frustration, "You annoying system. At a critical moment like this, hurry up and give me the reward for the second quest, please." Please, user, quickly proceed to review the data. The Phantom Projection skill, when activated, will display any beast in the available dimension. If combined with that illusion, the user will temporarily inherit 30% of its power. Reading this, Lin Tu was completely speechless with joy. He blankly stared at the precious item in his hand. It turned out this was what helped materialize the Kuai Dragon egg. The system confirmed, correct, this treasure is the beast projection device. Operating this projection device is actually extremely simple. The system thoughtfully guided him step by step. First, the user needs to place the tail of the device close to their eyes. Next, turn the adjustment knob on the body of the device to search for the beast you want to manifest. The system continued to guide. The final step is to press the start button and the image reconstruction process will be complete. Lin Tu immediately followed the instructions. Suddenly, a brilliant flash of light shot straight at his face. Falling downward, Lin Tu plunged headfirst toward the ground. He shouted angrily, "Simple, my foot. Activating a single skill is this complicated? Are you trying to murder me?" At that very moment, the treasure in his hand accidentally struck the ground hard and a brilliant halo immediately radiated from it. A strange symbol immediately appeared, causing Lin Tu so much pain that he had to grit his teeth to endure it. In the distance, a mutated wolf was leaping at extreme speed toward him. Seeing it approach, he clicked his tongue and lamented in annoyance, "How unlucky." Lin Tu quickly scrambled to his feet, grabbed a large piece of wood nearby and threw it straight at the beast. Bring it on, let's fight to the death if you've got the guts. His arm suddenly flashed with sparks of electricity, leaving him bewildered and unable to understand what was happening. Lin Tu turned his angry gaze toward the rushing pack of mutated hounds. Do you beasts think I am that easy to push around? Without any hesitation, he gripped a large tree nearby and roared, if I done show my power, you'll look down on me as weak. Lin Tu laughed out loud with confidence as a surge of murderous intent instantly rose. Today I must teach these creatures a lesson they'll never forget. As soon as those words left his mouth, his hands firmly gripped the massive ancient tree. Lin Tu lifted the giant tree trunk and shouted with determination, this young master is not someone to be messed with. Right after that, Lin Tu violently hurled the giant tree trunk at the horde of monsters. Go to hell, you trash. However, contrary to his expectations, the monsters agilely dodged all of his attacks. Lam Tu's eyes widened in surprise. Oh boy, he didn't know it was so agile. Now he had no choice but to take a risk. At that very moment, a giant shadow suddenly loomed right behind the genetically modified dogs. A pair of sharp claws carrying thousands of pounds of force silently approached from behind. The pack of mutated dogs was immediately so terrified that they stood there shaking like leaves. The system sound immediately rang out to announce that the Kui Dragon War Beast had devoured the mutated dog, gaining 5u3 evolution points. Next was a series of notification messages continuously pouring in one after another. Our little dragon quickly finished off those monsters in the blink of an eye. Witnessing that grand scene, Lam Tu could not hide his astonishment and exclaimed, is this really the Kui Dragon? The status board appeared. The Kui Dragon is in its growth stage, can evolve into the Overlord bloodline, is 4 meters tall, weighs 3.5 tons, specializes in powerful ramming, ferocious devouring, and divine tail swiping, and its basic skill is devouring all things. Glancing through those stats, the young man was even more astonished. It had just entered its growth stage and was already this formidable. The lightning-fast growth rate of an ancient super beast was indeed something else. Lam Tu turned up his nose and proudly bragged to the Kui Dragon, see, I promised to take you to have a hearty meal, and I was absolutely right. He curiously asked if it found him trustworthy, but to his surprise the Kui Dragon growled softly, making him shudder and think it really is fierce. As soon as the growl ended, it actively moved its head close to him. Extremely confused, Lam Tu asked, what are you trying to do? Before he could even compose himself, a strange voice suddenly asked, why did you leave on your own without permission? Startled, Lam Tu frantically looked around in all directions to find out who had just said that. The Kui Dragon solemnly warned, stay away from me, it is very dangerous out there. Hearing this, the young man was so scared out of his wits that he screamed, oh my god, it can speak human language. A monster has appeared. Seeing this, the system grumbled and explained, it's not unusual for the Kui Dragon to be able to speak, why act like the apocalypse is coming? The system warily asked Lam Tu, hey master, do you really think the ancient divine beasts that ruled this planet for so many years were just brawn without brains? Through millions of years of evolution, they possess infinite intelligence. Learning a few human languages takes them no time at all, so what's the difficulty? The Kui Dragon frowned and reproached, you're as weak as a snail, so done he risk your life. Lam Tu immediately argued back, then who just used me as bait to trap that bear, huh? The little dragon turned its face away in a huff, that is completely different, because I am strong enough and had the situation under control. Lam Tu angrily retorted, I am also very confident, besides if I hadn't acted quickly back then, both of us might have become dinner for those wild dogs by now. Looking at the silent attitude of his pet, he suddenly realized, as it turned out, this giant was worried sick about his safety. So Lam Tu became visibly excited, slapped the Kui Dragon on the shoulder, and laughed heartily, forget it anyway, this is the first time we've fought together in this secret realm and the result is extremely satisfying. Now let's clean up and slip away before dark to return him to that girl's surname too. While feeling excited, he suddenly froze as he reached to touch his empty neck. Oh no, it's over. Where did the badge disappear to? Lam Tu frantically recalled the chaotic battle just now. Could it have fallen off when he fell from the high tree branch? He frantically urged the Kui Dragon, hurry up, we must turn this place upside down to find that item, otherwise we'll be stuck in this godforsaken corner forever. After searching until he was exhausted and still finding no trace, Lam Tu irritably scratched his head and complained, so unlucky. I've been searching the whole battlefield for so long without seeing a sign of it, this trip is a complete bust. The Kui Dragon suddenly caught a strange scent and asked, this smell is very familiar, it seems to belong to the canine species. Lam Tu sighed wearily beside it, I only know that crows have the habit of stealing shiny things to bring back to their nests, there's no way dogs would also know how to steal things like that. The young man suddenly froze, wait a minute, this scent clearly belonged to a mutant dog, mixed with the fragrance of Talen and Gok. It turned out that the beast transformation ultimate skill also enhanced his sense of smell to be this sharp. Kuai Long quickly sniffed out the location. Seeing this, Lam Tu excitedly urged him to go over quickly and check it out. Just as the beast dug up a patch of dirt, he relieved the burden in his heart. The treasure metal was indeed lying right here. He cleared his throat apprehensively. It seemed they wouldn't surrender it easily, as 3 tiny mutant puppies had just emerged from the darkness of the stone cave. Weighing 330 kilograms but only 30 centimeters tall, possessing beginner E-class strength and a pent-sized body, this species loved to gather, had extremely strong sharp teeth, and a highly aggressive temperament, truly the type to take high risks for high rewards, knowing no fear. Lam Tu curiously asked if they were the offspring of the giant mutant dog. The system disdainfully mocked his poor eyesight, pointing out that 2 species with such vastly different appearances could not possibly share a lineage. In truth, these were tiny toy dogs nurtured energy that had transformed into miniature demon beasts. It further explained that because of their small stature, they were quite weak when alone, but aggressiveness was in their bones. As soon as they gathered in large numbers, they would rush to tear their opponents apart, regardless of life or death. Taking advantage of his companion Kuai-Long drawing their attention, Lam-Tu stealthily searched for the prestigious medal, then cheered with joy upon finding his target. Upon hearing the signal, Kuai-Long immediately used his strength to fling the 3 mutant puppies aside. The little dragon stared intently at the delicious morsels with extreme longing. Just as the beast was about to devour the 3 little dogs, Lam-Tu quickly reached out to stop him, telling him not to eat them yet but to leave them for him to test his newly learned taming skill. 45 minutes ago, Lenggok was still standing in the windy balcony of her luxury apartment. She pondered and wondered how that person could break in from the 45th floor balcony and withdraw without making a sound. Could it be a high-level physical-type wall-climbing master? However, that giant dent did not look like it was made by human hands. Suddenly, the young girl paused and noticed something extremely bizarre that had just appeared before her. She quickly realized the truth. With such a messy style, there was probably no one else but Lam-Tu who possessed such disastrous aesthetic taste. At this point, she slightly raised her head to look at the endless void above, thinking to herself. In her memory, during her patrol this afternoon, there was indeed a moment when she detected the energy fluctuations of a wild beast. Even so, she had to return in disappointment because when she followed those tracks, she only came across a few schoolboys heatedly brawling in a classroom. Filled with suspicion, she had even looked up their school records to check each student's background, but all of them were merely ordinary superpower users. Doubts arose if her senses at that time were absolutely correct. Then someone who had never activated any powers like Lam-Tu was the most suspicious one here. Returning to the reality before her, the elevator had now slowly landed on the ground floor. She quietly calculated whether this absurdity was possible, as there was no precedent for power measurement equipment malfunctioning, nor had she heard of any superpower capable of controlling beasts like mind hypnosis. With every step, questions swirled if he was truly hiding his skills. Why did he accept getting beaten to a pulp this afternoon instead of using his ultimate move to turn the tables? It was truly a difficult riddle. She stepped close to the giant pit and gave a light smile. At least there was still a solid clue, and all mysteries would soon be revealed today. She suddenly froze as she realized another absurdity. Wait, why would that kid sneak all the way here in the dark of night? And how did he track down her home address? Suddenly, her phone ringtone blared loudly and she quickly unlocked it to check her messages. The girl froze when she saw the glowing red warning on the screen. Why would a small E-class forbidden zone have to send an emergency distress signal? What on earth was going on? At that very moment in the A86 forbidden zone, Lam-Tu was still shouting himself hoarse to stop his companion, telling him not to rush to swallow the little ones. The beast showed clear annoyance on its face, blaming his master for breaking his promise, as this was already the 3rd time he had ruined its delicious meal. The young man gently analyzed that the energy of these puppies was nothing compared to the giant bear from before. Even if chewed and swallowed, it wouldn't accumulate many upgrade points, so it would be better to let him test his newly learned taming skill instead. He carefully reviewed each line of the system's instructions. This ultimate skill required the captured prey to have a lower level than his guardian beast, and to succeed the master only needed to gently stroke its chin to bring it over to their side, which was indeed a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Thinking of the little baby dragon from back then, Lin-Su didn't know whether to laugh or cry. When he had first acquired this secret technique, he had wondered how on earth he could find a monster weaker than it. Returning to reality, he forced a distorted smile. Who would have thought that after just a few short hours it would have grown so big? The power of those who love to eat is truly not to be underestimated. While Lin-Su was distracted, the pack of mutated dogs suddenly rushed straight at him to pounce, making him jump and startle and scream at the top of his lungs for help. Realizing the attack did absolutely no damage, he laughed out loud with delight. He hadn't expected this illusion skill to be so miraculous, as he didn't feel any pain at all. Just then, the system hurriedly warned him that the illusion's duration was about to run out, and if he didn't quickly escape from these wild beasts, the consequences would be extremely disastrous. As soon as the words were spoken, the magic disappeared, causing Lin-Su to take the full brunt of the painful attack and cry out for help. Seeing this, the baby dragon smirked and teased that it didn't want to go over and disturb his pets. He suddenly snapped to his senses and realized that his original goal was to recruit these little rascals into his team. So he beat his chest and loudly challenged all 3 wild beasts to charge at him. Lin-Su's hands trembled violently from the pain, while at the same time, a tough layer of scale armor gradually grew to protect him. The notification sound rang out cheerfully, congratulating the master on successfully taming a small mutated dog. Immediately, the creature's eyes suddenly glowed with a strange light. Without hesitating for a second, it quickly jumped down from its master's arms. As soon as it hit the ground, it aggressively turned around to directly confront its former pack. Lin-Su didn't know whether to laugh or cry at that scene. It truly was a backstabbing creature that turned its back as fast as lightning. He was completely speechless with it, so he had to stroke and encourage it with a few words. You truly deserve to be called my loyal pet dog. Series of notification bells rang out in quick succession afterward, helping Lin-Su easily recruit all 3 mutated dogs into his team. Witnessing the 3 beasts prancing around in front of them, the little dragon could only shake its head in dismay. While he was still rejoicing, the system splashed cold water on him by announcing that based on the current level of his secret technique, he could only own a maximum of 5 pets, and including all of them, there were already 4. This news made Lin-Su freeze for a few seconds and then fly into a rage, scolding, "Why didn't you tell me such an important thing sooner? There's a limit of 5 slots, yet I wasted 3 slots on these puppies." The system defended itself. I thought you had a lot of fun playing them earlier. It quickly comforted Lin Xiu. Don't worry too much, master. I have already prepared an optimal solution to resolve this issue. A notification board popped up, requiring him to collect a beast crystal core to upgrade his beast taming skill to level 2 and receive a storage space reward. Lin Xiu sighed in disappointment, thinking there was some clever trick, but it turned out to be just forcing him to do free labor to upgrade it for him. Refusing to accept this, the system argued back, you just don't know it yet, master, but elevating this secret technique brings countless benefits. Not only does it recruit more troops, but all of your existing skills will also be significantly enhanced. Lin Xiu pouted in disbelief. It's easier said than done. Where would I find a crystal? To raise that dragon egg, I had to secretly steal my father's treasure entering this low-level dungeon. How could I find anything good? Lin Xiu looked at the baby dragon and said, forget it, it's wisest to quietly return this metal to her while she's not paying attention. Having finished his sentence, he lifted the puppy up and said coaxingly, be good and hand that metal over to me. However, it refused to hand over the item and instead licked his face all over it, leaving him soaking wet. In a panic, he yelled at them to hold back a bit, while the little dragon stood nearby, looking at him sideways and teasingly remarked, there are only 3 of them and you still can't handle them. Lin Xiu grimaced and replied, stop with the sarcastic remarks, just watch me tame them. In the blink of an eye, the mutated puppy was tossed far away by him. Due to the force of the fall, the metal was also thrown quite a distance away. Seeing this, Lamtu quickened his pace to pick it up. He was extremely surprised to find that this item was actually a locket with a photo inside. The young man could not help but be stunned when he realized the photo inside was of his father. He wondered in confusion why his father's picture was inside Talaning's treasure and what this was all about. A flood of memories suddenly rushed back to Lamtu's mind, from his mother sitting and eating barbecue, to Talangok going to explore the Forbidden Land. He suddenly thought, had he just accidentally stumbled upon a clue regarding his father's mysterious disappearance? Right at that moment, his phone suddenly rang loudly. Staring at the unfamiliar number on the screen, Lamtu wondered who could be calling this late. Just as he pressed the answer button, Langoka's furious voice blasted directly into his ear. Lamtu, did you sneak into my house tonight and steal the metal? Suddenly, the device in Lamtu's pocket vibrated violently again. While contemplating, he pressed to accept the call from the unfamiliar number to see who the other party was. From the other end came a piercing shriek accusing him of breaking in and stealing. Lamtu covered his aching ear, not expecting the caller to be Talangok. Trying to remain calm, he pretended to be bewildered and asked what she was talking about, while silently screaming inside as he knew the theft had been exposed. Leningok immediately dismissed it and asserted that he was in Forbidden Zone 86, as she had just received a red alert sent from the management there. She said that about 15 minutes ago, the system had scanned a super beast weighing over 2 tons there, which made Lamtu jump in shock upon hearing it. She further explained that this low-level area was originally only for recruits to train with small creatures, so the appearance of such a giant beast was extremely unusual and threatened everyone's lives. Suddenly remembering something, the young man mumbled hesitantly about the 10-minute timestamp and that heavy beast. He recalled the moment he summoned the giant demon dragon to wipe out the minions. Its massive size at that time must have definitely exceeded 2 tons. He turned to look at the demon dragon next to him, rendered speechless. Only then did he cry out in alarm, realizing that the giant target the system was hunting down was actually his own comrade. The young man scratched his head in regret for being too absorbed in upgrading his pet's power and forgetting the management's strict weight monitoring regulations. Trying to regain his composure, he silently calculated that he had to slip away quickly before everything came to light, then pretended to reply that although it was urgent, it had nothing to do with him. Leningok sneered and warned him not to celebrate too early, because the security network in this area was extremely advanced and tight, and they would surely find the culprit soon. She mentioned that the Rapid Response Force might already be at the scene and was cordoning off the entire area to sweep for traces. Hearing about the identity of that special task force, Lamtu's eyes widened in anxiety. This was going to be big trouble. The girl looked pleased to see that he was aware of the danger, advising him to find a way to get his pet to escape safely before they talked further. Before hanging up, she also reminded him in a stern voice about the theft of the keepsake, leaving Lamtu with a headache, wondering what secrets she had already uncovered. Looking at his father's picture, he resolved to find and meet her to shed light on every corner of this story. After that, Lintu quickly opened the helper interface. However, the most important task right now was to find a way to escape from this mysterious land. Quilong immediately pressed him, asking what was going on. Staring at the displayed map, he sighed and said, the situation seems tense. Your whereabouts have been detected by the security forces, and they are deploying units to tighten the perimeter to capture both of us. As soon as he saw the food icon on the map, Quilong's eyes lit up with greed, thinking to himself that delicious food was about to be served right to his mouth. Immediately, Linta gave him a painful rap on the head. You're always thinking about eating. Quick, use your head to think of an escape route before we get caught. Besides, their main target is you after all. Suddenly, a tiny mutated puppy ran over and bit firmly onto the hem of Linta's pants. The group of small puppies kept wagging their tails and clinging to his legs, leaving Lintu utterly confused as to what these tiny creatures were trying to do. Seeing the little ones run over and whisper to Quilong, he was secretly delighted, wondering if he had the ability to translate their language. Understanding them, Quilong quickly recounted, they say there is a super giant cave ahead very suitable for us to hide in. Linta looked skeptical, as a human having to huddle in a cave suddenly made him feel no different from an actual monster. While checking the information on the screen and stroking the small puppy, Lin Tu muttered a question to the virtual assistant about whether going into the cave would help conceal the monster's energy. Fortunately, the radar scan for strange creatures had completely ignored these mutant puppies earlier. With his spirits lifted, he thought to himself that he had initially only intended to test his pet taming ability for fun, never expecting that the little ones would render such a great service at this critical moment. Since they were in a tight spot, Lin Tu made up his mind and nodded, agreeing to give it a try. The whole group quickly moved forward. Lin Tu muttered that he had felt the soil and rock structure around here was unusual from the beginning, and it turned out that beneath these stone slabs were all underground tunnels, and according to the little ones, there was still a giant stone alcove ahead with more than enough room for their entire lineup. A deep, yawning chasm suddenly appeared right before the eyes of the group they had arrived. Looking at the hazy smoke slowly rising from the ground, Lin Tu hesitantly looked down and remarked, "This hole is both wide and pitch black. Just looking at it makes me not want to take a step down at all." A few seconds later, Kui Long pointed down into the hole and suggested, "Let me go down to scout first, you wait up here and done wander around." Before he could finish his sentence, Kui Long and the pack of small puppies leaped down into the hole, causing Lin Tu to cry out in panic, "Wait for me, everyone." Following the winding groove, they slid all the way down deep below. Standing above, Lin Tu immediately called on the system to scan whether this cave could truly block the monster's energy waves, and the machine instantly responded to the command. Observing the parameters displayed on the map, Lin Tu thoughtfully realized that this underground tunnel indeed had the ability to minimize energy radiation, though it was still impossible to say for certain whether it could completely shield Kai Long. The reporting text appeared confirming that the fluctuation of the beast's spiritual power had decreased significantly. Without a moment's hesitation, he jumped down into the deep alcove, telling himself that he had to catch up and inform Kui Long so he could tell them to move a bit deeper. Sensing a commotion echoing down from above, Kui Long immediately looked up. Seeing Lin Tu jump down, Kui Long quickly caught him and grumbled, "I told you to wait up there, why did you come down here?" To defuse the situation, Lin Tu scratched his cheek and laughed it off, explaining, "It's just that I was worried you hadn't hidden well enough, so I had to come down here to give you some extra instructions." Standing in the wide tunnel, Lin Tu said excitedly, "This place is wide, deep, and has good spiritual energy insulation. We're really lucky." Kui Long immediately threw cold water on his enthusiasm, warning him not to rejoice too soon. Swiping his hand against the rocky wall of the tunnel, Kui Long noted, "Look at this, these are all traces left behind from digging through soil and sand." Looking at the tangled topographic map, Lin Tu probed, "Do you mean this complex and large-scale tunnel system was entirely created by digging?" Kui Long nodded, saying that this oversized scale truly made him feel uneasy. Staring into the deep darkness ahead, Kui Long analyzed thoughtfully, ordinary beasts would never waste time digging a cave many times larger than their own bodies. In utter panic, Lin Tu asked, "Are you trying to say that there is another giant monster lurking in this dark corner?" His face extremely tense, Lin Tu slapped Kui Long's shoulder and dismissed it. "You must be joking, this is just a low-level test area. If there were such a huge monster, it would have been detected long ago. But wait a minute, this cave floor." Glancing down at his companion, Kui Long nodded slightly. "Exactly. Because this cave can isolate the emitted spiritual energy waves, that's the only reason we chose it as a hiding place." Suddenly, the Ku Dragon caught a whiff of an extremely strange scent. Observing the Ku Dragon's attitude, Lin Tu anxiously asked, "What's wrong?" As the Ku Dragon shuddered on high alert against the terrifying thing ahead. Suddenly, the Kui Dragon led the puppies and rushed to the end of the cave while Lin Tu scrambled to follow, calling out, "Wait for me. Don't leave me behind." As he stepped closer, Lin Tu was astounded by the unexpected sight before him. In the dark corner of the cave, a pungent, fishy odor hit his nose along with a pile of bones stacked high like a mountain. What on earth was going on here? The Kui Dragon growled softly, spreading fear as countless animal carcasses lay scattered around with some even still dripping fresh blood. Seeing his companion excited and greedy, Lin Tu quickly intervened. "The terrifying monster is not just this. If you try to eat more, this cave will collapse." Suddenly, the pile of dry bones shook violently, and Lin Tu asked himself in panic, with the ground shaking this hard, could the cave be about to collapse? Reigning at the top of the pile of ruined bones was a giant creature greedily devouring the small animal carcasses. The super monster revealed itself. It was a juvenile fengxi belonging to a general class beast lineage, standing 8 meters tall and weighing 4 tons. An ancient divine beast recorded in strange books. They are lazy, gluttonous, rarely appear above ground, and only like to dig massive caves under damp swamps to wait for prey to deliver themselves to their deaths. Suddenly, countless dark figures fell down from the high dome of the cave. Lin Tu quickly looked up, wondering what on earth was falling down now. It turned out to be the mutated dogs screaming miserably as they fell deep underground. Seeing them tumble onto the pile of ruined bones, Lin Tu exclaimed in surprise, "Aren't these guys?" Seeing the resentful gazes focusing on him, he cried out, "These are the alpha dogs that just ambushed us." The wild beast stared intently at Lin Tu's group, growling threateningly. Assessing the tense situation, he thought to himself, "It seems they are falsely blaming us, thinking we set a trap to harm them." Immediately, the Ku Dragon let out a deafening roar, causing the pack of mutated dogs to retreat in panic. Standing beside it, Lin Tu whispered his deduction, "Wait a minute, if they were fleeing in panic and ran straight into this place." Seeing the Ku Dragon burning with murderous intent and wanting to settle scores, he patted its shoulder to stop it. "Hey buddy, now is not the time to settle personal grudges." Then Lin Tu pointed ahead suggestively, "The enemy of our enemy is..." Right behind them, the fengxi monster had already opened its huge, gaping mouth. In just the blink of an eye, the entire pack of mutated dogs was neatly swallowed into its bottomless stomach. Witnessing the hair-raising scene of the monster devouring its prey, Lin Tu shuddered and exclaimed, "That's indeed a flawless, hearty meal." He began to calculate anxiously how terrifying an entire pack of fierce dogs wiped out in a flash. There's no hope of turning the tables. It looks like we'll have to rely on ourselves this time. Having finished its delicious feast, the Fengxi slowly opened its giant eyes. It began to eye Lin Xiu's group and then immediately rushed towards them. Trembling with fear, Lin Xiu frowned anxiously. This is indeed the power of a monster weighing over 5 tons, terrible beyond imagination. Instantly, the Ku dragon bravely rushed out to block the way and stop that giant monster. The beast's strange, eerie eyes stared intently at the Ku dragon, full of scrutiny. The weight of 1,000 tons pressed down, forcing the demon dragon to bend its knees to endure it. It had to muster all of its fading strength to hold back the beast. Seeing the demon dragon trembling as it resisted, Lam Tu was dazed and full of panic. Suddenly, the dragon turned its head toward them and barked loudly in warning. Hearing that, Lam Tu was extremely confused, not understanding what it was planning to do. Looking at the puppies beside him, he thought to himself that it was commanding its companions. Suddenly, a puppy approached and bit firmly onto the hem of his shirt. They pulled him to flee in another direction, making him realize that the demon dragon wanted all 3 of them to run far away. Spotting that escape attempt, the monster immediately cast its eyes toward them. It immediately flung the demon dragon away and glared at him, causing Lam Tu to freeze in fear. The demon dragon roared to urge him on, advising him not to worry and to quickly hide deep inside the cave. Despite him running for his life, the vicious beast still chased right behind him, just as his group squeezed into a narrow passage of the cave. Refusing to let them go, the beast also tried to squeeze in and rush after them. Fortunately, its head got caught right at the entrance, and panting heavily, he wondered if it was stuck. Only a moment later, it crushed the pile of rocks blocking the way, horrifying him with its giant mouth that could easily grind any rocks and dirt to pieces. From afar, the demon dragon rushed over and bit hard into the monster's body. However, its teeth touched the monster's flesh without causing any damage. The tough armor made it impossible for the dragon's teeth to make any impact. As the cave was widened, it squeezed through, leaving the demon dragon dejected because its skin was too thick to bite through. Not giving up, the dragon gained momentum and rammed its head straight into the beast to try its luck. Next, the demon dragon repeatedly slammed its entire body hard against the opponent. Suddenly, the beast smirked, revealing an extremely terrifying smile. Only then did it actually pay attention to the presence of the little dragon. Then, it immediately used its hard head to ram and send the demon dragon flying far away. The powerful ram pinned the demon dragon against the cliff, creating a violently shaking explosion. Observing the battlefield closely, Lam Tu realized that the previous strike hadn't left any injuries on the beast, which made no sense. He thought to himself that those relentless strikes couldn't even break its armor, which was an unprecedented strange thing. Although the level difference was real, it couldn't be this absurd. When suddenly an idea flashed through his mind, this situation was very similar to his experiences fighting in virtual games before. He quickly analyzed that perhaps this monster possessed a special body protection skill, and only by targeting its fatal weakness could it have any effect. Based on its body structure, the lower abdomen area must be its biggest opening. Having just come up with the idea, he hurriedly tried every means to convey this discovery to the demon dragon. A sudden chime rang out in his head as the system announced that it was past midnight and asked if he wanted to check in for today. The control panel popped up, confirming that checking in would help accumulate level-up points, obtain extra equipment, precious treasures, and new ultimate skills, making Lin Xiu ecstatic as he immediately agreed to sign in and receive his reward. Once the process was complete, the words congratulating him on a successful first-day check-in appeared flashing on the screen. An illustration of the Q Dragon, brimming with combat power, appeared alongside an exclusive gift called Furious Breath, a supreme skill that focuses all internal energy to fire a destructive beam from the mouth, with the system jokingly calling it the ultimate energy-based tongue lashing. Lin Xiu let out a devious laugh as he thought of the wind breath ferocious beast's weakness, thinking to himself that this time he would use a dirty trick to skin that wild boar in exchange for a handsome amount of level-up points. Right in the middle of his daydreaming, the system poured cold water on his parade to wake him up, requiring him to read the user manual carefully before fantasizing. He excitedly praised the unparalleled destructive power of this ultimate skill. However, since it required gathering energy from the whole body, the casting time was extremely long, with the notification panel reminding him that this giant destructive beam from the mouth required careful preparation and must be used at the right moment, as it was his strongest counterattack. The artificial intelligence asked a sarcastic question, wondering if he would even have the chance to cast it given the current chaotic situation. Watching the two beasts tearing each other apart, Lin Xiu scratched his head and admitted the situation was quite tough, and that he first needed to rescue the Q Dragon, which was being overpowered. But he couldn't just fight empty-handed. He needed a stronger ally, one that possessed at least half the power of the divine dragon. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration flashed in his mind and he cheered quietly, realizing that although borrowing 50% of the strength was a bit difficult, there was another way. He opened his hand and calculated to himself that if he only needed to gather about 30% of the Kui Dragon's energy, the most suitable person to play the role of the beast was himself. Turning his excited face toward the virtual panel, Lin Xiu inquired whether his simulated energy had been restored after the check-in, receiving a confirmation from the system that it was fully available for use. With that confirmation, he cheered confidently because this copy skill allowed him to temporarily borrow 3/10 of the Dragon's stats, which was enough for him to act as bait to distract the wild boar, a mechanism that allowed him to merge with his summoned beast and temporarily possess a portion of its power. A series of tactical plans began to take shape in the young man's head as he knew very well that the wild boar's fatal weakness lay right under its belly. He told himself that as long as he could buy time to lure the enemy and relieve the pressure on the Ku dragon, it would have a free hand to deliver a fatal blow to the opponent's weak spot. Therefore, the key to this battle was for him to harass that giant beast to keep it enraged for as long as possible. Lin Xiu squatted down and waved the 3 small mutated dogs over, seriously telling them to focus and listen to their boss lay out the battle plan. Seeing the little ones perking up their ears to listen intently, he thought to himself that these subordinates actually understood human language, though he wasn't sure what percentage they grasped. He used a twig to doodle on the ground to assign tasks. In a moment, 2 of them would rush out to play the fool and distract the opponent, while the remaining one would run to the Kui dragon to whisper the secret code for coordinated action. He added that he would hide in the rocky crevices by the roadside, waiting for the ripe moment to jump out and give that wild boar a surprise blow. Lin Xiu raised his voice and asked loudly if they understood their mission, and the 3 pups barked in unison in response, making him smile and feel that they were quite reliable. Just then, a loud noise from the battlefield startled him, making him whip his head around to investigate. It turned out that the Ku dragon was trying its best to roar and then charged straight at its arch-nemesis. It bit down hard on the wild boar's snout, roaring furiously as if demanding to chew off the enemy's head. Having been attacked in a painful and vital spot, the wild beast grew so furious that its face turned bright red. It quietly adjusted its posture, pinning its claws firmly to the ground to build up momentum for a charge. A hammer-like headbutt sent the Ku dragon's body flying straight into the air. The little dragon crashed hard against the cliff face above and then fell, causing Lin Xiu to scream his companion's name in panic. He turned to look at the army of pups and ordered an emergency deployment to rescue their ally, and all 3 immediately entered combat-ready status. The young man pointed his hand straight at the target to signal them forward, and the 3 mutated puppies immediately dashed forward like the wind. While Kuai Long was being pinned down and suffocated by his opponent, the puppy squad immediately dispersed according to the plan. The puppy duo pounced to attack, making Fong Tuk turn his head back in bewilderment. They rushed forward as quick as lightning, biting tightly onto the beast's arm. Seeing the 2 stubborn little ones clinging to his arm, the giant clearly showed confusion and doubt. Taking advantage of the moment the opponent let his guard down, another puppy quickly slipped past and ran towards Kuai Long. The little one barked a signal to communicate the strategy, letting Kuai Long immediately grasp the intention. The remaining 2 puppies still enthusiastically clung to and caused trouble on the opponent's arm. Their continuous deafening barking made Fong Tuk feel extremely annoyed and gave him a headache. The annoyed giant swung around in confusion, causing Kuai Long, who was pinned underneath, to also suffer and feel sore all over. Seeing the scheme go smoothly, Lam Tu triumphantly praised them. "Excellent. It was indeed not in vain that I specially reserved 3 nurturing spots for you all. Now it's my turn to show off." Having said that, he used Kuai Long's help to silently climb up the high cliff with a large rock, then shouted loudly, "You ugly creature, taste this." Hearing the noise, Fong Tuk turned his head with a look of utter astonishment. As he threw the large rock down with all his might, the beast quickly dodged by stepping back slightly. Ironically, the falling trajectory of that giant rock went straight towards his teammate Kuai Long. The rock landed squarely and dealt a very painful blow to Kuai Long's head. Standing from high above, Lam Tu was utterly panicked, only able to cry to heaven because of this disastrous friendly fire mishap. After the extremely powerful impact from the rock, Kuai Long's head swelled up into a huge lump and he rolled over unconscious. Witnessing that humorous scene, Fong Tuk laughed triumphantly and then turned in his direction. He began to shiver as he saw the beast loomingly approaching him. Despite his extreme fear, he tried to steel himself, thinking, "It's fine, even if I am alone, I still have protective magic." As the enemy approached with a devious grin, he thought to himself, "Once having ventured into this dangerous place, facing monsters is unavoidable. If I remain cowardly at the moment of life and death, I will be finished, so I must keep a cool head." However, theory is always easier than practice. The aggressive creature before him far exceeded his imagination, and just facing it made his mind go blank and his limbs tremble, to the point where support abilities were useless, let alone fighting back. Even at this moment, bravely turning around to flee required a tremendous amount of determination. While backing away, he slipped and fell, his face turning as pale as a sheet, and silently admired how courageously his father had faced danger. He hastily raised his trembling hands to activate his magic, continuously whispering and begging the opponent not to come closer. Suddenly, a blinding streak of light erupted from deep underground right where the beast was standing. He quickly calculated that the energy source seemed to have fully gathered, and these coordinates were also completely correct. Waiting for the once-in-a-lifetime moment, he told himself this was his only chance and shouted the attack command to activate it. The sudden turn of events left the beast bewildered and stammering, not understanding what was happening. The brilliant beam of light enveloped the ground beneath Fong Tuk's feet, and when he turned his head, Kuai Long's figure had completely disappeared. The angry monster spun around, growling and demanding to know Kuai Long's whereabouts. Lin Xiu grinned triumphantly, saying that the opponent must be very surprised, but actually they weren't the only ones who knew how to set traps and dig holes. He quickly sidestepped to dodge, suddenly realizing that there was something highly unusual about its belly. A brilliant ring of light along with an extremely overwhelming surge of energy suddenly emanated from below. In just the blink of an eye, Feng's was thrown straight into the air by that surging column of energy. That powerful impact caused it to burst through the cave ceiling and soar out into the open sky. As soon as that power faded, Feng lost its momentum and fell in a free fall. From quite a distance away, someone was using binoculars to monitor this free fall. That person quickly reported the situation to the leader, stating that a gigantic object was plunging down at the 2 o'clock position. Based on its trajectory, it was highly likely the 10-meter-tall beast the team was hunting, so they should go check it out immediately. After a heavy gasp, the longest and most difficult night of Ling Xu's 18 years finally came to an end. Ling Xu couldn't help but gape in surprise, wondering if this was the power of the ultimate verbal skill of all time. At the bottom of the deep abyss, the Q-Dragon was resting while Lin Xu and the pack of mutant dogs slowly made their way down. Dripping with sweat, the young man stroked the small mutant dog while muttering that this scene was truly indescribable. Pretending to miss a strike so the Q-Dragon would take the blow, aiming to make the opponent let down their guard. Continuously launching provocative moves to draw all of its attention to himself. Taking advantage of that opportunity, the Q-Dragon slipped below to counterattack, making Lin Xu suddenly feel like a clown who had been self-satisfied with that half-baked battle plan. The Q-Dragon scrambled up from the pile of bones, grumbling in regret that it didn't get to see him deal with Feng Xi, leaving him completely speechless. Lin Xu suddenly shuddered when recalling the breathless battle with Feng Xi. It was truly an incredibly grueling ordeal. He immediately got angry and defended himself, saying he had no other choice when facing a 5-ton monster that stood as tall as a 3-story building. With each of its steps shaking the earth, his mind was blank at the time, so being able to call for backup was already a miracle. Suddenly, the system screen flashed with notifications that the Q-Dragon had successfully devoured a mutant dog and gained 476 points, and had also eaten the entire Shanbing Zeta pocket and additional 520 evolution points. Your Q-Dragon has finished digesting the round-faced bear and gained 31 more evolution points. The devouring process is still ongoing. This made Lin Xu so angry that his head was practically steaming, and he yelled, asking why it had secretly eaten on its own and whether it had forgotten the reason they had to hide in this run-down cave. He continued to shout, reminding it that the enemies were actively searching outside and might have already gotten close, yet it was still so carefree and dismissive of its own life. However, while he was still busy nagging, Lin Xu suddenly slipped, and so, he plunged straight down to the bottom of the deep cave along with the Q-Dragon. He landed face first right in the middle of a scatter of dry bones below. The Q-Dragon continued to chew casually, staring blankly as he groaned and clutched his aching head. Suddenly, a glittering blue streak of light caught his attention. Ling Xu stared wide-eyed in amazement, silently praising its beauty. He leaned in close to get a clear look, and the Q-Dragon curiously poked its head down to look as well, wondering if this was the rumored beast crystal gem. The system quickly confirmed that it was indeed a beast crystal. Although it was only a tiny fragment, it was more than enough to help upgrade the system to level 2. Seeing the Q-Dragon's eyes suddenly light up with greed, he immediately guessed its bad intentions, hastily snatched the treasure away, shouted that this was not food but meant for upgrading the system, and quickly ordered an immediate upgrade. As soon as the system's upgrade instruction panel appeared, the user only had to place the monster's energy stone into the slot at the bottom corner of the screen to finish. Following the instructions, he placed the stone below the text, and seeing the system begin the charging process, Lam2 laughed in delight because it had accepted it. Immediately after that, a joyful notification sounded. Congratulations, Master, your Supreme Beast system has reached level 2. Congratulations, user, on successfully completing trial number 3. The corresponding reward has been sent. Please check it now. Suddenly, a backpack emerged from thin air right behind him. Once it fully took shape, it was a beautiful small light blue bag. Lam2 picked it up and examined it skeptically, wondering if this tiny bag could hold a beast, but the system immediately warned him not to underestimate it. The system further explained that if he simply stepped inside himself, he would discover a completely different world. At this moment, he was walking through the passage of the beast space, a spatial rift that could help him hide in absolute safety. Guided inside, he saw a vast space like a large room with a spacious volume of about 30 cubic meters, allowing him to store wild beasts and secret treasures without fear of being pried upon by outsiders. Hearing this, Lam2 was extremely excited about being able to hide his pet without anyone finding out. Owning such a great treasure, why bother staying in this dark cave? He snatched the grilled leg from Kuai Long's hand and invited him to go eat something tastier. A moment later, in the outside area, a short distance from the stone cave, Lam2 finally located the carcass of the wind monster. He was overjoyed to find it after it had been thrown quite a distance away. Observing the sparkling stone embedded in its belly, Lam2 wondered if this huge rock was also a beast crystal. The system confirmed it and revealed that the small fragment he had picked up earlier had broken off from this very stone. Lam2 asked in puzzlement whether this kind of energy stone usually appeared inside a beast's head, and the system proceeded to explain. Normally, that is indeed the case. However, the current situation has a very strange point. The system reminded him to look closely at the edge of the crystal, so Lam2 climbed up to examine it and noticed marks resembling medical stitches, making him suspect human intervention, though he did not yet understand the purpose. Immediately after, the system issued a notification asking him to wait a moment to update the guide of information on level 2 beasts. Thanks to its unique living habits, this wind attribute monster species had developed a very distinct form of energy. When building nests or digging burrows, they usually secrete a specific gastric fluid capable of extremely effectively sealing off and hiding ancient energy flows. In the past, there were records of people raising this beast to gather valuable energy, using them as tools to help themselves break through their power limits. He silently pondered the idea of raising beasts to use as energy containers for cultivation. At that very moment, Kuai Long poked his head out of the bag, muttering that arrogant humans always consider themselves rulers and trample on all other species. Annoyed, Lam2 pushed Kuai Long's head back into the bag, scolding him for always being meddlesome, demanding that he hide well inside and forbidding him to poke his head out unless called. He spent a few seconds in deep thought. The crucial point here was who would have the audacity to raise such a dangerous, ferocious beast. Suddenly, the system screen flashed red, warning that a massive energy source was approaching. Startled, Lam Tu realized that an enemy was coming and told himself to quickly leave the scene. As soon as the thought crossed his mind, he braced himself and leaped down from the monster's carcass. But then he suddenly froze, turning his head to look at the sparkling mass of energy, feeling it would be a pity to leave such a valuable item behind. He decided to climb back up, putting all his strength into prying the stone out, unable to help muttering curses as it was held too firmly. Even after borrowing a great amount of power from Kuai Long, he still struggled a lot just to move it slightly. Just a moment later, the steady sound of rolling wheels from afar was gradually drawing closer. That was the fleet of specialized vehicles along with the troop of the inspection team coming in force. The trio approached the corpse of the Fengxi. One of them confirmed, "Sir, it is indeed it. We can tell just by looking at that head." The commander He Kang stepped forward and instructed De Zhuang, "Take the troops to examine if this monster has any pathogens. Curly Hair, take the scanner and sweep this entire area once." The soldiers replied in unison, "Yes, sir." Hiding carefully behind the dense foliage, Lin Xiu watched while muttering, "That was a close call this time." The young man breathed a sigh of relief as he quickly snatched the spirit stone. The situation earlier was truly hanging by a thread. Gently opening his backpack, he sweated profusely looking at the harvested loot. Just because of this treasure, he had almost been forced into a direct confrontation with that squad. The system interface popped up again, reporting to Master, "It's not a loss at all. The energy in this monster stone is more than enough to help us level up 3 stages at once." Lin Xiu firmly replied, "This toy is not for you. I'm keeping it for Delane Ngok." The young man recalled the past moment, telling himself that a favor must be repaid. Thanks to her metal, he was able to enter this place, so he had to prioritize the best reward. Besides, he didn't like being indebted to that devious young lady at all. Suddenly, a shout rang out again, "Sir, we have just detected an extremely powerful exotic beast aura right around here." Lin Xiu immediately focused his attention. The soldier standing next to the Fengxi's corpse suddenly saw the entire space turn dark as a massive shadow loomed over him. It turned out to be the Fengxi. It had scrambled to its feet, the other man trembling and breathless. "A monster, it's still alive." While observing, Lin Xiu wondered, "Hey system, didn't you advertise that move to have terrifying power? Yet it still hasn't he defeated that monster?" Little dragon growled from inside the pocket, "Are you trying to look down on me?" The system calmly replied, "That skill is indeed overpowered. However, the attack just now accidentally hit the core of the spirit stone, causing it to absorb half of the damage, which is why the Fengxi managed to save its old life." On the Fengxi's side, it began to go berserk, attacking frantically. The surrounding people shouted in chaos, "Retreat quickly, get away from this place right now." The Captain He Kang still adjusted his headwear, his attitude extremely calm. What an unexpected turn of events indeed. He began to take off his coat with eyes full of murderous intent. Actually, these creatures are nothing special because both exotic beasts and energy wielders share the same essence of spiritual energy. Subordinate hurriedly spread a piece of cloth on the table, respectfully saying, "Please place your things here to keep them clean, sir." He Kang then placed his coat on it. Seeing the very familiar-looking piece of cloth, Lin Xiu suddenly felt his blood boil. "What on earth? That is literally the curtain from my house." He suddenly remembered the battle with the short-faced bear earlier and sighed, "I am dead. This time the list of reasons for my mother to scold me has grown by another page." He Kang slowly marched toward the Fengxi, muttering his philosophy. "The key point is that humans use energy to awaken abilities to pursue their passions, while you beasts only know how to use it to build up your flesh and bones." Seeing their leader planning to go one-on-one with the giant creature, the soldiers were all terrified. "Boss, please be careful. The sensors show that this monster's power is at least level 5 or above." The Fengxi also seemed to find it strange when witnessing He Kang maintaining a cold and calm expression right in front of it. He began to unleash all of his spiritual power, his bulging muscles gradually growing larger. However, in this society, there are still practical people like me who are rugged and never dream. Now his muscles had expanded to twice their original size, a man who merely applied strength to increase the toughness of his own flesh. He widened his eyes and stared straight at the creature. "Perhaps I am the most worthy opponent for the likes of you." The stat interface appeared. He Kang, male, 45 years old, awakened muscle type Akai Men, ability level reach grade a cultivation level at the late stage of Divine Mansion. Witnessing He Kang's body mutate and bulge like a bodybuilder, Lin Xiu couldn't help but be astonished. "Oh my god, what is up with that pile of muscle?" The Fengxi lowered its head to stare straight at the tiny figure below. And then it opened its huge mouth wide, intending to bite down on He Kang. He raised his arm high with absolutely no intention of dodging. He delivered a powerful uppercut, making its teeth clash painfully against each other, causing fresh blood to gush out of its mouth. The jaws of the wind breath monster froze, stuck tightly together before they could even open. Meanwhile, He Kang's other arm, bulging with muscles, exerted all his strength. With one hand, he pinned the monster's head down, and with the other, he swung a fatal blow right at the back of its neck. The victim could not fight back, only able to stare with eyes full of panic. At that exact moment, the beast's head was severed from its body and a bright red liquid splashed everywhere. With just one lightning-fast move, He Kang neatly finished off the target, slicing off the ferocious head. Hiding and watching nearby, young Lin Tu stared in amazement, not expecting everything to happen so quickly. Recalling how Kui Long had struggled to win, he thought to himself that someone who could behead a monster so effortlessly and awaken of the Divine Palace realm is truly a terrifying being. The man turned his head to look at the corpse, clicked his tongue, and advised, "Hey, don't hold a grudge in the afterlife." The monster's body convulsed on its last breath in the patchy red puddle. He casually said, "Resolving conflicts according to the opponent's rules is my final sign of respect for you." After all, this is still more glorious than being blasted to pieces by the armed army in the distance where a powerful military division is indeed on standby. From his hiding place, he listened to the soldiers reporting that there was nothing unusual around, while Kang adjusted his clothes, nodded to order the withdrawal, and tied the loot tightly onto the cart to pull back to the camp. A moment later, the severed parts of the monster's body were hurriedly transported away by the military convoy. He quietly watched the convoy move further away until it completely disappeared. Only now did he dare to breathe a sigh of relief and sit down, secretly glad that they were only targeting the wanted monster. Later, he made his way back to the monster's old lair, where Long and the mutated puppy were waiting, and cheered with relief that from now on, they could take over this place without worrying about hiding. He held up the remaining thigh bone in front of the baby dragon, telling it that this was today's eating task and it had to be completely finished, but the little dragon turned up its nose in disdain as if asking why it had to eat leftovers. He then tried hard to convince it that the rival had been captured, and this abundant food had been extremely hard to get, so they absolutely must not waste this golden opportunity to increase its strength. He bluntly stuffed the food right next to its mouth and ordered, "Chew it now." With no other choice, the dragon reluctantly took a bite. A virtual notification flashed, signaling that Long had swallowed the mutated dog whole, accumulating an additional 467 evolution points. Seeing his pet munching away, he thought he shouldn't just sit idle, so he pulled out his backpack and stuffed it with bones to stash away. Despite the system questioning what the host was planning, he calmly said he had to bring them back to store gradually because the little one couldn't finish them all in one meal. However, the control panel quickly warned that this was pet storage, not a leftover bag. Despite the warning, he eagerly gathered the bones while the baby dragon diligently stuffed its belly, causing a series of notifications to pop up continuously. Long swallowed the mutant dog, adding 420 points, devoured the mountain ice seed, increasing 480 points, digest the electric beer, gaining 26 points. The pet dragon continuously finished absorbing the spoils. By the time the little dragon was stuffed full, he had completely swept the vast lair clean, wiping his sweat while gleefully looking at the huge number of 38 points just harvested, secretly excited to see how grand the next evolution would be. He decisively ordered a full upgrade using the accumulated points, and the next moment left the mutant puppy next to him wide-eyed in shock upon seeing its companion size skyrocket unbelievably. The upgrading process was complete and the dragoness appearance had now changed spectacularly. Detailed stats showed that Long had entered adulthood, its overlord lineage ready to break through, with a muscular frame of 11.6 meters and a weight of 9.6 tons, possessing a moveset of collision, bite, tail whip, and the ultimate skill of devour, compressing destructive breath. Lamb zipped up his backpack and muttered after a hearty feast, "It's finally time to go home. Fiddling around in here for so long, it must already be dawning outside." As Long and the mutant puppies slipped into the backpack, Lamb whispered a few more words, "But before leaving, I have to finish this. Although that fat Fengxi pig was dirty, greedy, and super obnoxious, it has saved our lives 3 times here." Lamb recalled its good points, from the dirt cave it dug itself that helped the group escape a dangerous sweep, to the creation of beast crystals that helped conceal his comrades' identities. At the critical moment of life and death, it was the one who stood up to act as bait to lure the enemy in another direction. In your next life, if you reincarnate, I hope you will be able to roam freely in a vast wonderland worthy of your size. A moment later, the city sky lit up brilliantly. As soon as Lamb stepped back onto familiar ground, he stretched and breathed a sigh of relief. Finally out, the feeling of last night's tumultuous events felt as long as a century. He hesitantly looked at Langengok's medal, feeling it was a pity to return it to its owner today. He wondered if there would be another similar opportunity in the future, and if so, he hoped he would be using his own original items. Suddenly hitting upon a good idea, he decided to ask her out for a meeting this morning to return the item as soon as possible. Lamb hurriedly drafted a message to ask if she was free this morning because he had something to discuss. His heart was filled with anxiety, feeling awkward and not knowing how to start the conversation later. A flood of past memories rushed back, making Lamb think to himself that holding someone else's item meant it had to be returned sooner or later. However, confessing to keeping this item was no different from admitting he had once broken into her house. Not to mention, if she pressed him for the reason he went to that land later, how would he answer? She seemed to know that he possessed a monster, but he had no idea how much she actually knew. Lamb scratched his head and cried out, "This is indeed an inescapable mess." He sat down and held his head in anxiety. In this desperate situation, he could only rely on this gemstone, hoping that when she saw it, she would be delighted and let everything go. Suddenly, his phone vibrated to announce a message from Langengok. She agreed but added that she was busy at the sports arena this morning, so he could go directly there to meet her. In an instant, his footsteps brought him to the front gate of Thean High School No. 1. Holding the glowing stone tightly in his hand, Lamb quickly walked toward the main entrance. He walked slowly to observe his surroundings and thought to himself, this is exactly the place. He peeked inside but absolutely no one was there. Strange, this didn't look like any event was taking place. He cracked the door open, looked in, and called out, "Hey, President 2, are you there? I am here, can you come out to meet me for a moment?" However, it was pitch black inside and it didn't seem like anyone had turned on the lights beforehand. Lamb was extremely puzzled. The sun was already up outside, so why was it as dark as night inside this gymnasium? "I'm caught up in something right now, feel free to come straight inside." Upon receiving the reply, a sense of inexplicable anxiety still welled up in Lamb's heart because it was so bizarre. What kind of work could be done in such a dark place? But since he was there to apologize, he had no choice but to shrug and comply. In the end, he decided to take a step further inside. His eyes darted around constantly and he spoke up in explanation. "President, I'm inside. Your medal is indeed with me, but this is a complete misunderstanding." Suddenly, the large door behind him slammed shut with a dry thud, making him startle. Lam Tu widened his eyes, trying to look straight into the empty space ahead of him. He was startled to realize that sturdy iron frames seemed to have been set up beforehand. What on earth was this? With the surrounding darkness blurring his vision, he had to grope around with his hands in a futile search. Suddenly, rapid footsteps echoed from the corridor above. The mysterious girl looked down from the upper floor, smiled, and said, "Surprise, this pile of gifts is especially for you," leaving the young man with nothing but a forced smile. Leningok's face gradually became clear. She scowled and scolded, "You pervert who sneaks around watching people bathe, and on top of that, you are guilty of stealing medals." Lam Tu hurriedly and frantically explained, "It's not like that. This is really a huge misunderstanding. Please listen to my explanation first." However, in the blink of an eye, Leningok used her ultimate technique to snatch the item from his person, saying, "What do you mean misunderstanding?" Leaving Lam Tu astonished, who checked and realized to his dismay that the treasure had already fallen into her hands. Holding the torn piece of cloth and the medal in her hand, Leningok scrutinized them for a moment and then sharply declared, "With such clear evidence, how are you planning to deny it?" Placed in this laughable yet crying situation, Lam Tu anxiously muttered to himself, "It's that rag piece of curtain wrapping the little dragon again. At this rate, I'll be caught sooner or later." Leningok coldly continued, "As you can see, this entire arena has been tightly surrounded, so don't hope to escape like last night. Therefore, you'd better confess honestly to receive leniency." Those words made the young man gasp in shock. Sweat poured off Lam Tu as he muttered to himself that since things had come to this, he had no choice but to bite the bullet and face the consequences. Then, trying to appear polite, he sincerely apologized for taking her medal last night without permission. Offering the gemstone, he pleaded, "But actually, last night I accidentally found this giant beast crystal in the Forbidden Land, and now I present it to you to make amends." Before he could finish his sentence, Leningok immediately launched her lightning-fast attack. Without hesitation, she directly used a sharp iron bar to smash the crystal to pieces. Extremely startled, Lam Tu hurriedly looked up at the girl. The young man got a little annoyed and yelled, "Leningok, what on earth do you want to do?" Her anger not subsiding at all, Leningok indifferently replied, advising him not to change the subject, but to focus on the main topic and explain how he broke into her private chamber last night. Using her innate superpower, she manipulated all the iron stakes around her and threatened, "You'd better confess honestly. If you dare to lie even a bit, the next thing to shatter will be your head." This panicked him, and he thought to himself, is it really necessary to be so harsh? Looking at the sharp iron points hovering and about to strike, he thought to himself that he had only borrowed the medal for a moment, not committed a capital crime to the point of losing his life, and besides, how could he explain this convincingly? Lam Tu scratched his head in frustration, thinking, could he actually tell the truth that he possessed a superior training system, that the locator radar led him straight to her room, and then an ancient spirit beast carried him over the wall? Lying quietly in the backpack, the baby dragon and the mutant pets were driven crazy with rage, clamoring to rush out to teach her a lesson she would never forget, but Lam Tu hurriedly stopped them, advising them to stay quiet because this was a lecture hall. Seeing Lam Tu muttering to himself like a crazy person, Leningok wondered suspiciously, is he talking to his backpack? The confused young man scratched his head, thinking that if he released that mischievous dragon to fight here, it would blow away the entire school, yet he still hadn't thought of a better strategy. Suddenly he remembered the time in the Wind Cave. Today's beast summoning cards had all been spent on the previous battle. After muttering for a moment, an idea struck Lam Tu. Wait, there's still the spirit beast illusion, right? Leningok now waved her hand slightly to activate the sharp weapons, looking disappointed that she could no longer expect him to confess voluntarily. Lam Tu immediately took the initiative, pulled out an item, pointed it straight at her, and shouted, "Take this attack." Leningok was extremely startled when he suddenly attacked her first. A blinding flash of light shone straight towards her, leaving Leningok completely dazzled. Just as Leningok was dazed, the iron bar lost control and fell freely, giving the guy a heart-stopping scare. The young man angrily pointed straight at her face and scolded, "Leningok, how could you have the heart to attack an ordinary unawakened person? That's too much." However, in his heart he was secretly glad for his quick wit in suddenly thinking of a unique way to use the projection tube. Recalling that moment, he had hurriedly called a command requesting the system to provide the monster projection tube, but what he received instead was a warning from the server. The projection of that majestic Ku dragon had already been used since dawn. The system added information that currently only the projection of a small mutated dog was left. Below was a pack of short, mutated puppies barking noisily, and the attribute panel displayed a weight of over 100 kilograms, a height of 30 centimeters, and an E ranking. This creature might be small, but it was extremely aggressive and liked to pack. He sighed helplessly, wondering if using this puppy projection would cause his stats to plummet uncontrollably. While activating the projection device, Lam Tu smugly challenged, how can eyes accustomed to the dark withstand such a sudden, intense beam of light? Therefore, taking advantage of this moment. Yet, his inner self urged him to run for his life toward the emergency exit. He had originally only wanted to return the badge and apologize, never expecting things to get so messed up. But whatever, the task of apologizing and delivering the gifts was already completed. While rubbing her aching eyes, Leningok tried to focus on controlling the objects, secretly cursing the young man for being so devious and full of tricks. She suddenly remembered the scene of him acting weak yesterday. No wonder he patiently endured being bullied back then. While hiding his talent today, she would definitely expose his true face. His eyes lit up with hope as he looked toward the exit, despite the sharp iron bars chasing closely behind him. As long as he stepped through that gate, he would be safe. Instantly, a series of iron bars crashed down and embedded themselves right in front of the exit, forming a sturdy protective barrier. Forced to stop in his tracks, Lamtu turned his head back in resentment. Lingok immediately mobilized the nearby steel railings as well. She skillfully transformed them into a steep slide. Watching the iron bridge descend, Lamtu cried out in panic, "Don't you remember the public property protection regulations? How could you dismantle everything like this? Didn't you just punish the Tiger Claw gang yesterday?" With lightning speed, Lingok slid straight down the steel slope, making the young man shriek in amazement at this unbelievably dominant movement technique. Her iron hammer struck down with a loud crash, but by natural reflex, he quickly rolled to the side to dodge the blow. Lying flat on the ground, Lamtu retreated in panic as he saw her approaching with murderous intent. She demanded in a loud voice that if he did not confess how he broke into her room last night, he must answer who his accomplice was and which corner they were hiding in. Hearing this, he was completely bewildered, wondering about the identity of that accomplice, recalling her previous call when she had stood before him, advising him about the urgent information sent, telling him to fend for himself, and to reconnect if he could safely lead his companion out of the secret realm. Scrambling to his feet, Lamtu silently understood the situation. It turned out she didn't care at all about the swapped badge or being spied on. This entire elaborate trap was set up solely to force him to summon that giant dragon. Reflecting on the moment he first stepped into this room, indeed it was absolutely true. To deal with someone like him laying out such a grand formation was simply too ostentatious. This woman was truly incredibly cunning and calculating. Lamtu struggled to stand firm and raised the beast projection tube high, frowning in challenge that he would never let her get her wish. Seeing her opponent's stubborn and headstrong expression, Lingok thought to herself in annoyance, is he planning to use the same old trick a second time? With that, she lifted countless sharp metal bars high into the air, ready to smash them straight down onto him. In that life or death moment, Lamtu decided to project the light beam directly onto himself, and immediately the mutation symbol glowed brightly. Regardless of everything, Lingok still decisively delivered a fatal blow with the array of steel weapons. However, as quick as lightning, he transformed into the mutated puppy and leaped high into the air, making a spectacular escape. Witnessing the bizarre scene before her, Lingok's eyes widened in shock as she wondered what on earth was happening. Thanks to the extreme agility of the tiny mutated dog, Lamtu needed only a single spring of his legs to leap straight onto the second-floor balcony. Leaping onto the railing, he quickly grabbed onto the patchy wall covered in makeshift wooden boards. Lamtu braced himself, exerting all his strength to tear them down. At that very moment, Lingok waved her hand, controlling the pile of iron bars to hurtle towards him. Lamtu shrieked and lunged forward, intending to jump through the window, but that annoying window was stuck tight, infuriating him. This was bad. Why on earth wouldn't it open? Witnessing his opponent's magic circle buzzing right behind him, Lamtu was so panicked that he gritted his teeth. The critical hair-raising situation threw him into even more of a frenzy. What misery to be caught in this mess again. The glowing magic array unleashed a devastating strike right at the bullseye where Lamtu was, creating a series of deafening explosions. Seeing her opponent hit and free falling from high above, Lingok clicked her tongue in annoyance. What a pain. She frowned in deep concentration as the energy in her palm suddenly surged, causing the magic array to instantly morph and change shape. Lamtu landed with a painful, startling crash, and the backpack on his back flew off, rolling several times on the ground before finally stopping. He struggled to scramble to his feet, but while his head was still spinning, Lingok's glowing ring plunged straight down onto him. A deafening explosion echoed everywhere, bringing with it a thick cloud of dust and smoke that obscured all vision. When the disguise spell was completely dispelled, Lamtu lay in a heap, his head spinning with stars, utterly disoriented. Lingok casually approached and sneered, never expecting him to have so many tricks up his sleeve, but this time there would be no escape. Seeing her opponent's backpack a few meters away suddenly shake slightly, she grew suspicious, remembering that this was the very backpack Lamtu had been mumbling to earlier. Inside the bag, the little dragon and the minions were shouting up a storm, "Hey, wake up quickly. Let me out so I can finish her off." Reaching out her hand to pick up the backpack, Lingok wondered to herself, this item is completely different from the one he had yesterday. Could there be some huge secret hidden inside, or maybe hiding some monster? She shook her head slightly to dispel the thought. That was absurd. She had measured that huge crater to be at least 2 meters wide. How could it possibly fit into this tiny bag? The beast spirits and the little dragon crowded around anxiously, urgently prodding Lamtu, "Wake up quickly, come to your senses immediately." Coming out of his daze, Lamtu shifted slightly and mumbled, "Mom, stop hitting me, I'm up," leaving the little dragon utterly speechless. Holding his aching head, he sat up and asked himself in confusion where he was, then suddenly remembered right earlier he had used the mutated cannon clone to lure the enemy, which was why he had been chased to a dead end by this girl. Come to think of it, that clone was not only incredibly weak, but its intelligence also seemed severely diminished. He vaguely recalled being thrown down from the second floor, and then, what happened next? He suddenly gasped in shock upon discovering that Lingok was standing there closely scrutinizing every detail of his backpack. Oh no, the bag is doomed. Lamtu frantically reached out his hands, his voice trembling with panic. "That's mine, return that backpack to me right now." "Return it, forget about it," the girl said, quickly taking a few steps back to escape his reach in the blink of an eye. Lingok wore a mocking smile, "Looking at that panicked face of yours, I know I've guessed right, your accomplices are definitely hiding in here." Lamtu shrieked in warning, "Give it back, quickly. The thing in there is extremely dangerous. If I can take control, one explosion will wipe out this entire school, no joke." She turned her back, ignoring the threat. If it is that terrifying, then I must open it even more to see. Please cooperate obediently, leaving Lamb to sweating bullets because he knew she didn't believe a single word. The zipper of the bag was quickly pulled open with a swift, decisive stroke of her slender fingers. Immediately, a terrifyingly immense supernatural energy shot out from within. Lengok froze in panic, wondering what had just happened. The backpack fell to the ground with a thud, and she looked at the strange dogs aggressively crawling out. He helplessly held his head. All right, whatever you guys do, just remember to watch out for the ceiling. Seemingly unable to recover from the shock of the current situation, Lengok stammered in bewilderment, watch out for the ceiling. As soon as she finished speaking, she saw Quilong towering before her with an extremely ferocious appearance. She froze like a statue, her eyes wide as she watched the beast's drool drip onto her face. Once she regained her senses, she immediately jumped back and yelled angrily, Lamb to spill it. What on earth did you bring to school? Her friend dejectedly replied from behind the iron cage, that's a Quilong, a beast from the Pangu era, although it's still just a cub right now. Hearing this, Lengok suddenly cheered up, so it's an ancient beast. It seems your little guy found some high-quality stuff. Lamb to asked in a panic, big sister, you're not planning to fight it, are you? She jumped up with excitement, of course. How often do we get a chance to test our skills against an ancient monster like this? Lam's voice trembled with fear mixed with despair. Don't cause trouble. If anything happens, I can take responsibility. Lengok frowned and replied, no need to worry, do you think I don't know how to grow bigger? The magic array on her hands kept spinning, emitting an extremely powerful aura of killing intent around her. As her abundant spiritual energy was poured into her weapon, Lengok flashed a smug, confident smile. She directed the energy straight at her opponent, asking if this amount of power was enough to have a proper match with his pet. Lamb clung tightly to the iron bars of the cage, sweating profusely from anxiety, only able to utter a bitter curse. He quickly whispered instructions to the beast, Quilong, she is not your opponent and is not edible, absolutely no swallowing or fire-spitting moves. The beast snorted to indicate it understood, I'll go easy and only use a little bit of power. Seeing this, Lengok flew into a rage, you two are looking down on me too much. Take this blow of mine. The magnetic steel flow formed from her weapon turned into a giant fist charging straight at Quilong. In contrast to her tension, the beast only lazily opened its mouth to give a long yawn. Immediately after, Quilong gently turned around and used its tail to sweep, completely blocking the attack. The magic array shattered instantly and countless weapon fragments poured down like rain. Lamb screamed in panic, dodge quickly. If that scrap metal hits your head, it'll kill you. The beast immediately reached out its hand to protect its master. Lamb sighed in relief, Quilong, thank goodness you saved my life. The scene of destruction was full of Lengok's weapon fragments, and the thick dust made it impossible to see anything. He anxiously called out, hey Lengok, where are you? You didn't get crushed by the debris, did you? Just as he was about to shout her name, he froze in disbelief, his eyes wide with surprise at the sight before him. It turned out that the arrogant president had just been whipped away by Quilong's tail and was currently dangling from the basketball hoop. Both embarrassed and ashamed, she screamed loudly, so annoying, get me down now and tell those 3 puppies to stay away. Lamb folded his arms, watched her, and said, sure, that's simple enough. But before that, since I've answered your question, you have to answer one for me too. Why is my father's photo inside your medallion? What on earth is the connection between you two? Her head spinning from being upside down all this time, Lengok yelled furiously, you shameless rogue, who allowed you to rummage through my belongings? Lengok slowly retold the story of that year, which Lamb probably still remembered the event 7 years ago when the ancient super beast Truck Long swept through Thean High City. That monster leveled more than half of the city, leaving behind ruins engulfed in a raging sea of fire and becoming an unforgettable, terrifying memory. Her voice suddenly choked up as she recalled the moment her mother was buried under the collapsed walls of that catastrophic disaster. The memories of the past rushed back, making her tremble as she tightly held her mother's hand. She cried out, wanting to save her, but her mother only whispered, urging her to run away quickly. Leave me and run, my child, she waved her hand to urge, while the sobbing little girl decided she would rather stay with her mother than go anywhere alone. In the far distance was the frantic roaring of the evil beast, bringing waves of powerful tremors that made the ground beneath her feet shake continuously. Her mother used her last remaining strength to shout at her to run, but the little girl still held her tightly, determined to live and die with her mother. The poor child back then could only close her eyes tightly and beg for a miracle in helplessness, secretly wishing for a savior to appear and rescue them. Unexpectedly, her prayer was answered when a figure suddenly rushed in, immediately delivering a punch of unparalleled thunderous power. The impact shook the entire sky as the steel fist struck the monster's flesh, creating a storm wind that swept away all the rubble and sand. The silhouette of a brave man came into Lengok's sight. That majestic figure exuded the powerful aura of a true warrior. The master turned around, gave a warm smile, and gave her a thumbs up as if to praise the little girl for being very resilient. The little girl, her face smeared with tears, stood in a daze following that great back with boundless admiration for his invincible strength. Returning to the present, Lengok hesitated for a moment and then continued, thanks to that legendary punch, my mother and I escaped death. Upon hearing this, Lamb beamed with joy. I knew my dad would never cowardly run away. He even gave that monster a super cool punch. The girl frowned slightly and then clenched her fist. Indeed, I have always harbored the hope that one day I would possess such destructive power. However, my years of hard training are still nothing compared to a newly grown creature, she sighed, thinking of the match just now. With just a simple sweep of its tail, my entire protective array and the treasures I had accumulated for so long shattered into 100 pieces. The atmosphere suddenly fell into silence. Neither of them said another word. Only a moment later did Gok speak to break the silence. Where do you usually keep that little guy? Surely you don't just make him hide in that backpack forever. The young man scratched his head in embarrassment because he could not reveal that the little dragon had just appeared yesterday, so he had to nod and give a vague answer to brush it off. She turned to look at the demon dragon and excitedly invited him to her house to train together every day, but the dragon only glanced sideways, showing he had no interest in being a punching bag. Determined not to give up, she continued her attempt to entice him by boasting about her family background of owning a vast wonderland filled with delicious food. Hearing about eating to his heart's content, the dragon immediately changed his mind in a flash and jumped up, nodding in eager agreement with excitement. Standing behind, Lamtu stomped his feet in anger and complained, "Hey, you can openly entice someone else's pet right in front of their owner like that." Gok gave an apologetic laugh. "I was so careless, I almost forgot you. Actually, I'd be more than happy to welcome you to come over and play as well." The young man pointed to his own nose in disbelief, "Inviting me too? What do you mean by that?" And suddenly his mind started to wander, making him cough dryly a few times. To cover his embarrassment, he quickly changed the subject to ask about his father's whereabouts back then, but his friend could only shake her head sadly and helplessly, as she did not know the outcome. "At that time, my mother and I had already been safely rescued by the rescue team. Tragically, the wound was too deep and took my mother's life early. From then on, I was taken into the protective embrace of my current adoptive father. Later, when my father took me to the ceremony honoring him with a competition flag, I was stunned to learn his real name was Lam Longtun, along with some rather unpleasant rumors." Lamtu suddenly rummaged through his old memories and laughed to himself, but on closer reflection those ridiculous rumors seemed to make no sense. According to Gok's memory, countless people had clearly witnessed the epic battle between her father and Truck Long, so why those malicious slanders could still spread so freely was a mystery. Seeing him dazed as if he had lost his soul, Gok shook him gently. "What are you daydreaming about? Wake up. The most dramatic part of today is only just beginning." Uncle Lam's whereabouts remain a mystery, so I sadly returned to the old, ruined house to reminisce about the past, only to unexpectedly find something there. At that moment, she whispered to herself that this was clearly the medal of honor Uncle Lam always carried with him. Could he have met with misfortune? That was impossible, for he was extremely strong. Lamtu suddenly became extremely tense and urgently pressed. So was there anything else left at the scene at that time? Just then, the notification device rang out loudly, warning that a mysterious energy fluctuation had been detected nearby, and he started in surprise upon seeing the bright red danger signal. Gok was rummaging through her pocket to give him something, but Lamtu quickly signaled her to stop. "Something's happening. Quick, activate the monster detector for me." Staring at the screen, he was a bit fed up because the flashing light signal was only as small as a minor mutated pup. This device was indeed getting worse at overreacting. But wait, the tracking point showed the stranger had already sneaked into the arena. They were even standing right behind his neck, and the machine responded, "Correct, the target is closing in from behind, but they are invisible and cannot be seen. Even so, how could such a stealth trick bypass my ultrasensitive scanner?" The automated mechanism immediately returned the target analysis. It was an evil eye, a combat-class creature capable of dividing its body hermaphroditic and transmitting signals via energy waves. The three mutated dogs suddenly growled and barked loudly at the empty space. Lamtu astutely realized that they sensed the presence of the invisible intruder thanks to their keen canine senses. He laughed triumphantly in his head. This time, the intruder had run into their ultimate nemesis. Lamtu immediately pointed and ordered his pets to sniff out and drag the intruder out for him. Gok stood by in bewilderment, asking what was going on, but Lamtu gently raised his hand to signal silence and said, "There's an invisible thief lurking around here. Just stand still and watch me show off my skills." Mentioning this, an idea popped into his head. How could he be so absent-minded? Wasn't there an expert in laying inescapable nets right next to him? Yet he had completely forgotten. He quickly proposed, "President, please help me set up 4 sturdy, 3-meter-high iron cages at the 4 corners of this arena, and remember to leave an open entrance." Hearing this, she was extremely surprised, even though she hadn't yet grasped the situation, but she ultimately followed his instructions quickly. Pointing towards the newly erected iron cages, Lamtu gave a commanding order, "Hurry up," and hurried that hidden monster into the trap. The 3 dogs immediately sprang forward eagerly, and as soon as he saw them stop in unison to trap it, he quickly urged, "Right now, slam the cage door shut." A deafening crash echoed across the stands as the thick iron door slammed down, locking the target indecisively. The bizarre creature finally had to reveal itself when one of the dogs pounced and bit it. Lamtu gasped in surprise. This monster really looks like a mobile recording camera. The analysis further showed that its appearance was not deceiving anyone because its functions were exactly the same. The 2 split parts of this entity communicated via special spiritual energy wave capable of crossing all boundaries of the secret realm. For this reason, in many places, people often turn this creature into eyes and ears for interdimensional secret filming. Lamtu frowned and pondered, "So someone is secretly watching us, and they appeared right when my father's medal was mentioned. How could this be a coincidence?" He smirked with a cold laugh, "But to dare use a mutated beast to spy on a taming expert like me, whoever the mastermind is, they are only bringing disaster upon themselves." Gok quickly pulled out her phone to turn on the camera mode. "Oh, so this is that mysterious creature. Let me save a photo first. Until now, I've only seen them in my father's books, never with my own eyes in real life like this." After snapping the photo, she immediately sent it to the group chat to see if any experts could identify this strange thing, not forgetting to tag a few close friends to join the discussion. Less than 5 seconds later, the phone rang loudly. Gok answered it radiantly. "Yes, that's the very monster. Don't wonder how I caught it yet. I'm just trying to find the mastermind who sent it here." Lin Tu thoughtfully stared at the keychain dangling from his phone, thinking to himself that this necklace might also be a gift from his dad. Dad, how could you sew a doll that looks this terribly ugly? Childhood memories flooded back. He remembered the image of his father meticulously sewing a teddy bear while affectionately saying, "Look at how brave this supergiant monster is. I am giving it to you in the hope that no matter what hardships you face in the future, you will march forward proudly without the slightest hesitation or fear." Just as his thoughts ended, Lin Tu's eyes suddenly became sharp. "Dad, look at me now. I am already the ruler of the Beast Kingdom, and even cooler than the monster from back then." He silently asked the system how many slots were left in his taming skill slots, and the notification immediately replied that after the upgrade, the host owned a maximum of 7 slots, and currently 3 were still empty. At the end of the long phone conversation, Ling Gok suddenly looked hesitant and asked again if the implementation was really that difficult. The voice on the other end of the line slowly analyzed. "First, we must determine the exact location of the part emitting the flow of spiritual energy waves. Next is to gather all the radiating energy waves and only then put them into specialized machinery to dissect and process the data." She leaned close to his ear and whispered, "Look, there seems to be no way out. Even though it sounds reasonable in theory, putting it into practice is extremely complicated, and the chance of victory is very slim." Lin Tu grinned cheerfully, tightly clutching the bizarre evil eye, and said, "Don't worry, I've already settled everything smoothly." At that very moment, in the remote base deep in the thick forest, Kalavika's figure was hovering and fluttering in the vast sky. Just pushing open the door and entering the room, she hurriedly reported, "Professor Sai, the Countermeasure Bureau has sent Feng Sai, but unfortunately, the precious core has been snatched by someone else." Professor Xai's questioning voice rang out, "But why do you care so much? We don't have just this single project. Come over here and look at this to see if you recognize its lineage." Perching on the windy windowsill, Kalavika immediately spread her elegant wings and gently glided downward. Glancing at the figure of Kui Long displayed on the large screen, she asked in astonishment where this monster came from. Saimu then explained that this morning the evil eye sent into the A86 secret realm had completely disconnected, and these were the last images transmitted back. Feng's couldn't have been detected that easily. The creature the Countermeasure Bureau is closely monitoring is definitely it, but looking at that massive size, it must weigh at least 10 tons. Unless the Countermeasure Bureau was so foolish as to provide incorrect figures for this crucial data, it means it only took one night to jump from a few tons to that terrifying weight. Kalavika couldn't believe her eyes and cried out, "How could there be such an absurd thing?" He slowly turned on his heel toward his test specimen and whispered a count: 1, 2, 3, 4. All the squirming tentacles with eyeballs attached to the monster were quickly and decisively ripped off by Professor Sai. The pile of tentacles fell to the ground, wriggled, and turned into several small evil eyes. He waved his hand, ordering them to quickly follow that monster to gather all its secrets. Suddenly, the central screen flashed repeatedly and then live-streamed Lin Tu's face. Kalavika cried out, calling for Professor Xai to look, as the evil eye device had suddenly and automatically established a miraculous 3D holographic call. He spoke hesitantly, mixed with infinite curiosity. "Oh, it turns out this transmission actually works." Ling Engok stood by, anxiously advising Lin Tu to stop messing around before he brought disaster upon himself. Staring at the two strangers, Zaimu and Kalavika, opposite him, Lin Tu scratched his head in confusion, wondering if this was a masquerade. Kalavika was frantically worried that the system had been hacked when the screen was connected directly to the monster. He asked bluntly in a stern voice, "Are you two the culprits who sent the evil eye to tail us?" Hearing this, Zaimu only sneered, "Evil eye. So it turns out you've captured it. Your ability is indeed quite impressive." Lin Tu pointed directly at the other's face, warning them not to try to dodge the question. "Ultimately, what is the reason you've been tailing us so persistently?" Professor Xai casually expressed his true intention. "Personally, I simply want to propose a lucrative business collaboration with you." Feeling extremely puzzled and not at all interested in the proposal, he narrowed his eyes slightly to see what kind of trade it was. He immediately displayed a photo of Kui Long and expressed his wish for him to bring this beast here to serve the purpose of collecting its genetic sample. Pointing a finger at his own chest, Lin Tu laughed in bewilderment at that unimaginable request, "Handing over its genes to you so easily. On what authority?" Xaimu did not explain much but simply pressed a button to send another mysterious picture, making him freeze in question. He then calmly said that about 4,000 nautical miles from Shanghai City, there is a desolate island named Abyss Island. These were the footages from over 60 years ago sent back from Abyss Island by the lucky survivors of the Human Parliament survey team. This single beast alone was enough to wipe out all 3 elite research teams. To get hold of precious data about it, I spent 12 long years dedicating myself to research on that Abyss Island, only to bitterly realize it had vanished from the island 20 years ago. Even in my wildest dreams, I never expected to encounter an identical version today right in the heart of Shanghai City. Placing the photo of the Kui Long next to that strange creature for comparison, Lam Tu could not help but be stunned by their astonishing similarity. Observing the changing expressions of the young man, Tayatmuk smirked with self-satisfaction. With an extremely enthusiastic tone, he shared that he had spent his whole life collecting tens of thousands of strange creatures just to build a sanctuary for beasts. "However, my fortune is nothing compared to what you possess. I only want to ask for some genes and will definitely compensate you worthily, even offering some extremely hot news if you agree." Lam Tu silently assessed that these monsters' bodies were all implanted with spirit-absorbing crystals similar to Feng Six, and such a cruel method made the man in front of him look no different from a disgusting parasite. The young man calmly asked what the other party intended to exchange, making Len Ngok, who stood beside him, call his name in a low, worried voice as a warning. Taitmuk immediately showed a photo of the young man's father, claiming that he knew Lam Tu's background and valuable clues about his missing father, Lam Longtun. 20 years ago, when the beasts of Kukyun Island suddenly vanished, your father also moved to Thean High, and it is a coincidence that you currently own a creature identical to the one that went missing back then. All clues point straight to that mysterious island, and are by no means a coincidence, he coaxed and pressured at the same time, while revealing that he held the survey records of Kukyun Island from 2 decades ago. The provocative proposal for cooperation left Lam Tu in a state of silent contemplation. He told himself that this sequence of strange events indeed went far beyond the limits of ordinary coincidences. Seeing her companion's pensive expression, Len Engok anxiously pulled his hand and told him not to fall into the trap, as she had just realized that Taitmuk was the infamous mad scientist in the biochemistry industry. Because he engaged in forbidden experiments such as modifying human bodies or breeding monsters, this person had been put on the special wanted list by the authorities. The electronic analysis screen displayed a portrait of Taitmuk, a 40-year-old middle-aged man possessing an S-class strange gate surgical ability of the spirit aperture realm while he was still waiting for a response. Impatient with her companion's silence, the young girl gave him a hard slap to wake him up. He smiled reassuringly, saying that he was not foolish enough to shake hands with this eccentric old man, not to mention that if they could just snatch the item directly, there was no need to negotiate, leaving Len Gok stunned in surprise. Stealing. Lam Tu nodded slightly and immediately ordered the Big Eye Guardians from number 2 to number 5 to launch a simultaneous attack. The scientist muttered in doubt, thinking that this kid should only possess a single Big Eye specimen. Before he could react, the storage device in his hand was snatched away by a mysterious force and flew out the door like an arrow, leaving the assistant beside him staring blankly after it. The female assistant immediately gave chase and frantically reported that they had fallen into a trap, unsure of what magic the opponent used to manipulate both the female specimen and the 4 newly selected samples. Taitmuk only clicked his tongue in disdain, saying there was nothing to worry about, and coldly pressed a button on his handheld remote control. The beast's single eyeball suddenly bulged out completely, covered with bloodshot veins that looked extremely terrifying. Right after a dry explosion sounded, the creature's body shattered into 100 pieces in an instant. The mad scientist laughed coldly, believing that destroying the female specimen would be even easier. On Lam Tu's side, the little beast suddenly writhed and struggled in intense pain, causing the screen signal to flicker repeatedly and making him extremely anxious as he asked about its condition. Holding his pet tightly in his arms, Lam Tu roared in anger, asking what dirty trick the old man had played, while Taitmuk silently criticized the name Female Big Eye for sounding so outdated. He casually replied, "Since you have the ability to incite my lackeys to rebel, could it be that you can guess the method I use to control them? My strange gate surgical ability allows me to freely dissect or transplant any biological parts, which makes it easy for me to insert a microcontrol chip straight into the core crystal of these monsters. With that smart chip, I have more than enough power to activate the energy core to drain their spiritual energy from afar, determine their evolutionary process, or simply release electricity to roast those who do not obey." Saimu dealt a thunderous slap to the poor evil eye he was scrutinizing, which seemed like a joke at this moment. The impact caused the crystal to instantly release a massive burst of energy. Have you ever seen a fully inflated balloon about to burst? Witnessing the evil eye twitching violently in pain, Lin Xiu could not contain his anger and shouted, "Stop it right now." He flashed an extremely cunning smile and said that if he wanted him to stop, it was too simple. Why didn't he proactively give up control of it? He frowned slightly with an expression full of confusion mixed with helplessness. Unfortunately, he only knew how to subdue it and had no idea how to return it. The pupils of the evil eye monster dilated abnormally and its entire body kept twitching violently. Saimu's laughter echoed again, urging him to quickly reconsider whether he wanted to join hands and act together. He only had a few short seconds before that treacherous creature drew its last breath in this place. He roughly raised his foot and crushed the poor evil eye to pieces. Once the connection was severed, he would completely lose the ability to interact with or command the male evil eye on this side. Saimu suddenly laughed out loud upon seeing that the energy transmission from the female was completely cut off. All the males would immediately be exposed. Kalavika eagerly chased the evil eye hiding in its nest in an attempt to corner it. Lin Xiu's facial muscles gradually relaxed and he lowered his voice. "Fine, I agree, I understand your demand." The young man paused for a beat, took a deep breath, and decisively gave his answer that he did not agree. "Even if I never see my father's face in this lifetime, I will never stand on the same side as a freak like you who treats monsters like garbage." Standing beside him, Ling Yu wondered, do monsters have human nature too? Lin Xiu brought his furious face close to the camera, emphasizing that he should never hope to get Kuilong's genome, and he shouldn't even dream of touching this evil eye. Ling Yu frantically tried to stop him, telling Lin Xiu to calm down because the opponent before them was only a hologram. He was so angry he wanted to charge straight into the projection, telling himself that even if he couldn't give the guy a good beating, he should at least spit in his face to vent his frustration. Witnessing the two tussling back and forth, Kuilong curiously stepped forward and mimicked Lin Xiu's angry expression to intimidate the opponent, making both of them startle and ask what it was trying to do. Its sharp gaze was directed straight at Saimu, making him shudder with a brief sense of unease. Kalavika panicked, her instinctive fear making her tremble violently as she muttered a curse at the bizarre thing in front of her. Kalavika asked herself if this was the legendary creature of the silent polar island that the professor had long dreamed of. Even though it was just a projection, its power was still terrifying. At this moment, Kuilong spoke in a cold voice, criticizing the arrogant person who looked down on all species. After a moment of astonishment, Saimu became extremely excited, praising it as the super beast he had spent 12 long years hunting for. He stretched out his hand towards the screen defiantly, asking if it wanted to tear him apart and challenging it to come forward. It glared at him with contempt, asserting that no one would deign to touch a filthy man like him, but it would make him taste the destructive power of a wild beast. Kui Long let out an earth-shaking roar. Even though it was only through the television screen, both Sai Mu and Kalavika covered their ears in sheer terror. On Lin Xia's side, the situation was no better as the furious sound from the beast kept echoing in an ear-splitting manner. Lin Xiu covered one ear with one hand and waved frantically with the other, advising Kui Long to stop roaring because being angry through the screen solved nothing, when suddenly Ling Yu cried out in surprise and told him to look closely. Sai Mu grew even more crazed upon hearing this, marveling at the majestic stature and the powerful roar that resembled a dignified emperor, indeed a perfect masterpiece. Right then behind him, a creature lying deep inside the experimental glass chamber suddenly moved and slowly parted its eyelids. Followed by a series of other specimens beginning to wake, and Lin Xiu secretly trembled, wondering if those monsters were responding to Kui Long's call. One shout is answered by 10,000. Could this be the summoning call from the kingdom of the Monster King? Lingok whispered that it was a trick of spiritual energy. The Kui dragon borrowed energy waves from the evil eye to pump a large amount of power directly to the other side. He suddenly realized that the male evil eye and the original body were sending secret letters to each other via energy waves. No wonder they could withstand this terrifying source of power. Look, the evil eye next to Professor Tide is waving its tentacles to remove the chains binding its body. Lengok asserted that thanks to consuming the nutritious source from the Kui dragon, the cowardly monsters in the laboratory suddenly became energetic again. The creature in the test tube suddenly went wild, repeatedly ramming its head, causing the protective glass to start cracking. At this moment, Professor Tite still leisurely nodded in praise. What a unique idea! I indeed did not misjudge this pet of mine. That monster kept struggling relentlessly to escape, and water from the cracks in the glass jar kept leaking out faster and faster. After a deafening explosion, the holding chamber shattered to free the prisoner, and a spine-chilling roar echoed, making everyone's hair stand on end. As soon as Kalavika looked up, she was so frightened that her eyes widened and her pupils contracted in terror. She screamed to warn Professor Tite to watch out, as a flash of light flared up, followed by a dark shadow gliding past incredibly fast, and fresh blood immediately squirted out in torrents. In a critical, hair-raising moment, Kalavika grabbed Professor Tite and pulled him high into the air, but unfortunately she was a step too late and half of his body had already been swallowed by the monster. Lam Tu stood frozen in place when he saw that bloody scene. Suddenly, a slender hand covered his eyes and Ling Gok gently whispered in his ear, "This is not a scene for children to watch." She loudly instructed the big-eyed kid No. 3 to take advantage of the chaos to slip over here quickly, and Lam Tu smiled and added, "Just listen to her, kiddo." The navigation map from the system was immediately transmitted to the big-eyed kid, who hurriedly hugged the data storage device tightly. Then it excitedly flapped its wings and flew off, merging into the wave of monsters that were escaping in droves. The female evil eye stared intently at the receding figure, her tentacles still continuously tearing off the troublesome chains around her. Once freed from the shackles, she breathed a sigh of relief, while Kalavika looked around the ruins and hesitantly asked Professor Tite whether they should pursue the male evil eye that had run off with the pile of data. Professor Tite indifferently replied, "No need to worry, once I've set my sights on it, there is nowhere to run, the plan has already been made." Kalavika lowered her head to apologize. "I'm sorry, Professor, it's my carelessness that made us lose the treasure you took so much trouble to raise for so long." The professor interrupted, saying it was fine. Even though the gaping wound looked gruesome, his face remained completely calm as if he felt nothing. Pointing to the corner of the room where his lower body lay motionless, he coldly ordered them to crawl back to him on their own. Upon receiving the signal, the swarm of insects crawling on the severed body part suddenly began to wriggle violently. The first baby monster chewed through its cocoon and emerged in a bizarre form, looking absolutely terrifying. Next came the second, the third, and then a whole crowd poured out, crawling in a long line toward their master. Those tiny creatures quickly filled the missing gap on the professor's body. Looking at his rapidly regenerating flesh, he laughed softly and said, "This tiny injury is nothing. In return, we have secured all the information about the super beast on Kukyan Island. Compared to that ultimate monster, the trinket toys I've erased for so long are only good as stepping stones." Hearing that, Kalavika gave a soft snort. Soon, the man's body had returned to its original state. Once everything was done, he invited her in. Kalavika asked in bewilderment, "But Professor, that boy has stolen your long-term research documents on the Quiet Pole Island." The old man calmly replied, "Letting him take it also fine. Those papers are like bait to help us track down that kid's whereabouts. Besides, that remote Quiet Pole Island is no longer a place where ordinary mortals can casually venture to." At that very moment, Lambda's voice cried out in panic, calling his companioness named Kuai Long. "Oh, Kuai Long. Hey partner, what's wrong with you?" Witnessing his closely bound spirit beast lying motionless on the ground, the young man was in a frenzy, not knowing what to do. He quickly accessed the electronic interface and demanded, "Where is the system? Quickly explain what is happening to Kui Long." The device remained silent without any response. He grumbled in frustration, what a piece of useless technology, always malfunctioning at the most critical moment. Looking up at Lingok, Lam Tu urgently pleaded for help. "President Tu, please help me check on him." Just as the conversation ended, he collapsed like this. Could it be that the other guy did something to harm him? The girl examined him carefully for a while and then asserted, "The little dragoness condition probably has nothing to do with that guy. This is clearly a sign of soul energy congestion." The young man, still bewildered and not understanding a thing, could only exclaim instinctively, "What do you mean by spiritual energy and suffocation?" She nodded gently in confirmation, "That is exactly it." Lam Tu sat down next to it and brought his lips close to the spirit beast's head. Since we are out of options, I have to resort to a last resort. Let me give you rescue breathing. Seeing this, Ling Gok could only sigh in exasperation and told him to stop immediately. I said there is a shortage of the world's essence. I didn't say it was suffocating to death, so why are you trying to kiss it? This phenomenon occurs when awakened ones use too much special power on this planet. If the energy is depleted and not replenished in time, it causes symptoms of exhaustion as if they are out of breath because the environment around here is extremely poor in spiritual energy and fluctuates irregularly, making it impossible to recharge the host in time. Furthermore, the burden that beasts must carry is even more terrible than that of humans because every inch of their flesh is molded from the fusion of blood and magic power, and even maintaining basic life requires relying on that energy source. So its recent display of power was like digging its own grave. Imagine being on a high mountain peak lacking oxygen and yet running strenuously. The young man stood up awkwardly, explaining that he had never heard of this before, while Ling Gok pensively sensed the surroundings but could not find even a trace of natural power nearby. After a moment of thought, she made an insightful judgment. Even so, that dragon must have fully understood the rules of the game but still chose to take the risk anyway. Hearing this, he gasped in shock, knowing the danger and still doing it. I didn't expect him to dare to gamble his own life like that. The beautiful woman gently advised him to worry less. Fortunately, the current situation is still under control. She took a small vial of essence from her bag and explained that it was a backup medicine that could suppress the turbulence of the spiritual energy flow in the body, allowing the energy to condense and accumulate within. Take it and let him try it to see how it goes. He took it, carefully administered the medicine to his partner, and expressed his gratitude. Thank you so much. Come to think of it, I've been bothering you for help these past few days. In his heart, he was full of doubts about how someone who had not yet realized the natural power source could possess such strange strength. What could be the secret behind it? From the other side of the door frame, a huge eye suddenly peeked out, looking around warily as if scouting the situation inside the room. It turned out to be the demon eye. After observing that it was safe, it quickly slipped inside without any hesitation. As soon as she saw the familiar figure, she cried out in delight. It turns out our pack of demon eye minions has returned. Holding the data transmitting UST from its hand, she said excitedly, look, the confidential documents about the Quiet Pole Island are now firmly in our hands. This time is a real windfall. The demon eyes clung close to each other without parting. Although they could not speak human language, their intimate gestures proved that the bond between them was extremely deep. The young man looked around to count them and then hesitantly asked to be sure, so only 2 of them have returned so far. Thinking back to the scene of being relentlessly pursued by Kalavika earlier, he couldn't help but worry about whether the fate of the remaining 2 teammates had fallen into dire straits. The woman didn't bother to reply but was solely engrossed in reviewing the data. She asserted that this was a resounding victory for the entire team, while Lam Tu received the item, his heart still filled with skepticism about that concept of success. Having just stolen the items when they were careless to escape, and yet still suffering heavy losses, after saying that he released his grip on the USP. Following that momentum, the item fell freely to the floor and shattered into pieces, creating a dry and ear-piercing sound. Ling Gok was stunned and asked Lam Tu what on earth he was doing. Since it took so much effort to get these documents, didn't he intend to find the truth about his father's disappearance? Lam Tu's expression darkened slightly as he thought this operation had only gone smoothly due to luck. The opponent wouldn't lose their life so easily, and someone who understood beasts so well would definitely reappear soon. Who knows, maybe this USP containing the documents was just the prelude to a deep plan that he had painstakingly prepared. He looked intently at his palm and then spoke, expressing his opinion very bluntly. Suppose we weren't lucky today and had to face them head-on or fell into a dire situation, it would be hard for us to win. I can let my beast take risks. They trusted me with their very lives to help me complete the mission, so I have the responsibility to protect them well. Lam Tu gently patted Kuai Long's head, adding that as for this kind of information, once he was strong enough he would retrieve it himself. Ling Gok was dazed, wondering what kind of shock he had suffered last night. Just yesterday he was being bullied to the point that he could only scream stubbornly. While fumbling for something in her bag, she muttered, it seems that right now he is also worth putting some expectations on. Ling Gok called out, and when Lam Tu came over she pulled out a small piece of paper to hand to him. Holding the paper before even seeing it clearly, he asked in surprise, do you love yourself so much that you re-handing out flyers with your own picture printed on them all over the street? She didn't bother to argue and simply explained gently, this is information for the selection of members for the Great Arts Association, which lists all the requirements to battle together in the secret realm. Ling Gok advised him to consider taking the exam for the Great Arts Association, saying that whatever he did in the future, he would have to enter the secret realm, and having a badge to back him up would make things easier. The exam was next month, so there was still time to prepare. Lam Tu pondered. That badge was indeed a treasure, but the problem was that he had not yet truly awakened his power. Just then, his collar was suddenly grabbed and yanked upward. Kuai Long frowned and declared that he would take the exam. I've decided, to which Lam Tu shouted in a panic, hey friend, don't make decisions so arbitrarily. Pouting, it said, you've been as cowardly as a rabbit this whole time. If we meet anyone in our way, I'll just devour them. He tried to break free, saying it's not that easy, and besides, you seem to be smoking. Kuai Long showed a rare look of panic with wide open eyes, and Lam Tu, worried sick, urged him to lie down and rest immediately because the smoke was rising more and more. Boss Tu, what is wrong with Kuai Long? Ling Gok reassured him that the medicine was taking effect, causing the spiritual energy accumulated in its body to start condensing. Seeing Kuai Long shrink, Lam Tu cried out in alarm, "Gok, did you lend me the APS 4069 shrinking pill?" About 2 months later, right in the middle of the harsh midday sun, Lam Tu's startled scream was loud enough to wake the entire building. He babbled frantically without stopping because today the results of the first subject of the Great Arts Association exam were out, which was indeed driving him crazy with anxiety. Suddenly remembering something, Lam Tu wondered why Kuai Long hadn't he received a phone notification about his test results yet. Being ignored, Lam Tu felt a bit annoyed. He called Kuai Long's name loudly and wondered to himself what on earth had happened this morning. Kuai Long turned around, but only to borrow the phone to look things up, leaving Lam Tu to wonder with suspicion whether even after 2 months, he was still harboring intentions toward that island. On Kuai Long's part, he just kept tapping on the device while murmuring to himself, "So that's how it is, then there is only one way left to resolve this." Seeing that serious look, Lam Tu couldn't help but be curious about what the other had found, while Kuai Long remained extremely focused on going all out against them. Stepping closer, only to see there were no documents at all, which made Lam Tu fly into a rage. "My goodness, it turns out you are playing a game." But then he also got so absorbed in the game that he felt regret for the opponent's outcome. Just at that moment, in his haste, Kuai Long accidentally let it slip that this was actually his 26th consecutive loss, driving Lin Xiu crazy as he shouted out, "So it turns out you've spent the entire morning just glued to playing games." Seeing the mythical beast spitting fire sizzling onto the screen, Lin Xiu helplessly scratched his head and lamented to the heavens, "If you play terribly and can win, at least done take your anger out on my precious phone." Yet Kuai Long still smugly puffed his chest out and gave a thumbs up, claiming it was a real demonstration of the power of his explosive breath move. In reality, he was just making excuses about using virtual battles to train his practical skills, leaving Lin Xiu utterly speechless at this peak level of deceptiveness. Unable to stand that shamelessness any longer, Lin Xiu rushed over to grab him by the collar and roared, "Stop showing off there and give me back my phone right now." Right at that incredibly tense moment, the sound of hurried footsteps from the hallway suddenly echoed closer and closer. The room door was kicked wide open with a violent kick, and his mother stood outside shouting, "Lin Xiu, you brat, why are you bullying little Kuai Long like that?" Leaving the poor son with no choice but to sigh and wonder, "Why did you enter my room without even knocking, Mom?" Hearing her son ask, his mother pouted disdainfully and said, "Knock your head. I didn't even come in here to look for you, so why would I knock?" Saying this, she immediately placed a huge tray of grilled skewers in front of the little dragon, while gently telling him to ignore that unfilial son and focus on eating his fill, since this was freshly grilled meat she had made with her own hands. This blatant favoritism made Lin Qi's eyes turn red with envy. "Mom, you're treating me so unfairly. Your biological son hasn't had a single grain of rice since this morning." But his mother still ignored his complaints and retorted, "What favoritism? Didn't you yourself say that Kuai Long is at a growing age and needs lots of nourishment?" Fortunately, his mother still showed a shred of maternal love by handing him a few bites to tide him over. "Take these 2 skewers and this piece of bread to eat for now, you'll have lunch later." But having grown so used to this discrimination, Lin Xiu skeptically asked what was for lunch, to which his mother flatly replied that there were still some leftovers from last night, which she would just heat up in a bit. Lin Xiu grimaced as he gnawed on the bone-dry piece of bread like those overly dramatic videos online and asked curiously, "Why does Kuai Long get to eat delicious meat while your own biological son only gets leftovers and dry bread?" To which his mother immediately snapped back, "Then why don't you look at yourself? Others study hard all day long while you do nothing but laze around." At this point, Lin Xiu could no longer take it. Oh my goodness, he was clearly glued to playing mobile games. What kind of studying is that? But that dragon was smart enough to act even more dramatically, making his mother believe him completely. "Look at that, you were lazy to the bone and won't admit it, and now you're even falsely accusing your classmate." Lin Xiu felt increasingly astonished by this perfect chemistry and exclaimed, "I don't even know when the two of you learned to coordinate with each other so well." Even so, reflecting on it, his eyes welled up with emotion. At first, he had been afraid his mother would reject Kuai Long, but who would have thought that he himself would now be the unwanted stepchild thrown in as a freebie? Seeing her son whimpering, she immediately threw cold water on his dramatics and said, "Stop whining and complaining. In the end, how were your exam results this time? Have the scores come out yet?" Lin Xiu honestly reported, "I still don't know yet. I heard the scores would be announced this morning, but it's already past 10 and no one has called to let me know." Unexpectedly, that answer infuriated his mother with her reprimanding words cutting like daggers into Lin Xiu's heart. "Look at yourself. Out of nowhere you demanded to take some exam and I went along with it. You understand our family's financial situation well enough to pay exam fees. I had to empty every single cent of the savings meant to buy a house and get you a wife later. If you fail this time, mentally prepare yourself to be single for the rest of your life, my son." At that very tense moment, a frantic knocking on the door sounded from outside, causing all 3 people in the room to freeze in surprise. Thinking it was some stranger, it turned out to be Ling Yu pushing the door open and rushing into the house. "Ling Su, are you home? The results for the first subject are out. I've been calling you all morning until my phone almost burned up, but you wouldn't pick up, so I had to make the long trip all the way here to bring you the good news." Hearing this, Ling Xiu immediately guessed the culprit behind it. He turned to glare and whispered to Kuai Long, "Did you secretly turn off my phone, huh?" Looking at Kuai Long's extremely awkward attempt to play innocent, he knew beyond a shadow of a doubt that the culprit was indeed him. Suddenly recalling the little dragon's previous grand promise, Lin Xiu gently reminded him, "Didn't you tell me before to just focus on the exams with peace of mind, and that you would step up to shoulder whatever storms came our way?" And yet back then I was so gullible to believe those sweet words. What a waste that I thought of you as a reliable support, and was even so touched that I almost cried. But now he just wanted to strangle him out of spite for his blatant deception. Seeing her son make a move, his mother quickly intervened and scolded, "We have a guest visiting and you dare to act so rudely. You've got some nerve today, haven't you?" The main door suddenly slammed shut, leaving Ling Yu wondering in bewilderment, did I happen to come at the wrong time? Once she had finished dealing with those two troublemakers, the mother smugly raised her voice, "You think a few silly tricks like this can fool me?" Yet in the very next second, she did a complete about-face, putting on a bright, joyful smile as she opened the door to welcome her friend. "Oh my, isn't he this Ling Yu? Every time I go to the parent-teacher meetings, I always see you speaking so confidently on the stage." Faced with that dizzying change of attitude, Ling Yu smiled awkwardly and wiped the sweat from her forehead. "Hello, auntie. Aren't you running the grilled skewer stall today like you usually do?" His mother beamed and replied cheerfully, "Well, today is the day your exam results are announced, so I had to stay home to get the scoop." As soon as she settled down at the dining table, the mother eagerly spoke up, "To be honest, to register for this kid, I had to spend all the savings I've accumulated over many years, so I really want to know how the exam results turned out." Sensing her anxiety, Langok gently reassured out, Lam Tu did extremely well on the test, taking first place in the very first subject." Hearing the good news, she immediately gave her son a loving pat on the shoulder. "As expected of my precious son, you actually got first place." However, she suddenly felt that something was off with the general atmosphere, as if everyone was hiding something, so she inquired why everyone looked so gloomy. Leningok's tone suddenly grew serious. The opening subject was just paper theory, revolving around elementary knowledge of monsters and secret realms. The real challenge lies in the next two subjects. She carefully analyzed further that the second round is a physical test with a pass rate of less than 10% each year, while the third round of practical combat is unpredictable, to the point that in some years, all candidates were completely defeated. The mother closely followed the story, not daring to lose focus, holding her breath slightly as she waited for the next details. Noticing the anxiety written all over his mother's face, Lam Tu quickly reassured her, "Just trust me, Mom, your son will definitely get through this." He looked straight ahead with determination. "Even though I don't have superpowers yet, I hold my own secret. Besides, this exam is very different from the previous awakening, so I will gear up and be ready for action." Seeing that confident attitude, Lengok breathed a sigh of relief while Kuai-Long excitedly nodded and cheered enthusiastically. Right after that, she finally started to mention the real purpose of her visit. "Auntie, I came over today precisely because of this important matter." Lingok sincerely proposed, "I hope you'll agree to let Lam to move to my place temporarily to participate in a special one-month training course before the exam day." The unexpected suggestion stunned everyone. "Director, to your proposal is so sudden that I haven't had time to prepare myself mentally. I need to pack my bags too," Lam Tu said, but actually since he didn't have much luggage anyway, they decided they should just finish a pipe before heading out. Watching the figures of Lam Tu and Kuai-Long fade into the distance, the mother let out a soft, weary sigh. Indeed, a grown son is like spilled water. Looking at the lavish meal spread out with all of her son's favorite dishes, which she had originally planned to use to surprise him and celebrate his first victory, she now had to enjoy it all alone. That being said, deep down she felt incredibly proud and happy. It turned out that this young fellow had planned everything thoroughly before asking to take the exam, killing two birds with one stone, showing that he had truly grown up. Meanwhile, Lam Tu hurried behind her with a bewildered mind. "Sister Tu, where are we going? Didn't you say we were going to your private residence?" Standing beneath a towering skyscraper, Leningok casually nodded in confirmation. "Exactly, my apartment is right here." This raised a huge question in his mind. Could her father be the famously brilliant monster doctor, Professor Tu? Meanwhile, the young Kuai-Long was cheering with excitement at the mention of monsters. In fact, the massive, highly modern building before them was indeed the Mutant Biology Research Institute of the genius Professor Tu. He curiously fired off questions, asking if her home was located right inside this lab area, to which Lengok clarified, "Not quite. Actually, the entrance to the isolated dimension is located deep within the building's basement parking lot." This information left him gap-mouthed in admiration at the boldness of setting up a home inside a restricted zone. Lengok calmly explained, as if it were the most ordinary thing, "Since my father specializes in analyzing the behavior and biological mechanisms of mutant beasts, residing right inside the secret realm provides great support for his work." The more he listened to the explanation, the more Lam Tu broke into a cold sweat over such recklessness, as this was clearly no longer just a matter of convenience. Just then, she suddenly remembered something and asked him if he didn't know the laws regarding the exclusive ownership of a secret realm. She enthusiastically shared her knowledge. International law stipulates that newly discovered, unclaimed lands belong to the first person to explore them. Specifically in this country, field surveys are assigned to the General Association, so they hold the rights to distribute and utilize most of the existing secret realms. She added further details because managing too many areas causes high operational and security costs. The Alliance decided to lease out high safety zones. For example, the A86 region you visited before was leased by the Defense Bureau as a training ground for recruits, with only condition being that the lessee must belong to the association's roster. As she led the way through the gates, she summarized briefly, "In short, you only need to pass the General Association's certification exam to be eligible to apply for your own exclusive region." This news excited Lam Tu to no end, and he fired off questions to confirm that he could indeed own an entire isolated territory. His mind began to wander, painting a beautiful picture where he could freely let his pets like the little dragon, the pack of puppies, and his big-eyed assistant run around and play to their heart's content. Lam Tu wished with burning enthusiasm that is truly the worthy privilege of a future leader of all beasts. However, he still wondered whether having to pass through the administrative office lobby every time he went home would be too troublesome. Langgok smiled and answered, "Not at all, we have arranged a separate shortcut that is much more convenient." Before long, she led him to a spacious room, explaining that they were only stopping by to pick up another companion. Langgok quickly pointed in that direction and smiled gently. "After 2 months of intensive treatment, your monster eye has fully recovered and you can take it back now." Upon seeing that creature, Lamtu froze in surprise. "This thing is." Just a second later, it blinked its big, round, sparkling eye to observe him. Witnessing that scene, Lamtu could not hide his immense excitement. "Big-eyed mother, you have finally been revived." However, as he stepped closer to examine it carefully, Lamtu muttered to himself, "Something seems wrong. You are not that big-eyed mother, but big-eyed kid number 1, right?" Right after he asked, it nodded vigorously in response. "So are baby number 2 and number 3 around here too?" On the other side, Langgok was standing there dumbfounded with astonishment. "How on earth did you distinguish them so skillfully?" Seeing this, Lamtu could not contain his curiosity and asked Ms. Tu, "What is going on? Why did big-eyed kid number 1 turn into big-eyed mother like that?" She then gently explained, "It's quite amusing that you went to the trouble of naming each one. Actually, they have fused into one. This is their true, complete life form." Right after that, Langgok began her scientific presentation. "Actually, the males are just predatory parts capable of separating from the main body to operate freely. However, when the female is too severely injured, the males will automatically transform into a new female. This is the true, perfect cycle of this monster eye species." Hearing this, Lamtu finally understood everything. "So that's how it is. No wonder back then just by capturing one male I could control the whole pack." At this moment, Langgok could only smile knowingly. "I am so sorry for making you waste your tears of worry like that. But your posture of swearing to protect your pet with your life looked quite dashing too." In response, Lamtu could only sigh in exasperation. "Sister, so all this timing on just standing on the side enjoying the show." Nevertheless, he did not bother to press her further and nodded gently. "Well, anyway, after all the storms, it's good that their family is reunited." At that very moment, the phone rang and Langgok instructed, "Stand here and wait for a moment, okay? I need to go out and handle this call." While Lamtu was standing all alone, suddenly an excited cheer came from behind. "Oh my goodness, this little dragon is so incredibly cute." Hearing that voice, he quickly turned his head to see who had just made that statement. Thian Kai stepped forward excitedly, her eyes sparkling like stars. "Hey mister, are you an awakened superhuman? How come you have so many super cute pet beasts around you? That's so cool." Seeing the young girl in front of him, Lamtu could not help but ask himself in confusion, where did this mischievous kid come from? The young girl quickly closed in, her small mouth chattering nonstop. "It's rare to meet such an expert. Can we shake hands and get to know each other?" Thinking that she wanted to get to know him, Lamtu cheerfully replied with excitement, "Sure, go ahead." But the young girl excitedly said, "Thank you so much. This is the first time I've ever touched a spiritual beast. I'm definitely not washing my hand after this." This move caused Lamtu's emotions to plunge. He thought he was the main character, but it turned out he was completely mistaken. On this side, the Ku dragon also timidly extended its claw, though its eyes were still full of caution and vigilance. When the small hand touched that claw, one would have thought it was just a normal, polite greeting. However, immediately the beast's expression changed in shock, as if it had just discovered something extremely unusual. Seeing his comrade's painful look, Lamtu tilted his head and asked, "What's going on over there?" Meanwhile, its arm was as stiff as a rock. No matter how hard it tried to pull back, it did not budge in the slightest. Sensing something was wrong, he asked half-doubtingly, "Could this be some kind of special ability?" But the young girl only grinned and replied, "Naturally, you think too highly of me. It's just a little mischievous trick." The child proudly explained, "This move belongs to traditional martial arts called Bijikwan, a martial art that specializes in using the opponent's own strength to counterattack." At the same time, the grip of that small hand tightened even more, leaving the beast in pain and unable to move. The more its locked claw struggled to break free, the more intense the counterforce exerted on its body would be. The creature was in so much pain that it gritted its teeth in shock. What a terrifying weight. On the contrary, the young girl's gaze suddenly became incredibly sharp with absolutely no intention of stopping there. At that moment, the beast's eyes widened to their limits as it realized the little girl was preparing to make her next move. With just a highly graceful push of her hand, the young girl easily sent the massive creature flying far away. Wearing a mischievous smile, the young girl slowly teased her opponent about the numb feeling of being sent flying by his own move. Even though its weight had decreased compared to its peak, Kuai Long's muscle strength was still extremely impressive, and it was hard to believe that it was knocked down so quickly. Just as it scrambled back up, Kuai Long immediately harbored the intention of a lightning-fast counterattack, but Thian Kai remained completely indifferent, chuckling to herself that she was not so foolish as to fall for the trap. She giggled and analyzed that because they were standing so close to each other, if she hadn't cleverly created a gap, there would be no way for her to step in and disrupt him. Before her opponent could recover, she quickly pulled a tiny grenade out of her backpack. The girl immediately slammed it onto the ground, causing smoke to billow out and completely disorient Kuai Long before it could react. Amidst the thick white smoke obscuring the path, the beast could only stand rooted to the spot, roaring in helplessness. However, with this move, Thian Kai's true target shifted to its master rather than the beast itself. In the blink of an eye, the young girl's sharp and cold knife point was brought close to Lamtu's neck a hair's breadth away. Suddenly hit by a lethal blow at lightning speed, the young man had no time to dodge and could only bitterly mumble a curse. Thien Kai curled her lips and spoke, saying that the Awakeners usually prefer flashy, showy fighting styles to intimidate others, but to actually defeat an opponent and instill fear, a small fruit knife is enough. There's no need to make a grand circus-like scene. The young girl's voice remained chillingly monotonous, reminding him that those close to death will always cling to any lifebuoy, so he should quickly hand over that object. At this point, Lam Tu had to suppress his anger and loudly demanded to know the true origin of this mysterious girl. In response was Thien Kai's mysterious smirk. She asserted that if she had truly intended to take his life, she would have had at least 4 golden opportunities since stepping through that door. Only after her opponent reluctantly handed over the treasure right before her did she finally withdraw her razor-sharp weapon, nodding in satisfaction at this compliance. While spinning the strange object in her hand, she nodded and deduced that the mutated power sister dimension originated from this thing, adding, "By the way, I am Fuang Thien Kai, the one hired to tutor you in the upcoming special training course. Dante, refer to yourself as elder sister. You're 7 years older than him, yet you still like to act like a little kid." At that heated moment, Lenin Gok, having just finished her call, walked into the room and said with a smile that it seemed the two of them had already gotten to know each other very warmly. Upon her friend's introduction, Thien Kai put on an extremely obnoxious face, while Lenin Gok introduced her to Lam Tu as the perfect companion for the upcoming exam. To add to her credibility, Lam Gok further revealed that she had spent 10 times sit-in for the certification exam, so she was highly experienced, causing Thien Kai to jump up and protest because the introduction sounded like she had failed 10 times in a row. Hearing Lam Tu's sarcastic, skeptical question asking if that wasn't the truth, she immediately bristled, growling that it was merely a strategy to accumulate practical combat experience to make herself tougher. Immediately, she turned and stretched out her hand to the guy, then whispered to Sister to ask if this was the expected dark horse, because in her estimation, everything from his skills to his combat reflexes was utterly terrible. Witnessing its master being looked down upon, Kuai Long standing beside him roared several times in anger to express its discontent. Facing that attitude, Thien Kai, far from being intimidated, raised her chin in defiance, saying, "Little fellow over there, are you trying to seek revenge or something by shouting so loudly? Big sister here is not to be trifled with." Then she acted out a one-man comedy routine by herself, crying out desperately for mercy because the monster wanted to eat her, only to arrogantly issue a challenge again, leaving Lam Tu with nothing to do but sigh in exasperation and advise Sister to find a more reliable partner next time. Witnessing the terrible drama, Lin Ingok's expression hardened and she growled, demanding that both of them know when to stop. Without showing any leniency, she directly gave Lam Tu a painful rap on the head. "What do you mean, sister, at a time like this? Don't get infected by that weird behavior. And as for you, Fuang Thien Kai, straighten up and get serious. I hired you to work, not to perform comedy." Despite being scolded, she still pouted, dismissively calling her opponent too weak to bother with, while Lam Tu fired back that he was sick and tired of training with someone who had failed the exam 10 times, leaving Lingok to do nothing but shake her head in despair. Seeing the tense situation, she immediately proposed a bet to determine who was superior, secretly thinking to herself that it was fortunate she had already planned ahead. After thinking for a while, Lengok proposed a plan. As long as Thien Kai could make Lam to submit, he would bow his head and apologize. She then pulled out a pouch filled with shiny energy crystals to lure her, promising to give all these treasures to her. As expected, Thien Kai's eyes immediately lit up like high-beam headlights, showing extreme greed. Looking at the pile of sparkling gems, the young girl remarked that Sister was too generous to place such a big bet on a kid, while Lam Tu appeared hesitant and apprehensive. Before her friend could finish his sentence, Lengok quickly cut him off, saying it was just using their own grease to fry them anyway, as these were fragments from the A86 secret realm from before. However, Lam Tu was still skeptical, curious about whether these tiny shards of energy crystals were worth any money, which made Thien Kai immediately dismiss it, mocking him for confusing them with diamonds, which are priced by size. To enlighten that blockhead, she further explained that in this era, energy crystals are like raw energy sources used for weapon manufacturing, so their value depends on purity, regardless of size. Lam Tu was stunned and then wondered if Sister had deliberately smashed them because she knew this secret, prompting her to casually reply that once a gift is given, it is the new owner's right to play with it however they want. Next, she put her hands on her hips and set a condition. If Thien Kai could not make the boy submit, she would have to take responsibility for designing a super special training curriculum for him. At this, Thien Kai slightly frowned and pointed toward Kuai Long, asking suspiciously if that giant guardian would join the game. Lin Ingok immediately waved her hand to clarify that Kuai Long would stay out of it, and her only goal was for her to defeat Lam Tu. Receiving the answer, the girl sneered and said Sister pampered her disciple too much, because if he stubbornly refused to admit defeat, she couldn't just assault and force him to. Right after that, she proposed a new plan showing the supporting item she was holding from the opponent and declaring that if he could snatch it back by any means, it would count as a win. In his heart, Lam Tu secretly highly appraised his opponent, remembering how easily Kuai Long was defeated. He knew his current ability was not enough to get close to her. Despite that, the guardian Kuai Long was still full of fighting spirit, roaring and demanding to rush in for a decisive showdown. However, Leningo quickly intervened, resolutely forbidding this big guy from stepping onto the arena. She bluntly pointed out that with his massive build, just stepping into the arena would be enough to cause a huge commotion, so it was best for him to stand aside and watch. Those words seemed to enlighten Lam Tu's mind, causing his eyes to light up as he realized the hidden implication. If Kuai Long didn't fight, he still had his tiny assistants in his backpack. On the opposite side, Thien Kai still looked skeptical about her opponent's habit of muttering and worrying, which Lenin Gok nodded to confirm as his unique way of thinking. Deciding not to hesitate any longer, Lam Tu resolutely threw off his outer coat, got into a fighting stance, and shouted to accept the challenge. But the girl burst out laughing teasingly, asking the boy if she looked like a kidnapper that he had to use a weak defense stance, asserting that she could easily handle him barehanded. As soon as she finished speaking, she quickly retrieved her dagger and put it away neatly in her pocket. In the blink of an eye, both sides charged straight at each other with intense momentum. Lam Tu immediately threw both his jacket and luggage forward to block her vision, shouting out a move. However, that minor trick did not bother Thian Kai at all, as she dismissed it as a childish smokescreen. The girl quickly snatched the flying jacket before it could block her view. However, the surprise was that the accompanying luggage bag was also hurtling forward at high speed right behind it. Easily catching the pile of items, the young girl mockingly criticized his overly simple parabolic trajectory, asserting that throwing them any number of times would be useless against her. But when she looked again, the space in front of her was empty, leaving her startled and bewildered as she searched for her opponent's figure. At that very moment, the cloth bag that had just been thrown suddenly had a strange movement inside. Seeing the aggressive puppies rushing towards her, Thian Kai suddenly panicked. "Oh no, there are footprints of them on my basket." But she immediately flung them far away, trying to pull a feint on me. "This kid knows how to plan, but if you think these 3 puppies can hold me back, you are sorely mistaken. Let me teach you a lesson." On the opposite side, Lam Tu couldn't hide his triumphant smile as his scheme succeeded. "Actually, I have been hiding in your bag all along. This is the moment I have been waiting for so anxiously." As for Thian Kai, she was utterly astonished by this strange trick. "Unbelievable. Is this a normal backpack or some magic pouch?" Lam Tu immediately closed in to snatch the item from Thian Kai's hand. "The moment I've been waiting for has arrived. Hand over the projector nicely." The girl screamed in confusion while holding tightly onto the item. "I can't believe it. How did you manage to stuff yourself into that tiny backpack?" Due to a moment of carelessness and losing her guard, Thian Kai's grip suddenly loosened. Lam Tu immediately seized the golden opportunity to snatch the prize. "I finally got it." Thian Kai immediately lunged to snatch it back. "How annoying. You dare to make a fool of me." She charged straight ahead without any hesitation or fear. Thian Kai quickly grabbed Lam Tu tightly by the collar. However, she suddenly felt that something was wrong. Lam Tu's entire body suddenly emitted a bright light as he prepared for a transformation. The blinding glow made her squint her eyes because it hurt. Lam Tu's limbs quickly shifted into a combat form and he rushed forward to pin Thian Kai to the ground. The events unfolded so quickly and unexpectedly that no one could react in time. The young man grinned triumphantly. "In this bet, I have clearly won." Thian Kai tried to act calm despite her slight inner anxiety. "So that's how it is. Strategy upon strategy combined with your quick-witted resourcefulness is indeed highly commendable." Lam Tu continued to mock her provocatively. "Now accept defeat. Let's see who's the one that wasted their registration fee for nothing. And I am telling you beforehand, even the teeth of mutant wolves can break through this sturdy armor of mine, so your little fruit knives won't do a thing to me." Thian Kai smirked and retorted disdainfully, "You've only changed your outer appearance a little, and you're already so delusional about your power." She then pulled a tricky move by kicking straight at Lam Tu's weak spot, then taste this critical hit. That earth-shattering kick left Lam Tu in such excruciating pain that all the color drained from his face. The poor guy cried out in pain while clutching his sore spot. "Are you trying to murder me?" Taking advantage of the opportunity, Thian Kai triumphantly delivered a few more punches straight to Lam Tu's face, then feel the power of the steel fist. Gripped by both resentment and pain, Lam Tu was helpless. "So annoying. I will definitely settle this score with interest." Kuai Long and Len Gok, witnessing this from the sidelines, could only sigh in dismay. This time, he's really finished. The boy's face flushed red with anger, crying piteously with tears streaming down, looking incredibly pathetic. Once he regained a bit of strength, he resolved to seek revenge. "This time I will make you taste real suffering. Take this." Thian Kai calmly prepared to face the attack and added, "By the way, there's actually another special reason why Sister came to see me. It's because just like you, I'm not an awakened either." Hearing this, Lam Tu was stunned in disbelief. "What did you say? You're not an awakened either?" The violent blow crumbled the wall, but Thian Kai was lucky enough to dodge it. She looked at Lam Tu with a challenging expression. He loudly asked why she hadn't told him sooner that she was an awakened, making him almost strike her too hard, and that it was too late to confess now. Lengok seemed extremely astonished by Lam Tu's powerful punch. Its power was equal to her previous strike, reaching at least the spiritual opening realm. Lam Tu trembled with anger at that attitude. Thian Kai stood on her tiptoes and whispered in his ear. She mockingly asked why he was trembling like that, wondering if he was afraid to strike because he knew she wasn't an awakened. Thian Kai continued to mock him, saying that if that powerful punch had hit an ordinary person, it would have surely crushed their bones, shattered their flesh, and spilled their blood. Lam Tu burst into laughter and said, "I didn't expect you to have such formidable capability, kid." Thian Kai softly explained, "Actually what I meant is that even awakened ones would find it hard to survive if they took that blow head on." In a solemn voice she analyzed it for him to understand. To threaten an opponent's life, even a small blade is more than enough. No matter how strong an awakened person is, their body is still made of normal flesh and blood and cannot transcend that limit. Lam Tu began to realize that this destructive punch must absolutely never be used to directly attack a human body. He remained silent while Thian Kai gave Lam Tu a gentle smile of farewell and turned to walk away. Before leaving, she added, "Let's consider this round my loss. I will design a special training program for you as promised. Once you prove your ability, I won't hide it anymore. I am a member of the Grand Council." Lam Tu smiled and teased, "Haven't you failed the council's exam 10 times in a row?" And she immediately retorted that she was actually there to assist the examiners. The scene suddenly shifted, opening up a very cool and spacious natural setting. Thian Kai and Kuai Long excitedly looked at everything around them from the cabin of the cable car. Lin and Gok sighed warily. Fuang Thian Kai, how many times have you visited my house yet you still like to act curious like a child? Tell me honestly, have you really never awakened any ability? Thian Kai asserted firmly, absolutely no superpower at all, but I promise my special training plan will definitely help you pass the Grand Council exam. She clearly explained the rules. The Council's ability assessment consists of 3 main parts, which are the theory test, the endurance test, and the practical combat exam. As long as the total score of all 3 exams reaches the required benchmark, you will get the passing ticket. Due to the unique nature of each person's awakening, these tests completely skip the step of measuring superpowers. Lam Tu curiously asked further, then why do they say that even awakened ones have to struggle tooth and nail to get the Grand Council medal? She analyzed, the reason lies in the final practical combat exam. Each assessment in Thian Hai accepts only 10 people out of hundreds of candidates, and since most opponents are awakened, the elimination in the very first round is extremely fierce. Lam Tu pondered and said, so that means as long as you win the practical combat you are guaranteed to move on. However, that exam must be very tricky since rumors say the prompt changes constantly every year. Thian Kai gave a peculiar smile and said, no matter how it changes, the core is still to eliminate opponents, so we just need to focus on rapidly increasing our strength and then sweep away all the other candidates, and that's it. Lin and Gok cheered excitedly. That's right, why didn't I think of such a simple plan? With the power from Lam to S-punch earlier, clearing the arena in 15 minutes would be too easy. However, Thian Kai shook her head in disagreement. Sister Ngok, you are too naive. There's no cure for this guy, just ask him if he has the guts to swing that punch directly at someone else and you'll know right away. Lam Tu clenched his fists with eyes burning with determination. To win the recognition of the Grand Council, I am willing to do anything. So Thian Kai chimed in, who knows what is happening now? The little one is enthusiastically cheering you on, constantly struggling with your inner thoughts. 1T achieve anything and might easily ruin the overall strategy, so I promise I 1T force you to punch or kick anyone, just relax. She wore a bright smile to give extra motivation. In reality, the mission of this training course is to show you moves to take down the opponent quickly without causing any too serious injuries. The cable car carrying the group of 4 was gliding through the air above a poetic river. Suddenly, Lam Tu received a warning message from the system. The alarm went off continuously. The system detected an enormous energy flow right next to the host. Oh my goodness, is this a joke? He immediately warned the group, we're in trouble. It seems a terrifying source of power is rushing straight this way. But Thian Kai still acted completely carefree and playful, saying the beast arrived just in time while they were all trapped like fish on a chopping board. Oh sister, how can you still find something fun to do in this kind of situation? Lin and Gok gently reassured him, calm down, although this is a mid-level restricted area, the protection system is very strict. The cable car line is equipped with wave-emitting devices to ward off flying creatures, so don't worry, what you felt was probably just some lobsters crawling at the bottom of the lake on patrol. Lam Tu squinted downward, thinking to himself, so they raised lobsters to guard the gate. Looking at the lobsters crawling around below, they looked so majestic, and they also looked plump. Their meat must be sweet and delicious. Kuai Long and Lam Tu drooled just thinking about it. Are you so starved that you've lost your mind, wanting to swallow even that thing? Both of them began to envision all kinds of attractive shrimp-based menus in their minds. Kuai Long craved it so much he could no longer control himself, whining and demanding to eat it at all costs. Suddenly, Kuai Long's body inflated abnormally. What on earth is this? Lin and Gok frantically urged Lam Tu, hold it back quickly. It's overly excited and trying to absorb all the surrounding spiritual energy. If this keeps up, we were done for. The little dragon was crazy with hunger, while Thian Kai cheered with delight watching it inflate like a balloon. This is so fun. Had the inhibitor worn off? No, because this area is overflowing with abundant spiritual energy. Even with the medicine, energy still condenses. As long as it gets excited, its body automatically absorbs energy continuously from the environment. The air in the cable car cabin became chaotic. Everyone feared the cabin would break its cable and free fall. All because you brought up food in front of that glutton, while Thian kept praising how cute the dragon balloon looked. Because the dragon's body inflated to an oversized level, the cabin became packed. While this chamber only holds a maximum of 6 adults, its weight had soared to nearly 10 tons, exceeding the allowed capacity by tenfold, so of course it had to fall. The cable pulley was severely overloaded, leading to it derailing. The cabin slipped off the cable and plunged straight into the rushing water below. Everyone turned pale with fear, but Thian Kai smiled broadly with excitement. Oh well, we are really falling. If it weren't for that dragon, we would have been saved, but this thrill ride is so satisfying. The little dragon immediately kicked open the partition and jumped right out. Lin Gok had no choice but to use all her strength to hold onto the cabin chamber, to reduce the impact force when hit in the water so that no one would get injured. Lam Tu patted his chest and sighed with relief for escaping death, but his teammate immediately reminded him not to celebrate too early. This is a cable car cabin, not a lifeboat. Water flooded in through the gaps quickly and had already risen to knee level. There were even a few small fish and crabs swimming around. Lin Gok quickly assigned the tasks. Hurry up, I will try to anchor this cabin, you two go climb out first. After standing firmly on the roof of the cabin, Lam Tu and Thian Kai quickly reached out to pull Lin Gok up, urging her to hurry. 3 people were struggling to cling to the roof of the cable car cabin as it slowly sank. Suddenly, a supergiant lobster loomed behind Lam. Lam Tu was horrified to face the adult Leviathan giant shrimp beast with general beast blood, standing 6 meters tall and weighing nearly 5 tons. It possessed eyes as large as round balls, a mouth gaping wide like a bathtub and bristling with sharp teeth, and a pair of super strong claws specialized in crushing everything in the ocean. The beast swung its claw and lunged, but fortunately, Thian Kai quickly pulled Lam Tu away from the vicious blow. Its sharp pincers gripped the cable car cabin tightly, causing the steel cabin to be crushed instantly, a violent strength that was truly beyond human imagination. Lingok fell into a dilemma, her situation extremely critical since she had no weapon for self-defense. Because she was standing too close, she reluctantly decided to perform the mutant puppy summoning skill, even though she wasn't very keen on it. In the midst of danger, Thian Kai and Lam Tu rushed over to rescue her, pulling her out of the danger zone. She dragged Lingok along while running, urging her to stop muttering. Thian Kai pushed her friend onto Lam Tu's back, and then the whole group fled together. Lam Tu parted the waves, gliding swiftly across the water like a motorboat. The evil eye quickly called out to warn Lam Tu to be highly vigilant. The shrimp monster suddenly dived deep, disappearing into the dark water. In reality, it was tailing right beneath the group's feet to lock onto its moving prey above, only to suddenly launch an extremely powerful attack aimed straight at the target. The group frantically called to each other to dive down to dodge, because the Shrimp King's high-pressure water spray move was too devastating. Lam Tu immediately dragged the team deep down to the bottom to avoid the stream of attack, but accidentally encountered another unusually large shadow. Len and Gok quickly signaled to let everyone know that it was Zhang Lang. A giant creature was about to swallow them all. Kuai Long opened its gaping mouth to receive the rushing current that swept all three deep inside. Quick as a flash, Kuai Long used its long tongue to wrap around them and signaled to keep quiet to avoid danger. Lin Gok was astonished, wondering if that was Kuai Long's voice, while Lam Tu was also dazed and confused, not knowing where he was. All three screamed in panic as they were tightly wrapped by the giant tongue. The giant beast closed its mouth and glided rapidly forward. Meanwhile, at Thian Tai's private home, he was sitting blankly and dejectedly in an armchair. He recalled how earlier his daughter Liang Gok had smiled cheerfully, asking for permission to bring 2 classmates here for special training. Thian Tai restlessly glanced at his watch. They clearly said they would arrive by noon, but now it was already almost dark. He anxiously looked up at the sunset sky, secretly hoping that nothing bad had happened. Meanwhile, beneath the river, Kuai Long had swum close to the base of a giant high-voltage pylon. He immediately poked his huge head out of the cool water. Only when Kuai Long opened his mouth wide could the 3 young people inside breathe comfortably. They had almost suffocated. Thian Kai stealthily reached out her hand, urging sister to climb up quickly. Kuai Long urged Lam Tu to take everyone and run ahead first. The young man loudly obeyed and took action immediately. Just turning around, Lam Tu saw Thian Kai smiling brightly and curiously asked what she was up to. The young girl casually explained that when facing a great disaster, the lighter the luggage, the better. However, that light luggage spilled out a series of dangerous, violent toys. Lam Tu was startled out of his wits and asked his older sister in shock if she planned to bring a whole armory with her. The little girl excitedly introduced her small self-defense items ranging from daggers and guns to even poisons. Under the water, a bizarre dark shadow was closing in and Kuai Long anxiously urged everyone to hurry up. Lam Tu immediately piggybacked both girls and dashed upward at breakneck speed. Kuai Long spoke courageously, praising his companions and declaring that he would handle the rest. As soon as he finished speaking, he dived into the water to proactively confront the giant Leviathan lobster. The lobster was no pushover either, frantically waving its huge claws to intimidate him. Still hiding under the water, Kuai Long cleverly swam in circles around his opponent to create a whirlpool. Although crustaceans possess an extremely wide field of vision, their visual acuity is far inferior to that of vertebrates, causing its eyes to constantly roll around. The lobster's already limited vision now became even more blurred and disoriented. Seizing a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, Kuai Long suddenly surfaced right behind the monster's back. He took a powerful bite at his opponent, but the lobster's hard shell made his teeth ache. Suddenly, the mouth-watering memory of the steamed lobster with lemongrass and chili that Lam Tu had once mentioned flashed through his mind. No sooner said than done, Kuai Long began to gather all his hot energy right inside his mouth. He blew out a powerful stream of fire from his ultimate violent breath, moved to roast the poor lobster. In the blink of an eye, the ferocious beast turned into an irresistibly delicious seafood dish. Its bright red body fell to the ground with a thud, officially ending its life journey here. After cleaning up the battlefield, Kuai Long went back to pick up the group of 3 waiting for him. Thian Kai highly praised the fiery attack that had roasted the monster, while Lam Tu breathed a sigh of relief to see everything at peace. Smelling the delicious aroma made his stomach growl loudly. Kuai Long looked toward the rising smoke, discovering that the enticing aroma was wafting from the ruins. As the group approached, before them was a giant bright red, roasted Leviathan lobster that was extremely eye-catching. 3 pairs of eyes immediately lit up like headlights, their mouths watering in anticipation. Kuai Long scratched his head in confusion, but since it is this big, where should we start feasting from? As Lin Tu chattered away, he snatched the props from Chen Qiai. Let me show off my skills. I'm a professional crawfish eater. The number of crawfish I've eaten is around 8,000, if not 100,000. Immediately, the young man deftly peeled off the outer shell all by himself. In just a short moment, the hard shell was completely removed, revealing the tender white meat that looked incredibly appetizing. Kuai Long chewed loudly while praising, "This crawfish is really huge and smells so good." While they were engrossed in enjoying the delicacy, Tin Ki suddenly had a great idea. She excitedly boasted, "I have a trick to help you quickly pass the test. Instead of using a brutal fist, use electricity. That way you don't need to punch through the opponent but can still paralyze their muscles instantly." Ling Yu also chipped in, "Indeed, that move is quite similar to your father's famous lightning punch from back in the day." Hearing this, Lin Tu looked down at his hands with hope, wondering if it really resembled his father's ability. The scene shifts back to the house of the genius Mr. Tu, which was now enveloped by the falling night. He looked out the door with clear anxiety on his face. It's already dark. Right at that moment, the large wooden door was slowly and gently pushed open. Ling Yu led the whole group into the house, loudly announcing that they had returned safely. A while later, the whole family gathered around the hot meal. She excitedly invited them. Everyone eat it while it's hot to see how good my cooking is. Meanwhile, Tian Qi was busy pouring wine. Come on, drink up. Special training starts tomorrow. Lin Tu looked at her skeptically. Your tone sounds like you were sending me to my grave. What on earth are you planning? Tian Qi coaxed him. Don't worry, it's simple. I've got it all planned out. For this month of training, you will go catch dragon snakes. He took the chance to her. Instead of talking nonsense, I think you should wipe the shrimp crumbs off your mouth before we talk further. Tian Qi calmly replied, Don't underestimate this dragon snake. In terms of physical flexibility, it surpasses even ordinary awakened ones. The important thing is you have to immobilize it, like twisting one or two of its legs like this, till it snaps. That's how it's done. Linda could only force a laugh. Sis, the way you say that sends shivers down my spine. Ling Yu stepped forward to remind him. Lin Tu, don't wait for her anymore. Time is running out, just speak your mind. He was bewildered. What mind? Tian Qi laughed with amusement. Fine sister Tu really knows how to spoil him. The young girl excitedly added, aren't you terrified that one of your punches will blow someone to pieces? This shrimp shell is extremely hard and won't break easily, making it perfect for you to practice your lightning burst piercing fist. Linta looked extremely confused, but the problem is, how do I actually execute that lightning burst piercing fist? She casually analyzed, just keep practicing. Fists are forged through training. The more you practice, the more familiar it becomes. Practice makes perfect. He asked doubtfully, did you not consider the scenario where I get pinched to death by the shrimp claws before I even master the technique? As the night deepened, the house became as quiet as a grave. Linta grumbled to himself, so much for a coach and special training, totally useless. In the end, when push comes to shove, I can only rely on myself. He slowly lowered his deformed hands to support himself on the floor. Lintu started his endurance training with steady push-ups. Sensing the floor shaking violently, Kuai Long, who was fast asleep, was startled awake. The ground is cracking. Is it an earthquake? It glared and shouted, turns out it's you. Why aren't you sleeping instead of causing trouble in the middle of the night? Lintu used Tian Qi's exact words to reply, I am practicing the lightning burst piercing fist. You would understand. Practice makes perfect. Kuai Long bluntly assessed, do you think having a big belly means you can breathe fire, or having big arms means you can unleash the lightning burst piercing fist? That's so childish. Lintu asked back gloomily, then what do you expect me to do? I don't even have a master to guide me. Kuai Long cleverly suggested, try to use your brain a bit. How did you use the monster projection before? Lintu pondered, how did I use it? What do you mean? He recalled the previous times when I wanted to sniff out everything in the air, your sense of smell would manifest. When I needed to fight the mutant dogs, your mighty dragon claws were also simulated. Kuai Long nodded with half-closed eyes. Exactly. The projection is actually for you to borrow the parameters that the system took from me. It has nothing to do with your own strength. Lintu shouted with joy, so that means I can also summon the lightning burst energy from you. It turns out I've only been struggling with how to control that energy source all this time. He is acting condescendingly again. Now does he know who he has to beg? You immediately settled up to flatter him. Hurry up and teach me your skills. Kuai Long stepped out onto the veranda and said, honestly, I don't want to bother with you. Hurry up and follow me out here. Inside the house, Leningok wondered, are you really letting Lam to go catch shrimp? Right now he's basically throwing his life away. Thian Kai mocked, if you're so worried about him, why don't you just keep him in your mouth? Lingok solemnly said, I am not joking. Just because his father knows the thunderclad iron fist technique doesn't mean he does too, does it? That's too reckless. The young girl comforted her, rest assured that guy is very lucky. You're not the only one worrying about him. Thian Kai added, didn't you hear the loud noise below? Hearing that, Lingok peeked outside. What are Lam Tu and little Kuai Long up to? I must go down and check. On the lawn below, Kuai Long actually made Lam to kneel on both knees on the ground. The little dragon coldly reminded him, put your hands firmly on the ground, focus all your attention on one place, and gather your entire body's strength into one point. He lazily complained, this pose looks really bizarre. Witnessing that scene, Len Ngok chuckled, so because you're afraid you can beat the shrimp, you have to practice beforehand like this. Kuai Long widened his eyes and asked if he was ready. The ritual to awaken and channel lightning energy is about to begin. May the power of lightning quickly take effect on me. Finished speaking, the little dragon kicked Lam too hard right in the buttocks. Looking at his smoking buttocks, he screamed, what kind of trick are you playing? Are you sure you didn't do a step wrong? Kuai Long calmly corrected him, don't fuss. Keep bending close to the ground, the ritual is far from finished. He angrily shouted back, no matter how I look at it, this doesn't seem reliable at all. It suddenly whipped his buttocks hard with its tail, chanting a spell under its breath, please help make my punches mighty as heavenly thunder. Kuai Long excitedly pressed to see if there were any changes yet. Lam Tu, red with anger, shouted, the only thing I see clearly is that you are scamming me. At that moment, Ngok interjected, no, I clearly see a source of spiritual energy accumulating inside you. Lam Tu said suspiciously, you two must be in cahoots. Kuai Long patiently guided, try paying closer attention. To control the flow of lightning energy, you need high concentration. Feel the current running through the marrow of your limbs and gather it into a single point. Lam Tu stared intently at his fingers. Hearing the explanation, it did seem like there was a flow of heat circulating indeed. Could my dad have trained like this in the past? Lingok seemed extremely astonished. This is unbelievable. How could that be possible? Before he could even collect his thoughts, Kuai Long quickly covered his mouth. Dante, spit it out. If you spit it out, it'll turn into the destructive breath burst technique. It kindly advised further, focus all your mind to direct that source of power straight into your hands. Holding him down tightly, Kuai Long called out to Len Gok, asking for her help. She quickly stepped closer and agreed immediately. Len Gok lightly waved her hand to summon the magical banana leaf fan to appear. She tightly gripped the fan handle and mustered all her strength to dash forward with extremely powerful force. Lam Tu stared wide-eyed at that figure, his whole body trembling with fear. Len Gok swung the fan decisively with great force, sending him flying and splashing straight into the water. She murmured with a hint of embarrassment, "Oh no, I accidentally fanned too hard and sent him flying way too far." Kuai Long cheered with great excitement. "Not at all, that fanning force was absolutely perfect. Quick, look down there." Observing his speed as he tore through the water below, Len Gok gasped in amazement. "I didn't expect him to be able to glide so fast." She suddenly felt a surge of fear. This is truly bad. Hidden beneath that deep water are countless unpredictable dangers. The little dragon hurriedly dived deep into the sea. "All right, I'm right behind you." Lin Tu's arms now transformed to look exactly like the limbs of the divine dragon. Shiny dragon scales also began to appear on his face. Looking at this new appearance, the young man wondered in amazement what the abundant power surging through his body was. Filled with amazement, the young man followed the little dragon's instructions and focused his mind to feel. He unexpectedly received a massive surge of vitality spreading from the equipped bones. It turned out that this was the truly complete divine dragon form, not just simply upgrading individual parts as before. When activating this mode, both his body's speed and combat power improved dramatically, and even breathing at the bottom of the ocean became as easy as pie. He confidently swam straight to the giant shrimp's hiding place. His eyes shone with joy. Perhaps this time he could take down the monster shrimp with his bare fists. As soon as they faced each other, the monster opened its mouth to gather energy, preparing to attack. The supergiant shrimp fired a stream of water bullets with immense destructive power. He smoothly dodged and dodged it, telling himself that even if he faced this huge sea monster now, he would still easily handle it. While gliding swiftly, he thought to himself, does an increase in power double one's courage too? He reasoned that it wasn't quite like that. This change wasn't just an upgrade in martial arts. He had felt this way when he transformed into the mutant puppy before both his temperament and thoughts were slightly assimilated. The young man smiled with satisfaction. As expected, the title Monster Lord, everything from combat stats to mental fortitude was at the highest level. He mapped out a quick battle plan. With this kind of strength, capturing that shrimp would be too simple. He just needed to circle behind it and get close, and it would have no way to resist. In the blink of an eye, he used his tail to wrap tightly around the opponent. Take this. Let's see how you struggle now. He held his breath and closed his eyes. The next step was to concentrate all his thoughts on directing the flow of energy within his body, focusing all his power into his right fist. To his surprise, the giant sea shrimp suddenly struggled violently. Taking advantage of the moment, the young man let his guard down. It immediately swung its sharp claw forward. The monster gripped the young man tightly and completely restrained him. Startled and flustered, he didn't know how to handle this situation yet. The monster used its strength to hurl him from the deep seabed straight up into the high sky. Not stopping there, it delivered a follow-up fatal blow. Linda suddenly noticed flashes of lightning and surges of thunderous electricity gathering. It's finally here. He suddenly realized, was it the feeling of pain that triggered the latent energy to gather? The young man clenched his fists, focusing his eyes on the trajectory of the enemy's attack. Gathering all his power into his palm, he smiled confidently. Bring it on. With those words, he threw a decisive punch, the giant glowing fist carrying a terrifying destructive power. The powerful shockwave caused the entire surrounding sea to shake violently. He cheered with excitement. I finally did it. However, right after that, he suddenly fell into a straight freefall. Before he could even compose himself, the massive figure of the monster shrimp loomed large in front of him. Lin Si looked around, a sense of restlessness inevitably rising in his heart. Not long after escaping that terrifying shadow, another trouble struck. Indeed, there is no escaping one's fate. When he strained his eyes to observe carefully, he realized that the dish seemed to have been thoroughly cooked. The young man excitedly lifted the giant shrimp onto his shoulder, triumphantly cheering that he had achieved a miracle. Before he could celebrate for long, its heavy weight collapsed onto him. He startled and realized the danger as the duration of the monster's illusion had run out. In the blink of an eye, his body transformed back into that of a normal person. Len Gok was about to rush to the rescue when the roar of the Ku dragon sounded in her ears, telling her not to worry. That creature extended its massive arm to pull him out of danger. The Ku dragon could only sigh warily at his weak yet reckless nature. Watching from above, Thien Kai secretly thought that this guy needed to be pushed into a corner to make progress. Now it was just a matter of continuous training to master that thunder fist technique. Time kept passing, from 10 days extending to 12 days. Lin Xiu still persistently and diligently honed himself every day. A whole month passed with a daily menu of electrically grilled shrimp, and Len Gok giggled as she looked at Lin Xiu. She sincerely praised him, saying she didn't expect him to master the thunder shock fist technique so quickly, which made him joyously ask back in surprise. In the research room, Len Gok analyzed that most of the exam participants were novices at the blood condensation level, so his chance of passing was very high. As she paced, she further revealed that, nevertheless, there was still an unexpected possibility. Right at that moment, Lin Xiu's gaze suddenly caught an old photograph. He was astonished to find Kalavika and Tetmuk standing in the same frame as that genius, wondering what this meant. The man standing behind spoke up to explain that Tetmuk was originally his former student, and he knew they had crossed paths before. The genius further shared that the man was extremely stubborn and scheming, willing to do anything to achieve his goal. He had been pursuing the Ku dragon for 12 years, and his leak of information about Gaian Island was actually a trap to lure him out, meaning he would likely appear in the Association S assessment this time. Lin Xiu quickly interrupted, wondering why, if they had anticipated such a plot, the group still decided to enter the competition. Ling Gok analyzed that since the opponent was targeting him and might have uncovered his true background, they decided to beat them at their own game and use the opportunity to lure the enemy into the open. He produced a small glass vial and said everything was calculated. This was a special medicine he had researched all month, which would help the Q-Dragon temporarily unlock all its latent power for the upcoming battle. The crowd buzzed in front of the poster featuring Leningok, talking excitedly about how a prominent figure like her was involved in the tournament, some guessing she was a judge and others wishing to talk with their idol, leaving Lin Xiu amazed by the immense appeal of the girl with him. He instinctively focused his gaze on the empty space ahead of him. It turned out Lengok had been there for a long time, and she looked surprised to see him appear. She offered a bright smile and waved gently, grumbling that she had been waiting for him for an hour. He sighed wearily to himself, having clearly arrived right on time for the appointment, yet still being wrongfully blamed. The people around began to whisper jealously about how such an ordinary-looking guy had a beautiful girl waiting patiently for him, sparking countless curious rumors. Lingok ignored the whispering. She stepped forward, patted his shoulder affectionately, and urged him, "What are you standing there dazed for? Let's go inside quickly." Lamta's face turned pale as a sheet. He pleaded with her to behave a bit more discreetly, asking if she didn't see everyone around staring at them as if they wanted to swallow them whole. At that exact moment, Tranho stepped forward with a sneer. "Look who just dragged themselves here." Langok coldly yelled at him to get out of the way, while Lamta quietly observed the guy surnamed Tran. He scoffed, saying he didn't expect her to dare sign up for the competition, asking if she planned to rely on her family background to get in through the back door, and added that the beating last time must have scared her so much she skipped school for a whole month, calling her a real daddy's girl. Leningok's face instantly hardened, and she said in an icy voice that it seemed he hadn't taken the lesson from last time to heart yet. Tranho became even more defiant, saying he would always remember that guidance, but he also wanted to remind her that the competition rules forbade contestants from using special abilities to fight recklessly lest they be disqualified. He deliberately shouted loudly for the surrounding crowd to hear, reminding her to look around at how many proctors were on guard, saying that even if she wasn't afraid of punishment, she should think of the rookie Lam too. He provocatively suggested a 2-on-5 fist fight, making Lam to clench his fists in anger. He wondered whether he should use his ultimate move now or wait for the tournament. Right at that deadlock, a hand was gently placed on his shoulder, comforting him and helping him calm down. Before Lam Tu and Lengao could compose themselves and turn around to look, that figure had already dashed forward like lightning. To his astonishment, he recognized Feng Thiankai. With just a single kick, that pent-sized girl had completely knocked out all the lackeys. Thiankai moved in a flash, locking and twisting the wrist of the guy surnamed Tran, making him cry out in pain, his bones so numb that he couldn't resist. The bone-chilling pain forced him to sink to his knees on the ground, unable to get back up. Lam Tu was extremely shocked to realize this move was incredibly familiar, identical to the technique used to defeat the demonic dragon last time. Thiankai sarcastically asked him if he was satisfied with the trial of strength, boasting that she could take on his entire gang by herself without needing any superpowers. The onlookers began to whisper and gossip about the unfamiliar girl who fought so skillfully, while someone whispered to keep quiet, warning that she was the famous championship seed, Feng Thiankai of the exam. Thiankai playfully winked and jokingly asked brother Lam Tu if they should be lenient and spare his life now that the guy had knelt down in such sincere repentance. That utterly fake sweetness gave him goosebumps and left him dazed at being addressed that way. The three of them walked away, leaving behind the envious whispers about how lucky the guy was to be escorted by two beauties, which left Lam Tu feeling deeply bewildered about that malicious rumor. A moment later, the three of them arrived at the entrance area, which was packed with contestants. Curious, Lam Tu pressed them about the rumor he had been hearing constantly since morning, asking if the two girls knew anything, only to receive a highly suggestive reply from Thiankai. The lively girl pointed her finger toward Leningok and revealed that an outstanding once-in-a-century beauty had volunteered to act as an accompanying supervisor for this trip. The reason was that she wanted to recruit an extraordinary man who only appears once every 5,000 years into her team, a story that turned Lam Tu to stone on the spot. Panicked, he demanded to know who had maliciously spread such nonsense to ruin him, and Thiankai grinned mischievously, admitting that she herself was the author of this highly explosive masterpiece script. Her eyes sparkled with playfulness as she advised him to just wait patiently for the upcoming fun. Having no other choice, Lam Tu had to dejectedly follow the two girls, feeling a sense of gloom as if he were enduring a punishment. Suddenly, the demonic dragon whispered a warning about something unusual in the distance, prompting Thiankai to curiously ask what he was peeking at. Lam Tu wondered if the guy surnamed Tran was up to no good, but the demonic dragon denied it, pointing out a surge of spiritual energy carrying a suspicious aura spreading from over there. It added that putting aside the strange aura for a moment, the muscular guardian whispering with Tran Ho over there looked extremely suspicious. Lam Tu immediately ordered the evil eye to fly over there to scout the situation. After careful discussion, Hatch Kang personally saw Tran Ho to his car. He did not hesitate in the slightest and immediately pushed the door open to step inside. The person sitting comfortably inside the car suddenly invited him to sit down. Realizing the other party's panic, Kalavika reassured him that young Master Tran should not worry, as Director Tran himself had sent them to help, so he should just get in the car to discuss further. Despite being full of suspicion, Tran Ho still clicked his tongue and got into the car, taking a gamble to see what would happen. The stage now shifted to the central square of the exam. Dindao's majestic footsteps began to echo through the space. Lam Tu and his two female companions kept their eyes fixed in that direction. He proudly introduced himself as Den Dao, the general director of this competition from the Tianhai Daeng Association, a prestigious organization with a history of nearly a century that everyone knows. The name Daeng serves as a reminder to the medaled members that even if they wander through secret realms, they must always remember their mission to eradicate evil and bring peace to the people. For the rookies who just joined today, I personally do not expect you to immediately achieve miraculous feats. But at the very least, you must demonstrate the enthusiasm to protect peace and contribute to society. Dan Dao excitedly shouted, "Come on, young people, show me your fire of determination." The crowd below immediately cheered in unison, making the atmosphere extremely lively. At this moment, the evil eye was still quietly watching everything, but its body was trembling violently with fear. As soon as Tran Ho's figure passed by, the monster eye suddenly jumped in startle. It frantically avoided it so as not to fall into his line of sight. The area manager suddenly ran over while grimacing and clutching his stomach, urging, "Hey there, student, the opening ceremony is about to start, run into the field quickly." Tran Ho put on a calm expression and walked away while the manager, due to his severe stomachache, also rushed off to find a restroom. No one expected that Tran Ho had completely changed his appearance at this moment. However, whenever he stepped into lively places, he would shrink back into the form of an ordinary person. In this way, the second stage of the Autumn Ability Assessment Tournament officially commenced. Just entering the competition, Lam Tu suffered severe culture shock at the scene before his eyes. Seeing the opponents squeezing past him one after another by using magic, Lam Tu annoyedly complained that playing like this was simply cheating. A moment later, Langok spoke up to remind him that tomorrow both the physical fitness and actual combat tests would take place consecutively without a break. Lam Tu confidently beat his chest, asserting that he was extremely resilient because for many years, he had diligently trained his body every single day without missing a session. Her expression became serious as she advised him not to be careless because this was not a school gym class but an arena where superpowers were allowed to be used. During the competition, some even used magic vines to assist on the high bar, but fortunately, each awakened individual possessed only a single type of ability. As a result, most of them would quickly run out of strength, and by the time they reached the shot put event, they would immediately face big trouble due to their inherently fragile physique. Keeping Lin Gok's advice engraved in his heart, Lam Tu told himself that as long as he maintained a decent, above-average performance on all the tests, he would be able to safely move on. And now it was his moment to shine in the grueling shot put event. The moment the shot put hit the ground, the proctor called out the result of 18 meters, while he silently resolved that he must use his true talent to pass the second trial. Right after the exam, Thian Kai showed the scoreboard to tease him. 60 people had passed this time, and he was honored to be ranked second from the bottom. She casually teased that this time the pass rate had doubled, otherwise, with that lousy score of his, he would have had a one-way ticket straight back to his hometown. Thian Kai even sarcastically remarked that she didn't understand why he performed so poorly during the exam. If he had just used his brain a little and used his shadow play or beast summoning skills, he would have easily passed rather than doing something as ridiculous as turning to a mutant puppy during the race and hiding in other people's shadows. Torn between tears and laughter, Lam Tu argued, did she think everyone would resort to any means to win at all costs like some people? His eyes shone with determination as he said that for over 10 years he had been trying relentlessly to awaken his abilities, and regardless of the outcome, this was his moment to test his hard work and sweat, which deeply moved Len Gok upon hearing it. Right after that, he quickly regained his morale, telling himself that the upcoming third round was the key battleground, and he needed to save all his trump cards for the decisive moment. Looking around, the atmosphere in the arena still seemed relatively peaceful at the moment. Den Hong scanned the score list and let out a subtle, meaningful smile. Right after checking it, she handed the folder to Den Dao, announcing that the rankings for the second round were out. Den Hong excitedly remarked that this year's exam season brought together quite a few promising faces, and out of curiosity, Den Dao immediately leaned in to take a look with her. She enthusiastically added that, for example, the student Trivu from Tianhai High School No. 1 had just activated his Blazing Fire superpower and was currently being fiercely scouted by top academies in the Countermeasure Bureau. Next was an extremely rare wood attribute prodigy who had talent to spare but whose physical constitution was too fragile, failing the physical round every year. Fortunately, because the quota was relaxed this time, they managed to scrape through. And that's not all. The highlights also include Lam Tu, the son of Lam Longtun, and young Master Tran Ho, the son of the bureau chief, while Dine Dao listened attentively, scanning for their names on the leaderboard. He narrowed his eyes and thought, having already carefully studied the profiles of both of these young masters. Holding the information profile that had been fabricated through to Len Ngok's connections, Den Dao wondered how Lam Tu, with his lousy second-round score, would manage once he entered the actual combat phase. Meanwhile, Tran Ho sat comfortably at the top of the leaderboard, even breaking Fuang Thian Kai's long-standing record, not to mention possessing the unparalleled strength of the Kimen system, which was extremely formidable in close combat. Den Dao wondered to himself why a prestigious young master from the Countermeasure Bureau chief's family would go to all this trouble to participate in this tournament. He lowered his voice suspiciously, unsure what that old fox Tran Long was scheming, but no matter his calculations, this game of chess would surely end in failure for him, because the task for the upcoming third round would be. Meanwhile, in a corner of the field, Trivu proactively walked over to strike up a conversation with Tran Ho. "Hello, young Master Tran." He cheerfully handed over a can of soda. "Congratulations on your resounding victory in leading the second round. You've worked hard all morning. Here is a little gift I went out of my way to prepare for you." Tranho didn't even utter a single word, snatching the can from the other's hand before coldly marching straight ahead. Triovu stood there dazed, thinking, just taking first place in one round and already acting so arrogant. Right at that moment, the loudspeaker blared loudly, announcing that the third round was about to begin and requesting all contestants to gather at the central square. Langok gently shook his shoulder to remind him, Lam-2, the afternoon exam is about to start. Let's move over there quickly. The crowd began to chatter excitedly, filling the corner of the field with noise, prompting Dun Dao to demand that everyone keep quiet. He declared in a loud, clear voice, the task for the third round is officially revealed. Contestants will have 90 minutes to search for beast spirit cores hidden deep inside the forbidden forest behind me. This information left Lam-2 astounded, a game of hunting for monster spirit cores. The entire venue fell into a confused commotion. We thought it would be direct close combat. What's the point of looking for beast spirit cores? It's not like a children's game of hide and seek. This is absolutely ridiculous. Being scolded furiously to his face, Ding Dao was so resentful that his teeth ground together. He let out a deafening roar. I've had enough of this. Everyone shut up and give me some peace. That shocking scream forced the entire crowd to shut up, quickly covering their ears with their hands. Even Lin Shu and the two beauties beside him almost felt dizzy. This 34-year-old Uncle Ding Dao is currently in control of the Grand Art Association assessment exam. Possessing the lion's roar technique of the Q Men's School, his strength reaches a class and his cultivation is at the late stage of the Divine Mansion realm. While Lin Shu marveled at the incredibly intense sound waves, Ling Yu immediately nodded and explained it's normal. This megaphone-like voice is already famous throughout Tianhai City. He spun around to show his authority. Stop the useless babbling. Everyone hurry up and follow me inside. The candidates started to file through the entrance one after another. Laying eyes on the interior space, Ling Shu could not hide his amazement. What is this? A giant maze appeared, leaving him standing frozen for a long time due to its magnificence. Ding Dao shouted to explain further. Exactly. This place is filled with spirit cranes of the beasts. After an hour and a half, the winner will be decided based on the number collected. Feel free to use any means. If you understand, set off now. Tian Qi laughed excitedly and said, it turns out the organizers have set up such a thrilling game. No wonder they were generous enough to double the number of people passing the second round. Ling Yu thoughtfully analyzed, once the rules do not forbid tricks, the subsequent competition will surely turn into a chaotic battle. Lin Shu curled his lips in a smug smile. Just as I expected, this monster locating device will pinpoint the exact coordinates of each spirit crane. Squeezing his fist with confidence, he thought, in this battle, victory is already in my hands. Suddenly, the gate behind them moved automatically, drawing countless eyes toward it. But in the blink of an eye, it slammed shut to the bewilderment of the crowd. The system immediately displayed an announcement: the third round of the exam officially begins. Countdown time is 1 hour 29 minutes and 58 seconds with 60 candidates. Ding Dao shouted down from above, a little secret, all the beast spirit cranes collected along the way will become your own spoils of war. Hearing about this bargain, the whole hall buzzed with excitement. This is so awesome. Ling Shu stared intently toward the distant maze, whispering to himself that the mind game had officially begun. He looked around anxiously as he heard a series of loud noises echoing. What is this chaotic sound? Lin Shu quickly located the circles displayed on the virtual map, telling himself that the most important thing right now was to move according to the signals the scanner had just detected. Pursing his lips and nodding smugly, he thought, I just need to link the coordinates of these items from near to far to create an optimal route, then start from the closest point. Lin Shu immediately dashed off according to the plan formulated in his head, his immediate goal being to sweep up the largest number of spirit cranes possible before the crowd could realize it. Just like that, he lightly slipped past those still hesitating at the starting line, advancing deep into the gloomy maze. Ling Shu gently tightened his backpack straps, turning his head to calculate. Even if the detector locates the spirit cranes, weaving through these confusing walls to get them is truly not easy. If only I had a structural layout of this maze, it would be so great. While he was quickly turning into a new path to continue his journey, his movements caught the attention of someone else. That guy quickly ducked his head behind the corner of the wall, silently shadowing Lin Shu's every step. Lida, an 18-year-old youth who possesses a hidden B-class metal system ability, is currently at the beginner level of blood condensation cultivation. Raising 2 fingers and sticking out his tongue, he confidently declared that this kid is indeed the super talent that appears once every 5,000 years as rumored, and following him to find the beast's energy stone is the absolute best way. At the same time, Lin Shu kept following the directions from the tracking device, rushing forward and finally reaching the destination. As soon as he arrived, he cheered in excitement that indeed that item really existed. Cherishing the sparkling trophy in his hand, Lin Shu grinned proudly for having successfully completed the initial step to join the talent club. Suddenly from behind, a figure soared high and then leaped closer. The stranger's sole objective was nothing other than that sparkling, deep blue stone. Lida brutally jabbed Ling Shu hard in the ribs, making the kid cry out in pain and drop the treasure from his grip. Pushed by the momentum, Lin Shu stumbled and slammed hard into the large wall behind him. Enduring the bone-chilling pain, he whipped his head around, wondering in bewilderment who on earth had just played dirty with him. Having just snatched the treasure, Lida immediately sprinted away with a triumphant smile, while Lin Shu only had time to grit his teeth and curse the despicable guy before suddenly freezing in confusion. Recalling Ding Tao's previous advice about free action with unlimited methods, Lin Shu finally realized how brutal the true nature of this game was. Once he understood the situation completely, he angrily roared that he would never let that robber get his way. Just as Chen Qiu was about to rush to help, Senior Sister Su quickly stopped him and paved the way for a winding vine to stretch out. They quickly wrapped tightly around Ling's body. Looking visibly annoyed, he raised his fist and shouted to ask Su Lingyu why she didn't go catch the crystal thief instead of tying up her teammate like this. As soon as she finished speaking, the vine loosened, sending Lin Xiu crashing straight to the ground with a thud, and he groaned in pain while rubbing his backside. The young girl landed gently in front of him and advised in a stern voice that even if he caught up, did he plan to fight using phantoms, and that he should use his head and think about it. Watching Lai Da running for his life, Tian Qi casually remarked that moving randomly right now was the most foolish thing, and lying low to wait for an opportunity was clearly wiser than turning oneself into a target. Suddenly, countless zigzagging cracks appeared on the floor. The fractures spread rapidly like spiderwebs, causing bricks and stones to shatter and scatter in all directions. Hearing the loud noise, Lai Da hurriedly turned his head back to see what kind of farce was happening behind him. From deep beneath the ground, dark green tentacles gradually emerged. In the blink of an eye, they bound together into a giant hand that grabbed him firmly and solemnly demanded that he hand over the precious gem. Even though his throat was locked tight, the guy still tried to look up and resentfully asked which busybody had just played a trick on him. The suffocating pressure left his fingers powerless, forcing him to let the gemstone slip out of his hand. A cute little sprout popped up, accompanied by a calm voice sending a sincere apology for startling him. The tiny roots swayed as they lifted themselves off the floor, explaining that he had a weak physical constitution and therefore could not do high-intensity exercise. While controlling the vines, the young man shared honestly that because of his desire to get a ticket to the grand festival, a thick-skinned guy like him who had failed the exam 10 times had to risk everything. Mu Ren, a 23-year-old youth who awakened in a class chili system plan ability, currently possesses the strength of the intermediate blood condensation stage. The guy laughed off the tension and negotiated, "This time I only got lucky to pass the second subject. I hope you can be generous and give me this opportunity." The other person curled his lips slightly and refused bluntly, "Everyone should look out for their own strength. There's no reason to yield." But have you heard the story of the mantis stalking the cicada, unaware of the oriole right behind it? While preparing to put the energy stone into his pocket, a sudden incident occurred from behind, giving the wood element guy a start. In a panic, he watched the raging fire engulfing his vines, only managing to shout out, "We were done for." Trio Vu excitedly stepped forward with a flickering flame in his hand to show off, "Hey there, wood guy. I've secretly looked through the files of all the contestants. Although we both belong to the special group, I have a guaranteed victory and a head-on confrontation." The guy glanced at the electronic board and continued, "Look at the monitoring screen over there yourself. The clock has only 1 hour and 6 minutes left, and the number of remaining contestants is 37. Suddenly, a voice interrupted, 24 minutes have already passed since the start of the test. If we don't hurry up, we refinished. Wait a minute." Lam Tu's eyes widened as he whispered, "Not only is the exam time flying by, but even the number of competitors is dwindling second by second." Len Ingok, standing beside him, nodded in agreement. "Exactly. Even if someone has the superpower to see spiritual energy clearly, finding beast energy stones in this desolate battlefield relies mostly on luck. Therefore, if hunting methods aren't T-restricted, snatching them from others seems much faster." He turned to look at Thian Kai and asked, "Is it because you realize this that you are standing here waiting so calmly? I thought we had to use monster detectors." His friend patted Lam Tu's shoulder to comfort him. "Calm down, I've already made a plan." Thian Kai quickly pulled a bag out from her clothes and said confidently, "With this in hand, what is there to worry about?" He was startled and raised his voice, "Oh my goodness, sister, are you planning to use this item to play a trick on people?" Just then, Trivu standing over there yelled, "What's up? Hurry up and show me the monster-s gemstone." The wood guy had no choice but to hand over the item, his whole body burning with frustration as he muttered, "So all hope is gone, a complete waste of the hard work I put into passing the previous round." The guy took the treasure and laughed out loud. "As long as I snatch the ticket to the arts assembly, the opportunity to explore treasures and get rich quickly will lie wide open before me." At that very moment, someone received instructions over a communication device. "The target has arrived at the meeting point. The treasure is in the hands of that crew-cut kid." He nodded to signal understanding and then asked loudly, "Hey, short-haired kid, are you holding the beast stone?" Triavu was startled and quickly turned his head, shouting, "Who's there?" Tranho suddenly appeared with a mysterious demeanor, terrifying him so much that he stuttered, "Oh, young Master Tran." Right after that, an extremely bizarre sight unfolded before their eyes. The strange creature extended its long, lanky neck with a highly unusual appearance. It watched Trivu intently. In the right hand of the crew-cut guy was an energy stone. Trivu, male 18 years old, possesses a special fire element ability, a level talent rating strength at the early blood condensation stage. It reasoned according to the archives, this guy is a fellow disciple of Tran Ho and also his subordinate. The man curiously called out, "Young Master Tran," and the creature continued, "So, just a little intimidation will make it easy to snatch the energy stone." The monster stretched its winding neck closer and growled, "Trivu, hand over the beast stone right now. I am Tran Ho and you dare to ignore me." Trivu asked in panic, "Who on earth are you?" He seemed to have realized what was happening, so he quickly stepped back a few paces, astounded by that immense power. It used its long tentacles to squeeze his body tightly and continued to threaten him, "Be obedient. Without me, you are just a nameless grain of sand and won't be able to achieve anything worthwhile." Trivu screamed with all his might, "But young Master Tran, you were the one who told me that since my family is poor, you advised me to take the assembly exam to make money early and help my parents." The creature began to lose its temper and roared, "Hurry up and hand over that stone." However, in his heart he still told himself, "Even if this is an order from young Master Tran, I will never surrender this." Trivu thought to himself, "After spending years living in poverty and hardship, there is finally a glimmer of hope to change my life. My younger siblings at home are all hoping I pass this big exam to bring them a better life. He looked around and said to himself, I will absolutely not accept giving up this hard-earned opportunity to change my life to anyone else. At this point, the sinister tentacles had almost completely locked down Trio Vu, but his strength was truly no match for young Master Tran. Furthermore, today he looked extremely strange and terrifyingly powerful. If he was left alone like this, he wouldn't even have a 1% chance of winning. Despite the perilous situation, he still harbored a strong determination. No matter what, I am resolved to protect what is within my grasp. He immediately delivered a powerful, decisive punch. He yelled towards Tuk Trung, I am sorry, young Master Tran, but I will absolutely not give the monster core to you. He got into a fighting stance. You are not wrong at all. You are strong while I am too inexperienced. However, Chio Vu scoffed, you missed a step in your calculations. The rules of this exam were originally meant for the weak to turn the tables. He shouted loudly, the stronger someone is, the easier it is for them to become a target. Hey Laiksai and Moknan, let's team up to take him down. We'll split the core equally 3 ways, how about it? Tuk Trung smirked sarcastically, are you referring to those guys? He slowly turned his head to look, and a scene of utter horror suddenly appeared before his eyes. His comrades were all tightly bound by tentacles. How unlucky, you two are even more pathetic than I am. He snorted, mocking the one who didn't know his own limits. Chu Vu immediately knelt down to offer the core. Young Master Tran, please show mercy. I still have an 80-year-old mother and 2 young siblings to look after. Tuk Trung opened his mouth wide with a look of annoyance. So annoying. Let me just devour you to make it simple. Go down to my stomach and chat with those scraps of meat. He ran for his life, crying out pathetically, Mom, save me. Suddenly, a very powerful, shimmering golden light radiated from high above. That aura of light struck straight down at Tuk Trung's position to attack him. He was so terrified that his face turned pale, yet he still mustered the courage to turn his head and watch. Chu Vu's eyes widened in surprise as he recognized the person's identity it turned out to be. Deep down, he was thinking of Langok, the respected president. Lam Tu couldn't help but be shocked, thinking it was all over, but Kuai Long replied, not yet. The evil energy of that insect hasn't decreased one bit. Kuai Long seemed to have caught a scent of something. I've finally recalled where I encountered this aura before. It's the strong stench of King from back then. Tuk Trung's body began to shatter and transform into a horde of horrific monsters. Those bizarre creatures were ploddingly advancing step by step towards him. Lam Tu shouted to warn him, hey Chu Vu, get away from there. The enemy is still very much alive. He bowed deeply and solemnly, leaving him utterly confused. What on earth is this guy up to? Leningok screamed, get out of here quickly. Don't just stand there wasting time. Tuk Trung's expression opposite them looked truly terrifying and threatening. He frantically leaped up again to give chase, and the boy couldn't help but feel terrified. Even though Tran Ho was already unpleasant, this sight is truly too disgusting. Thian Kai chimed in, I'm very sorry to have to tell you, but the reality could be much worse and more disgusting than this. The girl spoke up, those who look exactly like Tran Ho, there isn't just one of them in this exam area. Lam Tu realized the situation was slipping out of control. Damn it, what on earth is going on right now? Lin Gok shook her head in disappointment, he's not that strong. Although I'm not entirely sure, I am certain that guy isn't the real Tran Ho. She speculated high chances are the monsters impersonated Tuk Trung to infiltrate the isolated exam room. In such an emergency, we need to report to the testing center immediately. He was startled. Strange, how did you bring a communication device in here? Thian Kai smiled, and that is a special privilege for the supervisor accompanying the candidate. Leningok quickly reported the urgent situation. Multiple monsters have been detected and they have injured several candidates. We request the immediate removal of the protective barrier and to open all emergency exits to evacuate people for rescue. Dun Dao furrowed his brow and asked what was happening, while Dun Hong panicked and shouted loudly that there was a major incident in the exam room and to quickly switch the screen to the surveillance camera. Everyone was in a frenzy, not understanding what on earth was going on. An extremely chaotic scene appeared clearly on the screen. Where did those terrifying human-faced meatworm monsters come from? And how did they get into this closed exam area? Wait, those worms' faces looked exactly like the candidate Tran Ho. Could this incident have something to do with him? She frowned and thought to herself that, in any case, the urgent matter now was to call the technical team immediately to unlock the system and rescue the candidates so they could escape. He immediately brushed it off, asking why it had to be so complicated when he could settle those few iron doors with just a single shout. A screeching voice suddenly rang out clearly, telling them not to waste their effort anymore. Kalavika's face showed clear smugness and arrogance as she declared that the entire exam control system had been taken over by her faction, thanking the organizers for handing them the opportunity to capture everyone on a silver platter, and commanding her darlings to go forth and finish them off. Len Ngok looked anxious. The actual situation seemed very tense as the operating system had been hacked, and although the center was trying to fix the issue until reinforcements arrived, everyone in the exam room could only rely on themselves. She said in a stern voice, Fuang Thian Kai, stop joking around. Now is the time for the proctors to show their capability, so make sure to protect the safety of all the candidates. The petite girl crossed her arms over her chest, smiled mischievously, and said that the escorting could be left to Sister Tu, while she and Lam Tu would still act according to the original combat plan. The young girl added that, in any case, the mission was to gather all the enemies and finish them off quickly, except that this time the opponents were stubborn meatworms instead of candidates, making it a great opportunity to test the power of her Thunder Tremor Strike technique. There was no precedent for the organizers' competency evaluation exam being infiltrated and disrupted by monsters like this, and this unexpected incident immediately caused a huge shock to both the management and the response bureau. Den Hong cried out in surprise, "Hey, Captain Hatch, what on earth are you doing blocking off the entire exam area? This is our territory and your task is only to assist with security." Hatch Kang smiled faintly as he approached, explaining that 15 minutes ago they received a distress signal reporting an extremely dangerous incident in the exam room, compounded by the fact that the emergency exit doors were malfunctioning and could not be lowered, thus requiring emergency support forces. She was secretly astonished, not expecting that this group's information network would be so sharp. In the corner, the young Master Tran-ho was whimpering because he had been locked in the toilet completely naked, while two staff members whispered that they had just rescued the young master of the Tran family, and he asserted that the person impersonating him out there was an extremely terrifying monster. Dun Dao laughed heartily, then asked mockingly if their response bureau had forgotten the true capability of their organizing committee. He continued, saying that his side had far more experience in dealing with a few monsters or system sabotage than they did, and they had their own way of handling it properly without the others needing to worry. Hatch Kang frowned and asked back, "So your great plan is to use force to smash the main gate of the exam room? Our side will absolutely not approve of such a reckless action." He added, "If smashing the gate allows the monsters to escape and flood into the city center, who will take responsibility for the lives of countless innocent citizens?" He then presented a document with a red stamp, declaring that it was a direct order from Director Tran, according to which the response bureau would take over the entire exam area to first establish a protective barrier for the residents, and only then consider rescuing the candidates. Hatch Kang instructed authoritatively that if they had no further questions, they should step aside to let them do their job and not obstruct the functional forces. Den Dao angrily muttered that the old fox Tran Sai Long was only good at talking but actually had no real interest in saving people, while Den Hong, despite swallowing his anger, understood that this was not the time to argue with the bureau and that the most important thing was to find a way to rescue the candidates first to minimize casualties. She whispered to Lang Gok that the entire outer perimeter had been surrounded by the response bureau's people, and it seemed they were deliberately stalling to prevent them from reaching and rescuing, to which Leningok asked in shock why the bureau would do such a thing. Lam Tu seemed to have vaguely guessed the reason, saying that the person behind this was definitely Tran Sai Long, whose target was him, causing Lengok to cry out in surprise that Tran Sai Long was supposed to be Uncle Lam's old comrade in arms. On the other end of the phone, Din Hong gently reassured him to stay calm nonetheless, as they were trying to drill an entrance inside, and for now, the safety of all candidates depended entirely on him and Fuang Thian Kai, asking him to try to gather everyone in one place if possible. Leningok showed hesitation, saying that this was a bit difficult because the structure of the exam room was as complicated as a maze, and with the monster scoring everywhere, causing the candidates to flee in panic like headless chickens, gathering them in one place was by no means simple. Suddenly, she narrowed her eyes and thought, "Wait a minute, what about those steel beams?" Lingok's facial expression relaxed completely and her previous anxious tension eased somewhat. She gently comforted them, saying to trust her because she had already thought of a smooth way to handle this. Her voice blared through the speaker, "Dear candidates, the exam venue is being raided by monsters and the situation is extremely dangerous. However, please stay calm, the rescue team is rushing to our aid." Her voice continued to echo steadily, "But before reinforcements arrive, we must rely on ourselves to minimize casualties and losses as much as possible." Kalavika sneered, "What a waste of effort, these insects can never be destroyed in the first place." One candidate shouted in despair, "That's just empty theory. Even though this isn't a maze, if we get pursued by those beasts, no one will be able to budge." The young man was about to become food for the insects. Feeling dejected and not wanting to run anymore, he secretly wished he had put in more effort during the previous rounds. A voice whispered in his ear, "It's too early to give up like this." No sooner had the voice stopped than a steel fist suddenly smashed straight into the monster's face. In the blink of an eye, the surrounding scene turned into a chaotic battlefield. True VP was sitting perched on someone else's shoulders, looking as arrogant as the perpetrator who had just made the move. The candidate, sobbing with tears streaming down his face, asked, "Why did you save me?" Charvi grinned, "I was also saved, and besides, this is my savior Swish, hurry up and run for your life." The other person asked in bewilderment, "But the monsters are hot on our heels, how can we find the exit of the maze? Just turn around and look." He said that Chairman T has already placed a marker at the center of the maze, so we just need to rush straight there. "Come on, shall we go together?" Then they all sprinted forward together, so it turns out we just need to run straight ahead. The monster, fallen to the ground, growled and cursed the useless bugs. It roared ferociously and rushed forward quickly. "You bratty kids, I will definitely not spare you." The candidate friend was still skeptical. "I hope that tree is really there." Then he burst out laughing, "Practicing is useless anyway, hurry up and use your brain." Kalavika seemed to have sensed that something was unusual in the air. She hastily ordered, "Divide into small groups and surround them tightly. Under no circumstances must you allow them to approach the central area." Lin and Geek furrowed her brows slightly. As expected, she had already begun moving in this direction. With a distorted, fierce face, she shrieked, "You sly little brats, do you still dare to oppose me?" She rushed off immediately. The time was ripe. The little girl's small, lovely silhouette suddenly shot straight up into the sky. Immediately after, Thin K was sitting firmly on her back. "You have finally fallen into my trap." The clever girl quickly covered her eyes. While everyone was struggling in the maze below, "You were up here playing shady tricks with these bugs," making Kalavika scream in shock. She laughed sarcastically, "Do you think a kid's tiny bit of strength can bind me?" Thin K grinned very innocently, "Of course it can." With that, the little girl swung her hand and splashed a stream of liquid. "That's why I went to the trouble of preparing this unique gift just for you." Kalavika was utterly bewildered. It's so smelly and filthy. What on earth is this devilish stuff? Thin K grinned and said, it's just cooking oil, but have you ever heard of a skyrocket? Making her struggle in panic and scream, how dare you? Kalavika screamed, telling them to get down when suddenly from above sections of the wall collapsed violently. Witnessing that dramatic scene, both she and the young girl were bewildered, not understanding what was happening. A huge hole appeared in the roof, accidentally dragging Thean Kai straight down. Dendao shouted triumphantly, if you won, let me smash the front door, I'll just tear down the roof. Resounding shouts echoed, encouraging the contestants to rush forward and defeat that creature. Amidst the chaos, bricks and stones of all sizes poured down like rain. Kalavika landed extremely painfully with her entire body. She tumbled and slid a long way across the hard floor. She looked utterly pathetic as her entire body was covered in a layer of sticky oil. Kalavika's wings were soaked in a sticky liquid that was extremely difficult to wash off. Furious, she cursed the culprit who dared to play such a dirty trick to humiliate her, swearing to chop her opponent into 100 pieces. Thean Kai smirked as she clung tightly to the dangling rope, leaving her only able to resentfully declare that her opponent had reached a dead end. Kalavika struggled to get up, gathering all her remaining strength to prepare for the next finishing blow. However, her grease-clogged wings made it impossible for her to take off or execute any move. The girl smiled slyly, although it's a bit of a pity I could set this oil on fire. The wing-locking effect of grease on feathered creatures is indeed beyond your expectation, isn't it? The girl teased that as long as that layer of oil had not dried, she could forget about flying in the sky. From above, Dendao lowered a rope ladder and called out for Fuang Thean Kai to climb up quickly, complaining that the arena was too cramped, so they had to make do with this. The girl replied that she could handle herself there, advising her teammate to quickly go down and support the contestants below. Below, a pack of hungry monsters looked up with eyes burning with desire. They gaped their wide mouths, waiting to devour those who were frantically trying to escape. She laughed disdainfully, wondering if this cheap trick could save dozens of lives huddling together to become easy prey for the monsters. Thean Kai calmly maintained a suggestive expression, advising her opponent to open her eyes wide to watch the great play that had only just begun. Lam Tu waved the bag of rare minerals to taunt Tran Ho, challenging to see who would be the fastest to snatch it first. All the attention of the hideous monsters immediately shifted toward the young man. They surrounded him, fixing their greedy eyes on that sparkling treasure. His teammate warned Lam Tu loudly to be careful because the person in front of him was an absolute fraud. He laughed and asked if the opponent was being too delusional to think he would easily hand over the treasure, or perhaps had completely forgotten the unforgettable lesson from last month. Right after speaking, he threw the bag into the air, asserting that although he might be incompetent, he would never give his things to a fool like him. The monsters immediately scrambled to leap high into the air toward the bag with eager looks. He smirked, mocking the foolish pests and remarking that their brains were even worse than that fool's. Lam Tu immediately launched a powerful attack straight toward the monsters. The young man smiled with excitement. The parasites had no time to dodge, crashing into each other chaotically. The scene in front of him suddenly turned into a chaotic mess. The item bag finally rested obediently in the palm of Lam Tu's hand. He narrowed his eyes, intently analyzing the bizarre things right in front of him. The info panel appeared. The adult parasite possesses the bloodline of a leader, measuring half a meter long and weighing up to 9 kilograms. This species is wrinkled dark red, crawls in swarms, and easily merges into a giant monster to disguise itself as others. If every single individual is not completely destroyed, they will quickly revive as if they had never been separated. Lam Tu scratched his head in frustration. Although he didn't like that Tran Ho guy, being asked to attack a grotesque face like this was indeed a bit awkward. Chuvu murmured in surprise. It turned out this kid hid his skills so well, no wonder he caught Len Ngok's eye. He hurriedly pieced together all the recent events. Dendao smiled to himself, realizing this kid actually had some real talent. The squirming swarm of monsters began to direct their greedy glares toward Lam Tu. A smug laugh echoed, declaring that the real show was about to begin. The entire squirming swarm of bugs merged into a giant entity. The supersized monster began to frantically chase after Lam Tu. Very soon after, he was swallowed by it, with only a struggling hand left sticking out. The surrounding contestants turned pale with fright, screaming in panic. Dendao took a puff of smoke, wondering if he was in danger, then decided to take matters into his own hands to resolve this mess. Den Hong hurriedly stopped him, warning not to act rashly, as that line of fire would wipe out everyone currently on the tower. Kalavika rushed forward with a cruel smile, shouting that he had finally caught the brat. By now, Lam Tu's entire body had completely disappeared inside the monster's belly. He could only try his best to stretch one arm high up. Thean Kai suddenly realized something and shouted to ask everyone to immediately seal the hole on the tower's ceiling. Len Ngok immediately took action without hesitation, promising to finish it in 10 seconds. She channeled all her inner energy to seal the open space above. Dendao frowned in confusion, wondering what trick she was trying to pull. Everyone clamored in panic, asking why she was suddenly blocking the escape route, wondering how they would escape later, and calling it absolute madness. Inside the monster's bloated belly, a surge of power seemed about to burst out. Lam Tu gathered his strength and let out a loud shout, launching the spikes. In the blink of an eye, the creature's body shattered into 100 pieces. The young man curled his lips slightly, casting a sharp, cold look full of mystery. The entire area suddenly went wild, and a sticky liquid splashed everywhere from out of nowhere. The monster stared in shock at the ruinous scene, unable to believe its eyes because it was all so absurd. It kept its eyes glued to Lam Tu in utter terror, not expecting its opponent to possess such a terrifying ability. The hazy trails of mist enveloping him also faded away very quickly. Lam Tu gradually stepped out with an extremely heroic and confident bearing. Though the ceiling was sealed, this battle was not yet over, so let them all rush in at once. He concentrated all his strength into his legs, ready for a lightning-fast counterattack. Realizing there was something unusual in the air, the monster began to tremble with fear at the crazy thing that was happening. Unfortunately, it was too late. He immediately accelerated powerfully, so fast that only a faint afterimage could be seen. In just an instant, Lam Tu dashed a mile away, leaving countless shining cuts on his opponent's long body. Just as he gently touched the ground, the monstrous body fell apart into several pieces, unable to withstand a single blow. The crowd witnessing this masterful and highly skilled play cheered enthusiastically. Indeed, the young man Telangok had her eyes on was no ordinary person, truly a rare prodigy. Amidst the bustling atmosphere, a worried voice suddenly broke in, saying something was not right. That person lowered their voice assertively, saying they had once looked over the candidate profiles, and Lam Tu actually possessed a lightning superpower of the Thiat system. Looking at Lam Tu's towering figure on the field, people whispered and gossiped because the Thiat system was naturally geared towards controlling nature, and only the Kaiman system could enhance physical strength, so why had he changed into such a strange form? Taking a painful punch right on, the two heads of the monster now trembled in fear at the sight of him, desperately begging him not to come closer. Their panic only made him more excited as he cracked his knuckles, asserting that he was born to cause trouble and would send them all on their way. Having finished speaking, Lam Tu immediately charged straight at the opponents, causing the monsters to flee in panic upon seeing how aggressive he was. But how could he let them escape so easily? He chased after them fiercely and shouted at them to come back. He rushed forward with unparalleled power, swiftly dealing with any target he encountered without showing any mercy. Seeing the monsters gradually climbing up the tower, everyone screamed in confusion, calling for Lam Tu to stop them before the steel structure collapsed from failing to withstand the impact. Seizing upon the weak point of the structure, the monsters frantically concentrated their power to attack the metal load-bearing pillars. Truvu saw them using underhanded tricks and hurriedly urged Chairman to quickly find a way to respond before everything collapsed. Leningok was annoyed by the person next to her rambling endlessly, so she shouted at them to be quiet so she could concentrate on her work. Though she acted tough, she herself was exhausted, with wary drops of sweat rolling down her cheeks. Misfortunes never come singly indeed, as a large number of monsters suddenly poured out from some corner, surrounding the entire foundation of the tower and leaving everyone bewildered. An arrogant voice suddenly echoed, greeting Miss Tu along with the descendant of the illustrious hero Lam Long Tun after all these days of separation. Hearing that familiar tone, her face changed color. As expected, the mastermind behind this drama had officially revealed himself. At that moment, Truvu could only scream with all his might in terror, turning his eyes toward Lam Tu, who stood there facing the brunt of it. The wood system guy was also bewildered and stunned, thinking to himself that this identity sounded strangely familiar, and it turned out to be the precious son of Lam Long Tun. Professor Tite put on a classic villainous smile and said excitedly, "The initial agreement between both parties has been settled. Now that the information is in your hands, it's time to fulfill your promise, isn't it?" Chuvu tried to regain his composure and hurriedly reached out to pull his teammate up. "This is bad, the ground is shaking violently again, the tower is about to collapse. Hurry up, grab my hand quickly." A perilous moment arrived when a giant worm suddenly rushed out, opening its mouth filled with sharp teeth and an odor of 1,000 years without cleaning towards him. Just when it seemed Chuvu was about to become a delicious dinner for the monster, fortunately, a powerful aftershock caused its bite to miss the target completely. He breathed a sigh of relief as if he had just used up all his life's luck, staring at the giant worm as it slipped and fell freely below. Suddenly sensing that something was wrong, Chuvu's face changed color and he fell back into a state of utter confusion. Looking at the creepy wriggling mess below, his heart almost jumped out of his chest. What on earth was that bizarre, giant face growing right under the ground? The scene before his eyes was truly terrifying, and even more spine-chillingly. The entire solid steel base of the tower had already been firmly gripped in the monster's mouth. Kalavika, trembling, apologized to Professor Tayet, while he laughed in satisfaction and replied, "You did an excellent job completing the task. Hurry up and lead them to the top of the tower." The middle-aged man declared confidently and loudly, "Lam Tu, oh Lam Tu, you are in a tight spot now. If you know what's good for you, hand over that monster of the Quiet Pole Island right now." Witnessing this chaotic scene, Lam Tu frowned with worry. This is really dangerous. That monster seems to want to swallow this entire iron tower whole. Hearing the man's rambling, Demon Dragon flew into a rage. "What kind of Dean title is that? We'll see who wins in a bit." Seeing this, Lam Tu quickly intervened. "Calm down and don't poke your head out carelessly." Realizing that danger was imminent, Lam Tu immediately shouted to warn everyone. "Everyone up high, pay attention. There is a giant monster below about to swallow this place. Find a way to escape quickly." Sensing that the situation was unfavorable, the wooden man spoke up to advise him. "Young Master Lam, it seems the monster below is craving something of yours. If it's not too important, just give it to it. We are stuck here with no way out." Hearing those somewhat cowardly words, Chuvu flew into a rage. "You flower and grass playing guy, what kind of talk is that? Whose side are you on anyway? Do you believe I'll set fire to burn down a waverer like you?" The woodman whimpered with tearful eyes and choked up to explain, "I didn't want this either. Who knew the practical exam would be this horrifying?" The friend standing next to him also hurriedly chimed in. "That's right, stuck on a tower this high, there's nowhere to run." Right at the critical moment, a very familiar figure suddenly rushed over. This sudden appearance immediately caught Chuvu's attention, causing him to turn his head sharply to look. In the blink of an eye, he was squashed flat by the chubby body of Little Pig. "Stop rambling. He is Lam 2's best friend, so he will definitely help. Lam 2, if you hear me, throw that thing out quickly. Don't drag me down with you. Seeing their internal strife starting, Professor Tyatt grew even more smug and cheered. Everyone is absolutely right. You should listen to the collective opinion, dear student Lam 2. Witnessing the opponent's dirty play, Lam 2 was extremely annoyed and decisively took off the backpack on his shoulders. How despicable, always resorting to cheap tricks to force others. He quickly released his pets and carefully gave them tactical instructions. Little puppies, deploy now. Quickly climb to the top of the tower. As for Big Eye, just hide in the pouch and cling tightly to the walls on both sides. With a thoughtful expression, Lam 2 softly asked in his mind, Demon Dragon, are you sure you are strong enough to handle that giant beast below? Demon Dragon immediately grumbled back, stop whining and complaining. Release me already. I've chewed up countless of these lousy beast general level monsters. As soon as he finished speaking, he raised his backpack, aimed straight at the abyss below and threw it down hard. Alright, I'll count on you for this battle. A flash of light passed by and Demon Dragon materialized, then soared down like an arrow tearing through the air. Let's fight. The crowd, witnessing his series of decisive actions, gasped in amazement, completely bewildered and not understanding what kind of stunt he was pulling. Despite the skeptical looks around, Demon Dragon plunged straight into the mouth of Professor Tyatt's giant monster. Seeing the grand giant figure of Demon Dragon suddenly appear, everyone screamed in panic, oh my god, what on earth is this thing? Chuvu observed for a while before noticing that the monster looked very much like Lin Xia's transformed state. He looked closely at Lin Xiu and thought to himself, maybe this is closely linked to the guy's superpower. Witnessing that scene, Mu Ren exclaimed that the giant creature must weigh at least a ton, making everyone around incredibly skeptical, not understanding how that young man could carry it. Xiaobu also closely observed the situation. It seemed like this was a new monster on their side. Looking towards the Kuilong, its eyes now flared with a deadly purple color, and it rushed straight down. The scene was as magnificent as a superhero movie. The moment for the two monsters' battle had finally arrived, and it was truly explosive. The Kuilong accelerated at a dizzying speed, leaving only a streak of light as it charged like a storm into the herd of monsters below. Its massive mouth was still wide open. Those beside him saw the scene with their own eyes and froze, rendered speechless. After escaping, the crowd panicked and screamed, is it really over? Luckily we didn't anger it earlier, or else we would have been swallowed whole. Seeing this ridiculous situation, Lin Xiu shouted angrily, brother, didn't you say it would be easy to handle a beast general level? Why are you swallowed whole like that now? However, he quickly calmed down to think, wait a minute, I still have Kuilong's energy signature, which means it hasn't disappeared yet. The mastermind, thinking they had secured victory, laughed triumphantly, I finally possess you, the super beast of Jian Island. Hearing this, the crowd around clamored, hey, you got what you wanted, now keep your promise and release us. Yes, let us go. Hearing this, the old man treacherously changed his tune, keep a promise. If you hadn't mentioned it, I would have completely forgotten. I don't have time to make promises to anyone. Realizing they had been deceived, everyone was furious, yet they were powerless and could only grit their teeth in helpless resignation. The mastermind now revealed his cunning face, as long as that person takes me into the trial area, I will completely wipe out all the participants here. Please save us, I still want to live. After a moment of silence, Ling Yu hastily warned, oh no, everyone leave this tower immediately, it's extremely dangerous. Utilizing his extraordinary physical strength, Lin Xiu swung continuously across the steel frames. Fortunately, the crowd was up above, so he was still in time to rescue them. Suddenly noticing something unusual, he stopped right in the middle of the courtyard. Glancing down, he saw that the situation was terrible. It's too late, they seem to have met with disaster. Hey, we are still up here. The crowd frantically called his name, Lin Xiu, hurry and rescue us. But all his weapons are broken, so how can he save us? Whoever spoke up to blame him earlier apologized quickly. Who is stepping on my foot? Mu Ren used all his strength to pull everyone up, but now he was also exhausted. Don't all crowd over here, I can't hold on anymore. Sensing something was wrong, they turned to urge Ling Yu, President Su, quickly activate the ceiling system so everyone can escape. At this moment, she was also completely helpless, standing in dead silence and not bothering to respond to their pleas. Ling Xiu held tightly onto the ceiling and raised his hand to signal his teammates. Chuvu, hovering in midair, also noticed something strange. On the rooftop, the figures of two people appeared. The media is starting to pay attention. If this causes a public outcry, it'll be big trouble. We must clean up quickly. Holding a cigarette, Ding Tao said loudly, I don't care about public opinion. The urgent matter now is to save people. It's unclear why Su Lingyu wants to cover the ceiling, I just want to fire another shot. Den Hong calmly observed, the inside was definitely in utter chaos, the explosive power was too terrifying and any carelessness could easily result in self-injury. As soon as the words were finished, the ground shook violently, the noise no less than a pile of homemade firecrackers. It was unclear what tricks those inside were playing. A bunch of writhing, hideous tentacles poked out right after that. Seeing this scene, the system's siren wailed loudly. A real monster had appeared on the convention stage, not a drill. The landing was a disastrous failure, extreme danger warning. The first time seeing such a huge monster fall from the sky just like in a textbook. The news flew straight to the leader's ears. Captain, we've trended. Are we just going to sit here and wait like this? The captain waved his hand to signal calm, saying he was only following orders from above, and as long as Director Tran had not given the word, they should just stay put. He immediately took out his phone to call that guy Tran Sai Long. A voice echoed throughout the room, the cage has been tightly closed, now is the most suitable time for us to draw the net. The directive was handed down in a flash, everyone start deploying. Dun Dao tightly gripped a cold, sharp, and extremely beautiful sparkling ice sword in his hand. Without further thought, he struck down hard right where he was standing. Right after that, this guy also had to gape in shock at the scene before his eyes. Pitch black smoke billowed from the crack. Maybe the house was on fire. Why was there suddenly such thick smoke and fire? The pets that Lamb 2 had released earlier were heading to the corner of the wall together to relieve themselves. Who would have thought that waste would spontaneously burst into flames, leaving Chuvu speechless as he watched? He quickly covered his nose with a cloth, his eyes glued to the flaring fire. Seeing this, Chuvu shouted out loud, "Chairman 2, the kid Lamb 2 is done. Let's deploy right now." A very villainous voice echoed from the darkness. "The traps have all been laid. Let's make our appearance." Tranho stepped out, fully showing off his muscular six-pack body, and asked if they had already known beforehand that this assessment convention would be ruined. That voice replied quickly, "About 3 months ago, my raised subordinate was knocked out in the secret realm. I traced it and found out the enemy was a red dragon. Coincidentally, its hiding place was right under your school's training ground." Sai Long leisurely took a sip of coffee and at the same time curiously asked if he could guess who was here. Tranho widened his eyes in surprise. Could that name be Lamb 2? He frantically made excuses for himself, but believe me, that guy Lamb 2 has absolutely not awakened any abilities yet. He's just an ordinary person. Just as he was in the middle of saying he was very ordinary, his mouth was gripped tightly by a hand, preventing him from saying another word. Sai Luong glared at him with an eye-chilling look. "I instructed you to seize the communication vehicle that Lam Longtun left for his son." His arm suddenly mutated and grabbed Tranho by the neck, lifting him high into the air. "But in the end, what on earth did you accomplish?" Sai Luong's face was burning with murderous intent, veins bulging as if he wanted to chop Tranho into 100 pieces to vent his anger. Seeing that terrifying expression made dread spread throughout his body, but now he could only whimper and weep. A moment later, his hand grew tired, so he threw Tranho onto the cold ground. He tossed a thick book to him. "Take this, I am returning it to you." Tranho, dripping with sweat, picked up the item. It turned out to be his diary. Sai Luong gave a warm smile, saying that it was understandable for a young man to be smitten by a beautiful woman, but he must not neglect his main duties. Then his voice suddenly hardened. "Remember, the mistake you made will require 100 lives to pay for." Countless photos of Langok fell scattered from that notebook. The battlefield appeared utterly desolate, with thick smoke and dust covering the ruined debris. The crowd standing outside was aggressively trying to break things down to surge inside. After struggling for a while, they finally managed to break open the barrier door. Catch Kang quickly looked around. Ever since the truck Long attack, all buildings had installed firefighting systems, so could this be a trick of an awakened? At this moment in the arena, Chuvu suggested, "Chairman 2, the contestants have all evacuated. We should also withdraw and leave the rest to the countermeasure bureau." She did not rush to make a decision, but gently turned her head to ask Lam 2 what he thought. The young man thought for a moment and then said, "No need to panic. Kuai Long will definitely win. The fact that I am still maintaining the transformation is the clearest proof." As soon as those words were spoken, blood splattered from above. It turned out to be Tetmuk's blood. He was writhing and crying out in pain, coughing up mouthfuls of bright red blood. Suddenly, an eerie laugh rang out from the distance. It was Kalavika. Even though she was pinned down, she still laughed gleefully, mocking that the trump card had been smashed to pieces. Lam 2 paid no heed to the mockery, focusing solely on observing his own body. A large boil on Tetmuk's face was swelling up rapidly, clearly visible to the naked eye. The young man immediately turned his attention to that development in astonishment. From that bizarre swelling, Kuai Long proudly broke free and flew out. That scene shocked Chuvu to the extreme, while Leningok smiled as if she had foreseen everything. Lam 2 could not hide his excitement, cheering and calling out Kuai Long's name. Kalavika, who was gloating, was suddenly left speechless as if slapped in the face, her expression turning into a dazed embarrassment. Continuous dry electronic sounds signaled that Kuai Long was undergoing a level breakthrough. Receiving an unexpected bucket of cold water, Tetmuk frantically tried to find a way to resist but was completely helpless. He vomited up a disgusting puddle of sticky fluid again. That mass of liquid instantly turned into a large fist, slamming straight into Kuai Long. Tetmuk's lightning-fast attack left Kuai Long taking the full force of the punch to its flank. Right after delivering the blow, Tetmuk boasted loudly again, "It's useless. My body has the ability to regenerate forever." At this moment, Kuai Long only saw him as a sumptuous feast, greedily licking its lips. That face was devoured to shreds as the system chimed to congratulate Kuai Long on successfully absorbing the seed. The control panel suddenly announced, "Master, the Kui Dragon is detected to be severely injured. Do you want to spend accumulated points to heal it?" With the system backing him up, Lam 2 was no longer afraid of anyone. The enemy can resurrect, so why can't we? He shouted loudly, "Kui Dragon, try to swallow them, devour them all, and your wounds will heal automatically." Upon receiving the order, the pet dragon immediately plunged into the fresh meat buffet with great enthusiasm. Witnessing that scene, the villain suddenly trembled with fear. The dragon's self-healing ability far exceeded his estimates. If only this skill could be transferred to his own swarm of insects. Lam 2 casually stood watching the show. These silly wound recovery tricks were well within his capability too. Old Takei started to use trash talk to provoke him. "Monsters will always be mere beasts. No matter how strong they are, if they are foolish, they are useless. This entire area is under my control. You might save yourself, but can you protect those useless teammates of yours?" With that, he suddenly turned to target Lam 2 instead of continuing to tangle with that troublesome dragon. He was not afraid of anyone either, immediately assuming a stance ready for a proper counterattack. With just a single powerful punch, the annoying insects were turned into a pile of slimy mud. Lam 2 looked at his teammates with concern and told himself that if this stalemate continued, it would be highly dangerous, and he had to come up with another plan. A bold idea suddenly flashed in his mind. That's it. What if I used natural lightning to solve this? Lam 2 recalled the devastatingly destructive ultimate move that he possessed. Just by activating the blazing fire, he could wipe out these smelly insects in a heartbeat. The whole group slid quickly down the extremely long slide below. The contestants' faces began to show clear signs of fatigue and frustration. One member of the group looked around frantically in a highly anxious state of mind. Den Hong crossed her arms, pouted, and pressed. Do you mean to say that at the critical moment of life and death, it was Lam Tu who saved all your lives? Someone spoke up loudly to explain. At first, the giant monster swallowed his pet, but then the pet chewed the enemy right back. Everything looked critical, but in reality it was all within Brother Lam Tu's calculations. As expected, a hero father begets a hero son. The son of Lam Long Tun is indeed different, truly admirable. The girl lightly rested her chin on her hand, reflecting on the words she had just heard. Although she didn't understand any of it, she secretly wondered, is the son of the traitor Lam Long Tun really that outstanding? At that very moment in another corner, the life or death battle with the bizarre creature continued with intense drama. Chovu stared wide-eyed at the horrific scene before him and muttered a curse. Yet he still tried to act tough to challenge his opponent. Come on, I'm not afraid of your kind at all. The bizarre shape of that creature gradually transformed, revealing terrifying bulging muscles. Tranho threatened in a raspy voice, surrender obediently. A useless thing like you want to last long. Sooner or later you will just become my prey. Sensing that thick murderous intent, Chovu trembled violently and thought to himself, well, I am doomed. How can my strength match its? Suddenly, an extremely heavy object fell from the sky. A huge boulder smashed directly into Tranho's face, catching him completely off guard. Len Gok shouted loudly to instruct her teammates, focus your minds. We must be extremely cautious because this monster can transform unpredictably. Suddenly, the phone rang rapidly, breaking the tense atmosphere. From the phone speaker, Den Hong screamed, almost deafeningly, Lan Ngok, what on earth is happening inside? The contestants are running out in a panic, giving chaotic and incomprehensible reports, and the public is fleeing in droves. Why haven't you guys withdrawn yet? Just leave it to the Countermeasures Bureau to handle. As soon as Langok finished hearing this, a clear look of disdain appeared on her face. She replied bluntly in a cold tone, sorry, I refuse. Den Hong held his pounding head and tried to persuade her, what is this? Just because Lamta's pet was swallowed, are you planning to stay and fight to the bitter end? That is incredibly unreasonable, you know. Lingok resolutely refused, not at all, because Lamtu's battle pet is still out there fighting to the death. Her patience had run out. She roared into the phone, are you kidding me? Before she could finish her sentence, the cell phone in her hand was snatched away by a man. Den Dao took over the call with an incredibly cheerful voice, it's fine, feel free to cause whatever chaos you want, however the Countermeasures Bureau is currently breaking the lock to get in, so you only have 10 minutes at most. Frustrated, she yelled out loud, Mr. President. Lin Ngok waved the phone and called out loudly, Lamtu, did you hear that? The Countermeasures Bureau is about to storm in, we must clean this mess up within 10 minutes. Lamtu's gaze suddenly hardened as he thought to himself, 10 more minutes. Suddenly, a violent earthquake shook the ground, throwing everyone into a panic. It let out a smug screech, stop worrying about nothing. By the time that Countermeasures Bureau crew crawls in here, you'll have been sitting in my stomach for ages. Suddenly, with a loud crash, the main door was kicked open from the outside. Lamtu was burning with anxiety. He could no longer afford to hesitate. This monster possessed massive health and super regeneration. After calculating his final move, Lamtu sighed helplessly. Perhaps he had no choice but to gather lightning energy to activate a breath explosion to finish it off. Lamtu roared, we can't linger any longer, Kulong. Lamtu immediately shouted loudly, activate breath explosion now. Hearing the command, the Kui Long opened its massive mouth and snapped straight at the target. The Kui Long summoned all its strength to rip off a large chunk of the opponent's flesh. The Kui Long shook its head to dissuade him. Don't do that, even using breath explosion 1T finish this guy off any faster. Lamtu quickly analyzed again. Breath explosion spreads out in a flat shape. The closer you stand, the narrower the damage range. This distance is only enough to drill a small hole in him, and no matter how deep it is, it won't be much different from a mosquito bite. The monster laughed maniacally. Exactly, a parasite like me has supreme regeneration skills. Unless you hit me with a wide area destructive attack all at once, you can only dream of winning. Roaring, it then chuckled, not to mention I can swallow this entire stadium as easy pie just by opening my mouth. It opened its giant mouth and crushed a building to pieces. To it, a high-rise villa was nothing more than a tiny piece of candy. Witnessing that horrifying scene, Langok froze in terror. She raised the iron bar high in front of her chest to take a defensive stance. Lamtu gritted his teeth and calculated, this is bad, I need to find an emergency plan, but how can I create a wide area destructive attack right now? She let out a loud shout, unleashing her magnetic spike fist. Upon hearing those words, Lamtu's face was filled with astonishment. Lamtu suddenly lit up as if he had just realized the truth, his face gleeful. Perfect, utilizing this is going to be awesome. The young man spoke up, aiming to find a solid support to swing his blade comfortably. What caught Lamtu's eye at this moment was an incredibly familiar face. The young man shouted in astonishment, hey Fong Thien Kai, wait a minute. After saying that, Lamtu immediately lunged forward. Lamtu negotiated, I plan to jump high up and smash the greatsword straight into its face. I need you to give me a hand. Kalavika replied sluggishly in a faint voice, me help you. Is there something wrong with your head? Lamtu's expression suddenly turned mischievous. In that case, aren't you also a beast type? Suddenly a notification board popped up. Congratulations, player has successfully tamed the wild beast Kalavika. She roared and brushed his hand away. How dare you tickle my chin? Do you think of this lady as a pet dog? Lamtu was overjoyed. It turns out humanoid beasts are still counted as beasts. Indeed, they can still be tamed wonderfully. Lamtu ordered, hey Burl, carry me up into the sky. She stubbornly refused. Why on earth should I obey your orders? The young boy frowned slightly with an implicit smile. This doesn't depend on you anymore. All of a sudden, she stood straight up. She panicked because she didn't know what was going on. Why are my limbs moving on their own like this? This is ridiculous. What kind of dark magic is this? Thian Kai's eyes immediately lit up. This trick is so convenient. Why didn't you use it from the start? Lam Tu was extremely delighted, never expecting that he could manipulate even human-form beasts. Kalavika grabbed Lam Tu tightly with her feet and pulled him up into the air, still muttering, what's the use of controlling me? One more like me still wouldn't be able to defeat that doctor. The duo quickly glided through the wind toward Tiat Mok. Lingok and Chuvu looked up, unable to hide their astonishment. Chuvu was so panicked that he broke into a cold sweat. Could they have been caught? Kuai Long slightly narrowed his eyes, watching the developments before him. The little dragon's mouth fell open in shock, unable to believe his own eyes. Lam Tu winked to signal Kuai Long, rest easy, I have a brilliant plan. Lam Tu looked towards Tiat Mok and shouted loudly, hey Mr. Doctor. He ordered further, quickly carry me straight up to that tower. Tiat Mok looked ecstatic, perfect timing. Bring that kid's head over to me, absolutely wonderful. As soon as it finished speaking, it opened its wide mouth, preparing to spew out countless wriggling tentacles from within. Lam Tu screamed anxiously, everyone dodge, stand there and we were all dead meat. Recognizing his teammate's signal, Kuai Long immediately rushed forward and bit hard into Tiat Mok's bunch of tentacles. Lam Tu cheered excitedly, that's it, that is absolutely perfect. The dark dragon extended its sharp claws to snatch the treasure. Lin Xiu urged, we've got the stuff, let's slip away quickly. Tai Mu ground his teeth in fury, inwardly blaming himself for forgetting that he could control monsters and even manipulate Kalavika. Chai Yu widened his eyes in surprise, speechless, how can this be? He clicked his tongue and assessed, the big sword looks really majestic, but that wide snout heals scars too quickly, hacking at it until my hand is tired is in vain. Kalavika shrieked, get out of the way, if you keep rushing over like that, you'll crash into me. Lin Xiu replied in a cold voice, just crash straight in like that and it's done. As soon as he finished speaking, he ignored her and let her fly in on her own, while he leisurely stood outside enjoying the breeze. From the opposite direction, the middle-aged man clicked his tongue and sighed, Kid Lynx's way out is truly unique, unlike anyone else's. A multitude of sharp weapons were gathered into a huge pile. A stream of magical electricity quickly surged through every fiber of iron. Lin Xiu frowned and signaled, the opportunity has come, act quickly. The ferocious dragon on the other side immediately picked up its master's signal. The giant creature leaped up, immediately switching to combat mode. The beast's needle-sharp thorn-like fur began to stand on end. Its eyes flashed with spine-chilling glares. It opened its wide mouth and spat out an extremely powerful killer move. A massive crack appeared on the ceiling of the arena, guiding the billowing magical power straight up into the air. Kalavika stumbled, lost her balance, and was flung in that direction. She screamed in panic, you lunatic, I'm still trying to find a way to escape. Lin Xiu dashed like lightning toward the ruins in front of him. The young man exhausted the last of his remaining strength to stretch forward. The two streams of terrifying power clashed furiously. However, the dark tornado quickly overwhelmed and crushed the opponent. Lynx's face showed extreme excitement, finally glowing. The massive chunk of energy crashed down as fast as lightning. Tai Mu sighed to himself, indeed I was far too careless. The old man panicked and cried out, that monster has lost control. A heartbreaking scream of agony erupted from his throat. The shockwave split the arena floor in two right before everyone's astonished eyes. Lam Tu gently landed from the high sky. He descended gradually at a very easily observable speed. The demon dragon gently raised its large hand to catch him. In the distance, the bustling city was now nothing but ruins. Countless torn pieces of octopus meat lay scattered in every corner of the street. The severed tentacle pieces were beginning to automatically fuse back together. Lam Tu and the demon dragon could not help but be astonished, keeping their eyes glued to it. Lam Tu's face showed an indescribable excitement, and he decided to go all out. He wondered, this monster is incredibly strong, who knows what level it is. Lingok smiled gently, saying that although Tran Ho was outstanding, he was not inferior at all. He laughed gleefully as if hearing a joke, saying Tran Ho was nothing compared to this super beast, and that he had to go get an autograph now before having to wait in a long line later. He quickly approached and shouted, Mr. Super Beast, please give me an autograph, I'm your first customer. In another corner, the little girl Thian Kai was pondering something. Her eyes flashed, although everything was temporarily fine, it was not yet time to be complacent. An idea suddenly occurred to her, the authorities were about to arrive, and they must absolutely not be allowed to discover the pack of monsters lying scattered around. The little girl's face brightened up when she found a solution. There's a way, since these creatures crawled out of the bag earlier, now she just has to stuff them right back in. Nearby, Kalavika kept wriggling from being tightly bound, screaming in both pain and anger for them to quickly untie her. The iron chain was suddenly yanked into the air. A moderate pulling force continuously dragged her feet along. The woman stared furiously at Thian Kai, roaring, is this your trick again? The little girl flashed a sly smile, proudly saying, I would never let you escape so easily. She aggressively threatened to punish her if she wasn't released, but the little girl calmly set a condition that if she led her to that spot, she would let her go. The woman gritted her teeth and agreed, fine, I'll give you that chance. In the opposite direction, several men were trying hard to pry open the thick iron gate. Suddenly, a blinding flash of light appeared from behind them. They all asked each other in bewilderment if anyone had just seen a bright red streak flash past their eyes and what on earth was going on. Just then, a muscular, burly guy stepped forward and shouted for everyone to back off. The captain quickly gathered his strength to prepare for his move. He aimed straight at the center of the steel door and delivered a powerful punch. Everyone gaped in admiration at their boss's skill. Just a single kick had collapsed the entire gymnasium. After the thick door was knocked down, the crowd rushed inside quickly. He scratched his head and wondered what was going on, since he had only given it a light kick. Filled with doubt, he wondered what on earth kind of energy could have torn the entire arena in half like this. The whole group rushed inside, and what met their eyes was an incredibly chaotic scene. Panicked, terrified scream rang out. It was something extremely bizarre. Everyone was astonished, as nobody had ever seen such a colossal monster. If its face was already as large as a winnowing basket, how massive must its body be? He Kang stared intently at the giant creature towering right in front of him. He asked, "Did you guys defeat this monster?" Lin Xiu shrugged and replied warily, "We had no choice. Who would have expected your inspection to descend upon us right at this critical moment?" A loud shout rang out, "Boss, 2 days ago this guy also appeared in the hidden camera room. In the past, there was also a time when he hid behind Kui Long's back, wearing an innocent and utterly guiltless expression." He slapped him hard on the shoulder and nodded in praise. "Truly, youth is formidable. The younger generation is indeed admirable." Ending his reminiscence, the grip of the hand on his shoulder suddenly tightened. Ling Yinggeek flew into a rage and shouted, "Old man, what on earth are you trying to do?" He replied coldly, "I only want to test your ability to take down beasts." He added, "You're not an awakened ability user. If you know what's good for you, tell the truth about what happened. Otherwise, I won't hold back anymore." Ling Xiu's mind was in a complete tangle. What should he do now? Kui Long's eye light technique was depleted, and his other moves would certainly be useless. Kui Long shouted, "Leave it to me to handle." Kalavika sighed in annoyance, "How dare you lead me by the nose yet again?" Suddenly, the sound of hurried footsteps echoed closer. He Kang turned around to look opposite him and asked, "Ding Dao, what the hell are you doing coming to this place?" Ding Dao sneered in disdain, "This is our guild's territory. Where else would I be? Besides, that monster was taken care of by my people long ago." He smiled wryly and sarcastically, "Your side is certainly quick to scent things. The tournament has barely ended and you've already sniffed out such a juicy prey." He added, "Lin Xiu's match results are completely transparent, and everyone witnessed him taking down the giant beast with their own eyes. Not to mention, the reporters are currently crowding the exit waiting for an interview." He said nothing more, only letting out a cold, annoyed snort. Ling Xiu quietly paced toward the main. As soon as he stepped out, the media swarmed him, firing questions rapidly. "Hey kid, how'd it feel to personally take down that wild beast? Have you been training since childhood? As a newcomer to the guild, do you have any feelings you'd like to share?" The entire live broadcast was now showing a close-up of the young man's utterly dazed and goofy expression. A mysterious voice spoke up now. "Who would still dare to say that he hasn't awakened his ability?" Chen Hu panicked in fear. "What on earth are we going to do about this?" Sai Luang gave an implicit smirk. Since he had caused this mistake himself, he now had to step up and shoulder the responsibility of resolving it. The screen shifts to the scene of 3 days after the Great Battle. The war came to an end thanks to the intelligence and clever arrangements of Guild President Dun Dao and the genius Zhizhi Tu. Information about the Kui Long was ultimately kept completely secret. Lan Ingok suggested to Lam Tu, advising him to register the Kui Long as a regular pet after obtaining the certificate from the Great Arts Guild. At that time, Lam Tu was skeptical about the beast inspection process, worrying whether Kui Long could pass the test. However, Lan Ingok confidently assured him that it was too simple because she had prepared special medicine and pre-contacted the beast hospital. Turning to hold Kui Long's hand to confide, despite Lan Ingok's firm reassurance, he was still anxious. Seeing this, the little dragon spoke up to provoke him, saying that if he was so cowardly, he had better just stay home. At that very moment, a notification chime rang out indicating that the data analysis system had completed its task. The doctor glanced over the result sheet and nodded in approval, saying that all the indicators of this little one were extremely excellent and healthy. The screen clearly displayed that the dragon was over 3 meters tall, weighed nearly a ton, and was fully qualified for urban breeding. The doctor then pushed a stack of documents in front of Lam Tu, asking for a signature. He also quickly signed it and curiously asked about the next steps, to which the doctor explained that the physical examination was finished, and now it was time for the obedience assessment. Hearing the phrase obedience test, Lam Tu was momentarily taken aback, not understanding how the process would actually take place. Next, he walked over to the group of rabbits to gently remind them to behave obediently according to the doctor's instructions and not to run around. In the specialized training area, the doctor firmly signaled the beasts to seriously follow his instructions and ordered them to lie down close to the ground. Whenever he gave a command, they all quickly obeyed obediently and even knew how to raise their paws to shake hands very skillfully. Not only did they excellently complete the basic movements, but they were also extremely excited to perform an aerial acrobatics show that looked incredibly skillful. Next, the specialist threw the spinning plastic disc far away and called out loudly for the little dragon to run and retrieve the toy. But the disc only traced a curve and landed coldly without receiving any attention from it at all. This bittersweet situation froze the doctor, and the whole room suddenly fell into a terrifyingly quiet atmosphere. Just at this moment, Kui Long finally lost all patience, growling and complaining that as a majestic and glorious divine dragon, having to play this clownish act made it prefer to be reincarnated just to get it over with. But how could it fool Lam Tu? He calmly used his ultimate temptation tactic by promising a plate of fragrant grilled meat made by his mother waiting for it after getting the certificate. Upon hearing about delicious food, the greedy dragon's eyes suddenly lit up like car headlights. It then rushed after the grilled meat skewer as if chasing the true love of its life. Its speed was so fast that it created a strong wind that swept the poor doctor aside. While Kui Long was munching on the food with great delight, the doctor scrambled up warily, saying that he actually didn't need to be in such a hurry. Surprisingly, just a second later, the little one sat obediently, letting the doctor pat and cuddle its head. At that very moment, Len Gok suddenly kicked the door open and entered the room in a grand manner, asking the doctor if the test had been completed so she could take her little friend home. But when she saw the dragon clinging closely to the doctor, she immediately shrieked with excitement at that irresistible cuteness. So the young lady quickly forgot the reason she came there, instantly pulling out her phone to capture the super cute moments of this creature. Seeing this scene, the doctor quickly and gently reminded her that the test was finished and she could take it back, while the official certificate would be sent in about 1 to 2 weeks to be hung around the animal's neck. Meanwhile, Lam-Tu kept urging the group to hurry because they were about to be late, and Len Engok, after getting the desired photos, politely said goodbye and thanked the kind doctor for his enthusiastic help today. The doctor could only force a smile and wave goodbye, thinking to himself that today's youth were truly too talented to not only hold the noble title of the Great Arts Guild but also possess as many as 4 beasts as pets. As soon as he stepped out into the hallway, Lam-Tu curiously asked if President Tu had gone to the trouble of picking him up for school. Hearing this, she bluntly threw cold water on his idea, telling him to stop daydreaming. Len Engok quickly covered her embarrassment with a very natural excuse, saying that there was nothing strange about her coming to see him, so he should just get in the car and they would figure things out. Once settled in the car, Len Engok handed him a gift and said it was for him, leaving Lam-Tu bewildered and wondering what it could be. However, the moment he unwrapped the box, his eyes lit up in surprise, never expecting it to be this. It turned out to be the martial arts tournament medal that Lam-Tu had been longing for all this time. Seeing his reaction, Len Engok shyly turned her face toward the window, praising his performance this morning and suggesting he wear it to the honoring ceremony this afternoon. Lam-Tu excitedly hung the precious item around his neck and praised her endlessly, saying he never expected her to be so thoughtful. That persistent joke made her face flush red, and she immediately raised her fist threateningly, saying that his skin must be feeling a bit itchy lately. Just then, Len Engok quickly interrupted to say they had arrived, leaving Lam-Tu disappointed as he grumbled about her trying to dodge the subject. She pointed out of the car window, urging Lam-Tu to look out and see something interesting ahead. Len Engok cast her gaze toward the busy construction site and slowly explained that ever since the bamboo dragon appeared, the defense system had been set up. Although there had been peace for years, the people of Tianhai had never let their guard down. Just at that moment, the school's loudspeaker loudly broadcasted a message congratulating Tianhai High School No. 1 on a successful festival, warmly praising the large number of students who had passed the assessment exam. Amidst the noisy cheers of the students, the principal continued by calling Lam-Tu's name to praise his unparalleled bravery during the recent trial. Following that, an excited voice from the loudspeaker rang out, calling on the entire school to give a round of applause for the outstanding warriors. At that moment, a male student in the yard pointed in admiration at the young hero, while the person next to him excitedly whispered that rumors said he inherited lightning powers from his father and could call down thunderbolts to split the arena in half. A female student standing nearby nodded in admiration, praising him for not only protecting everyone but also electrocuting that giant monster to death. On the stand, Mr. Ma spoke loudly into the microphone to announce the next part of the program, respectfully inviting Lam-Tu to step up and deliver a speech on behalf of all the students. Amidst resounding applause, Lam-Tu casually stepped up to the podium with a highly confident expression, as he had already anticipated this scenario. As soon as he stood before the microphone, he quickly activated the virtual screen, secretly glad that he had already prepared a presentation and stored it in the system memory beforehand. Ironically, a bright red notification popped up to warn him that a transcendent energy source with an extremely high density of spiritual energy had been detected nearby. This sudden incident left Lam-Tu stunned for a few seconds because the turn of events was so unexpected and beyond his calculations. Right at that moment, the hall doors were suddenly pushed wide open, revealing a large figure standing proudly at the entrance. That person was none other than Tran Ho, who was glaring at Lam-Tu with murderous and resentful eyes. Ignoring the whispering voices around him about his strange outfit, he still strutted in, making everyone wonder if he had come here to seek revenge. The curious crowd began whispering to each other about the time he brought his gang to ambush Lam-Tu, speculating that there would definitely be a good show to watch this time. Seeing his opponent approach, Lam-Tu remained calm and asked Tran Ho what his purpose was for coming here. Completely contrary to everyone's expectations, the man surnamed Tran, wearing bright pink polka dot pants, suddenly dropped to his knees and prostrated himself on the floor. Next, he repeatedly and vigorously bowed his head to the floor as if worshipping a living god. This unimaginable performance left all the students present there gaping in shock. Lam-Tu himself stood stunned, waiting to see what kind of trick this guy was planning to pull next. However, Tran Ho looked up with a tear-stained face and pleaded, "Young Master Lam, I beg you to find it in your heart to forgive me." In the middle of the crowded hall, the man surnamed Tran swallowed his pride and pleaded, "Classmate Lam, or rather, brother Lam, I was too shallow and didn't know you inherited the lightning superpower from the general. I hope you can be generous and let this go." However, these dramatic words did not move Lam-Tu in the slightest. "Cut it out. Back when my father was alive, you put on the exact same fearful, flattering face. The current me is not as gullible as before." Seeing that strange sight, the surrounding crowd began to whisper, "Look, isn't Tate that the young master of the Tran family? Why is he in such a miserable state?" Someone speculated he probably went to bully someone, only to discover they had the lightning superpower of their father, so now he's shaking like a leaf. Another student nearby whispered, "I heard that during the festival, he was locked in the toilet, and by the time he escaped, he had already gone crazy like this." Immediately, Teacher Ma put a warm coat over his shoulders and hastily urged him, "Tran, stand up quickly. In a solemn lecture hall, who would kneel and bow like this? If there is something, explain it slowly." Despite this, he resolutely brushed the teacher's hand away, rejecting the kind gesture. Then he continued to slam his forehead against the tiled floor, this caudo so violent that it made a resounding sound. Tran Ho grit his teeth and squeezed out each word with his face pressed to the ground. Brother Lam, young Master Lam, I truly regret it now. I beg you to find it in your heart to forgive me. However, the previous advice kept lingering in his ears, leaving him extremely confused. Now that he had to investigate what secret Lam Longtun had used to help Lam to rise through the ranks so quickly, what should he do now? Tran Sailong leisurely took a sip of tea and said as if it were a matter of course, you two are classmates after all, just go and admit your mistake and that'll be it. If he is still stubborn, just kneel down and kowtow to apologize. At that time, the man surnamed Tran was still extremely stubborn. Why do I have to bow and apologize to that kind of person? What if I apologize and he still doesn't let it go? Hearing that, Sai Luong's tone suddenly sharpened as he questioned, are you misunderstanding my point? The middle-aged man offered a very ruthless and decisive solution. What I mean is, you must keep kowtowing repeatedly until he nods and forgives you. Because of that, Tran Ho now frantically slammed his head against the floor, as if he wanted to bite the very earth. Please forgive me, please forgive me, please forgive me. This self-injury ruse quickly had a visible effect as many people around began to speak up in his defense. Lam 2 is going a bit too far. No matter how deep the grudge is, they are still classmates. Why not help him up? Another student whispered. In short, neither side isn't Dante take sides. Meanwhile, the cries of the man surnamed Tran begging for forgiveness continued to echo. Witnessing his self-torture and repeated desperate pleas, most classmates felt soft-hearted. Some opened, Lam 2 is a bit selfish, always nitpicking over trivial matters to harm others. If it were me, I would have helped him up long ago. The son of the director of the countermeasures bureau has humbled himself to kneel and bow like this. What on earth more does he want? A barrage of malicious gossip kept coming his way, but Lam 2 remained silent and endured it with a lowered head. They whispered, Lam 2 is so narrow-minded like a woman. Young Master Tran is the real man who dares to do and dares to take responsibility. What kind of guy has such a petty and sensitive heart? It's detestable. This situation made Tran Ho extremely pleased, laughing secretly because his plot had succeeded perfectly. Father's teaching is indeed spot on. Let's see how you hold up, Lam 2. Yet his face continued to play the role of painful pleading. Lam 2, please forgive me. Forced into a corner by public opinion, Lam 2 could only grit his teeth in frustration. In the end, he had no choice but to reluctantly accept and said aloud, all right, I forgive you. As soon as those words were spoken, Sai Long's grateful voice rang in Lam 2's ears, extremely grateful for young Master Lam's noble magnanimity. At that very moment, a loud warning sound rang out. System has detected a serious malfunction. The measured spiritual power index has exceeded the allowable limit. Next, a series of technical parameters flashed continuously as if the device was overloaded and could not display the final data. Once again, the large door was pushed open by the sturdy figure of a strange man. The man leisurely strode into the room with an extremely confident and poised demeanor. Due to his massive build, Sai Long was forced to bow his head and bend down to fit through the doorway. Right then, the screen displayed the profile of the opponent. Tran Sai Long, male, 45 years old, burst superpower of infinite type, potential evaluation undetermined, cultivation level exceeding the measurement capability. Standing amidst the somewhat short group of students, Sai Long towered like a majestic giant. He quickly stepped toward the young man and greeted him, young Master Lam. Then Sai Long cracked a smile that looked gentle but was full of cunning. It has been so many years since we last met. Hello there. As soon as he heard those words, Lam's legs suddenly went weak as if they wanted to collapse. His entire body trembled under the suffocating pressure, silently wondering why his legs had lost control like that. On the other side, Lam's mother was so furious that she almost crushed the chair she was sitting on. Teacher Ma quickly stepped over to say that any parents who arrived late should sit at the very back so that the commendation ceremony could proceed smoothly. However, Sai Luong remained completely unfazed, smilingly saying that the kids just had a little friction and he only came to watch rather than bother intervening, advising them not to worry. These hypocritical words only made her even more irritated, making her grit her teeth in anger. Immediately after that, he pointed at Tran Ho and played the role of a model father, blaming himself for not being strict enough in educating his mischievous son, who kept causing trouble for Lam 2, and though he had scolded him, the mistake of poor parenting was still hard to forgive. Next, Sai Long slightly bowed his head, getting close to Lam 2 with a sharp, threatening look. That unexpected action left all the surrounding onlookers astonished. Immediately, the students whispered and gossiped that they didn't expect the noble director of the Countermeasures Bureau to be so humble and approachable. No matter how arrogant his son Tran Ho was, the father was that polite, willing to bow and apologize to a student so submissively. At that moment, Sai Long sighed again and said he only wanted to apologize to the child of an old friend and never expected to cause such a troublesome misunderstanding, leaving himself extremely embarrassed. Then, lowering his voice, he whispered further that, nevertheless, there was still a small secret that he absolutely had to share with him privately. Sai Long seemed to still remember every detail of that day when Master Lam stepped in to save the entire city and suddenly a small bird flew out of his backpack. He then unceremoniously whistled and revealed that, fortunately, their defense forces were quick to use anesthetic bullets to bring that bird down. Sai Luong even went straight to the point and said that the tiny creature was currently being kept under special care at the headquarters of the Countermeasures Bureau. His expression suddenly turned terrifyingly dark, and he whispered in his ear that the beast confessed many things about the mastermind. Some of the details made him feel uneasy, and though it wasn't anything major, it did mention a few people. Hearing this, Lam 2 instinctively gulped, silently worrying for Kukyan Island and his father. Before leaving, he also deliberately whispered a reminder that, since the Tran and Lam families originally had very good relations, Lam 2 must be asked to participate and lend a hand in this action plan. The next morning, Lam 2's group of friends packed their bags and headed straight to the headquarters of the Countermeasures Bureau. He, along with Lang Gok and Kuai Long, was walking up the wide stone steps leading into the main hall of the building. But as soon as they reached the door, 2 security guards blocked their way and sternly announced that pets were absolutely not allowed in this area and asked them to please leave them outside. Seeing this, Lam Tu raised his chin, pointed at Kuai Long, and declared firmly, "This is not my pet for entertainment. He is a comrade in arms who stands shoulder to shoulder with me." Just during the tense moment, Hatch Kang walked out from inside and ordered them to be let through, saying they were VIP guests invited by Director Tran, upon which the security guard immediately bowed and obeyed. While leading them inside, he explained that after the battle 4 days ago, they had searched the entire arena area. Although they found a large fragment shaped like the face of the program under the gymnasium's basement, it did not contain any spiritual power, making them suspect this was just a cicada shedding its skin trick. Not to mention, Hatch Kang also revealed that despite using every possible method to interrogate Kalavika to find the program's whereabouts, she still resolutely refused to say a single word. Hearing this, Lam Tu did not hold back and exposed him immediately, saying that such a grand headquarters could not even handle the minor task of forcing a monster to confess, and in the end had to ask for help from a student like him. But he was no pushover either and retorted with a profound smirk that it was simply because he himself was too merciful. That bizarre answer left him wide-eyed with surprise, silently repeating the word merciful with great skepticism. Suddenly, Hatch Kang paused his footsteps for a moment, turned and said, "Perhaps you still don't know the shocking secret about that monster." Then he spun around to look at him and coldly said, "In fact, it was originally a human being." Hearing that, Lam Tu's eyes widened in surprise and he blurted out in response, "A human?" "Exactly, she was originally an assistant to Tayat Muk back when he was teaching at the university," Hatch Kang calmly explained as he saw the young man still looking bewildered. "Ordinary people do not naturally possess awakened superpowers." His voice continued steadily, explaining that she had been turned into a test subject for transplanting the beast genes of that guy, which brought her to this state. However, since this was an illegal research project, no one knew about it. Having said that, Hatch Kang led the group to the room where she was being held, asserting that their primary mission was to protect the peace of the people, and that there were countless ways to deal with these beasts. As soon as they saw the scene inside, both Lam Tu and Ling Gok gaped in absolute shock. Hatch Kang turned to look at Kalavika, then sighed and said, "Although I know that method is extremely cruel, I truly do not have the heart to apply it to someone who was once one of our own." However, it seemed that after a long period of confinement, her rage burned even more fiercely than before. Right at that moment, a thought occurred to Lam Tu. No wonder the taming skill from the system was less effective on her due to her human origin. Thinking back, he seemed to have seen a photo of them together in the office of Lengok's father. As he pondered, his eyes narrowed with suspicion, wondering what terrible event had occurred after that point. However, the young man immediately returned to his usual smug mode, thinking that perhaps he could use his sincerity to move her, reflecting on how exceptionally clever he was. Putting his thoughts into action, he stepped closer to Kalavika and said softly, "I am very sorry for not knowing the full story between you and Tayat Muk earlier." Seeing Lam Tu approach, she immediately put up her guard and demanded in a hostile voice, "What kind of trick are you trying to play now?" The young man merely stroked his chin gently and calmly explained, "I actually have a good relationship with the genius Professor Tu, who was Tayat Muk's mentor. As long as we gather enough of his research documents, I am sure the professor will have a way to restore your original appearance." Hearing this, Kalavika flew into a rage and struggled violently. "Next, you probably want to ask about Tayat Muk's whereabouts, right? You bunch of liars, why do you always love to mouth empty words? Besides, who told you that I was forced to participate in this transformation?" Her tone did not show the slightest hint of weakness or defeat. "Let me tell you, my acceptance of this experiment was entirely of my own free will." Thinking back to those dark days, Kalavika could not hide her bitterness. In this era of spiritual energy recovery, no matter how hard you try, if you cannot awaken, you are just trash to be trampled upon by others. She screamed in resentment. Superpowers have created such a harsh class barrier, but fusing with beast cells can bridge that entire invisible gap. Kalavika strained to move her tightly bound wings behind her back and asserted that these very wings gave her the strength to oppose the awakened ones, forcing arrogant people like them to bow their heads. Listening to those words, Lam Tu's expression gradually grew solemn and serious. "Finally, you are willing to open up and talk normally." Just as he gently raised Kalavika's chin with his hand, she quickly mocked him, "Stop playing those old tricks, it is useless, so you had better give up on that idea." Yet, in the blink of an eye, Kalavika's eyes widened in sheer shock, for she had just perceived all the dark memories of a life filled with failures of the young man. Finally, Kalavika curled her lips into a bitter smile and asked herself, "So you shared the same miserable fate?" She furrowed her brow so deeply that sweat broke out all over her forehead, muttering to herself that if so, he should understand her even better, but that was not the case. Only now did Lam Tu open his heart. "It is because I went through that adversity that I realized what a true monster is. A monster is not defined by being strong or weak, but by the terrible behavior of using strength to oppress the weak. I would rather die than ever want to become such a person." This statement made her suddenly freeze, "And as for me, I have always wanted to put down those brutal creatures." A moment later, Kalavika responded loudly, "You've got some nerve. But since you are so straightforward, I will grant your wish. Your speculation is absolutely correct. Tayat Muk is hiding on Kukyan Island, and I will also point out the exact location of the laboratory for you." Right after that, she raised her voice defiantly, "If you want to go and teach that crazy doctor a lesson about the definition of a monster, then get moving." The scene now shifts to the director's office. Se Luong was sitting lazily on the armchair, leisurely waiting for the prey to deliver itself right to his mouth. Just then Hatch Kang led Lam Tu's entire group to the place, inviting everyone to step inside. He immediately stood straight up to welcome them warmly, raising his hand to invite the guests to sit down. Without beating around the bush, the young man went straight to the point, announcing that he had acquired the exact coordinates of Teep Muk's laboratory. Hearing that, the other party only smiled gently and wisely. As expected, that guy was definitely hiding out on Kukyun Island. Slowly sitting down, the old man mumbled about that wild, crazed beast of a man who, despite being relentlessly pursued, still hadn't given up his passion for monsters on that mysterious island, wondering what kind of terrible, magical power that creature possessed. With anxiety surging, Lam Tu quickly urged for a landing plan to capture the target, only to receive a splash of cold water in the form of news that this was extremely difficult, as the old man's last visit to the island with Lam Tu's father was 16 years ago. Looking around with suspicious eyes, the old man lowered his voice and whispered about the events after the truck-long disaster that turned these waters into a dead zone, where even supreme masters like his father would find it hard to survive if they set foot there. Without any hesitation, Lam Tu volunteered for the mission immediately, affirming his determination to capture the guy even if he had to swim across the ocean. Hearing that, Sai Luong praised the sky-high spirit of a chip off the old block, but the key point here was, he smiled bitterly and revealed a shocking truth that Kukyun Island was currently floating amidst the clouds. Leisurely taking a sip of hot tea in a relaxed posture, the old man whispered that no matter how brave the young man was, touching that floating island was still impossible. Flashing an awkward smile in response, saying he would climb up via the waterfall, but in his heart, the young man silently cursed this old fox for deliberately playing a trick to make a fool out of him. But very quickly after that, Sai Luong changed to a sweet tone, proposing that if the young hero was so determined, the defense agency was ready to sponsor a round-trip special aircraft. This sudden enthusiasm raised suspicions in Leningok. The negotiation went strangely smoothly, making her unable to let her guard down against his hidden motives. Without further delay, the girl decisively rejected Boss Tran's kindness, asserting that Lam Tu was under the management of her organization, so travel arrangements had already been thoroughly taken care of internally. Gently placing the cup on the table, the director calmly explained that everything was aimed at the peace of the city, so what was the use of drawing boundaries at this moment? At the same time, he also shared more about the research project on the phenomenon of the island taking off into the air, suggesting that the two of them join the survey this afternoon if they were free. Afraid of losing a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, Lam Tu quickly accepted the invitation immediately, making the girl beside him angrily remind herself of how hard she had been trying to stop him all this time, wondering what it was even for. Very soon after, the two of them were escorted straight to the cabin of the Special Task Force aircraft. The moment she stepped onto the deck, she grabbed the young man's collar and scolded him for his foolishness in falling into the old fox's sweet trap, but he only grinned, saying that it was a matter of using their own trick against them to achieve their goal. Gently clutching the protective family heirloom in his palm, the young man told himself that no matter how many obstacles and storms lay ahead, his eyes were filled with firm determination, believing that this place was closest to his parents, so no dark plots out there could subdue his will. The young boy accompanying them also quickly patted his chest proudly, asserting that he was always ready to help his teammates resolve any trouble that arose along the way. Choked with emotion by that sincere affection, the young man hugged his little friend tightly, thanking him profusely, while the young boy acted like an adult, patting his shoulder to comfort him and promising to accompany him to the end. Witnessing that tearful drama, the girl could only shake her head in wariness, muttering that these two crazy guys had changed dramatically compared to before. Looking at the towering aircraft in front of her, she mumbled, wondering why, even if they wanted to go, they had to borrow the Bureau's vehicle and make things more complicated. At that very moment, the young man suddenly realized that this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity had to be seized immediately, as a step too slow would mean there would never be another chance. The open-ended statement made the young girl frown with curiosity, not yet understanding what the other person was implying. The anxious warnings of his mother from the past began to ring in his ears once again. Stay away from those scheming, deceitful people at the Bureau. Do not go near that death trap of an island full of lurking risks. You must listen to your mother's advice and absolutely do not go anywhere, okay? Her voice was slightly hesitant as she started to ask if today but before Laningok could finish her sentence, he dismissed it spot on. I told my mom that you personally came to pick me up for school. But this only made her hold her head and pull her hair in agony. Solve your own family matters, Don T dragged me into it. Just as they stepped inside, all three of them were left open-mouthed with surprise at the magnificent scene before their eyes. Seeing the group that had just appeared, the guy enthusiastically welcomed them. So you've arrived. Then he eagerly asked if this was the person Boss Tran had sent. Meanwhile, Xiao Lam chimed in, saying he was the hero who saved the art festival, and promised that the whole group would enthusiastically support him. However, Leningok quickly leaned close to Lam Tu's ear and whispered, "See, I told you that Tran Sai Luong guy had planned this all along." Xiao Lam immediately approached with a hostile attitude. The art festival side is truly useless. It's so embarrassing that you had to rely on this kid to rescue you. Our special task force is full of hidden masters, unlike your side. He even looked down at Lam Tu with utter disdain. Kid, don't be so arrogant. The missions in our team are not as easy as you think. Glancing over at Kuai Long, Xiao Lam showed clear annoyance. Good grief, going on a mission and bringing a pet? Do you think you were going on a picnic? Those words hit a sore spot, causing the creature to angrily gnash its teeth. Showing no respect at all, Kuai Long immediately used its head to ram him, sending him flying far away. The powerful impact sent Xiao Lam's back crashing straight into the wall, making a loud thud. Meanwhile, he rubbed his head vigorously while muttering curses. This annoying brat. At the same time, the surrounding people stood frozen with expressions of disbelief at what had just happened. Leningok took the opportunity to speak up proudly. On our art festival side, we've never seen anyone touch a pet and fly so far with such a pathetic face. At that moment, neither Lamtu nor Langok had any idea that a massive trouble was about to rain down on them. Meanwhile, at Lamtu's small house, his gentle mother was furiously packing things with a murderous look on her face. The more she thought about it, the more her blood boiled with anger. This goddamn son of mine went to school but left all his books behind. He must have snuck off to find that Transailong guy. Her anger reached its peak, making her decide to set out to hunt down her son. You've got some nerve. This time Mom will drag you back by your ears. Her violent slamming of the door almost shattered the wooden board in half. At this moment at the base, the alarm blared continuously, signaling an intruder. Everyone stop that woman quickly, be on guard. However, most of the security forces on guard there had already been knocked down, lying scattered on the ground. Everyone stared at each other in horror, unable to believe whether that strength could belong to a normal person. The one who had just turned the headquarters upside down was none other than Lamtus' mother. She yelled out, demanding Transailong to come out and explain where he had hidden her son. As soon as they saw the boss appear, the soldiers quickly parted to make way, whispering to each other that Commander Tran had arrived to reinforce them. In contrast to the tense atmosphere, Sailong calmly smiled, welcoming his sister-in-law for a visit. Then he leisurely delivered another shocking piece of news, saying she was a step too late, and that the young boy Lamtu had already taken off and flown straight to Abyss Island. That information was like fuel to the fire, causing her rage to explode more violently than ever. What did you just say? And so, instinctively, she could only look up toward the vast space above. However, instead of looking at the stars, he roared in anger, calling out Lamtu's name. After flying a short distance, the system signaled that the team had arrived in the airspace about 20 nautical miles from Kukyan Island. He quickly updated everyone on the developments. The fighter jets had entered standby mode, awaiting orders to engage. After completing a sweep, Xiaohu asked for opinions on whether they could proceed with the plan to land on the island. Hearing this, Tinyu smirked triumphantly and decisively ordered the entire army to begin deploying the campaign. Receiving the instructions, Xiaohu immediately forwarded the order to the entire army to begin operations, and the groups quickly adjusted their formations to coordinate with the fighter squadron. As soon as the command was given, the fighter squadron immediately charged into battle, while small reconnaissance drones were also launched to await information updates. At this moment, Tinyu was extremely confident, thinking to himself that this landing on the island would undoubtedly be a resounding victory. Glancing at the display screen, Lin Xiu clicked his tongue and wondered why everyone had to be so overly excited just about going to a floating island. Beside him, Ling Yu quickly explained that he didn't understand yet the resistance forces had tried to approach this place many times but only met with failure. She then shared further information that the area around the island was surrounded by a strange magnetic field that paralyzed any passing aircraft or ships, causing them to crash, though the cause of this phenomenon remained highly debated between the theories of geomagnetic fluctuations and supernatural gravitational waves. Hearing that, Xiaohu teased her in a loud voice that she was indeed the Academy's bookworm for knowing all the theories by heart, while Xiao Lam chimed in to say that unfortunately, only field combatants understood the underlying root cause of that bizarre magnetic field. Seeing this, Tinyu stepped forward to correct the team, telling them to stop gossiping and focus since they had officially entered the island's magnetic field of influence. At that very moment, the alarm shrieked incessantly, signaling that the control system was experiencing a serious malfunction. The atmosphere immediately grew tense as a subordinate frantically announced that the magnetic field was disrupting all equipment, and if they tried to fly deeper, radio devices would lose connection completely, making Shinyu realize with frustration that he had to stop the approach plan. Without a moment's hesitation, he roared out the order for the squadron to immediately fire a barrage of attack missiles. As soon as the command was issued, countless missiles from the fighter jets tore through the wind and lunged straight ahead simultaneously. The earth-shattering shriek made Lin Xiu cover his ears tightly, asking in bewilderment if those were guided missiles, and whether they were going to explore the island or level it to the ground. Outside the window, the rain of firepower exploded simultaneously, dyeing a corner of the sky black with thick gray smoke. Next came the dazzling halos of light from the extremely powerful bombardments, with every single warhead hitting its target with absolute precision. Witnessing this satisfying sight, Chinyu could not hide his delight and cheered in praise of the squadron's excellent shooting. However, as the smoke and dust gradually dispersed, a colossal ultra-ferocious entity began to be clearly revealed. Seeing this, Ling Xiu exclaimed with great concern that the previous bombardment did not seem to have affected the target in the slightest. The moment the strange creature's body was fully exposed, the data analysis board immediately displayed, classified as a rare beast, adult stage, capable of royal bloodline sublimation to overlord status, over 40 meters long, weighing 36 tons. Ancient texts record that this is an ancient divine beast guarding the pristine deserted island, rumored to possess extremely powerful forelimbs with earth-shattering and heaven-destroying strength. Tenyu seemed to have planned everything in advance, so he calmly reassured everyone not to panic. The recent bombardment was only meant to lure the giant beast out, and the real show was about to begin. Immediately, he transmitted orders requesting the transport squadron to coordinate closely with the fighter jets to lure the beast away, creating an opportunity for the entire force to accelerate and land directly on the island. Receiving clear instructions, all the soldiers shouted the acknowledgement in unison and began executing the mission. The fighter jets immediately accelerated and charged straight toward the giant beast that was chained tightly to the rocky shore. Seeing the enemy approach, the ferocious creature shrieked hideously, struggling frantically to escape its chains. However, the strange energy sphere still flew straight toward the wild beast. That creature quickly followed them with an extremely vigilant attitude. Seeing this, the young man could not help but worry how frustrating. The pull of that dark vortex is too formidable. Even though I pushed the engine to its limit, I was still almost dragged in. On the other side, the young girl also frantically shouted, due to the strong magnetic wave interference, the entire navigation system and the screen are paralyzed. I can no longer see or hear anything now. Hearing this, the leader immediately made a decision. We cannot just sit here and wait to be captured. Let's accelerate to the maximum to break through the encirclement. Quickly follow me to the cockpit and observe through the windshield to guide the way. At this moment, the young man suddenly realized the danger of the situation. It turned out that the culprit disrupting that freezing land was the special ability of that giant ape, and his female companion quickly added, that could be a form of extremely terrifying magnetic super energy. Saying this, the girl trembled even more, wondering if her magic could undo it, which made her companion panic and wonder how that could be possible against such a terrifying monster. Right at this moment, the giant beast seemed to have fully realized what was happening. Its two hands clenched tightly as if it had more than enough power to crush everything around it. The dark energy blocks immediately changed direction and completely engulfed the fighter jets, causing them to simultaneously burst into fierce flames, creating a giant streak of light in midair. Meanwhile, the monster laughed gleefully in a deeply satisfied and mocking manner. At that very moment, its eyes suddenly narrowed as if it had just discovered something unusual. The last solitary aircraft that had not crashed was emitting an incredibly dense source of life force. Inside the cockpit, the girl quickly recognized a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Now is the time, let's rush outside quickly. However, her two teammates were still doubtful. We are currently still high up at 8,000 meters and tens of kilometers away from land. Right at the critical moment, the decisive shout of the commander came through. Trust her. Everyone jumped down quickly. Unexpectedly, that huge monster had noticed them and immediately prepared to strike. It gathered strength in its legs and soared high into the air, rushing straight toward the target in the sky. Thanks to its great wingspan and giant build, the fierce beast almost completely grabbed the group's aircraft. At the decisive moment, the distance between it and the aircraft had narrowed extremely closely. Seeing that, the young man screamed in a panic, we are in big trouble, it's about to pounce on us. As for the beast, its eyes lit up with excitement as it was about to capture its prey. In the blink of an eye, the brave young man shielded and held the girl tightly to protect her. Seeing the figure of his companion still standing tall, the young man frantically called out the name of the sacred dragon. But a miracle happened. The legendary creature stood before the glass and let out a roar that shook heaven and earth. That fierce roar even made the giant monster shudder in fear for a moment. The middle-aged man did not bother to pay attention and pressed for the whereabouts of the escapee. The opponent stared straight at him and angrily shouted, "Why should I reveal that to you?" He calmly replied, "The choice is yours, but you definitely know this well." He slightly closed his eyelids and thoughtfully speculated, "That guy has stirred everything up, forcing the organizers to step in and clean up the battlefield. Currently, the assembly has mobilized all forces, determined to dig up this entire region to catch him at all costs." He looked straight at the person opposite him and gave a warning. "In this critical situation, in that vast urban area, there seems to be no one left to help him except us. That scholar is currently on the icy island." Taking a sip of hot tea and then slowly speaking, Sai Long said that the Abyss Island is located high up in the clouds and approaching it is indeed an arduous task. Hearing that, she chuckled mockingly. Indeed, that deserted island is guarded by a giant ape and any motorized vehicle that dares to approach is smashed to pieces. But Jar Jar Tight Muck and I have already prepared our own trick to land. Even so, Kalavika still breathed a sigh of relief, thinking to herself that as long as Director Tran guaranteed the scientists, she would hand over all secrets from the route to the laboratory's location. However, Sai Long still appeared very composed. "Wait, I still have a question that needs to be answered." He seemed lost in thought as if facing an unknown variable. "I originally sent Taitmuk to infiltrate the event to wait for an opportunity to cause trouble." That stubbornness made Sai Luong endlessly annoyed. He not only ignored my orders and ruined the entire plan, but also brought back a heap of disastrous trouble. The rage inside him rose higher and higher. "I need a proper explanation, or more precisely, what happened at the stadium before the transmission was cut." Hearing this, Kalavika's heart raced with anxiety. What is this old fox planning to ask, or precisely how much of the truth has he already figured out? Predicting that the stubborn girl would not say a single word, Sai Long waved his hand and said, "All right, it is fine if you do not say anything. To make up for it, you must complete a mission for me." The next words made her think she was about to be released. After all, a monster causing chaos in the streets of Thian Hai is not like covering up information in a secret realm. Why would I waste my time covering it up? Little did she know, Sai Long had already set up a much more sinister game. "Tomorrow when Lam 2 arrives, you must act out a play with me to trick him onto that island," which made Kalavika shout out in anger, asking for the reason. He stared intently at the screen with a resentful look. "Stop acting. What Taitmuk has been doing stationed on that island for 16 years, I know it like the back of my hand." However, no matter how much he pressured her, the girl remained resolute, keeping her mouth tightly shut without uttering a word. At the same time, high up above, a voice shouted, "Hey, wing girl, which way do we turn now? Quickly show us the way." Immediately after, Jiak's voice rang out clearly, reporting to the whole team, "We have entered the airspace of the Abyss Island." Hatchkang immediately shouted to order them to continue flying straight ahead, receiving a spirited response in unison. At that moment, a hand reached out, pointed the remote forward, and decisively pressed the button. As soon as the button was pressed, the giant bird was shocked painfully, causing it to flap its wings and fly as fast as the wind. Tranho laughed heartily with delight upon witnessing that. Who would have thought this treasure of Tiatmuk would be so useful? He looked around anxiously and hastily shouted, "Boss, there are signs of a major fight at 11 o'clock. The commander raised his binoculars to observe, then nodded and said the group of soldiers on the other side had begun their landing attack. From Hatch Kang's perspective, that monster ape was indeed extremely cunning and agile. This time he feared the captain's group would have to go through a very difficult time to deal with it. Standing nearby, Jack looked puzzled. That giant creature seems to locate prey using sound waves and electromagnetic signals. Our riding a bird in is indeed a very smart move. Lost in thought, Kalavika felt frustrated. Why do I care about that kid's life or death? But going through this event, I've realized what a true monster is. Its nature does not lie in its external appearance, but is shown through actions of spreading disaster. No, that cannot be. Must be that bizarre ability that has muddled my mind. Behind her, he kept urging in an extremely anxious tone, "Hurry up and continue leading the way." She circled once more and reminded, "We must lower the altitude a bit more. The professor's research center is right ahead." Hearing this, Hatch Kang immediately ordered the group to prepare to land and stay highly alert. Tran Ho, however, was extremely dismissive and arrogant. "You are overreacting. Who can do anything to us while we are flying on the back of a bird?" Just as he finished speaking, from the dense bushes below, a pitch-black shadow suddenly launched high into the sky. The powerful jump sent the mysterious creature hurtling straight toward the bird that was soaring in mid-air. All vulnerabilities will eventually reveal themselves. Finding himself in a precarious situation, Tran Ho panicked and screamed, "Who is that? I warn you not to act recklessly. My dad is Tran Sai Luong, the director of the Countermeasures Bureau of this entire Thean High City. Having its secrets exposed made it even angrier. Humans also know pain and fear death, yet they still bully other animals." Escaping Bin Tri Lang's grip, Tran Hu retreated in fear while loudly questioning, "Who on earth are you and why are you here?" It then stepped forward, untied the iron chain from the bird's neck and comforted it. "Don't worry, I am not human and I don't have time to bully the weak. I'm just borrowing this ancient bird for a bit to go save my old friend's son." Fortunately, right after that, someone noticed and shouted an alarm, "Enemy attack, young Master Tran has been assassinated." However, Lang's father appeared extremely nonchalant. "This trivial matter, just let me fire a shot and blow him up into stardust." Jiak, standing nearby, immediately knocked the old man's head. "Are you crazy? If you fire that shot, young Master Tran will be blown to pieces too. Leave him alone. That kid only came here because he's crazy about girls. What does it have to do with us?" In this critical situation, Het Kang roared furiously from a corner, "Get out of my way. Let this captain use his body of steel to handle it." Watching the scene before him, he was amazed. He did not expect the captain to actually take action, giving Lang's father a fright right in the sky. However, Bin Tri Lang only spoke up softly and half-heartedly to brush it off. At that moment, he was also preparing to rush straight towards it. Immediately, Ben Tri Lang reached out and drew the precious sword from his waist. With just a single move, it caused Het Kang's body to be painfully scratched. But in the next second, he grabbed the tip of the sword tightly and mocked, "What a pity, I am a muscle superpower awakener. With a beast-like sturdy body like this, how could you cut through it?" Actually, that was not Bin Tri Lang's goal, it was just using the momentum to jump onto the back of Het Kang's bird. "So that's how it is, although I can cut through your muscles." In fact, it had already planned this out. The giant bird underneath probably could not withstand the massive energy about to be released from it. Hearing those challenging words, he laughed smugly. "Do you mean you can do anything to me?" Who would have thought that Bin Tri Lang would scold him right to his face? Has anyone ever told you that your brain is just as simple as those crude monsters? As soon as it finished speaking, its hands pulled out the two sword blades. Haven't you ever heard the saying that if you want to take down the general, you must shoot down his horse first? In the blink of an eye, the two swords suddenly flashed with bright sparks of electricity. Bin Tri Lang immediately unleashed its ultimate move, slashing straight at the bird. This is the highest form of the golden wine slash. The bird was slashed into 100 pieces, causing Het Kang to lose his balance and freefall from above. What the hell is going on? Fortunately, Kalvika rushed to his aid in time. She used her shaping skill to catch and hold Het Kang tightly. Seeing this, he was extremely surprised as he did not expect her to save him, but she did not do it for free. "The condition Director Tran promised me was to bring you to the Dr.'s laboratory." Hearing this, Het Kang understood. "So you are making an excuse to let that werewolf go to rescue Lam too." This comment made Kalavika a bit annoyed. "Stop joking, I don't have a body as hard as iron like you, and I'm not foolish enough to suffer pain. Besides, the agreement between me and the director is to escort Lam to extremely quiet island." Next, he only smiled and remarked, "You are indeed an extremely straightforward person." In another development, Go Lang was holding a model airplane and tapping it against Kuai Long's head to tease him. But the dragon did not pay any attention, turning its head to bite and crush the toy in one go. Witnessing that terrifying sight, Go Lang was so scared that he fell backward. Finally, he had no choice but to leap down to the empty ground right beneath his feet to escape. Kuai Long already had everything figured out, so he immediately turned to demand, "Are you planning to escape?" Before the sentence could even finish, it was already about to spit out a blazing fireball, completely ignoring Lam Tu, who was screaming himself hoarse to stop it. "The aircraft is about to be smashed to pieces, turn around quickly." At that very moment, Go Lang spotted a glistening speck of light high above and came up with a plan. It reached out with its rough hand and gripped the object tightly, and Go Lang summoned all his strength to raise the object he was holding high. As he took action, Go Lang let out a furious roar. With a whoosh, that strange object blocked the view right in front of Kuai Long's face. Seeing that sight, Kuai Long stared wide-eyed, trembling in terror. "What is that?" Instantly, the entire Roi golden cudgel slammed violently onto the ground, creating a deafening explosion. A moment later, Ngo Lang leisurely lifted that treasure away. Before them lay Kuai Long completely flattened. It turned out Lion Gok was straining to endure it. This monkey's arm strength was so terrifying that Lam Tu also felt like collapsing. Damn it, Kuai Long is about to reach his limit. The other end of the giant staff was also placed onto the ground. Ngo Lang smugly thinking he had won grinned from ear to ear. On this side, the young man was in a frantic panic. We about to free fall. Think of something quick. Your screaming is only making her more flustered. Shut up right now. The current situation was incredibly awkward and indescribable. I am completely drained of energy and can't use my powers anymore. Those words made Lam Tu even more anxious. This was a major crisis. Suddenly a plan flashed in his mind. Although Kalavika was only half subdued, perhaps it still had enough power to counterattack. Looking down into the deep, endless abyss, Lam Tu could only sigh in frustration. They were about to fall, so he might as well take a desperate gamble. Fortunately, a giant bird appeared just in time to rescue the group. However, he himself was still dazed, clueless as to what on earth had just happened. What's going on? As soon as he looked around, Lam Tu came face to face with an old acquaintance. Upon seeing each other, the entire group shouted in unison with astonishment, "Why is it this guy?" As soon as that guy saw them, he spoke with sarcasm. That monster asked to rescue people, and it turns out to be you guys. The child of a traitor is indeed in league with demons. Quite used to these antics, he calmly questioned, "What nonsense are you babbling about? Why are you here? You're letting your imagination run wild again, aren't you?" Seeing that the argument was about to get out of hand, Len Ngok intervened to stop Lam Tu. "Stop making a fuss. Quickly look up there." Right above their heads at this moment was a flying battleship shattered into 100 pieces. It turned out that all this time she had been continuously consuming her energy to hold up that giant object. Thanks to that, the massive block of steel did not sink into the ocean. But no matter how hard she tried, Lion Gok still felt exhausted, just a little more. This panicked him, and he told her to stop using her superpowers because she was already completely drained, and pushing any further would cost her life. Just then, Bin Tri Lang placed his hand on her shoulder, gently patting and comforting her. "It's all right, you have done very well." He looked up and declared forcefully, "Leave the rest to me." Immediately, Bin Tri Lang placed his hand on the sharp sword right next to him. Without any hesitation, he immediately leapt high up into the air. With that, Bin Tri Lang's eyes also lit up with an eager fire. Next was the ultimate technique, Golden Wine Strike Extreme Heaven Splitter, a fatal blow that shattered the airship into thousands of pieces. Seeing that, Lam Tu exclaimed in shock, "What kind of creature is this to dare clash with an airplane?" Len Gok shared the same thought. The combination of weight and velocity made its power truly terrifying. Very quickly after that, he landed gently on the back of the giant bird. However, Thien Vu's presence made her feel extremely irritated. "Why are you still here? Didn't I tell everyone to evacuate the aircraft?" He scratched his head and confessed honestly, "I was too cowardly and afraid of heights, so I didn't jump in time. I didn't expect the plane to be smashed to pieces by the ape in a single blow." While absorbed in the conversation, he suddenly remembered, "Oh no. If the plane is destroyed, where is my Kuai Long now?" Hearing that, Bin Tri Lang reassured him, "No need to go back and search. The aircraft is completely empty now. Besides, it's too crowded on the bird's back, so we need to find a place to land urgently." He looked straight at Lam Tu and said, "In this situation, there is no need to worry. Beasts are much hardier than humans." This made him feel remorseful, thinking to himself, "My little Kuai Long, I'm sorry. I will definitely come back to find you in the future." In truth, Kuai Long was still clinging tightly to the top of the sacred staff. Yet Ngo Lang standing below was still unaware and remained extremely leisurely. Everyone then saw him follow the staff and gradually slide downward. Accompanying that action was a surge of power about to erupt. Ngo Lang below saw the strange light radiating and was startled and stunned. However, everything at this point seemed to be too late. Kuai Long's attack was launched just like that with great force, violent breath. This single strike alone sent dust flying, blanketing the mountain peak in white. The surrounding area was even deeply sunken, forming a small ravine. Looking down from above, he rubbed his stomach and sighed, "I am so hungry. It would be so nice to have some fast food right now." Right after that, he suddenly remembered that he was standing in the middle of a fluffy cloud. Next came the presence of a new ultimate move, Thunderous Lightning. Charged with electrical energy, the cloud looked increasingly majestic and formidable. Then it directly discharged lightning bolts, striking the dinosaurs below and causing them to collapse all at once. Witnessing that exciting scene, Kuai Long's eyes suddenly lit up with a sparkle. At the research headquarters of Muk Tayat, Kalavika caught sight of the building looming in the distance and announced, "We've arrived. Below is the professor's laboratory. We finally here, but where did that thing come from and what is it doing here?" Jack, who was sitting, suddenly turned to ask, "Captain, are we really going to ignore young Master Tran?" But Bo Lang didn't care in the least, replying, "Why bother worrying about him?" Immediately after, he Kang touched down and muttered to himself, regardless of everything, since he was already standing in front of the respected professor's door, he had to say hello one way or another. As soon as she showed her face, she yelled out for the professor. Seeing Tayat Muk, Kalavika's heart wrenched with pain, silently thanking heaven and Buddha that he had managed to escape. By the way, he also explained that the wound caused by that kid was very difficult to treat with insects, forcing him to use meticulous surgical suturing technique, which took too much time and kept him from rescuing her earlier. Nevertheless, it seemed she hadn't been sitting idly by in his absence either. However, he Kang paid no attention and stepped forward to announce that Darjar Tayat was invited by Director Tran to meet and clarify everything, causing Kalavika to frantically hold him back and beg the professor to listen to her explanation. But Tayat Muk reassured her that this was just a trivial matter and there was no need to trouble Captain He, suggesting that both sides should directly discuss the main issue. After hesitating for a long time, he frankly admitted that Tran Sai Luong had sent people to take over this research area. It was just a pity that he himself had exhausted all his resources only to end up shooting himself in the foot. As soon as the voice stopped, they all felt the entire room shaking violently. Witnessing that scene, Kalavika panicked and screamed, asking what was happening and whether it was an earthquake. Nonetheless, Tayat Muk was still focused on his original plan of tricking the kid Lam-Tu into being a scapegoat. However, Lam-Tu's beast had just defeated the giant ape protecting Kawan Island, an island that floats in the air thanks to a giant guardian beast with the ability to control gravity, two things that you have probably known well for a long time. Listening to the long-winded talk for a while made He Kang angry, and he demanded to go straight to the conclusion instead of standing there lecturing, to which the man responded with a bizarre, cackling laugh and a question. Had no one ever thought of the close connection between those two things? The question made He Kang feel a bit strange, so he pressed him about what the connection was, only to receive the shocking answer that Kawan Island could fly thanks to the gravitational force from that giant ape, and once it fell, the entire island would also sink into doom with it. Realizing he had just been dealt a painful blow, he began to get angry, accusing the other of seemingly having no goodwill to cooperate with his side at all. Seeing this, Kalavika immediately lost her temper and demanded to know what he was up to, but He Kang ignored her and went on to relate that along the way, following the directions, they had encountered a half-beast, half-human freak who kidnapped young Master Tran, and now he was continuing to spin wild tales, perhaps to prove that only a freak doctor could understand the language of monsters. At that very moment, in another wild and dense forest, savory chunks of grilled dinosaur meat were piled high like a small hill. At the same time, the notification board continuously updated, reporting that your Kui Dragon had devoured a pterosaur to gain an additional 520 evolution points, swallowed an emperor crocodile to gain 666 evolution points, and defeated a dirt wolf to acquire 452 evolution points. Your pet Kui Dragon successfully devoured the dirt wolf, receiving an additional 479 evolution points. Your Kwai Dragon swallowed the giant python whole, adding 320 evolution points, and continued to devour giant vines, bringing another 592 evolution points. In just the blink of an eye, its level kept rising rapidly without stopping. The Kui Dragon entered the adult phase with the ability to evolve its Overlord-class bloodline upgradable, reaching a height of 29 meters and a weight of 22.6 tons, possessing sweeping attacks, fierce biting, a divine tail whip, and a set of skills for devouring and destructive fire breathing. The wild buffaloes and crocodiles saw this and hurriedly urged each other to flee lest the disaster of the past return to spread terror. Finally, the Kui Dragon appeared with a bloated belly that looked as if it were about to give birth. It looked blankly at the animals around it, running away in confusion, its heart full of bewilderment and incomprehension. Even the situation on the opposite side was no less chaotic. Seeing this, the Kui Dragon wondered why they ran for their lives the moment they caught sight of it, as if they knew they were about to be eaten, and if so, how could it hunt anymore? Suddenly, a very daring idea flashed through its mind. The little dragon looked up at the dark clouds in the sky and cheered triumphantly because it had thought of a way. At this moment, Bean Tri Lang, who had been sitting quietly, also stood up to stretch his muscles after a smooth landing as the leader of this campaign. Next to him, Kung Thien Vu also suddenly spoke up, asserting that the core mission of the entire team this time was to survey Kawan Island's ecosystem and capture Tayat Muk, and all 4 members had to strictly comply. Seeing this, Tran Ho immediately shouted to stop Kung Thien Vu, asking if she recognized that the tall guy with the low-slung hat was actually a bizarre creature that had kidnapped him before. He fixed his eyes on Bean Tri Lang and asserted, "I've encountered this guy before. Hidden beneath that pulled-down hat is definitely a wolf's head." Tran Ho immediately cried out and analyzed. Clearly, that man himself claimed he was going to save Lam-Tu. Surely that father and son have surrendered to the monster and are in cahoots with each other. Hearing this, Thien Vu realized everything and immediately assumed a fighting stance, thinking, so that's how it is. He swung a sharp sword forward while shouting loudly, "Pardon my rudeness. If you know what's good for you, take off that straw hat." However, the opponent merely deflected it with a gentle swipe of his hand, blocking the dangerous blow. Witnessing that, Thien Vu became even more excited, shouting, "Nice dodge. Now try tasting this next move of mine." Right after saying that, he immediately unleashed his dominant ultimate technique called the Double Love Slash. Nevertheless, Bean Tri Lang still easily sidestepped and dodged in an extremely artistic manner. His hand, full of razor-sharp claws, began to extend in front of his opponent. With just a gentle flick, he pushed Thien Vu into a highly precarious situation. The young man could not control himself and was pushed back repeatedly by the impact force. Not letting him off yet, Bean Tri Lang added a sarcastic remark, "Someone of your level actually expects to make me reveal my face." Looking down at his numb, bleeding hands, Thien Vu decided to make a big life or death gamble to see who was superior. He continued to channel his energy to unleash a move, accompanied by a threatening roar, "Do not underestimate me too much." This fateful attack was nothing unfamiliar. It was the 40-meter-long illusory greatsword technique. Watching from the sidelines all this time, Leng Gok also secretly nodded in approval, thinking indeed he is worthy of being the outstanding seed of the exam. At such a young age, he has already broken through to the Divine Mansion realm and even materialized his spiritual energy into a physical weapon. Meanwhile, the young man still bravely charged like crazy toward his enemy. While unleashing his thunderous attack, Thien Vu shouted loudly, "Obediently, hand over your head." Facing the danger, Bean Tri Lang still indifferently evaluated, condensing energy into a blade. Quite decent, I suppose. Completely underestimating his opponent, he calculated in his head, "It's rare to meet someone who dares to challenge me. I'll play around with you for a few moves then." At that very moment, the device alarm suddenly rang rapidly. Danger. A serious system error detected due to the energy level exceeding the maximum measurement threshold. This phenomenon was identical to the previous confrontation with the fire monster. Right after that, a brilliant glow suddenly burst forth beneath Bun Recaps' heels. Even his entire body began to evolve into an extremely terrifying combat form. With just a light tap, Bun Recaps sent the Invu flying dozens of meters away to the side. Still not satisfied, the monster even opened its wide mouth and bit firmly onto the energy blade. With a snapping sound, that bite easily broke all of the young man's efforts, and the monster effortlessly shook him off. Bun Recaps stood tall, looking down from above, and made a chilling remark: "These flashy, superficial things are truly useless." Next, he laughed mockingly and said, "I have never seen a blade condensed from spiritual energy as fragile as a rice cracker. Remember the title of the peerless sword of heaven and earth, Bun Recaps." Witnessing the horrifying scene, Len Engok began to tremble, having never expected a demon to disguise itself so much like a human, while Lam Tu, standing beside her, also turned pale. Indeed, his terrifying power far surpassed that of the giant ape from before. At this moment, he fully realized one thing: the only resort was to desperately launch a preemptive strike and then seize the opportunity to find a way to slip away quickly. Seeing him preparing to rush forward, she hurriedly tried to stop him. "Lam Tu, don't come over here," because everyone knew that Len Engok could feel it very clearly. The stream of power emanating from this monster was indeed extremely terrifying. However, Lam Tu only calmly replied, "I understand, but I still want to try my best because you are the most brilliant beauty in my heart." At the critical moment of a hair's breadth, the ringing phone made him jump. "Who has the free time to call right now? And this is even a forbidden zone. Hello?" Rose's voice, screaming with rage, echoed from the other end of the line. "You little brat, how dare you try to pull a fast one on me? You'd better wait there. I'm coming to settle the score." This gave Lam Tu quite a scare as he cried out, "Oh my god." The more he thought about it, the more confused he became. How on earth could Mom contact me all the way inside this forbidden zone? However, she didn't bother with anything else and only focused on her sole target. "I'm flying a helicopter over to beat you up, so stand still obediently." Hearing that, he immediately and tearfully pleaded, "I know I was wrong, Mom. Let's go home and sort it out behind closed doors." But that only made Rose even more furious. "Trying to avoid me, son. Don't even dream about it." At that same moment, the monster indifferently turned around and walked straight away. Seeing the scene before her eyes, Len Engok couldn't help but be bewildered. Why did that guy suddenly retreat like that? Over here, however, two people were overjoyed to have suddenly escaped death by a hair's breadth. A moment later, the aircraft slowly landed on the empty clearing. As soon as Rose stepped out of the cockpit, she loudly bellowed, "You cowardly brat, Lam Tu, come out here and take your punishment right now." But in front of her now was only an empty clearing with no one in sight. Where did Lam Tu hide? Which made Len Engok also wonder in confusion. Wait, he was just here a moment ago, wasn't he? After a whole month had passed, she finally tracked down an ancient tree. Unexpectedly, there was a deep hole in the ground, leaving Rose extremely astonished. However, just a second later, her anger flared up intensely again. What a coward. With her rage surging, she swung her hand and threw a punch straight into the large tree trunk next to her. That powerful punch broke the ancient tree in half, making everyone tremble in fear. "Where on earth have you hidden my son this time?" Meanwhile, that strange man was still quietly observing everything from a precarious rocky ledge high above. Curiously, he turned and asked softly, "Why do you keep following me around like that?" Receiving an explanation from Lam Tu, "I came to this deserted island to search for my father's whereabouts. If my mom finds out, I am toast, so I want to ask for your help to hide from her for a while." The other guy became even more bewildered. "Aren't you worried I'll devour you? I'm a monster, you know." He then smiled and replied, "If you wanted to harm me, the two of us wouldn't be sitting here talking like this. Although I don't know why you're following me yet, I believe you aren't a bad person." Suddenly, Lam Tu's expression became unusually serious. "It seems you know my mother, don't you?" The unexpected question made him accidentally blurt out, "Oh, how did you guess that so well?" He didn't bother beating around the bush and shared frankly, "That was easy. Earlier, when you heard the phone ring and then saw the helicopter, your expression changed visibly. The only variable here could only be my mother." After hearing that, the strange man could only stand frozen in silence for a moment. Then he slowly spoke up and admitted, "Not only do I know your mother, but I've also crossed paths with your father before. In fact, not long ago, he and I were still traveling together." Hearing that, Lam Tu immediately seized the opportunity to ask rapidly, "Where is my father? Please lead me to him. I am willing to do anything to repay you." Suddenly, he seemed to sense danger, so his entire body froze like a statue. For some unknown reason, a giant boulder was rumbling down from right above them. Witnessing that scene, Bun Recaps immediately focused all of his attention in that direction. With just one sharp sword strike, the massive boulder shattered into countless tiny pieces. Thanks to that timely slash, both of them escaped by a hair's breadth. Lam Tu tried to connect the events, wondering why this island had been shaking violently right from the start. He was explained by Bun Recaps that the wild beast had the ability to control gravity, helping the island float in midair. However, to make matters worse, he had fainted, causing his superpower to vanish and the entire island to be on the verge of collapsing. Hearing this, Lam Tu frantically shouted that the island was about to collapse and his mother had just come up here. But the other person casually replied that there was nothing to worry about. Since they flew in by plane, they could withdraw whenever they wanted. A moment later, Bun Recaps suddenly recalled the promise from earlier and asked if he was truly willing to do anything to be reunited with his father. Hearing that question, the young man did not hesitate and nodded in agreement immediately. With that firm commitment, Bun Recaps was secretly overjoyed and praised his courageous decisiveness. He cast his eyes down into the deep abyss and told Lam Tu that he was in desperate need of help. Immediately after saying those words, Bin Tri Lang pulled him onto his back and leaped high into the air. Bowing his head to look down into the bottomless abyss, he explained that this was the giant hole created by the ferocious ape when it fell. Lam Tu couldn't help but gape in astonishment at its massive scale, then suddenly remembered to ask what they had come here for. The other person firmly ordered him to stop asking so many questions, saying their goal was to dive straight down there. Before making the risky jump, Bin Tri Lang still carefully reminded him to close his eyes tightly and hold on tight. With those words, he did not hesitate to plunge straight down into the deep, yawning abyss right before them. The young boy could only squeeze his eyes shut and scream out in helplessness in midair. Darkness enveloped them during the seemingly endless fall, but in the end, both of them landed safely. However, it seemed that Bin Tri Lang had just noticed something unusual, so he abruptly stopped to observe. He looked around for a moment and then whispered warily that the cave was too vast, but it felt like someone was tailing them. As Lam Tu was about to step forward to investigate, he was held back firmly by Bin Tri Lang's arm, who reminded him not to act recklessly but to stick close to him. In the quiet atmosphere, a crystal-clear droplet of water fell softly, followed by the appearance of a slender hand emerging from the darkness. Sensing the movement behind him, Lam Tu immediately whipped his head around to check. Appearing before his eyes was the familiar figure he had been longingly waiting for all this time. Lam Tu was shocked to the extreme. He could only choke out, asking why his father was here in this place. In contrast to his son's emotional state, Lam Longtun still playfully joked that it was indeed a surprising reunion. The man opened his warm arms wide, happily inviting his son to come closer for a tight hug. Yet Lam Tu whimpered and complained with a self-pitying pout, only showing his face 3 hours later, while everyone rumored that his father had been scared away by monsters. The intense longing filled the young boy's eyes with tears. For all those years, the mother and son had dared to look anyone in the eye. Even so, Lam Longtun gently comforted him, saying, "Be good, don't cry, the storm has passed, now daddy is back with you and your mother, come here and let daddy give you a hug." Watching his father's lonely back as he stepped onto the boat, his hand clenched in anger over the huge, troublesome misunderstandings that had occurred. Next, he immediately gave his beloved father a thunderous punch for daring to disappear without even bothering to apologize. Ironically, right after that punch, Lam Longtun was accidentally sent flying straight into the air. His entire body slammed into a protruding cliff, causing dust in the cave to spray everywhere. Only then did Lam Tu startle and remember that he had activated his automatic counterattack state. Only after a while did he timidly confess, "Actually, Mom and I always trust you completely, but wherever you go, you should at least say goodbye." No sooner had he finished speaking than extremely bizarre noises echoed in his ears. That strange yet somewhat familiar noise made Lam Tu feel uneasy. This sound was highly suspicious. Immediately, countless chaotic voices rose in unison. "My dear son, how could you have the heart to hit your father like this?" Because they failed to achieve their goal, they openly showed their anger. After all that effort acting, they got nothing out of it and even took a punch. "I told you this kid has some weird tricks. We already suffered from them back in Thian High City, since you didn't even care to hug me." Before finishing its sentence, the monster opened its wide mouth and growled, "Then let me swallow you whole instead." Seeing this, Lam Tu realized that this was just a parasite in disguise, right as Bin Tri Lang chimed in, "Cut the nonsense." In fact, from the very beginning he knew full well that with his father's strength, even transforming into a wild beast would not leave a single scratch on him. Right after that, Bin Tri Lang drew his sword, pointed it straight at the sky and muttered, "I never expected the parasites to make their way all the way to Extreme Peace Island. Let's channel energy into the ring." However, they had no idea that their every move was being watched. From the deep darkness, a huge, hairy hand reached out and delivered a powerful blow, crushing those monsters. Right after that, the massive dark shadow stepped majestically into the light. As it moved, it continuously beat its chest, emitting deafening roars. Witnessing that scene, Lam Tu couldn't help but open his eyes wide in amazement. This gorilla sure knows how to tease people. Looking closely for a while, he realized that the monkey was using that thing as a rope to swing from. Just looking at it made him feel sore all over. Still not understanding the whole story, Lam Tu turned to press Bin Tri Lang for answers. "Hey brother, what on earth is this play about?" As soon as those words were said, Hoa Lang interrupted to explain, "My trip here was precisely to find that guy, because the reason this Extreme Peace Island can float in midair is all thanks to his ability. If he loses his memory, this island will also go up in smoke." But then it pointed its finger straight at him, accusing, "It was the giant lizard this guy brought along that knocked me down here." Hearing this, Lam Tu immediately bristled and fired back, "It's because you started the trouble first. Besides, that is a majestic divine dragon, not a lizard. Hurry up and give me my dragon back." By this point, the atmosphere between the two sides was as tense as a violin string, thick with the smell of gunpowder. Suddenly, a question came to mind, so Lam Tu turned and asked hurriedly, "Wait a minute, how on earth do you keep this island floating?" After thinking for a moment, Bin Tri Lang found the answer himself. "I was curious at first too, but looking at this deep pit and those monsters from earlier, everything is clear now." While stomping on the corpse of a monster with his foot, he muttered in doubt, "Could all of this really have been caused by that kid?" And immediately received a nod of confirmation from the audience. That's right. Looking down, there was only a writhing heap of hideous creatures piled on top of each other. The monsters roared frantically as they hunted for a delicious prey, constantly calling and beckoning, come here with us." Witnessing that scene, Bin Tri Lang suddenly felt a surge of rage, wanting nothing more than to swing his sword and slash them all to pieces. But the best part of the show was yet to come. The outsider suddenly snapped his fingers. Immediately, a tiny black hole appeared, generated by gravitational force. From the opening of that hole, a flurry of boulders poured out relentlessly. They crashed heavily straight onto the heads of the writhing monsters below. However, it was said that these pests were highly resilient. Even when severely injured, they healed themselves at super speed, making them almost impossible to destroy. That is also the reason for the outsider's action. I fear this island is about to be completely eaten away by the insects, which is why I had to lift it into the sky. Yet, in the blink of an eye, he turned around with curiosity, wondering what on earth this boyish background was to have ended up lost here. Seeing the situation, Lam-Tu cleared his throat to remind everyone that he was still standing right there. Then the young boy opened his hand, which was clutching an insect, and confidently declared, "I know exactly where these bizarre creatures come from. I've even clashed with them before, and of course, I already have a way to wipe them out completely." Without wasting words, Lam-Tu immediately demonstrated his practical skill right before everyone's astonished eyes. Witnessing that scene, Bean Trilang gasped. It is exactly like that moment from years ago. As long as what you just asserted is correct, I promise to support you in wiping out these harmful insects along with the hidden masterminds behind them. However, Lam-Tu also quickly made a demand. Once everything is resolved, you must personally lead me to find that woman. Meanwhile, out at sea, Lam-Tu's mother had just casually smashed a high mountain flat, causing a powerful earthquake. Thian-Vu stared in awe. How can this chubby woman be so powerful? I wonder who is stronger between her and the captain, while Tran-Ho trembled, blaming himself to think I actually dared to mess with her precious son. Len-Ingok pensively watched Lam-Tu's mother, who was radiating murderous intent as she walked through the ruins of the mountain, wondering why she had appeared here, and was even leisurely riding on their association's private plane. Just then, Thian-Kai cheerfully stepped out from the helicopter cabin, grinning widely as she shouted, "Of course it's because this lady brought her here herself." After saying that, Thian-Kai quickly jumped down to the ground and ran over to Len-Ingok to complain, "You two are so inconsiderate, abandoning me to go on an adventure to such an interesting place," to which Len-Ingok coldly shot back, "We are on official duty, outsiders are not allowed to interfere." With that, the two girls began bickering and squabbling, and right at that moment, the genius stepped out of the helicopter to stop them. "Come on, you two, stop playing around. Do you think I'm invisible?" Len-Ingok immediately changed her tone, bowing politely, "Father, you went through the trouble of coming here as well," making Thian-Kai stand aside with a sulky face, muttering, "What a hateful, hypocritical attitude." Then she turned to him and asked curiously, "Why did you suddenly travel all the way to this distant Kukyan island?" With a serious expression, the genius quickly opened the briefcase he carried and urged, "The situation is very urgent, look at this." Len-Ingok looked inside and her jaw dropped in shock. "Aren't these the Tuk Trung samples I sent you the other day?" He frowned and nodded in confirmation, while Thian-Kai also curiously leaned in to see. All eyes were drawn to a bizarre creature preserved in a glass test tube, and the genius explained in a low voice, "This is the Tuk Trung, which only appears in ancient books with an astonishingly persistent vitality. Whenever they appeared as a harbinger of a great catastrophe, do not actually belong to our world." At this point, his eyes suddenly flashed with a cunning light. "If those wicked pests were created by that rotten disciple of mine, then I as his master." Pausing for a moment, the scholar resolutely continued, "I have a duty to personally put an end to this dangerous farce." In the distance, while Tran-Ho was busy turning his head to observe, Thian-Vu was urgently calling Sai Luong, "Director, I'm sorry, many of our comrades have been lost track of. Our team is completely lost this time." The other end of the line calmly replied, "Forget it. It was because of my own underestimation of the enemy, and I have no intention of blaming you at all." Sai Luong added, "Besides, all the stranded comrades have been rescued in time, and they are now safely aboard the warship." Hearing this, Thian-Vu wept with joy. "What a relief. I will definitely redeem myself by making up for my mistake, and I am determined to complete the survey of this Kukyan island." Immediately, Tran-Ho impatiently snatched the phone and yelled at Sai Luong, "Dad, I was just grabbed by a giant monster, and that blockhead Hatch Kang has run off and disappeared. Hurry up and send reinforcements to rescue me." Hearing his son's cry for help, he calmly inquired, "So you and Hatch Kang have lost each other? It sounds like that might be a good thing instead." Sai Luong instructed further, "Just stay close to the Grand Art Association for me. The moment they find any clues, report to me immediately." Hearing his father's words, Tran-Ho panicked completely. "Oh Dad, aren't you going to order that Hatch Kang guy to come back and save me? This place is terrifying now." Sai Luong decisively pointed out the reality. Hatch Kang is currently busy shouldering a much more urgent task. Meanwhile, the scene shifts to Jack and his comrades putting all their effort into launching a barrage of fire at the ferocious monsters. Holding up a pair of binoculars to observe the battlefield, Jack suddenly screamed in absolute horror. The entire pack of wild beasts continued to charge madly forward, their bloodshot eyes boiling with murderous intent, completely ignoring the torrential rain of bullets tearing into their flesh. Jack turned to his teammate and asked anxiously, "The captain has been in there for so long, and there's still no sign of him." Bolang frowned and replied, "Stop worrying about nothing. Once we wipe out these monsters, their ringleader will have no choice but to meekly surrender." Just as he finished speaking, he grumbled in annoyance again, "But unfortunately, the more we take down, the more they keep coming. In the end, just how many monsters has that madman cloned?" Bolang sighed softly with worry. "I only hope the captain can capture the target as soon as possible." Not far away, Hatch Kang stood tall and imposing in front of Tiat Muk, who was currently in tatters with countless bleeding wounds. Looking down at his opponent from above, Hatch Kang coldly advised, "It's best you tell those monsters out there to stop. They were only throwing their lives away in vain. I admit your self-healing ability is impressive, but unfortunately your old wounds don't seem to have fully healed yet." Hatch Kang delivered another psychological blow. "Just one more punch of mine is enough to send you to your ancestors." Looking at his miserably blood-covered body, Tiat Muk asked back with a shudder, "Well, if you keep dragging things out like this, aren't you going to look for young Master Tran anymore?" Hearing this, Hatch Kang raised his eyebrows slightly and revealed a shocking piece of news. Unfortunately for you, I've just received a secret message from Director Tran that the Tran family's young master is safe and sound. With those words, the muscular man extended his giant hand and squeezed Tight Muck's throat. Hatch Kang's colossal build was in stark contrast to his opponent's tiny stature. Using only one hand, he easily lifted Tight Muck into the air and set the conditions, spit it out. Trade your entire 16 years of research for your worthless life and that half-human, half-bird assistant of yours. This trade seems like a real bargain, doesn't it? At that tense moment, Jack suddenly rushed through the door and reported in a panic, "Boss, we're in big trouble. A super beast weighing at least 10 tons has just appeared out there, and its power must be equivalent to the void returning stage." Hearing the dreadful news, both of them couldn't help but widen their eyes in shock and exclaim, "A void returning stage beast." Without hesitating for a second, Hatch Kang grabbed Tight Muck and dragged him along. When they stepped outside, what caught their eyes was a chaotic scene, with smoke and fire rising to the sky alongside thunderous screams. He stared blankly at the ruined wreckage in front of him and wondered, what on earth is going on here? On the opposite side, Kuai Long looked extremely cheerful, carrying 2 plump beasts in his hands, and cheered happily. "Absolutely fantastic. I never expected this deserted island to be such a rich culinary paradise." Seeing that scene, Tight Muck furiously shouted in accusation, "Why did you bring this ferocious creature here? Do you realize what a great disaster you are causing?" Hatch Kang turned to ask back with wide, skeptical eyes, "Wait, wasn't this monster raised by your own hands?" The opponent immediately lashed out in anger, "Raised my foot. I am in this miserable state precisely because I got beaten to a pulp by it." Understanding the situation, Hatch Kang to urgently order Jack, "Curly Hair, hurry up and take out the scanner to measure that monster's power level." The quick-witted young man replied, "Yes, boss." Jack quickly pulled out the specialized measuring device and pointed the analytical lens directly at the strutting Kuai Long. The technical readings on the screen kept jumping erratically without showing a specific result, and the device even started to spark continuously, signaling a severe overload condition. He stared wide-eyed at the smoking, burned-out detector. It was completely ruined. Bo Lang couldn't believe his eyes. Could it have already broken through to the highest realm? Tai Mu suddenly said sarcastically, "You fools, the power of the Abyss Island super beast doesn't lie in its massive size. Look closer." Kuai Long roared, releasing blinding flashes of lightning. With its colossal size, wherever it went, the ground collapsed in ruins. The monster Kuai Long was greedily devouring another wild beast with relish. But just a moment later, its gigantic eyes suddenly lit up with an extraordinary glow. The beast's entire body suddenly radiated an earth-shattering surge of energy, and its body began to swell at a dizzying speed. As expected, everyone could easily see that Kuai Long's size had just increased by another large margin. The crowd below gasped in horror. It turned out this monster relied on magnetic field energy to strengthen itself. He Kang was stunned as he realized a terrifying truth. Could this be the very pet that the kid Lin Xiu brought along before? Looking at the towering, colossal silhouette of Kuai Long, he realized in despair that he had absolutely no chance of winning. At that tense moment, Tai Mu suddenly smirked with smug satisfaction. He whispered in an extremely sinister tone, "I've found a way to deal with the Abyss Island monster." In the dark, deep basement, countless tangled pipes were rapidly pumping nutrients toward a central point. The display screen scanned continuously, clearly showing the biological parameters of a superclass beast. Tai Mu asserted confidently, "Only a beast of the same kind can be used to control them." As soon as he finished speaking, a giant worm gradually revealed itself in the experimental tank. In a dark stone cave in the middle of the jungle, Ping Zhu Lang asked impatiently, "You were always talking about wiping out those monster worms in the mastermind, so do you actually have a plan yet?" A streak of light swept across the mouth of the deep cave as Lin Xi's resonant voice echoed firmly from within, "Keep your eyes wide open and watch me." Facing Ping Zhi Lang and Wai Lang, Lin Xiu explained calmly, "However, the first thing we need to do is locate little Kuai Long." He quickly activated the system interface and typed rapidly, leaving the other two wide-eyed. "Let me turn on target tracking to locate where Kuai Long is." However, the result displayed on the screen was completely unexpected, making him scratch his head in confusion. What on earth is this bizarre situation? The scanning screen was filled with red dots tightening the circle around the three of them, and Lin Xiu cried out in panic, "Oh my god, could we be surrounded?" No sooner had he finished speaking than a disgusting, slimy lump of flesh from the monster worm suddenly surged up, intending to pounce on the group. The three of them immediately leaped high into the air to avoid the monster's deadly sweep. Sure enough, trouble had found them once again. Ping Zhi Lang and Wai Lang coordinated perfectly, swinging their weapons to sever the opponent's slimy tentacles. Gripping the sword tightly in his mouth, Ping Zhi Lang looked at the severed flesh rapidly regenerating and snorted coldly, "Damn it, physical attacks aren't doing anything." On the other side, Lin Xiu was also trying his best to take down a monster worm, but its hideous body kept regenerating at super speed. He shouted over to his teammates, "Herd all that slime toward me and I'll send them to their graves all at once." But ironically, at the crucial moment, Lin Xiu's supernatural power suddenly vanished, turning him back into an ordinary human. He growled in frustration, "What bad luck, the transformation time has run out." Wai Lang was driven mad with anger upon seeing this. "Why do you always lose your power at the most critical moment?" Ping Zhi Lang, standing next to him, added sarcastically, "We really can't count on you at all." With that, he transformed into a completely new look, drawing his sword while taking a dig at Lam Tu, then shouting at the two of them to scatter. Seeing him soar up the cliff like a gust of wind, and Wai Lang muttered in praise that his uncle after all still really knew how to shine. Lam Tu could only hold his head and cry to the heavens at this reckless combo. Jumping in like that would collapse the cave. Was he trying to get them all killed? As he leaped high, he channeled an abundant flow of energy to envelop the sharp blade, murmuring incantations about toxins and sacred fire. His eyes suddenly glowed with a brilliant golden sand color as blinding flashes of lightning continuously burst from the source of power forged through countless trials. Instantly, he executed a spectacular mid-air spin, drawing a sword path that swept everything away like a storm, while still babbling about the profound philosophy of the state of mindlessness and actionlessness of his peerless swordplay. His eyes turned to a sparkling dark gold, and a fatal strike radiant with golden light was immediately swung with absolute decisiveness. That terrifying power not only shattered the stone cave but also split the large island in half, causing a violent, earth-shaking tremor. Both Lam 2 and his companions gasped in such shock that their eyes almost popped out, their souls scattering from sheer terror. Ngoy tried his best to cling onto the collapsing cliff, sweating profusely, and screamed at the person floating in midair to cool down, as this fragile island could not withstand another fatal blow. A moment later, a bizarre black hole appeared along with crisscrossing purple lightning, seemingly trying to pull the two halves of the island closer together with a powerful invisible gravity. Dangling on the rugged cliff, Lam 2 was astonished to realize that a horde of tentacled monsters were tightly gripping both banks and pulling them together, leaving him bewildered, unable to understand what was happening. Right before the young man's eyes, the island was crudely patching itself up with the raw, red flesh of the monsters writhing together in a gruesome manner. The boy's face instantly drained of blood and he shuddered, thinking to himself that this bizarre sight was truly goosebump-inducing. It felt as if this entire land had turned into a giant, slimy creature. In just the blink of an eye, the ruined island had been patched up by the monsters, looking as though it had never been split. Lam 2 and his companion sat flat on the ground, panting heavily as he asked skeptically whether that mess had been cleared up yet. The swordsman leisurely sheathed his weapon and shook his head vigorously, saying that things were not that easy. He glanced at the squirming creatures around them and clicked his tongue, saying it was just a test strike and the damage seemed insufficient. Countless grotesque faces appeared on the tentacles, laughing defiantly, forcing him to admit that it would not be easy to eradicate these freakish creatures. Hearing that, Lam 2 went mad with anger, screaming to ask what on earth he had been doing all this time, and what they should do now. While Ngoy was trying to hold on to a beast's large tail, the leader stroked his beard, feigning wisdom, and declared that the best course of action right now was to run. Suiting action to word, he grabbed Lam 2 by the armpits, leaped onto Ngoy's back, and they urged each other to flee for their lives while the swarming monsters chased closely behind. He whipped around to question the giant carrying him, asking what kind of trick he was playing. He ignored the question and diverted the topic by remarking that he couldn't feel any supernatural energy radiating from his body. Lam 2 scratched his head with an awkward smile, admitting that he wasn't an awakened person at all. He sighed and went on to tell how he had failed the previous ability exam, and that the lightning tricks he used earlier were actually thanks to another secret. The boy frowned and said it would be a long story to tell, then turned to ask about his companion's situation. He stared intently at the boy as fragments of old memories suddenly rushed back, of an old acquaintance' anxious scream warning him not to head straight ahead. In the pouring rain, that girl tried her best to stop the dangerous enemy, but there was still a chance to turn back, for the deeper they went into the forbidden zone, the more perils and ferocious beasts would appear. Right before the group's eyes was a giant monster releasing rumbling lightning. Batch Tu asserted that no one in the association could match it, but Lam Longtan brushed it aside, saying that was not the case. Raising his eyebrows, he spoke loudly with a look of determination. Do not jump to conclusions without trying. Our ultimate destination is the center of this secret realm. Bun Recaps, panting heavily from exhaustion, asked in confusion why he was so determined to find the very source of this place. Lam Longtan sincerely explained, the reason is because I yearn to build an equal world for those who unfortunately cannot awaken. Bun Recaps furrowed his brow in thought and suddenly realized, could it be that from the very beginning he had already predicted his son would fail to awaken? Lam 2 looked skeptical as he watched the other person remain silent. He stared deeply at Bun Recaps for a long time, then blurted out a cry of surprise. It looked down at Lam 2 and said something that startled him, leading you to find your father is fine, but first, you need to answer a question for me. Without waiting for a nod, Bun Recaps asked directly from the perspective of an unawakened person, do you see this era of spiritual energy as a gift or a disaster for humanity? He said nothing and remained lost in thought. Seeing this, it gently said there was no rush, and he could answer after dealing with the threat on Kukyen Island. Lam 2 furrowed his brow in surprise at the perplexing question, and Bun Recaps calmly explained, this is actually something someone once asked me in the past. At another location a few minutes earlier, Len Ngok was pale and clutching her mouth due to airsickness, weakly asking when they would land. Thian Kai intently observed the screen and said that according to the radar signal, they needed to travel for another 2 hours and asked if she was sure they would meet Lam 2 there. Lingok, still trying to suppress her nausea, replied that it was likely as the energy fluctuations indicated that Kuai Long was very possibly lingering around here. The young girl furrowed her brow again and asked Sister 2 if we can't even handle such a minor thing, our dream of secret exploration is just an illusion. She irritably shouted at Thian Kai to watch the road, and the other girl yelled back, arguing that being able to drive such a fancy thing on the ground was already a great deal, so why didn't she blame whoever banned them from flying instead? Thian Kai smugly added that remaining calm and silent despite old age is the true quality of an explorer from the Dang Association. Right behind the two girls, the genius was busily connecting a wire straight into a huge jar. Seeing that strange action, Lingok couldn't help but ask what her father was trying to do. She asked in surprise, this is the sample soil we just retrieved, right? Has something happened to it? While busy with the wires, he asserted, the material in this jar is no ordinary soil, my daughter. Lin Gok kept her eyes glued to the sticky liquid flowing through the tube with a highly suspicious expression. They are certainly no ordinary soil. In just the blink of an eye, the shape of a bizarre creature suddenly loomed up from that pile of soil. She realized in shock that it had already turned into insects. The genius narrowed his cold eyes. Everything was just as he had predicted, and the worm the kids mentioned was actually a type of spirit stone recorded in ancient books. Lin Gok also realized and muttered to herself, so it turns out to be that miraculous soil. He calmly confirmed that indeed it was, as ancient books state that this substance is born when spiritual energy accumulates deep underground for a very long time. Its characteristic is that it can multiply continuously. The stronger the impact, the more violently it erupts. The genius enthusiastically continued to recount the ancient myth that when floods once inundated the heavens, the god sent this soil down to build dikes, control the waters, and save humanity. She frowned in disgust. Oh my god, how could the god send down such a disgusting monstrosity? He gasped in surprise. I heard that the shape of the parasites changes according to the spiritual energy of their hiding place. The wise man frowned and thought, if so, it is highly likely that an extremely cruel and powerful creature is hiding on this deserted island, turning the soil and sand here into a terrifying slimy mess. Hearing this, Lin Gok was startled. Could the thing being referred to be the legendary beast on Kukyen Island? He was silent for a moment and then said, I have only known about this since 16 years ago when I started diving into researching the mysterious creatures on this island. The young man seriously asserted, no matter what happens, I must find a way to stop him. Right then, a massive tremor shook the ground, and the mother frowned and snapped, do you people actually know how fierce the creatures on the island are? Her face was full of annoyance. He originally had no reason to pull such strange and troublesome tricks. Hearing that, the two of them asked suspiciously in quick succession, do you also know about the wild beasts of Kukyen Island? Did you travel all the way here because of them? The mother immediately shook her head in denial. What wild island beasts? I have no idea what you people are babbling about. I only came here to drag my mischievous boy home by his neck. Having heard those words, Lin Gok fell deep into thought. Suddenly, Thian Kai grimaced and shouted, is it all just a fake? Right before the young girl's eyes, Kukyen Island was being sliced in half by the sharp sword stroke of Bin Tri Lang. Thian Kai stared at the deep crevice ahead and trembled. Why did a deep pit suddenly appear over there? Seeing this, Lin Gok frowned and scolded, I let my guard down for just a second and you've already messed things up. The girl quickly defended herself. Sister, you think too highly of me. How could this mess be caused by me? She immediately reminded her, just focus on pulling the nose of the plane up. You're repiloting an aircraft, not driving a car on the rod. Thian Kai wailed, I want to, but the control lever just broke. Witnessing this chaotic scene from the back seat, the mother clenched her fists in anger. What a bunch of brats who never stop causing worry. Right after speaking, she jumped straight down to the ground from the cabin before the plane could land. In the blink of an eye, she was holding tightly to the tail of the free-falling helicopter with one hand. Standing firmly on the ground, she shouted, who dares to pull a stunt like this? As quick as lightning, the mother used her strength to spin the helicopter around a few times to catch the people who wanted to take her son away. Waiting for the right moment, she threw the aircraft far away, her angry voice ringing out, who allowed you all to come to such a dangerous place together? The three people sitting inside spun around with the momentum of the aircraft, only able to hold their heads and scream in terror. Due to the powerful momentum, the helicopter soared to the other side of the divided island. In just an instant, a loud crash resounded, signaling that the aircraft had landed safely on the ground. The mother used her strength to leap powerfully from this half of the island straight to the other half. All three stepped out of the cockpit, the thick dust and smoke making them cough violently, and the young girl asked in bewilderment, what kind of corner of the world are we in? Lin Gok and Thian Kai stared blankly at the ruins before them. This place looked so desolate and ravaged. The two stared at each other in surprise, and despite a bit of confusion, it seemed they had arrived at the right address. Meanwhile, at a secret workshop in another area. Deep down in the tunnel, Hatch Kang and Kalavika's group were traveling together in the elevator. Hatch Kang asked anxiously, aren't you afraid that the monsters on the island will swarm in? The other confidently waved his hand, don't worry. Do you think my research was in vain? This base is built as solid as a fortress. Unless we open the doors ourselves, even 100 creature wouldn't he stand a chance. At that very moment, Bin Chi Lang's martial move swept through with unparalleled power. Tetmuk suddenly froze. Did a flash of golden light just streak past, or are my eyes playing tricks on me? Hatch Kang frowned and said, this scent is extremely familiar, just like the wolf when we first arrived here. Hearing this, Kalavika was bewildered. Impossible. The teacher said this place was originally as impregnable as a fortress. As soon as he finished speaking, sparks flashed from the burning plug, paralyzing the entire power grid. Hatch Kang panicked when he saw the elevator stop. What's happening? Is there a power outage? Tetmuk immediately dismissed it. No way, the research institute has 2 backup sources. The transmission line must have been severed. Hatch Kang burst into anger and questioned Tetmuk, didn't you say this place was invincible? The old man quickly explained, unfortunately the enemy has struck right at the nerve center of the grid deep underground. Just then the loudspeaker in the elevator cabin sounded an alarm. The energy center has been heavily damaged. The self-recovery mechanism is disabled. Emergency exits have been activated. Everyone is requested to leave urgently. Repeat, everyone please evacuate quickly. Tetmuk froze for a few seconds. This is terrible. The final door has been blown open. In a hidden corner nearby, Kuai Long stealthily approached the entrance ahead. He quickly pushed the passage wide open, his eyes scanning the surroundings inquisitively. As the door opened slightly, a deep underground bunker appeared, accompanied by violent tremors shaking below. Shifting the camera to where Lam Tu Goalang and Bin Chi Lang were gathering. Fortunately, thanks to the help of that snake-like slithering creature, they all managed to escape. Lam Tu frowned slightly and pondered, if everything we saw just now is true, it proves this land has been completely occupied. Bin Chai Lang turned to interrogate Goa Lang, spit it out, what on earth is happening to this island? Hearing that, he angrily slammed a heavy blow onto the ground. And Goa Lang whimpered and choked up, it's all because I was too merciful in the past and saved that woman's life. Lam Tu felt curious about that mysterious woman. Recalling the distant past back when Kiwon Island had not yet taken off into the sky, I accidentally found a girl gasping for breath on the sandy beach. That fateful person was none other than Kala. And Goa Lang gently cradled her in the palm of his hand, marveling at such a tiny creature. Remembering old memories, his story left Lam Tu and Bin Chai Lang speechless. My uncle once taught me that beasts and humans could be soulmates, so I bandaged her up and sent her back to the mainland. And Goa Lang sniffled and continued, who would have thought that after just 6 short months? From afar, I saw her with someone named Tetmuk. She had now turned into a monster and even brought a strange man here to cause trouble. Hearing this, Lam Tu immediately understood it really is that destructive duo Tetmuk and Kala Vika. And Goa Lang added, that's not all, they set up a research facility on the lower island, then spread those wicked caterpillars everywhere like a raging plague. Having finished his story, he started crying and made a move to throw his arms around Bing Chi Lang. Lam Tu and Bin Chi Lang dodged out of the way in a flash. Don't he come near us, causing Goa Lang to lose his balance and fall face first into the sand. Bin Chi Lang ignored the whimpering behind him, and Lam Tu wondered, everyone respects and calls you uncle, yet when someone needs comforting, you run away. The cold guy replied, comfort my foot, I just don't want to be crushed flat by that pile of fat. Lam Tu could only click his tongue and turn to look at the Pishable and Goa Lang. Lam Tu soothed it with a gentle touch, advising it not to shed tears, telling it that it was only trying to help its own kind, and that no matter what happened, it was not to blame. Next, he bluntly asserted that the ones to blame were those who had exploited its tolerance to spread the toxic worms on this island, and he promised to punish them once more. Hearing that, Goa Lang bewilderedly asked repeatedly about the toxic worms and humans. Lam Tu nodded irritably, saying he knew the person behind it named Taitmuk, but had thought anxiously that there might be a misunderstanding here. Bin Chai Lang frowned, crossed his arms, and spoke in a contemplative voice, saying that indeed toxic worms were not something humans could easily control, and asked to hear the full story of all the incidents on the island. Ngoe Lang whimpered and said that that man Taitmuk was likely just a victim manipulated by the toxic worms. It hesitated for a moment before revealing that the one who brought these worms here was the cruel monster he was serving. Ngoe Lang recalled when it discovered that bizarre worm species, it had immediately tracked down Taitmuk's experimental base, then rode a cloud to dive straight down toward the lackeys below, thinking that these weaklings were not worthy of blocking its path. Stop daydreaming, hurry up and tell us the origin of that toxic worm. As it landed on the ground, it raised its precious staff high into the air. In an instant, a thunderous blow rained down directly upon the monster's heads, making them shriek and tumble to the ground. Seeing the attack's perfect effectiveness, Ngoe Lang gleefully let out a self-satisfied smile. Right in the midst of its rejoicing, the ground suddenly shook violently from an earthquake. A giant worm emerged from the dark depths of the earth, and coincidentally, Ngoe Lang's weapon struck right on top of its head. Witnessing this unexpected scene, it could not help but startle in terror, wondering what this bizarre creature was. Before it could even compose itself, the giant beast reared up and opened its gaping mouth wide. In the blink of an eye, it swallowed Ngoe Lang along with the trail of cloud into its stomach, revealing a part of its massive body teeming with centipede-like legs that looked utterly terrifying. Inside that bottomless stomach, Ngoe Lang kept free falling into the darkness, causing it to scream out in sheer panic. After a while, Ngoe Lang landed on a soft surface, which turned out to be the abdominal cavity of the giant worm. Dazedly, it raised its head and tried to take a deep breath to dispel the surging fear. A vast space opened up before its eyes, with giant bands of muscle and skeletons arranged in rows, making its eyes widen in amazement at the massive scale of this place. Immediately after, the malicious worm began to manipulate the muscle fibers above its head, causing them to contract and wiggle continuously. Witnessing this, Ngoe Lang mumbled anxiously about the origins of this beast. It seemed to be secretly using the power of the baby worms to seek a way to reincarnate. The monster's muscle fibers twisted to form a large mouth, emitting mocking sounds that called it foolish. A voice filled with contempt rang out, advising the intruder not to dream of leaving this gloomy place alive. Having finished its threat, the giant worm's body transformed to sprout a firm, fleshy arm. Instantly, that hideous hand shot forward at extreme speed in an attempt to crush Ngoe Lang's face. Fortunately, thanks to its quick reflexes, it managed to dodge the fatal blow, though it was still grazed by the force coming from the arm. Grimacing, it looked down at its chest and saw a deep gash trickling bright red blood. It warily eyed its opponent as it felt a suffocating pressure, inwardly thinking that this bizarre creature was far beyond its capability to handle. Ngoe Lang gritted its teeth in determination, thinking that no matter how difficult it was, it could not abandon the peaceful island that its uncle had trusted it to protect. Ngoe Lang looked up to examine the ceiling and suddenly noticed a fatal weakness. The area below the monster's neck was completely unprotected by bone. Understanding that, the outsider laughed with great delight. I will make that guy open his eyes, greedily trying to occupy this island as the most foolish move of his life. Immediately, the creature clenched its hands, and countless glowing electric sparks surrounded its hands. The outsider roared to the heavens and earth, his internal energy surging through his body, and a rolling electric current enveloped his entire figure. Just as the giant insect was about to rush forward to attack again, the outsider deftly dodged the malicious blow. Then he instantly trod on the clouds and soared straight up into the high sky, and that monster also hurriedly stretched its firm muscles in an attempt to pursue him. The outsider used all his strength to lift the skeleton of the monster insect high up. The ground shook violently and cracked open, and the stream of light from outside shone in, signaling that the plan was about to be completed successfully. The monster continued to roar furiously, concentrating all its energy to complete the unfinished task. The vast island was lifted out of the water by the outsider's super strength, and the surrounding sea raged with violent waves caused by the terrifying shockwave. The monster's scrawny, withered leg was also gradually exposed to the light. Thanks to his extraordinary internal strength, the outsider successfully escaped from the monster insect's cocoon while crushing the body structure of that stubborn beast. Returning to the moment before Kuai Long crossed the boundary, Lam Tu was trying to establish a voice connection with him. "Hello, do you hear me? Answer me." Finally, it went through. "Hurry up and move to my position right now." Hearing this, the stubborn beast flatly rejected. "I don't feel like going anywhere. This place is full of delicious food and delicacies. Why on earth should I go through the trouble of looking for you?" Annoyed by its stubbornness, Lam Tu shouted angrily, "Are you kidding me? You are my pet, so of course you must obey. When I tell you to go, you must go." However, it only indifferently replied, "Why should I listen to you? If you're so smart, come over here and make me go." Despite Lam Tu's efforts to explain, "Stop playing around, I am telling you hello," Kuai Long still ignored it all and decisively disconnected without a second's hesitation. After hanging up, he stopped and stood in silent reflection for a long while. Then Kuai Long looked up high and said to himself, "Forgive me, Lam Tu, going with me now is far too difficult. Although I don't know where you are, the one who saved your life surely won't harm you." Next, Kuai Long resolutely pushed open the iron door with an iron will. The dangers hidden on this island were truly far more terrifying, especially the research area for strange creatures. He strode down into the deep cellar before him where stone steps led to a magical, glowing red light. Kuai Long clicked his tongue and thought, "Anyway, it's best to handle this by myself." He fixed his eyes on the long, dark, sloping passage ahead and secretly evaluated. Such a dense flow of spiritual energy suggests that a giant beast weighing hundreds of tons resides there. His sharp eyes suddenly turned extremely serious. What on earth is hiding down there? After some groping around, Kuai Long finally set foot on the last step below. Suddenly, noisy sounds echoed from behind the barrier labeled number 3. Why did the power system suddenly go out like this? Has the backup power source failed? Find a solution quickly. If this drags on, we'll all end up kicking the bucket. Curiously, Kuai Long pressed his ear close to the crack of the door to eavesdrop. What else can we do? This place was originally an isolated research area for special wild beasts. Even the monsters can't escape, so how can we change the situation? Right after taking his ear away, he looked around frantically to find the mechanism to activate and open this passage. Fortunately, Kuai Long discovered a smoldering fuse box right on the side. Without any hesitation, he immediately accumulated surging lightning energy into his palm. Very agilely, Kuai Long flipped the control lever down firmly. In the blink of an eye, the entrance marked number 3 slowly slid open. He stood frozen, gazing at the scene behind it with great wonder. What place is this? Catching Kuai Long's eye was a group of people gathered around 2 giant screens right behind them. The dragon Fong Tuk lay motionless on his back with countless tubes plugged straight into his body. Kuai Long's roar echoed, "How dare they exploit the super beast?" It was extremely furious at this cruel act while a multitude of parasites were being drawn out of Fong Tuk's body through the long tubes. Kuai Long glared at that heartbreaking scene. "You people are truly..." As soon as it finished speaking, it gnashed its teeth in rage, its voice filled with utter contempt for despicable humanity. It let out a piercing roar toward the crowd in the distance, demanding to know why they dared to torment the beast like that. The crowd trembled, wondering how the beast had gotten in here, urging each other not to freeze but to run quickly, as it must be the rescue team's pet, and they had to notify the doctor immediately. Fong Tuk struggled to open his eyes, looked at Kuai Long, and weakly whispered, "You re the one who fought over territory with me in that cave back then, aren't you?" It suddenly remembered that this very Kuai Long had beaten it up and bitten down hard on its snout. Recognizing an old acquaintance, Kuai Long nodded, then asked repeatedly whether it knew the identity of the mastermind behind its kidnapping. In a wary tone, it proposed a deal to Kuai Long. If he helped it escape, it would lead the way, otherwise Kuai Long would never find them even if he searched forever. Sparks of lightning flickered around Kuai Long along with a smug smile. "Our deal officially begins." As soon as it finished speaking, it gathered all its energy and fired a powerful electric current straight at Fong Tuk. In the blink of an eye, the research team's high-tech confinement system blew into 100 pieces. The iron shackles around Fong Tuk's 4 limbs shattered instantly, and a technician screamed, "The energy locks are broken." Everyone looked in terror at the escaped beast. Some fled for their lives while begging not to be eaten, others froze in fear, wondering what on earth was happening. The terrified crowd collapsed to the ground, looking up at Fong Tuk, who was glaring at them with murderous intent. Without hesitation, it charged straight ahead, frantically attacking every target in sight and killing several people on the spot. Seeing Fong Tuk so aggressive, Kuai Long quickly spread his arms to block him, trying to stop him. "Stop right now." Fong Tuk roared in anger, asking why he was defending the despicable humans, to which Kuai Long shook his head in clarification. "I'm not saving them, but you must keep your promise." Hearing this, Fong Tuk agreed and told Kuai Long to climb onto his back so he could lead the way to the enemy's lair, and Kuai Long quickly hopped on. Once Kuai Long was settled, Fong Tuk said to get ready to go. When the other wondered how they would travel, it told him to just hold on tight. Instantly, it dove headfirst straight into the ground to create a deep path underground. Fong Tuk used his sharp fangs to clear the path while Kuai Long, sitting on top of his head, mumbled a prayer for Lam Tu to hold on, as they just needed to flatten this place. The coordinates of Fong Tuk, Kuai Long, and the squad of Hatch Kang, Tet Muk, and Kalavika appeared clearly on the map of Kukyen Island at an extremely short distance. The scene shifted to the passage of Hatch Kang's group, where he exclaimed in surprise that he had not expected a secret base with multiple layers of defense to be hidden so deep inside this island. Tetmuk nonchalantly explained it's all for maximum security, which is why the steel barriers here weigh hundreds of tons. Hatch Kang asked anxiously, "Are you sure this is really the beast of Kukyan Island?" Their group stood facing the sleeping tuck insect, whose entire body was also covered in dense cords and wires. Tetmuk nodded firmly. "Exactly, I collected a blood sample from Lamtis beast at the tournament, and this evidence confirms that this is the legend of Kukyan Island." Hatch Kang looked in fear at the wide-eyed person opposite him, anxiously exclaiming that the plot to resurrect such a terrifying monster was indeed an act of madness. He frowned and further warned that this was no ordinary wild beast, asking if the other party wanted the horrific tragedy of 7 years ago to repeat itself. Tetmuk casually refuted, saying that such thinking was only for those with superpowers, while for us ordinary people living with mutants like you is just as terrifying as dealing with monsters every day. Hearing those words, Ka could only remain silent. Hatch Kang sighed and said it was truly unbelievable that a paleobiologist like him could have such unconventional thoughts. Tetmuk clicked his tongue, expressing regret that the perfect plot was completely ruined by that monkey which dragged the entire island up into the sky, causing the wild beasts that had just woken up to be decapitated. He then proposed a lucrative deal. If they helped control the monkey so that Kukyan Island could land safely, this entire laboratory would belong to them. But Hatch Kang immediately refused because his group of 5 could not possibly fight that giant beast. Tetmuk shook his head and laughed out loud, saying he had no intention of negotiating with him, then turned to the walkie-talkie to ask for Commander Tranna's opinion. Upon hearing that name, the man suddenly stood dazed for a few seconds. Tetmuk closely watched the handheld communicator, holding his breath as he waited for a response from the person on the other end. At this moment, the scene shifts to Sai Long. The static sound of Tetmuk's voice came through the walkie-talkie, asking what the commander thought. Sai Long remained silent as he listened to the other party's threat that, if he refused, all confidential documents about the mysterious island would be sent directly to the Human Council. More than 60 years ago, Kukyan Island was originally a pristine and peaceful land in the middle of the ocean surrounded by magnificent nature. Then one day Lamnat slowly analyzed the collected data. His expression became extremely tense as he revealed that deep within the island lay a massive secret that humanity had yet to reach. He anxiously explained that the place rejected all technological achievements, with everything from ships to planes and satellites suffering the same fate of destruction, and then asked the woman if she had any plans. Dukai confidently stated that she had discovered a master of plant manipulation from the Far East, and was planning to have this person infiltrate the island. The woman added that as long as they received a return signal, mastering that land would be as easy as turning over one's hand. Dukai enthusiastically continued her story, but no one expected that the Vanguard team would clash with the ferocious beasts of the earliest mutant organization. She sighed and recounted that after their entire elite force was wiped out, the Parliamentary Alliance quickly collapsed as well. At that time, amidst the fury of the natural disaster, with violent waves and winds crashing down on the fierce sea, a giant dark silhouette slowly rose from the cold water. The young Sai Long was struggling to hold onto a floating piece of rotten wood, looking up tremblingly and screaming in horror, asking what the creature before him was. The giant creature let out a deep, rumbling sound, sarcastically remarking that it had been so easy to wipe out an army, and now only a weak, useless person without any power remained. Sai Luong's face turned pale as a sheet as he repeatedly kowtowed, desperately begging for his life and claiming that he had been forced to come to this place. The monster did not bother to utter a word, only staring at the pitiful soul with its icy eyes. After a long while, it growled softly, telling him to shut up, and promised to spare his life on the condition that he agreed to make a deal with it. He stammered, asking what that task would be. The monster opened its gaping mouth, revealing a complex mess of metal machinery inside. Sai Long stood frozen in horror, speechless at the sight. Right before his eyes, a tiny baby was lying dozing, extremely warm inside the protective glass incubator. In an icy voice, she told him to stop asking questions and just ensure the baby was brought to a peaceful place, and she would handle the rest. In return, she would give him this protective boat. Suddenly, her eyes flashed with sparks of electricity, and a boat materialized out of nowhere, leaving him bewildered and wondering if she actually created vehicles with her thoughts. After carefully placing the baby on the small deck, he struggled to climb aboard. Siwell Ling tightly held the little angel in his arms, sighing with pity, wondering how anyone could have the heart to put a child in such a situation. The little one excitedly grabbed the necklace around his neck, making Skialdic startle and wonder if the baby's origin was indeed. He muttered in disbelief. If even the 7 deadly sins of humanity were backed into a corner, then what terrifying background did the super monster on that isolated island actually have? Then, Lum Long Ten suddenly appeared, causing an extremely violent earthquake. Sai Altingu shouted in shock as that boy had completely subdued the envy of them all, while the baby in his arms giggled with joy, having triumphed over the human parliament. He said softly, "That moment made me realize that only when we control that terrifying source of energy." Seal Elvin continued, still lost in his memories, "Can there be any hope of turning the tables between our Thenki city and the Western Council?" Snapping out of his thoughts, he clenched his fists, bitterly realizing he was too late, having let Lum Long Tin snatch away this priceless bargain. Sialtig wondered in utter confusion why he would entrust the responsibility of turning the country's future around to his incompetent son, especially when that boy was so attached to that girl. Finally, he gritted his teeth and told himself that at all costs he had to capture the monster hiding on that deserted island. No sooner had he finished his thought than Si Elting immediately snapped his fingers to give the signal. On the other side, Kung quickly received his secret order. Kung curled his lips in a smug smile. It seemed the big boss, surnamed Trun, had finally accepted his request. He then pressed a button on his specialized earpiece and shouted loudly, "All forces, attention." Kung roared the command to immediately end the state of inactivity. Instantly, the fleet of super battleships and squadron of fighter jets launched simultaneously, heading straight toward the target coordinates. Xiaoting growled his command over the radio. "A super monster weighing 10 tons has just been detected on the deserted island. Take the troops and capture it alive immediately." Kana immediately shouted, "Understood." He cracked his knuckles to warm up, a jubilant expression on his face. That fool Hutch Kaig had indeed ruined the big plan, and the opportunity to score points with the big boss had finally fallen to him. Suddenly, a subordinate reported in a hurry, "Sir, we have found the traces." He added, "The target is moving in the waters right ahead of us." Kiajna bellowed the order to tail them closely, and the soldiers obeyed in unison. Meanwhile, Ngoki Lang sat alone in the desolate wasteland. Kaha instructed, "Maintain altitude in Dantiland yet. Rumor has it that the opponent possesses an incredibly powerful gravity manipulation ability. Let's throw some bait to test it out." A jet carrying a giant magic spear began to turn, align its shooting angle. The sharp weapon hurtled through the air, tearing it apart and piercing straight into the ground. Bamaj Trelang narrowed his eyes slightly, his expression clearly showing immense annoyance. The monkey leaped up, swinging his sword to block that dangerous trajectory, but the sinister arrow still tore through the wind and shot forward, plunging straight into Ngoai Lang's shoulder. Lam-Tu anxiously asked if his brother was. Ngoai Lang could only grit his teeth, emitting a furious growl. Bain Tri Lang, with a look of astonishment, asked, "How strange. The sword clearly struck it, so why didn't the arrow stop? Could this be the magic trick of an class awakened?" Kong Na burst into a haughty laugh. "Once the arrow is infused with my special energy, not even the heavenly thunder can hope to stop it." He is Kong Na, who possesses the A-class archery ability of the Ki Men system and is currently at the early stage of void refinement. He boastfully declared, "Once these eyes have locked onto a target, there is no escape. Nothing in this world that enters my sight can avoid being pinned down." He shouted threateningly, "If you re-smart, drop your weapons and surrender early, and you might just prolong your lingering breath for a bit longer." Lam-Tu cursed in a rage, "Playing cheap tricks again, you shameless cowards. Hey, quickly use the move from earlier to teach those obnoxious people a lesson they'll never forget." Ngoai Lang weakly explained, "Just now I exhausted all my strength lifting the entire island of extreme peace into the air and binding the broken rocks together. I am completely drained, and with this wound on top of it, I am done for. I can squeeze out a single bit of strength." Staring intently at the arrow on the ground, the young man suddenly paused, muttering that this item looked incredibly familiar. He said to himself, "If I remember correctly, this is the very energy stone that Crazy Doctor used to control the monsters. Why would this devilish thing be on a weapon from the Countermeasures Bureau?" Lam-Tu suspiciously speculated, could Tran Sai Long and that old doctor have shaken hands beforehand? He shouted a warning, "Watch out for the beast stone attached to the tail of the arrow. This dirty trick is definitely the old doctor's work, and the one named Tran has likely colluded with him." Lam-Tu further explained, "The only reason they are targeting the monkey is to control him, forcing the island back to its original place in order to awaken that super beast." He asked in a stern voice, "For a government agency to aid a wanted criminal to release monsters, what on earth is that guy named Tran plotting?" Lam-Tu added, "If we let that ancient beast wake up, this world will suffer a true catastrophe of annihilation." Bain Tri Lang quietly asked, "Earlier you said that as long as we guide you to find Kuai Long, both sides working together could quell this chaos, right?" He scratched his head with an apologetic smile and replied, "Exactly. We need Kuai Long's lightning to roast those insects. The trouble is I've been calling its name all this time, but there's no trace of it. I don't know where it's run off to play." The wolf chimed in that case let Ngoai Lang escort you to search." Bain Tri Lang observed, "Just now I saw that ape ride a cloud and fly away. He must know how to track down the scent of that cloud." Ngoai Lang clutched his blood-stained shoulder and shook his head in refusal. "No need. That guy's trick is no joke. Once locked on, there's no running away. Even my bronze and iron body was pierced like this." The wolf collapsed in exhaustion, unable to utter a word as Lam-Tu shouted out his companion's name in panic. The island was shaking violently, with crumbling rock dust falling into the ocean. It seemed on the verge of collapse. Kong Naha smiled from ear to ear with joy. "Just as Boss Tran predicted, this island is able to fly thanks to the beast's power. If I can just capture you alive and land, I'll instantly secure a major achievement with plenty of promotions and raises to look forward to." He roared to order his subordinates, "All fighter jets, pay attention, concentrate your firepower and shoot straight at that giant monkey." Bain Tri Lang looked up at the squadron in the sky and whispered instructions. "Listen, take Lam-Tu to find Kuai Long immediately. We haven't even dealt with the bugs in the cave yet. If that giant monster wakes up, it's all over for us." Suppressing the pain, the wolf nodded slightly in agreement. Reaching out a hand stained with fresh blood, it held Lam-Tu tightly to its chest. It swiftly dashed away, and Lam-Tu could only turn his head to shout back, "Take care, wolf. Once we find Kuai Long, we'll come back to rescue you." Witnessing that escape, Kong Na smirked and sneered, "Do you think you can escape from my hands? Keep dreaming." He roared, ordering number 1 to quickly pursue the target. Bain Tri Lang showed no fear, slowly sneering and saying, "I am not yet old enough for you brats to worry about." Rushing straight to the front of the fighter cockpit, he asked in a harsh voice who allowed them to tail him. A fiery slash tore through space with a surging, violent torrent of murderous intent. That aircraft instantly split in half and plunged straight down to the ground. The earth-shattering explosion in mid-air trailed a thick plume of black smoke, making Kong Na click his tongue and marvel that this must be the swordsman Hatch Kang had reported. He cheered excitedly. What a stroke of luck to get such a bonus while on a mission. If Hatch Kang cannot swallow it, I will devour it myself. Kong Naha continued to order number 2, number 3, and number 4 to aim directly at the swordsman and restrict his movements. In the blink of an eye, the swarm of fighter jets fired a barrage of bullets and charged straight toward that corner. As Bun Trilang struggled to dodge, Kong Na smirked and said that no matter how agile he was, when his fighter jets dominated the high skies he would be nothing but target practice. He slapped his thigh and cheered, while you are out of breath dodging bullets, I will deliver a fatal blow to send you to your ancestors. Showers of sharp arrows began to shoot out from the belly of the aircraft. They tore through the wind, rushing as fast as lightning, carrying a terrifying swirling power. Kong Na laughed aloud with glee. With the squadron surrounding the perimeter and my divine arrows taking you head on, let's see how you struggle to escape this heavenly net. Bun Trilang gently sidestepped to dodge, even springing off an incoming arrow to gain momentum and soar high up. He skillfully brandished the shining weapon in his hand. Bun Trilang fought single-handedly, charging left and right amidst the enemy's raging storm of encirclement. Kong Naha raised a provocative middle finger, saying it was a futile effort as long as his eyes were locked onto him. The arrows suddenly turned around automatically, continuing to pursue him relentlessly. Bun Trilang clicked his tongue and thought to himself, it seems these things once stop until they hit their target. Then he suddenly plunged straight down at a terrifying speed, so fast that only an afterimage remained. Kong Naha's smile vanished, his face blank as he could not predict his opponent's intention. In just an instant, Bun Trilang closed in on the command flagship. The swarm of stray arrows behind still chased him fiercely, not falling a single step behind. He landed lightly on the deck of the ship, just as the cluster of arrows rushed incredibly close. Bun Trilang smiled faintly and said, take back your own arrows. The barrage of arrows crashed directly into the aircraft's steel hull while Bun Trilang had already slipped away to safety. He proudly raised his head to look back, but a strange sense of doubt still flickered in his heart. The aircraft cracked and shattered into pieces, and he quickly gathered momentum to leap into the open air. The first thought that flashed through his mind then was complete emptiness. The young man Ping Jilang stood there dazed between the two massive machines. Kong had just made a spectacular escape and was balancing on an arrow. He raised his binoculars and sneered, sorry my minor friend, I am not as foolish as he Kang, who only knows how to use his muscles. He added, fighting you is actually just a delaying tactic. Kong changed his tone to a serious one, my actual target. He further revealed is the group of Wei Lang and Lin Xiu who are fleeing with all their might. In the deep void of Abyss Island, Chilang's group was resting while Fengxi and Kulong still kept a considerable distance from them. Kulong clicked its tongue and marveled, indeed, the deeper we go the denser the strange energy becomes. If this spiritual energy doesn't originate from Fengxi, who knows what mysteries this Abyss Island still hides. Suddenly, its sharp sense of smell picked up something highly unusual. It thought to itself, the creatures we encountered at the arena seem to be these Taikong monsters, but why do they look so wary of us now? Kulong smugly crossed its arms over its chest, self-indulgently believing it was because it now possessed unparalleled power. The little dragon cried out enthusiastically, great, let's keep this up, and head straight into their lair. Where Hikong stood, the tracking device suddenly emitted an emergency signal, detecting intense beast energy fluctuations. Jimmu hastily grabbed his walkie-talkie and ordered, the enemy has appeared, everyone get into position quickly. The commander pressed the activation button and firmly ordered, immediately switch to the first combat mode. At that very moment, the swarm of Taikong began to tremble, tensing and twisting their bodies in a bizarre manner. They rapidly swelled into giant monsters with sinewy muscles. A multitude of hideous creatures gnashed their sharp teeth, frantically rushing to attack in the direction of Fengxi and Kulong. Kulong licked its lips and laughed excitedly, I knew it would be this dramatic. Let's see if you can withstand my moves. The Taikong monster suddenly came to a screeching halt right on the damp ground. Without a word of warning, Fengxi suddenly channeled all his inner energy and let out a roar that shook the entire space. The swarm of monster bugs panicked excessively, trampling over each other to flee for their lives, making Kulong realize that they were actually only afraid of that kid. Jimmu immediately noticed the anomaly and cried out in panic, this is bad. The Fengxi specimen locked in the lab has successfully escaped. Hikang inquired thoughtfully, is it the beast that I once captured in that mysterious area A86? Jimmu nodded in confirmation but then calmly reassured him, so what is there to panic about? Jimmu explained, because the Fengxi species is naturally the hereditary natural enemy of those Taikong. He further explained Taikong survive entirely on abundant spiritual energy, whereas the unique biological structure of Fengxi has the ability to completely neutralize that spiritual energy. Jimmu went into detail, therefore once those Taikong are devoured by Fengxi they will vanish forever. Previously I took advantage of this crucial point to release Fengxi to be raised right inside their territory. Hikang curled his lip disdainfully and said, it's just a defeated opponent of mine, but Jimmu warned solemnly and thoughtfully, that beast has now evolved significantly. Hikang pondered, wondering what Director Chen was plotting. He really wanted to confront the old man, but unfortunately the communication device had lost its signal. He angrily threw the remote control aside and grumbled, it seems that gluttonous idiot has finally made his way here. His chest suddenly puffed up, his muscles swelling and rippling. Hikang used his spiritual energy, hardening his body like steel. He arrogantly challenged, come on, bring it on. Standing in front of entrance number 1, Fengxi whispered, this must be the place, that bizarre energy is radiating from behind the iron curtain. It gritted its teeth and said, hold on tight. Fengxi then took a running start and crashed straight into the thick steel door. It winced in pain, its eyes wide open, too shocked to say a word. However, that iron barrier did not budge, only denting and cracking slightly. Because on the opposite side, Kang was holding his ground, he smiled and said, "That scientist was right, I have leveled up." Refusing to be outdone, Kang clenched his giant protective fists and then slammed a 1,000-pound punch onto the door. Aching all over, Feng's collapsed to the ground, weakly calling out its teammate's name. Gray dust rose up, completely shrouding its figure. Kang stepped out arrogantly and said, "It's surprising to see you two together. As long as this mess isn't sorted out, don't even think about passing through." Feng Sai growled with frustration, while Qulong standing next to it was just as furious. It shouted out loud, "Get out of the way. Hidden in this basement is a super dangerous evil beast. If it wakes up, not only this peaceful island but also the port city will be destroyed." He indifferently retorted, "What monster do you think I am that easily fooled by childish excuses?" Kang added, "Until Chief Tran has settled everything, no one is absolutely allowed to come near inside." From a distance, Qulong managed to spot the control walkie-talkie he had just tossed into some corner. It sneered sarcastically, "Is that so? But it seems your respectable director didn't bother to say a single word to you about the disgusting thing down below, did he?" Kang's face darkened with frustration as he yelled, "That's none of your business to interfere. I'll know to ask him myself." He immediately blocked the pathway, determined to halt any infiltration attempt by his opponents. Suddenly, both Qulong and Kang started in surprise, their eyes wide and mouths agape in horror. La Vika ran over, panting heavily, out of breath. "We're in big trouble. The scientist has been swallowed by that creature." Hearing the bad news, Qulong cursed under its breath, "Damn it, we're one step too late." Its body suddenly grew massive, leaving Kang standing frozen in astonishment. It roared, "No time to argue anymore. Move aside if you know what's good for you, unless you want to get caught in the crossfire." Kang smirked and replied, "Unfortunately, the concept of obeying beasts has never existed in my life." Qulong coldly declared, "If that's the case, then blame me for being ruthless." It then opened its mouth and spat out a blazing fire, activating the Tyrant Dragon Fire Breath technique. Hatch Kang still stood there dazed when suddenly one of Kalavika's claws grabbed his shoulder tightly. She quickly lifted Hatch Kang high up, helping him save his life. The fierce column of fire continued to erupt, carrying a temperature that scorched everything around it. The burning energy source pierced straight through Kukyan Island, cascading down to the bottom of the deep sea. Thanks to that blazing passage, the ancient dragon successfully escaped into the outside world. It stared with wide eyes, never dreaming that it would escape so easily. It quickly transformed, evolving into a much more advanced and complete state. The ancient dragon officially transformed into a true divine dragon, proudly spreading its wings and soaring through the clouds. It said in a deep, mocking voice, "What's so impressive about a sneak attack? Since we both share dragon blood, why not fight fair and square against someone with a physical body like me?" Deep in the ocean at this moment, a fierce battle was raging furiously. The ancient dragon didn't want to waste another second. It eagerly dove down, wanting to join the fray. The demon dragon residing inside gritted its teeth in annoyance, letting out a freezing cold snort. The demon dragon frantically shouted, "Run quickly. Deep beneath this basement, an extremely terrifying super monster is imprisoned. Once it awakens, not only will Kukyan Island be wiped out, but Tianhai City will also be in grave danger." Kalavika demanded furiously, "Why is it that besides Fong Tuk, even that crazy demon dragon managed to sneak in here? Isn't this place designed to stop 10 billion level monsters?" Tianmok calmly speculated, "It seems that the power outage earlier was orchestrated by it, though it's still unclear what trick it used to sabotage it." She asked between laughter and tears, "Are you kidding? Against a monster of that caliber, even if you combine 10 Hatch Kangs, there's no way they could win, right?" He decisively threw cold water on her. "From the very beginning, I didn't even hope that he would win." Tianmok added, "Transei Luong must have deployed elite special forces to deal with that giant ape. He estimated that he only needed to take a beating to buy about 30 minutes. But the ancient dragon laughed mockingly, "You have vastly underestimated the bloodline of that ancient creature." It asserted with absolute certainty, "That guy won't even survive a single minute." It continued, "Only a dragon can deal with the dragon race. However, since I currently lack a complete body, I'll have to temporarily borrow something of yours." Fresh blood splattered, dyeing the area red. Tianmok's 2 legs were now trapped squarely within the jagged teeth of the ancient dragon. Kalavika screamed out in absolute terror. She frantically cried out for help. "Doctor." By swallowing him, it acquired his medical surgery superpower. Returning to the past of the Kimon system, Tianmok once confided, "My ability is only limited to holding a scalpel and performing some miscellaneous organ transplants." Feeling no different from a useless person, she thought to herself at that time that this eccentric doctor was probably just saying comforting words to pacify her. On another occasion, Tianmok revealed the super monster on Kukyan Island has the ability to copy enemies' moves by consuming them. If we can unlock that secret, we can help anyone freely choose their superpower as they wish. Kalavika cried out helplessly, "Doctor." She ran for her life as fast as her legs could carry her, shouting, "This is a disaster. The doctor has been swallowed by the monster." The ancient dragon made a blunt statement that now it only needed to sew its head onto this island to walk around just fine again. As it turned out, the superpower of the human faction could be incredibly convenient at times. Its eyes suddenly locked onto a glowing red stream of energy far in the distance. The old dragon was left speechless, its eyes wide with utter shock. A fierce, blazing stream of fire suddenly swept across, tearing through that peaceful island before plunging straight into the deep ocean. The guide's voice echoed in its mind, "Something is wrong. I smell deceit. You are not the guardian of this island." It laughed and said, "It's too late to realize that now, darling. Professor, thank you very much for your gift of superpower anyway." The guide screamed relentlessly in anger after being so painfully deceived. He stood there open-mouthed, blaming himself for not realizing it sooner. The dragon god burst into a triumphant laugh. "Now I dare anyone to stop me from assembling this awesome head onto my body." With a whoosh, the arrow-shaped lightning tore through the wind and shot downward like a flash, piercing straight into the flesh of the mighty wolf, causing bright red blood to gush out. Giant fangs clamped straight down, pressing heavily on its breaking body. He grinned with delight as he watched his opponent writhe in a pool of foul-smelling blood. He asked gleefully, "What do you think of my skill? Once you are in my sights, there is no way you can escape my arrow of destiny." Lintu scratched his head in confusion. How did this guy get here so fast? Could it be that even the powerful wolf uncle was helpless and captured by him? Kangya smirked and said, "It seems you worry too much about that swordsman. I told you my tracking is done by sight. No matter how fast you move, it is useless." He arrogantly advised, "Your best bet is to surrender and get it over with. Stand still and wait for me to shoot you to pieces." Lintu silently calculated the projection of the dragon god had not yet recharged. Now there was only one option left. Kangya unleashed a shower of razor-sharp arrows, waving goodbye with full confidence. Lintu remained calmly seated where he was, not even moving a finger to defend himself. Unexpectedly, the drawn wolf suddenly squirmed, causing him to lose his footing, wobble, and almost tumble over. Kangya hit the floor face down, groaning miserably from the painful fall. He clutched his head in shock, wondering what on earth was happening. Right in front of him, someone who looked identical to him suddenly appeared. Suddenly, the forest bird seemed to sense danger and scattered in all directions. Kangya muttered resentfully, "What a pain, that bald swordsman has already caught up and is right on my heels." He ran for his life as fast as he could, yet still tried to scream a threat. "Lintu, I will definitely make you pay back today's debt in full." Jilang marched forward with a cold expression, standing leisurely on the back of the drawn wolf. He gazed thoughtfully toward the horizon, suddenly feeling a strange gust of wind blowing hard behind him. The demon eye silently rejoiced, "Lucky that my quick wits created a clone illusion, combining invisibility with a fake decoy to thoroughly trick that archer." Zulang slowly approached and asked, "Are you Lintu?" He pressed for answers, asking why the opponent had ended up in such a miserable state. He explained, "This story is very thrilling, but first, let's check on Ho Lang's condition." Both of them called out at the same time, "Ho Lang." The firewolf squeezed its eyes shut in pain, occasionally whimpering in agony. Bin Chai Lang observed that the monster control core had been firmly attached right to its back. He wondered, "So what should we do now?" It spoke in a freezing voice. Without another word, Bin Chai Lang swung his precious sword straight at the arrow lodged in Ho Lang's body. Dust swirled up in a white cloud, completely obscuring everyone's view. Lamtu cried out in panic, "Uncle, what are you doing?" And it calmly replied, "I just wanted to see if I could extract this beast core." He shouted in a panic, "Ho Lang, get out of the way." Wait, its posture looked somewhat off. Its eyes were fiery red, as if its mind had been manipulated by some invisible force. Lamtu anxiously called after him, "Hey, where on earth do you think you are going?" At that very moment, the figure of Quan Long suddenly appeared. Lamtu shouted in a panic, "This is bad. Ho Lang has fallen under Teepmuk's control." Quan Long laughed aloud with excitement. "This sacred moment has finally arrived. No one can stop me from piecing my head and body back together anymore." One of its fins suddenly trembled violently, as if some living thing was squirming inside. Teepmuk shouted in fury, "You are absolutely not the guardian spirit beast of this extremely peaceful island, are you?" He screamed, accusing it of deception, to which it calmly replied, "I never claimed that. You were the foolish one who believed it wholeheartedly and eagerly sacrificed your kingdom for my resurrection." Teepmuk cursed in anger, "You piece of trash." Suddenly he froze, his face showing utter bewilderment and confusion. Teepmuk roared, demanding an explanation for his stiff body, while the ancient dragon mocked, "Don't struggle in vain. We may share a body, but in terms of mental strength, how could a lowly species like yours compete with an ancient divine beast that ruled the galaxy for tens of thousands of years?" It added, "If it weren't for that extremely convenient special ability of yours." The ancient dragon coldly declared, "I would have swallowed your entire soul a long time ago." It smirked wickedly, "Because you have excellently finished raising the ancient parasites for me, keeping you alive now would only waste space." Teepmuk, now nothing but a head growing from the tail, cursed furiously and helplessly. Suddenly he stopped in his tracks, a major doubt arising in his mind. He calculated silently, as expected, those people have already implanted the ancient monstrous energy core into that giant savage's body. Teepmuk shrieked, "You damn monkey, obey my orders immediately." But Ho Lang paid no attention at all, continuing to trudge forward to carry out its intention. Lamtu anxiously called after him, "Hey, where do you think you were going?" The young man frantically shouted, "It's ruined, it's being manipulated by someone." The fire wolf immediately rushed straight toward the ancient dragon. It kept running headlong, ignoring Lamtu's shouting calls. Suddenly it braked hard, as if it had just seen something strange. It muttered to itself, "What is that over there?" The fire wolf wondered, why has Sister Vian suddenly appeared here? The manipulator behind urged, "Why are you suddenly standing still? Pounce on it quick." The little wolf below was gritting its teeth because it could no longer control this body. It frantically begged, "Sister Vian, please save Kukyan Island. I am counting on you for everything." The ancient dragon sighed warily, "It's that annoying guy again." It squinted and sneered mockingly, "An ant trying to shake a tree, they don't know their own limits." The giant creature conjured up a supersized fireball. However, that destructive move did not even have time to erupt. Its huge mouth was tightly bound by bands of energy, extinguishing the spark immediately. The controller admitted, "In terms of mental strength, perhaps I am still a step below you." He smugly argued, "Throughout tens of thousands of years of monster evolution, there has never been a superpower, which means when it comes to manipulating special abilities." He laughed mockingly and said, "You are just a brat." The ancient dragon choked with rage, "It's you again. Release me at once. We are in the same boat. You are throwing your own life away." The manipulator brushed it off, "Who wants to be in the same boat with you? Raising a stubborn monster that doesn't obey is just a waste of food." Hearing that, the ancient dragon glared with extreme fury. He added, the venomous insects I raise a hybrid like you is not on their level. You're not on my level. Right at that moment, the out-of-control wild wolf rushed forward frantically. It tore through the ancient dragon's body, slicing the opponent in half. The controller burst into a joyful laugh, feeling extremely thrilled. He was smugly elated, with a grin stretching from ear to ear. Gok stammered and screamed out, it's over, this entire island. She frantically reported, it's free falling straight down. Sister Vian angrily scolded, you were all just a bunch of people who love doing whatever you want. Gok timidly asked, Auntie, the situation is so critical, do you have any plan to salvage it? She calmly asked again, making an offer. Gok listened intently, her eyes wide open as she awaited the upcoming words. As she quickened her pace, she gave instructions, saying that this must be kept deeply engraved in mind. She spoke up irritably, warning her never to trust impulsive men who only seek adventure all day. Gok froze, unable to understand the deep meaning in her words. Gok frantically shouted a warning, demanding that the whole group return to the passenger cabin immediately. Just turning around, she was stunned by what was happening and warily told them to forget about the digging because survival comes first. But Thean Kai's eyes still sparkled as if he wanted to try his luck once more. Next, the little girl added that her father was still standing motionless, causing Gok to scream at her father to stop joking and hurry up. Her face gradually darkened as she thought to herself that her aunt's advice was absolutely correct. She really shouldn't trust men who only rush headlong into danger. Gok acted decisively, catching Thean Kai off guard and unable to react while he was still whining and asking for the tools back to pry a little more. The genius boy could only freeze in place, looking up at the belongings floating in mid-air. She bluntly and decisively dragged the two of them along and urged, stop rambling, keep close to me. In no time, all three of them were right in front of the aircraft door. Gok immediately led the way, taking them straight inside. Her chest heaved rapidly as her hands hurriedly operated the controls to get the plane off the ground. At that moment, the two people hiding in the cabin suddenly ran into Gok and gasped in shock. Oh my goodness, what on earth is happening now? Gasping for breath, she explained that this island was about to collapse and they all needed to evacuate quickly. Thean Kai innocently reminded her, sister, you seem to have forgotten that the plane just squeezed too close to the forest. The control system has probably been damaged since then. Upon hearing this, both Thean Vu and his teammate turned pale with panic. What? Their terrified screams continued to echo throughout the space. The surrounding situation suddenly took a turn for the worse, gradually reaching a dead end. He frowned and questioned why she hadn't warned them beforehand, while Thean Vu also frantically urged everyone to quickly find a way to save the situation. Gok bent her knees slightly and told herself it was fine, as long as they were still protected by the steel shell. She began to use her special ability, believing she was more than capable of managing. Seeing this, the little girl hurriedly tried to stop her, advising her to stop because her current physical state wouldn't hold up. Suddenly, Gok's tone lowered with determination. Be quiet. The energy emanating from her body enveloped the entire aircraft. Despite her exhaustion, Gok was determined to hold on until the final moments. Tiny red veins of exhaustion began to appear in her eyes. A moment later, the voice coming from Gok's mouth gradually faded away. Suddenly, the words of her adoptive mother echoed in her ears. The poor child has never known her biological parents, such a miserable fate, but from now on you have me by your side to take care of you. Gok showed her joy openly, pressing to ask if it was indeed the truth. Her body seemed to have run out of strength. If her superpowers remained paralyzed at this moment, the people she loved most would certainly be in danger. Old memories suddenly flooded back into Gok's mind. Mother, I am coming to save you. Please do not abandon your little child. The warm voice of her genius father resounded at the same time. From this moment on, you are officially my child. The little girl still could not believe her ears, only whispering father, but then the harsh reality struck as her loved ones disappeared one by one. Tears streaming down her face, Gok resentfully blamed herself for why her magic always stopped working at the critical moment of life and death. Kaudat suddenly spoke up to break the silence, explaining that the reason was that she had not yet realized where the core of humanity's supernatural power actually comes from. That question made her freeze for a few seconds, questioning herself about the true origin of that special power. As Gok was staring intently into the other's eyes, the call of little Thean Kai suddenly rang out, pulling her back from the illusory space. Sister 2. The little child used all her strength to help her up, shaking her vigorously and urging her to quickly open her eyes. Gok's terrifying silence made Thean Kai even more anxious, calling out her senior's name loudly. Thean Vu scratched his head and lamented, it's all over. If even our solid support like Gok is unconscious, we are doomed. Just then, Tuho's phone suddenly rang. He hurriedly pressed the answer button. My savior is here. Father, quickly think of a way to save my life. I am on an aircraft that is about to crash into the ground. The father calmly reassured him, son, do not panic. Below the waters of the extremely peaceful island, my fleet of warships is already on standby. He added, but I will only save you. Ignore the others from the art association. The moment the aircraft hits the water, you have exactly 5 minutes to snatch the confidential documents and run, because the engine system will self-destruct and drag everything to the bottom of the ocean. Tuho hesitated, but both Kung Thean Vu and Gok are trapped here with me. The father brushed it aside. What did you just say? The signal is too weak. I can hear you clearly. If it's nothing important, I'm hanging up. The son frantically asked where his father was, receiving an implied answer that he was right beside him. Right now, the extremely peaceful island was shaking violently with rapid seismic tremors. On the other side, Kalavika also hurried straight towards her designated target. The sudden change in the surrounding gravitational field made her feel extremely frustrated and she frowned warily. She gently approached a strange machine located in the corner of the room. Kalavika concentrated intensely to search for and download the top-secret files hidden deep within the system. She told herself that, at all costs, she must protect the research project of her beloved professor. Instantly, a violent whirlwind swept in out of nowhere, blowing away everything around the girl. With overwhelming power, Silong quickly knocked her down and delivered a painful blow. Kalavika's weak eyes trembled as she looked toward the clenched hand of the man in front of her. Barely able to whisper a sentence, she asked him who on earth he was and what his conspiracy was in appearing here. Silong's cold voice rang out, "It is indeed like harboring a snake in one's bosom. I have been too merciful only to be turned against so heartlessly like this." He threatened further, as if conspiring to ruin my beast plan wasn't enough. "You guys even dare to dream of that database." Kalavika was stunned to recognize a familiar face. "Director Tran, why are you here?" Sai Luong casually replied, "Of course I used my superpower to teleport here, because I was worried that our business partner would play tricks." As soon as he finished speaking, the supernatural energy inside him exploded fiercely. Without anyone knowing, Devil Dragon, standing and peeking from behind, had observed everything. The young boy stood silently, watching every move and gesture of the two people opposite him. Right in the middle of that tense moment, Lintu suddenly appeared out of nowhere and patted Devil Dragon hard on the shoulder. He whispered a warning, "Don't come over here to cause trouble. This place is full of danger." Lintu did not bother to heed the advice. Instead, he immediately activated his transformation state. He anxiously asked, "Where on earth have you been? I've been searching everywhere for you all day." Devil Dragon looked in horror at Lintu's bizarre appearance, while the latter calmly replied, "If I didn't change my appearance like this, how could I have found you?" He cast a sidelong glance and asked, "What's so great about this highly perilous place that you came here?" Lintu brushed it off. "Cut the nonsense. If it weren't to look for you, do you think I'd even want to come here?" Devil Dragon pointed his finger toward the ruins in front of them, demanding to know if the two of them would ultimately lend a hand. He firmly asserted, "Saving people is definitely something we must do, but first take a look at this." As soon as the system interface appeared, Lintu spoke up, "It looks quite absurd, doesn't it?" He tried his best to suppress his shock and whispered, "That guy must possess at least 10 different superpowers." Hearing that huge number, Devil Dragon couldn't help but startle, "As many as 10 types." Lintu explained, "We previously encountered Kang and Kongyo. One was at the late stage of God's Mansion, the other at the early stage of Void Returning, but Tran Sai Luong is definitely much stronger than them. Back then, my father was the top expert of Thean Hai and he might even reach the Saint Ascension realm." He added, "Now that Tran Sai Luong is securely seated as the director of the Thean Hai Countermeasures Bureau, it is highly likely that he also possesses a Saint Ascension strength comparable to my father's back then." Hearing this information, Devil Dragon's mind went blank and he scratched his head, wondering what on earth Saint Ascension actually was. Lintu gave an example. "Currently, you weigh about 22 tons, whereas someone who has achieved Saint Ascension would be as strong as a 100-ton beast, which means 5 times stronger than you." He advised, rushing in without knowing the true nature of the opponent's tricks is like throwing eggs against a stone. The urgent matter now is to distract Tran Sai Luong to rescue the people and escape quickly. Having finished speaking, Lintu eagerly dashed forward, confidently declaring that he would handle this mission. The sound of Sai Luong's shoes tapping against the floor grew louder, and he muttered to himself that he had to make an appearance in person this time. Kalavika mockingly shouted, "You really have too much free time on your hands. That creature does not belong to Jiwan Island, besides it just killed Duder Tayat Muk and is extremely unpredictable." He nonchalantly replied, "I know that better than anyone. Otherwise, why would I have turned a blind eye to you guys making trouble all this time?" Sai Luong lowered his voice. "However, the current situation has completely changed. That is the real deal, not to mention that." He raised his head. "That guy possesses the ability to devour everything to increase his power, just like the beasts on Jiwan Island." Just as Sai Luong finished speaking, Lintu suddenly materialized midair. Charging straight at him with fierce momentum, he shouted for the old man to take his blow. In the face of that, Sai Luong remained standing calmly to see what tricks the boy was up to. However, before he could even execute his move, he took a lightning-fast hit from him. Sai Lang threw Lintu a freezing look and mocked him. "How childish." The young man gritted his teeth in frustration and immediately vanished into thin air. Witnessing the magical illusion right before his eyes left the middle-aged man utterly bewildered. Suddenly, a ringing, mocking laugh echoed in Sai Lang's ears. "Hey old man, look over here, come and hit me. Are you frustrated yet?" Hearing that sarcastic voice, he recognized Lin Xiu instantly. Credit to the kid, he was still keeping a trick up his sleeve. Lin smiled smugly. "You did great, big eyes, keep it up." Seeing a figure looming toward her, Kalavika asked in a panic, "Who's there?" The female monster stared at Lin Xiu inquisitively. "Why did you do that?" He quickly explained, "After all, you are already the beast that has contracted with me." The young man added firmly, "I will definitely not leave you to be dealt with by that old man." At this moment, Sai Liang began to channel his power to release his inner energy. What a waste of effort. His voice rang out coldly, "These petty tricks of yours won't do a thing to me." As soon as he finished speaking, Sai Liang dashed off like a flash of lightning. He quick-wittedly created a series of illusions to disrupt the man's focus. The enemy acted with extreme ruthlessness, frantically closing in to eliminate the target. Just a moment later, the chaotic atmosphere from before was returned to its original silence. Sai Liang clicked his tongue and muttered to himself, "So he's using this escape trick." He raised his head, looked straight ahead, and nodded slightly, quite commendable indeed. Realizing that his scheme to lure the enemy had fallen through made Lin Xiu extremely restless. Sai Liang's sharp eyes scanned the area as he called out, "Young Master Lin." Suddenly, he threw his luggage high into the air and shouted, "Demon Dragon, appear now." Without hesitation, Lin Xiu leaped to a hidden corner to hide safely. The very moment the bag was about to hit the ground, The pet quickly caught it neatly. Clinging tightly to the backpack, the little dragon ran for its life in the opposite direction from the man. Sai Lang witnessed the scene and just stood dead silent, watching with wide eyes. He glanced at the area map displayed on the screen. It seemed this research base was quite small and narrow. Then, he slowly paced down the corridor to hunt for the kids' whereabouts, wanting to see where on earth they could run to escape this time. As soon as he finished speaking, he immediately activated his extremely powerful flow of true ki. A series of sharp, sweeping blade-like ki cleared out every nearby corner. Only then was Kalavika stunned to recognize the familiar dragon. So you are actually Ling. He poked his head up to warn them. Danti, stick your head out. Danger is lurking everywhere right now. At this very moment, Sai Long accelerated to chase closely behind the group's trail. Unable to dodge in time, it took the full force of his thunderous blow, making Lam Tu deeply heartbroken. Even so, it still tried to drag itself forward and gently reassured, "Don't worry, I am still fine." At the same time, a strange gust of wind suddenly blew past, making everyone's eyes widen in surprise. Without hesitation, it stretched out its arms and caught Kuai Long very decisively. From then on, Kuai Long kept following the direction of the light to find a way to escape. Very quickly, it set foot in another much more peaceful area. Kalavika was still bewildered, not understanding anything, and hurriedly asked, "What on earth just happened?" Lam Tu calmly replied, "No idea, it's probably old Sai Long's special trick. Luckily, we had this cave to save us." He turned his head back and sincerely thanked, "Thank you for saving my life once again." Coincidentally, at this time the fog had cleared and the sky was extremely clear again. Suddenly, his overbearing energy swept violently through every nook and cranny. A deafening explosion rang out, making the ground shake violently like an earthquake. Witnessing this destruction with his own eyes, Hat King turned pale with fear. Hiding inside, Sai Long only smirked with contempt. He muttered skeptically, "These guys are really good, running all the way out of the research institute as fast as lightning." Sai Long clicked his tongue and told himself it was just luck. Who knows what tricks that kid has left, but they certainly one day escape this island that easily. Just as he finished that thought, he continued to relentlessly pursue their trail. Sai Long loudly mocked, "So this is the true power of that ancient super beast, what a joke." Suddenly, a bizarre voice rang out, "Attach my head to your body and I will reveal to you the secret of that devouring skill." He immediately gave a cold smile and said, "No need to worry, I have already laid out a net of encirclement all over this sea." At that very moment, countless bricks and rocks poured down from above like rain. Sai Long ordered over the radio, "Attention all troops, the monster is in free fall. 6 battleships, quickly surround and destroy it for me." The soldiers obediently replied, "Roger, its falling direction is slightly off. It will highly likely land in the southwest about 50 nautical miles away. The whole team, speed up to close in now. Everyone get ready to throw the steel chains to lock down that monster. Prepare to close in and finish it." Instantly, giant iron chains were launched straight toward the target. Just as they caught the prey, the soldiers cheered and reported, "Target lockdown successful." They excitedly continued, "Confirmed, the beast has been tied up tightly. Please give us your orders for the next plan, boss." Right at that moment, panic-stricken screams came rapidly from the other end of the line. "Headquarters has collapsed." The subordinates reported that they had captured that wild beast and were waiting for new orders, but Sai Long only replied curtly with one word, "Excellent." He muttered his next order, having been a bit too violent earlier and accidentally collapsing the entire research facility. Lam Tu, standing on this side, was also trembling with fear, wondering what on earth this was. Kalavika scanned the area and knew instantly that this place was originally a super-reinforced laboratory where even a 100-ton beast would have no chance of escaping. Just as the beauty stopped speaking, Sai Long's raspy laugh echoed, calling the name of his dear nephew Lam Tu. He suddenly appeared and said, following the stench of blood, "I finally caught you. This progress surprises me, but the real show is yet to come." Sai Long chuckled softly and said, "This underground bunker is about to collapse, and even the large island out there is shaking and about to sink." The other end of the line repeatedly called, reporting that Director Tran had captured the beast alive and asking for instructions on the next move. "Director, do you hear me? Please give urgent orders." He calmly stated that soon this entire land would turn into the flesh and blood of that giant beast, wishing them all luck in escaping, adding, "I understand everything now." After that, he issued a new order to quickly load the monster onto the ship and head straight into the center of the vortex. Chai Hai heard this and frowned in astonishment, asking back, "You were telling us to rush into the whirlpool, but that is too dangerous." Sai Long immediately dismissed it and affirmed, "That's correct, just head straight for the center of the waterspout." Suddenly, a sailor rushed in breathlessly to report an ill omen. "Captain, our cockpit has been taken over." Kong Na spoke in a triumphant voice, "Director Tran, my faction has seized this entire fleet of warships." He sneered and added, "Now, let's accelerate to full throttle and glide straight into the eye of the storm." The group of soldiers screamed in panic as they saw the screens flickering erratically. "The rudder is stuck. Turn around and escape the vortex, quick." The crowd clamored loudly, "The current is too strong and dragging the ship down. Turn on the emergency backup engine right now." The voice suddenly caught halfway, "Oh no, Captain, all the machinery has..." The giant worm half closed its bizarre eyes to look around. It suddenly burst into a dry cackle, praising this human for being more amusing than a circus, which pleased it greatly, telling him to name any gift he wanted and it would oblige. Just as the creature stopped speaking, Sai Long's legs gave way and he staggered, about to fall. He hastily gripped the edge of the table to maintain his balance and panted heavily. Suddenly, eerie whispers echoed from the void, blaming him for murdering them and stealing their superpowers. The vengeful spirits roared in resentment, "You use stolen power to terrorize the world. Tran Sai Luong, you heartlessly trample on our dreams." Hearing the accusations echoing in his ears, his face suddenly turned as pale as a ghost. Sai Long gritted his teeth, forcing out a curse. Damn it, this curse backlash side effect is happening more and more frequently. Furious, he growled and shouted, all you bastards, shut your filthy mouths. Ignoring the pain agonizing his body, he roared in fury, deciding to act. Sai Long gritted his teeth, angrily muttering and calling them a bunch of ungrateful fools. Losing control, he screamed and roared loudly, clearly only my ability is strong enough to stop the invasion wave from the human council. The parasite laughed gleefully, this human is interesting, spit it out, what item are you plotting to get? Sai Long panted out of breath, you flatter me too much, you just need to show me how to refine that devouring ability, in order to wipe out the memories of the former owner. As soon as he finished speaking, all of his vitality seemed to run out as well. Suddenly, a brilliant streak of light from afar shone directly into Sai Long's tightly closed eyes. The static sound from the walkie-talkie frantically alarmed enemy ambush. Chai Hai looked blankly at the chaos in front of him. Oh my god, what on earth is this devilish thing? A series of gruesome roars suddenly tore through the silent atmosphere. That hideous creature just charged straight ahead with raging murderous intent. He frantically shouted to urge the crew fire immediately. Instantly, waves of deafening bombardments erupted one after another. The bombs flew straight ahead in rapid succession and collided violently with the target. Chai Hai sighed softly in disappointment. Just as expected, this little scratch does no harm at all. This toy is completely helpless against its power now. After transforming, Rose looked much more muscular and full of vitality. That woman summoned all her power to lift a giant boulder high up. The evil parasite glanced sideways in contempt. Is this land for growing bananas, or why are there so many idle people who like to act like clowns? Hearing that, Rose raised her eyebrows in anger. Who cares about your business? How dare you come here to cause trouble without asking this lady's permission? The monster roared arrogantly and recklessly, then go down to the Yellow Springs and ask. No sooner had it finished speaking than the evil entity rushed forward to counterattack first. In its bloodshot eyes, a flash of apprehension and wariness flickered. Unable to take it anymore, Our Lady took a deep breath and shouted loudly, get out of my sight. At the same time, Rose also cried out in a panic, it's ruined because I overdid it, it's cracked open over there. The originally peaceful island now began to crack and break into large pieces. The enemy laughed gleefully. In the end, it will have to fall down anyway. Urgent shouts echoed back with instructions, watch out. Don let those blocks of earth and rock tumble into the sea. Next, a halo of light immediately enveloped the entire body of water around the island. The creature's gaze grew colder and deeper. Do you want to seek your own death? The entire space around the island quickly turned into a desolate battlefield. The evil energy from the giant parasite quickly surrounded every nook and cranny. That magical current brushed past the edge of the island and washed everything away. Rose's eyes widened in amazement as she gasped, and a bizarre wolf figure appeared. Countless stone fragments kept pouring down onto the water surface, creating a highly pleasant symphony. The creature laughed with spiteful glee. I have been longing for this moment since lifetimes ago. It began to move forward, shifting rhythmically with its new body. In the blink of an eye, the monster worm had completed its final assembly process. It laughed with immense glee. Although it was missing half of its body, it was still incredibly impressive. How could those tiny ancient beasts even dream of competing with the noble dragon blood? From this moment on, it had transformed into the pillar supporting the sky, the legendary earth dragon of the ancient texts. Ancient books record that this species specializes in using earth to control water, swimming to the dark realm born from the primordial dust. It possesses the power to create and develop all things, more than capable of leveling any deep abyss to support the sky. Cowdat's voice echoed, the core of supernatural power lies in when the reviving spiritual energy transforms heaven and earth, turning beasts into monsters and permeating humans. But think about it, why didn't we turn into giants, but instead possess ultimate special abilities? He further explained that while beasts only prefer to repeat old patterns, humans always seek the future from changes. Superpowers are actually our hopes for tomorrow, manifested through the power of abundant spiritual energy. Hearing those words, Langok's head was still spinning, and she had not yet regained her composure. She listened to Cowdat explaining that magic is not something crude and is not by exerting all of one's strength that maximum effectiveness is achieved. He pondered for a moment. The secret to mastering the special ability lies in letting one's imagination soar with dreams and keeping an ironclad belief in tomorrow. Langok stared intently at her hands, muttering about a soaring imagination and a fierce belief in what lies ahead. Hearing her, Cowdat quickly nodded in agreement. Exactly, spot on. The young girl remained dazed as if she had lost her soul, her eyes wide and mouth agape as she stared blankly into the empty space before her. In the misty space, the graceful figure of an unfamiliar woman suddenly appeared. The one named Dukai loomed right before her eyes in a highly mysterious manner. Langok was startled and stammered, asking for the other's identity. Upon hearing this, the woman smirked suggestively and introduced herself. Dukai stepped forward and hugged her tightly, saying that she herself was the previous wielder of her magnetic power. Langok's eyes widened to their limit, half believing and half doubting her words that sounded like a joke. She lowered her voice sweetly, revealing that deep at the bottom of this ocean lay a priceless treasure reserved just for her. Dukai added that this protective silver bracelet would compensate for her current lack of cultivation, helping her quickly adapt to the new power. The woman advised her to use her soaring dreams and burning faith to control them, and to hurry up and save her friends. She told herself that she must absolutely believe in tomorrow and allow her desires to soar high and far. That maxim seemed to be deeply etched in Langok's mind, to believe firmly in the path ahead and unleash her dreams to fly. Just a moment later, she woke up from her trance, gently blinking to register the surroundings. The young girl looked around in bewilderment, wondering to herself where on earth she had drifted to. Suddenly, her eyes caught a figure standing tall right in front of her. Wait, who was that person? Meanwhile, in this area, the energy of the swarm of insects continuously expanded into the surroundings. Rose quickly spotted it and hastily called out Brother Lang. At that very moment, Chai Lang was also pacing toward that woman. He thought to himself, luckily I dodged in the nick of time, otherwise if I had taken that blow head on I'd probably be nothing but a pile of shredded meat by now. Chai Lang turned and smiled, saying, "Thank you for blocking the blow so accurately. I told you we are destined." The other person coldly replied, "I am only repaying the life I owed you earlier." He then warned, "Watch out, sister. This monster wants to target Kukyan Island to use it to create a new body." Chai Lang added, "But on the bright side, as long as this island remains intact, that guy won't dare to use his black fire skill recklessly." Seeing this, the ancient dragon frowned in annoyance, playing the same old trick again. Don't even think about it. Without hesitation, the beast immediately activated its deep inner power. The giant creature gritted its teeth, displaying an arrogant attitude in front of the true dragon. It roared frantically, "You dare use the same cheap trick twice?" At that very moment, Chai Lang mustered all his courage and bravely charged straight ahead. He ran and leaped nimbly on the massive back of the ancient dragon. Chai Lang laughed loudly and confidently, "You foolish dragon, you've fallen into my trap." The corners of his lips curled up mischievously. "In fact, my sole purpose was simply to get close to you." As soon as he finished speaking, Chai Lang swung his arm to immediately execute his signature golden light slash technique. In the blink of an eye, a sharp sword strike carved a deep gash right into the dragon's massive body. Chai Lang eagerly took advantage of this great opportunity to unleash a rapid succession of light slashes. Witnessing the scene before him, he couldn't help but feel bewildered because the cut had already healed on its own. Chai Lang thought to himself, as expected, just as Hua Lang said, "This monster's flesh and bones are incredibly tough. Even with peak sword energy, it only scratches the surface. However, it's not a complete dead end, but the opportunity will only come once." The dragon sneered, "How hilarious, a wild beast trying to use human military tactics. But unfortunately, your attack isn't even strong enough to scratch an itch, let alone hurt me." Chai Lang quietly calculated as the other was off guard, then laughed and replied suggestively, "Is that so?" He immediately transformed his state and delivered a fatal stab from behind its neck. Chai Lang acted decisively without hesitation, directly destroying the core magic stone inside its head. The surrounding space suddenly fell silent, and then the fierce roar of the dragon immediately tore through the dense atmosphere. He then took advantage of this golden opportunity to ruthlessly deliver the finishing blow. The dragon roared loudly, "You wild wolf, Kukyan Island is not behind me at all." It screamed simultaneously, "Since you are in such a hurry to be reincarnated, I shall grant your wish." At the same time, Jules was also exhausting her very last ounce of strength to assist in the battle. Without a moment's hesitation, that woman delivered a devastating punch to the dragon. The abundant energy surging within it was quickly forced back. In the blink of an eye, Conlong was knocked down by Jules before he could even raise his head. The whirlwind raging in midair was also violently shaken by that wave. That woman still persistently used her strength to lift CCN Island higher. Conlong's eyes were bloodshot, silently cursing that annoying monkey. Without saying a word, he rushed straight towards Jules. At that fateful moment, her body suddenly staggered and lost its balance. The CCN Island resting in her hands suddenly wobbled and shook violently. Seeing the situation take a turn for the worse, Rose began to tremble in panic, thinking this was going to end badly. Conlong laughed gleefully and shouted that this island belonged to him, and she hastily raised her hands to pull it back in anger. At the critical moment, the island suddenly stood completely still in midair, leaving Jules dumbfounded with his mouth wide open. Goa Lang gasped heavily for breath, telling himself that luckily he still managed to drag himself there in the nick of time. The young man added that fortunately it was only half the size, otherwise he would have been done for. She still could not believe what was happening before her eyes, wondering if the opponent was the envious one. A series of strange events occurred in rapid succession, leaving Jules stunned and somewhat suspicious of the envious one. Langok calmly observed and assessed that although the beasts were as numerous as locusts and all of them were ancient-level monsters, it seemed that the giant monkey and the pack of wolves were on their side. She gently lifted her fingers and wondered why she had ended up in such a bizarre form. Hatch Kang scratched his head in confusion, looking at the battlefield before him and wondering if the other side was friend or foe, to which Langok replied that they were former rivals, but their current status was uncertain. At this moment, Jules could only stand in silence, unable to utter a single word. Chai Lang spoke up loudly, breaking the enveloping silence, and remarked that the girl did not seem to be in her best form. He assessed the situation himself, though he had absolutely no desire to take advantage of someone else's vulnerability. Chai Lang immediately took a fighting stance, because to avoid being caught in a highly dangerous pincer movement, this was his only option. Just as he was about to rush forward, she hastily raised her hand to stop him and told the brother of the Lang family to hold off. Rose asserted that this person was definitely not the envious villain who had once disturbed CCN Island, as the scent was completely different. The woman scanned the opponent from head to toe, then recognized a very familiar aura. Rose made a decisive judgment that if her senses were correct, she was to Langok, the student council president of Lam to school, and wondered how she had ended up in this state. Hearing this, Langok was startled awake, exclaiming that the woman before her turned out to be her aunt. As soon as she finished speaking, all the surrounding sounds suddenly sank into a strangely quiet silence. Conlong, who had been watching from the sidelines, put on a sly smile, thinking that the golden opportunity had arrived. He sneered, mocking that he never expected human special abilities to achieve this much, but it was a pity that she still had not mastered her body yet. Langok could not hide the look of panic on her face, thinking that it was a disaster because she had been seen through by him. The elder dragon madly rushed over, roaring and demanding the island to be handed over immediately. The spreading shockwave caused the lake's surface to shake violently in fury. It was full of vigor, determined to reclaim the island of ultimate peace at all costs. Witnessing that intolerable sight made her itch to fight. Rose immediately charged forward, questioning who dared to be so bold as to touch her future daughter-in-law. Leningok froze for a few seconds upon hearing the words daughter-in-law because she was so surprised. She charged forward vigorously, cheering because she no longer needed to guard the island and could instead give this guy a sound beating. The fiery clash caused the surrounding columns of water to splash everywhere. The elder dragon looked askance at Rose, secretly mocking her for not knowing her own strength. Hearing that, she was infuriated, shouting loudly for her opponent to shut up and taste her steel fist. The monster was no pushover either, growling in determination to fight Rose to the death. The collision of two terrifying forces turned the whole sky and earth upside down. The surrounding gravity suddenly dropped, making everything seem to float. She assumed a stance, executing the southern sect martial arts she had set aside for 60 years but was still incredibly skilled at. Plumes of gray smoke rose high, completely obscuring the spectator's view. The elder dragon braced itself to exert force, blaming itself for being too careless and getting hit painfully. It declared that it would counterattack, but Rose was also fiercely confident that even if her body were pierced, it would still recover on its own. The monster gathered all its internal energy, preparing for the finishing blow to end the opponent's life. A voice rang out, advising her to concentrate her attack on its head to shatter its energy core. Hearing that, she acted immediately, bravely taking on this difficult task. Rose concentrated all her power to decisively charge ahead. She unleashed rapid strikes straight at the elder dragon, causing it to scramble to defend itself. Rose clicked her tongue, telling herself that this dragon's skull was indeed harder than stone. The elder dragon's eyes suddenly turned sharp and cold, growling in agreement with that remark. Right after that, it suddenly activated its evil protective armor. In the blink of an eye, she faced an extremely tricky counterattack from her opponent. Lingok was on pins and needles, calling out her Anna's name in panic. Chai-Hai frowned as he watched, muttering that it was finally over. Suddenly, a panicked scream broke out with the news, "Captain, the ship has lost control." Hearing the bad news, he couldn't help but shudder in shock, as the threat had not yet ended. Right now, Rose is skillfully moving back and forth between two small boats on the water. She suddenly gave a thumbs up and laughed out loud. "I told you this girl is very awesome." The ancient dragon said in a loud voice, "Although you kids are quite interesting and strong, unfortunately, you are not yet on my level to be my opponents. That is the racial difference, because I am a dragon." It proudly added, "Unlike the low-level wild beasts like you who have to borrow spiritual energy from nature, my dragon blood is already full of spiritual energy. As long as the crystal is not broken, no matter how severe the injuries are, they will heal on their own. As for you, you definitely don't have enough ability to shatter my core." Chai Lang nodded in agreement that the monster was right. To destroy its core, they had to penetrate the super hard protective skull on the outside. Rose frowned in worry. "If even you are helpless, is there any other feasible way?" Lin Gok suddenly spoke up. "If the problem is just a lack of destructive power, then perhaps I still have a solution." She further analyzed, "As long as the attack power reaches that level, it is entirely possible to shatter the skull bone of that monster dragon with a single blow." The aunt scratched her head in confusion. "I admit the boy's father has such incredible strength, but the problem is we don't know where he is wandering right now." Len Gok immediately replied, "Even though Uncle Lam Longtun is absent, we still have Lam too. I am sure he will be able to take on this responsibility." Rose immediately recognized the deep motive behind those words and said angrily, "So you people still insist on dragging my son into trouble?" Chai Lang quickly intervened, advising his dear sister not to be hot-tempered. He said he had seen Lam Tu use lightning, but his power was still very immature compared to his father's. With a very determined face, Lengok asserted, "I place my full trust in him and his iron resolve." She also encouraged further, "If his combat power is not yet up to par, I will support and empower him until it meets the requirement." Len Engok instructed, "But first, we must find Lam Tu. Please stay and hold off the dragon." The aunt nodded, urging her to go quickly, while Langok promised she would handle it well. She calculated in her mind that the urgent matter now was to find Lam Tu, and fortunately she was still carrying this protective silver bracelet. Lengok began to activate her special ability to quickly connect with and control nearby metal objects. After searching for a while, she cheered because she had found his coordinates there. Night had fallen deep inside the underground laboratory. Lengok called out loudly, "Lam Tu, are you hanging around here? If so, please appear quickly." At this moment, Lam Tu was still immersed in a dream, wondering in his grogginess whose voice was calling out his name like that. Leningok started and shrieked upon seeing him in such a bizarre state. Lam Tu also panicked and retorted that she was the weird one, asking why she had suddenly come in there. She tried to suppress her trembling to explain, "Forget about that, because we are in a critical situation now. Your mother and the werewolf uncle are fighting out there on the sea ahead." Hearing this, he panicked and demanded, "Obviously my mother was on the same flight as you guys. Why did she suddenly run out to the sea?" Lingok frowned, trying to search her memory, and then said hesitantly, "It's hard to explain clearly, but currently your mother has transformed into a giant monkey." However, as soon as she finished speaking, she looked up and saw no sign of him, so she cried out in panic, "Lam Tu, where did you run off to?" At this point, Lam Tu had rushed straight to the edge of the abyss, intending to jump into the ocean, shouting loudly, "Mom, please wait for me, I'm coming to rescue you." She frantically screamed to try and stop him. "Hey Lam Tu, calm down a bit and listen to the rest of my explanation." However, he did not hesitate for a second and leaped down into the deep void below. Immediately, nets emitting a bright golden light appeared, blocking Lam Tu's path. He struggled violently, shouting, "Let me go so I can rescue my mother immediately." Leningok did her best to dissuade him, saying that his aunt was doing just fine and that if he just blindly rushed down there it would be no different from suicide. Hearing that, Lam Tu stood dazed for a few seconds. He screamed when he saw the giant mouth below, wondering what on earth that devilish thing was. Lam Tu was shocked to realize that he had somehow managed to stand up straight on his own. The giant dragon stretched its long, winding neck out for a bite, but missed completely. Rose suddenly rushed into the fight, making him stare in wide-eyed amazement at the epic battle between the evil dragon and the giant ape. Lam Tu shouted loudly, demanding to call for heavy reinforcements named Cowdat. He gingerly stepped back, quickly finding a way to retreat to a safer area. Lam Tu anxiously asked what on earth was happening below, and Leningok sighed, saying the situation was extremely chaotic. She summarized that this island was crawling with parasites, and if that dragon obtained their skulls, it would resurrect into a true evil dragon, which Ngo Lang probably knew and wanted to stop. He scratched his head, smiling sheepishly and confessing that he hadn't understood a single word so far. Leningok slammed the board in frustration, explaining simply that the giant ape, the wolf, and the robot were allies, while that dragon was the enemy. Lam Tu nodded repeatedly as if he understood, meaning that as long as they beat that dragon to a pulp, everything would be fine, right? She solemnly advised that it was correct, but its armor and healing power were formidable. The only way was to use a fatal blow to shatter the crystal in its skull, which was why she needed him. Demon Dragon suddenly interrupted, commenting that this was indeed a bit tricky because he himself had just had a fiery encounter with that beast. He detailed that when he was about to use a fire-breathing move to finish it off, the opponent unexpectedly raised a shield to block it, and then urged them to run quickly before being caught in the crossfire as there was not much time left. Yet that dragon beast still stood motionless, completely unscathed. Leningok proposed a new hypothesis. If the move was not reflected back, it was clearly effective. The only issue was that they needed to increase its power. Hearing this, both of them stared in anticipation, curiously asking if she had come up with a brilliant plan yet. She smirked triumphantly, firmly asserting that it was all too simple for her. Leningok then proposed the idea of using an electromagnetic cannon, combining their lightning with her energy to create a super destructive attack. She then enthusiastically explained the physics theory that the electromagnetic cannon would use the magnetic force in the system to create a massive thrust, accelerating the metal projectile to its maximum as it moves perpendicular to the magnetic field lines, thereby creating a terrifying firing speed 3 times that of a fleet cannon. Demon Dragon frowned, completely lost, while Lam Tu's face went blank as he mumbled something about magnetic force. Leningok waved her hand in exasperation. Never mind, you guys just focus on charging up your energy. Leave the technical and mechanical parts to me. He looked up at the dark night sky, silently calculating that there were only 2 hours left until midnight, the perfect time to strike. She quickly disconnected to get to work, promising to let him know immediately once everything was ready. Right then, Kalavik appeared with a tired voice, softly calling Lam Tu's name. Covered in scratches, she anxiously asked if he had any chance of winning against that giant monster. Lam Tu replied both confidently and honestly that he wasn't too sure yet, but they had to try to find out. After all, they had fought shoulder to shoulder to take down powerful enemies before. Kalavika put on a serious face and held out an item, advising that this dragon was on a completely different level, and firmly told him to take it and put it on right away. At a glance, he knew immediately that this was the technique used to suppress the monster's energy core. She nodded in agreement. Exactly, you just need to pin this item straight into its energy core, and the spiritual energy flow inside will immediately go wild and detonate itself. At that very moment, Leningok announced that she had gotten in touch with Lam Tu and everything was fine. Rose quickly asked where he was. She provided highly detailed coordinates, saying that he was awaiting orders on Kukyen Island and the battle would begin at 10 o'clock at night. However, they needed to lure the old dragon a bit further away to give the artillery a clear trajectory. Leningok was stealthily gliding inch by inch across the bobbing water. Unexpectedly, a huge hand of the older woman suddenly grabbed at her. In a panic, Leningok shrieked and asked what on earth she was trying to do, but Rose immediately tossed her over her shoulder and said they just needed to run for a bit, leaving the rest for her to handle. She shouted to leave a message to her comrades, saying that the two of them were heading into battle, so she would have to rely on their wolf brother for this area. The ancient dragon frowned, its ferocity fully on display as it hissed, asking if they thought they could slip away so easily, calling it mere pipe dreams. She twisted her body and darted off as fast as a flash of lightning. Suddenly, brilliant golden beams of light like sword blades tore through the wind and rushed straight ahead. The old dragon's 4 scrawny, bony legs were severed. She fell plop into the deep sea, causing water to splash everywhere. The ancient dragon clicked its tongue in annoyance, glaring intently in the direction of the one who had just dared to ambush it. Wild Wolf ripped off the cumbersome cloak, telling himself that although he was not strong enough to defeat the opponent, but with her current capability, holding the enemy here was still well within her power. Taking that opportunity, Rose immediately carried Leningok on her back and ran off, vanishing from sight. At that moment, Lam Tu was still standing and watching from the high rocky ledge. The clock had struck 10:30, with just over an hour left until midnight. He grimaced slightly with anxiety, wondering if the wolf, left behind alone on the other side of the battle line, would be able to hold out. The wolf warrior had just unleashed 2 consecutive powerful slashes called the Supreme Slash. The old wolf silently weighed the pros and cons. Although these moves were temporarily effective, they would be hard to sustain in the long run, and once the dragon focused its firepower in this direction, that ship would be finished. However, the leader suddenly froze, feeling that something was not quite right. He stared blankly at the familiar shadow of the ship as it changed direction, wondering where that warship was heading. Hatch Kang immediately spoke up in reprimand, asking the pilot where he was looking and if he hadn't been told to steer 36 degrees north where the traveler was waiting, to which the young man hurriedly explained that he had also heard the order. Sure enough, the crackling sound of the loudspeaker was echoing, requesting all vessels to quickly assemble to reorganize their ranks. He frowned in deep thought, wondering if Director Tran had issued such an order after witnessing this chaotic situation. Although this monster was not as terrifying as the Great Dragon of Tianhai years ago, it was still of a super class, and allowing it to fully recover would bring unpredictable disaster, making it truly hard to understand what the boss was planning. Hatch Kang stepped decisively forward and shouted, "The director doesn't he know the actual situation of the battlefield right now? Turn the ship around immediately." Immediately, only a single towering warship steered to turn back toward the combat zone. The Wolf landed on the ship's deck with extreme precision and neatness. Lenga cautiously observed her surroundings, thinking to herself that a distance like this was surely safe enough. Lin Tu was anxiously asking if his mother and Uncle Lang were safe and sound, while Ling Enjiki firmly replied that it was not yet certain, so they all had to run for their lives even faster. She calculated the time perfectly. It was exactly 11 o'clock now, and she needed half an hour to prepare the electronic cannon, then another 10 minutes to aim and adjust it. Ling Enjiki carefully instructed that controlling the electronic cannon's barrel required a super-massive energy source, and with her current strength she could probably last for 10 minutes, so she would start it at 11:50, since the opportunity would only come once. They had to be ready. Lin Tu furrowed his brows determinedly, saying that he and Ku Long would definitely prepare thoroughly to fire before the clock struck midnight. Ling Agassi, who was perched on SSS' shoulder, announced loudly and clearly, "Auntie, I am about to transform, so please brace yourself." She pressed hard against her shoulders with both hands. Ling Enji summoned her strength to flip her whole body upward. Vines began to twine and spread down to her feet. Her body transformed into a massive cannon. Ling Enji used Zia's shoulder as a solid support. At the same time, her shout echoed from afar, "Lin Tu, hurry up." A pitch-black shadow rushed out from deep within the dark cave. Hearing her voice, he shouted back loudly, "The target has been locked." Lin Tu squinted one eye to easily adjust the shooting angle. But immediately after, he panicked and gave an alarm. "Oh no, Uncle Lang is in critical danger." The ancient dragon was frantically gathering strength to create a giant shockwave sphere. It really was tired of living. It unleashed a powerful attack, knocking the wolf straight down into the water. Despite being covered in injuries, the wolf couldn't help but feel deep regret. "So frustrating, just because of my carelessness we are now short of 30 precious minutes." The wolf gritted his teeth and forced his eyes open, thinking, "I must leave the rest of the journey to that girl and kid Lin Tu." The ancient dragon roared proudly, shaking the heaven and earth. "Taste the ultimate wrath of the dragon god." It stared into the distance with its blood-red eyes. "Now it's your turn to face the music." Lin Tu was so heartbroken that he couldn't bring himself to look directly Uncle Lang. Immediately, Ling Enjiki shouted to signal, "Focus, only the last 10 minutes left before the magnetic field is activated. The ammunition is loaded and ready. The remaining task is all up to you." The brilliant golden light gathered into a sparkling sphere. The ancient dragon immediately noticed something strange at this moment. It didn't bother to care much and launched an attack right away. What kind of tricks are they trying to play now? Forget them, just shoot first and get it over with. Lin Tu frantically shouted the urgent news. "The fire is sweeping over here, hurry up a bit." Ling Enki nervously counted every passing second, only 5 minutes left. Yet perhaps it was already too late for everything. The young man started in surprise and instinctively backed away. Lin Gok screamed, urging Lam Tu and Kuai Long to quickly duck their heads down. The ground shook violently from an explosion that seemed to tear the sky apart. The waves surged violently and columns of black smoke drifted overhead. Lam Tu raised his head, letting out a sigh of relief, knowing he was still safe and sound. "But the jewel's armor has a huge tear gouged out of it, Uncle." He frantically ran close to the communication screen and asked repeatedly about his mother's situation. Hearing no answer, he shouted, repeatedly calling Lengoka's name. Suddenly, her voice rang out calmly, telling him that once a choice had been made, he shouldn't hesitate, and that she would handle things here. Mrs. Rowe's image flickered on the widescreen, showing her bracing herself to endure. His mother sternly urged him not to hesitate any longer, leaving Lam Tu stunned and wondering who on earth that giant creature in front of him was. The young man was shocked to recognize the familiar figure of his beloved mother. In the past, he had tried to butter up his mother by offering to help slice meat to prepare for the next day's sale. His mother read her son like a book and asked him straight out what he was plotting to suddenly be so unusually kind. While busily helping out, he timidly presented his desire to apply to the most prestigious school in Tianhai so that he could later awaken his superpower and go on an adventure to find his father. His mother's face suddenly darkened with anger upon hearing the old story brought up, and she reproached him, saying that his father had also disappeared for 7 years due to his passion for exploration. He resolutely defended his father, believing that an accident had prevented him from returning, and that he wanted to set out to find a way to rescue him. She immediately snatched the meat tray back, not letting him touch it anymore. He frantically tried to explain, thinking his mother would vehemently forbid his dream. Instead, she turned away to pack things up, leaving him with just one sentence: "If you've made up your mind, go all the way, don't be half-hearted." Returning to reality, his mother's warm, comforting words echoed in his ears, reminding him to focus his mind on the mission. The screen showed his mother's figure fading away as he tried to call out to her in vain. Anxiously, he repeatedly pressed to ask if his mother was in any danger. Suddenly, the screen switched to another face, causing him to gasp in surprise. Clearing her throat, she sternly announced that all preparations for the advanced weapon were complete, and that the situation was so extremely urgent they must act immediately. When he received her final question, the young man's eyes showed immense determination. Clenching his hands tightly although they were still trembling, he softly replied that he was ready. He earnestly begged his comrades to look after his injured mother during this critical moment. The young man turned his face to the side and signaled his companion to join him in the battle. That resilient mother was still clutching the heavy weapon tightly against her shoulder. It is very lucky that it is still safe and sound. A brilliant red light began to spread everywhere. The bullet flew out carrying an impressive amount of power. Kuai Long immediately used that thrust to propel himself forward. The ancient dragon glanced disdainfully. What audacious bravery, how dare they anger a real dragon. He decisively retaliated with an extremely powerful protective shield. Kuai Long gritted his teeth and endured, determined to hold out until the very end. The two colossal sources of power clashed violently against each other. The ancient dragon nodded in approval. It seemed the opponent had some talent after all. Kuai Long let out a ferocious roar. The tug-of-war battle raged on with extreme intensity. That sturdy layer of defense had begun to crack gradually. Lengok was extremely excited, looking forward to the great show ahead. Kuai Long channeled all his strength to press hard against the shield. He had finally found a new turning point. Kuai Long seized the opportune moment to launch an attack. He compressed a massive source of power in his mouth, highly explosive. The tempestuous attack erupted directly inward. However, the ancient dragon had quickly prepared a backup plan. Every single move had already been calculated. He quickly launched a lightning-fast counterattack. Yet Kuai Long still arrogantly declared, "A few weak breaths like this are far from being able to trouble me." He was clearly holding the absolute upper hand. The ancient dragon took an extremely precise punch directly to his body. Lingok laughed heartily with great delight. "We won." But the opponent's voice suddenly echoed from behind the smoke. "You truly live up to being one who carries the blood of a divine dragon." The ancient dragon emerged completely unscathed. "How unfortunate. I can use that technique as many times as I want. Can you withstand the next one?" Lengok was extremely anxious. Could we have failed? Kuai Long only replied with a faint laugh. Lengok looked up blankly. Something very strange was hovering up there. A strange, tiny object piqued their curiosity, and even the ancient dragon had to look up to follow it. The bag worn on his back suddenly burst open on its own. A bizarre, glowing red monster suddenly rushed out from the inside. Since the situation had come to this, Lin Xiu launched a devastating kick straight at it. Highly pleased with himself, he channeled all his power to see if the opponent could predict it this time. A thunderous punch struck straight down, creating waves of violently spreading shockwaves. However, Ling Xiu's expression suddenly changed as he noticed something strange. What was going on? His arm was tightly gripped by a pile of slime, causing the entire force of his punch to instantly vanish. Suddenly, a clear voice echoed from beneath his feet. "This dragon has incredible stamina. Even using the power of the beast of the extreme quiet island might not be enough to finish it off." Lin Xiu widened his eyes in surprise and asked, "Who are you?" As a lump of flesh suddenly floated up and spoke, "If you are willing to trust me." Jai Mu's face became clearly visible, along with an enticing suggestion, leaving him frozen in disbelief that the guy was actually here. Lin Xiu quickly let his guard up and shouted, "Jai Mu, what are you doing here? What kind of trick are you planning to play now?" Jai Mu flashed a sly smile and said, "If you want to send that dragon to its grave, I have a pretty good plan." He shouted stubbornly and skeptically, "Who on earth would believe you? Didn't you create this monster yourself?" But the man indifferently replied, "If you don't listen to me, you'll only end up suffering, my boy." Lin Xiu cautiously asked what he planned to do, and Jai Mu leisurely replied that since things had come to this, he should just enjoy it. The wide-open mouth bristling with sharp teeth suddenly snapped shut. The monster broke into a cold sweat in panic as it realized it had just been swallowed. But the ancient dragon still acted completely nonchalant, as if nothing had happened, like it was just a drop in the bucket. Right at that moment, while both of them were trapped inside its stomach. As Lin Xiu was being dragged along by Jai Mu, he demanded to know, "Where is this? Are you trying to trick me again?" He clicked his tongue and frowned in admiration. "Combining your own inner energy with the power of an electromagnetic cannon, you guys think fast." Jai Mu asserted firmly. "Unfortunately, a ticklish attack like that won't be enough to take down the monstrous dragon." Hearing this, he angrily shouted, "You're looking down on us too much." He wore a sinister smile and said, "Whether I'm looking down on you or not, just open your eyes wide and see for yourself." Lin Xiu couldn't help but gasp in utter surprise. It turned out that Jai Mu had led him straight to the central area where the giant monster's core resided. He calmly analyzed the key point. The dragon's body is extremely unique. They channel spiritual energy directly into their blood vessels, causing their flesh and bones to regenerate at a staggering speed. Everything was laid bare before him, accompanied by a challenge. "If you want to knock out this ancient dragon in a single blow, you must blow this beast's energy core to ashes. Do you have what it takes?" He skeptically and tentatively touched it, then complained, "It's so huge, burning it to ashes is going to be tough. This damn thing looks really disgusting." Jai Mu took the opportunity to explain further, "That's because this monstrous dragon has been scavenging cores from all over the place. For example, that core sitting right over there is actually my old one." Lin Xiu asked in astonishment, "So it turns out you were devoured by the monstrous dragon before too?" Suddenly the core radiated a blinding light. "Why is it suddenly shining so bright?" He immediately deduced this monstrous dragon is preparing to fire another cannon attack. Lam Tu was fired up with determination, resolved not to let him get his way. His mother was severely injured and could not endure any more harm. Tayatmuk stepped in to stop him, advising that this attack would only be in vain, and on the contrary, would alert that wicked dragon. Lam Tu anxiously asked what they should do now, since out there, no one could withstand even a single move from him anymore. He smiled schemingly and asked if, when they rushed through earlier, Jia Lang had given him a control device. Right, he could use it to restrain the energy within that beast's core. Lam-Tu suddenly realized and immediately remembered that treasure. Tiatmuk instructed him in detail, saying that he only needed to insert the device directly into the demon dragon's core, and he would take care of the rest smoothly. He gripped the item tightly and warily, asking what reason he had to trust him. He casually replied that this situation didn't allow for any choices anymore. Besides, if he could control the beast's mind, he wouldn't be in such a miserable state. He told him not to worry, as he only wanted to personally put to rest the creature he had once saved. Lam-Tu pondered, weighing the pros and cons. He hurriedly searched for the item, held it out, and said he would trust him one last time. Lam-Tu immediately held the control device out in front of him. He gathered momentum and threw the item high up, telling himself that if he dared to play tricks, he would pay for it. Lam-Tu exerted all his strength to drive the device straight into the center of the core. Bright blue currents of electricity suddenly shot out blindingly. The energy mass immediately cracked and shattered into pieces. He cried out in excitement, wondering if it had succeeded. At that very moment, the demon dragon was horrified to realize that something was wrong with its core. It was stunned, completely clueless about the sudden turn of events. The demon dragon was extremely shocked to see Lam-Tu bravely leap in to interrupt his opponent's destructive stream of fire. Tiatmuk kindly warned him that he was about to release all the core's energy to create a massive explosion, advising him to run away quickly before he lost his life. Lam-Tu broke into a cold sweat and asked what he planned to do, wondering if it turned out that he actually cared about him. He shoved him away and told him to get lost, saying he had better pray that he died here, otherwise the next time they met he would steal that demon dragon right away. Lam-Tu gave a faint, sneering laugh and retorted arrogantly, daring him to just try and take it. As swift as lightning, he spun around to gather energy, ready to unleash a powerful lightning strike punch. Lam-Tu shouted loudly and slammed down a 1,000-pound punch as if wanting to break through all barriers. The delicate inner skin was quickly torn apart by his punch. The demon dragon outside trembled violently from the pain that pierced to its bones. Sweating, it still spoke defiantly, criticizing those bothersome humans for doing useless tricks. The arrogant beast roared, boasting that it possessed an infinite self-healing superpower. However, the tears on its body continued to rip wider. There was no sign of recovery whatsoever, contrary to its boasting. To the point where Kunlong thought it was about to shatter, the beast looked down in panic at its distorting, deformed body, wondering what on earth was happening. A voice echoed from within, full of sarcasm. How could you possibly understand how much that fragile species fears old age and death? That person blissfully gazed at their bizarre creation, believing that the frantic cloning to escape death had inadvertently pushed life to the brink of extinction. The bizarre whisper reached Kunlong's ears, wondering what would happen when throwing humans into the boundary of life and death with an abundant, endless source of life. The monster glared with furious eyes and roared madly, "How dare those mere mortals deceive me?" Kunlong's entire body swelled to its limit as if death were already imminent. Suddenly, it soared high into the clouds, wanting to drag everyone into the void to be its companions in the afterlife. Kunlong frantically churned a massive vertical column of water, roaring and demanding to bury everyone. Everything around was dragged by that invisible pull and swallowed into its wide mouth. Lengok summoned all her strength to hold the older woman's hand, earnestly advising her to hold on tight and never let go. Standing on the bulwark of the violently tossing boat, Hatch Kang anxiously wondered why the other end of the line had not picked up yet. The commander directly stood up to direct the battle, ordering the entire army to do their utmost to continue the attack. An urgent report sounded, announcing that headquarters was still busy. Hatch Kang gritted his teeth in anger, thinking to himself that this disaster must be stopped if he did not want the tragedy of yesteryear to repeat itself. News from the battlefield sent back to the capital warned of a critical situation. The vanguard forces were exhausted before the giant monster, and a spatial crack could release ancient beasts, directly threatening the survival of the entire Tianhai city, requesting urgent reinforcement. Sai Luong frowned and thought. Initially, he only intended to use this ancient monster to learn the secret of taming wild beasts, never expecting things to take such a dramatic turn out of control. At this moment, Kunlong swelled up like a bubble about to burst. The man suddenly burst into a delighted laugh, secretly praising the young man Lam-Tu for indeed having an incredibly lucky destiny. Sai Luong quickly pressed the button to answer the call, softly stating his name. Reports showed that the waters around the island were raging violently, directly threatening the mainland, forcing the defense forces to go all out for a life or death battle. All the most modern military equipment had been urgently mobilized. Lam-Tu looked up to find the flying fleet taking off in grand fashion, heading forward. He could not help but marvel at the grand scale of this deployment. It seemed the authorities had decided to concentrate full firepower to force that evil dragon back to its original boundary. Kuai Long surfaced on the water and looked into the distance, warning that things were not that simple and urging him to pay attention to the opposite direction. Lam-Tu widened his eyes in shock and exclaimed in surprise, "What on earth is happening over there?" The young man immediately recognized them. They were all exotic beasts pouring out from the spatial crack. Lengok pointed forward with a tremble and called out loudly to the older person beside her to watch. Rose also turned pale with fear, panicking as she realized that if those monsters hidden deep underground escaped, the disaster would not just stop at this island but would submerge the entire bustling city. The woman sprang up resolutely, instructing to quickly lead everyone to evacuate for safety and wait to regroup with Lam-Tu later, despite the young girl not having time to react and stop her. Lingok tried to call after her in despair, warning that what lay ahead was extremely terrifying. Rose hurriedly glided across the freezing cold seawater, silently promising to save that young man at all costs. She leaped up right above the head of the ancient dragon, trying her best to push it back. It flashed a smug smile up close and said in a proud voice, "Will you be able to get past here?" The monsters that had just escaped their cages quickly rushed out to block Rose's path. She was tightly bound by the octopus tentacles, and this time she was about to kick the bucket. Everyone who witnessed that scene was stunned and panicked. The situation was truly critical. But reinforcements immediately appeared to finish off that monster. Lin Xiu craned his neck, staring blankly up at the sky, wondering what was flying up there. Zhulang appeared just in time to back them up. Everyone shouted joyfully, "Uncle is here." Long stared blankly at the black wings in midair in total confusion, wondering what on earth was going on. Ling Xiu's eyes widened and his mouth hung open in shock, looking as if a real dragon were taking shape. They even brought a whole fleet of warships flying in the sky. Jules must also be hovering high up there, holding on to the hope of rescuing his mother. The ancient dragon seemed to see an old friend, to think that besides that stupid dog and that old monkey, you've shown up here too. A pair of captivating, glowing red eyes emerged from behind the bright blue flames. Baixiao only smiled serenely in response. Although battered, it remained extremely stubborn. "You know my strength all too well. Even with the three of you combined, you can do anything to me." Gukai frowned with an extremely proud look. "I know, my only job is to hold you back so you can devastate this island anymore." Baixiao dragged a large island behind him. "The person who wants to settle the score with you is right behind me." The ancient dragon sneered with utter contempt. "No matter who comes, it's just a waste of effort unless it's that guy." Unexpectedly, the girl nodded in agreement right away. "Congratulations, you guessed it right." Its eyes suddenly widened in sheer terror. The ancient dragon, pale as a ghost, looked around frantically. At this moment, he should still be trapped in the lowest level of the Li Line's secret realm. It shrieked wildly and drove the monsters to charge forward. "You can fool me. And besides, how could his body withstand the density of this basic world?" Suddenly, a giant hand reached out and crushed the heads of the monsters. The dragon Venerable bravely parted the water, stepping closer and closer. His sharp eyes quickly scanned the enemy in front of him. The stature of the dragon Venerable was grand beyond imagination. Lin Xiu was suffocated by the heavy pressure, wondering if this was the super beast of the Abyss Island. He gently kindled a sliver of hope, thinking that maybe this creature held information about his father. Right at that moment, the rapid ring of alarm bells echoed through every street in the city. The residents around the area are urgently evacuating. The danger level has reached a critical point. Everyone please quickly find shelter. Chovu has taken charge of making the arrangements. Everyone please stay calm, line up properly, and absolutely do not push. Standing a short distance away, Silong looked very pleased with himself, thinking it was indeed a huge unexpected bargain. His eyes were fixed on the figure of the Dragon Lord on the wide screen, lamenting that he still cared deeply for Thian Hai. Silong wondered with curiosity whether those who were being protected would show gratitude upon seeing this, or tremble in fear of him. The figure of Dragon Lord Lam was drifting in the middle of the endless ocean. Lam, too filled with boiling morale, urged, "Quickly tail that beast from Polar Serene Island, let's charge forward." His eyes suddenly lit up, and he hastily spoke, "It is highly possible that it knows the whereabouts of my father." Kuai Long gave him a concerned look and thought to himself, "It seems this kid has a bit of a misunderstanding." Batch Tiu, hovering in midair, questioned him, "I didn't expect you to dare reveal yourself in the form of a beast. Are you not afraid that this world will collapse from overload?" Dragon Lord Lam gently reassured her, "The situation just now was too critical, and besides, I will withdraw immediately after the support is done." Glancing over the crowd, he gently asked if they were safe, and Batch Tiu proudly boasted, "Whether they needed saving or not, I've gathered them all. My skills have never missed a step." Suddenly she turned and grumbled to Rose, "Carrying you has worn me out. Please quickly transform back into your human form." Hearing the reminder, she was dazed for a moment, but then still obediently did as Back Tiu wished. The once giant guardian figure quickly shrank into a slender young woman. She walked over to ask Rose how her injuries were, and she softly replied, "Thanks to having accumulated an abundant source of spiritual energy in my body beforehand, and using it to protect my meridians in time just now, I was able to survive." Hearing this, Batch Tiu coldly urged, "We don't have much time. We must depart immediately after we are done." Hovering above, she added, "Before departing, let Dike Long escort you to Polar Serene Island." Rose anxiously interrupted, "With the mess I just created, the road back to Thian Hai has certainly been completely closed." After a moment of hesitation, she firmly expressed her intention, "I have decided to go with you all." Batch Tiu was about to speak up to dissuade her, but Dragon Lord Lam beat her to it and said, "Let us just go with her decision." He gently analyzed the situation. "She knows this place better than any of us once she has asserted so." Dragon Lord Lam looked down below and continued, "That proves there is only one possibility. Someone else has already taken over her job." Lam too had been silently watching the entire development all this time. Batch 2 had to sigh and comply. "All right, if both of you have agreed on that decision." She focused all her mind to cast the spell, radiating a brilliant emerald green light. The rolling undercurrents deep below stirred up a series of dazzling beams of light. Seeing the group preparing to leave, Lam frantically chased after them and shouted, "Hey, wait, Super Beast of Polar Serene Island, I have an important matter to ask." Dragon Lord Lam then gave him a thumbs up and smiled gently. Lam stood there dazed, scratching his head in confusion, wondering what on earth that gesture implied. Bind Trilang suddenly reminded him, "I have fulfilled my past promise, bringing you to reunite with your father." Shocked, he pieced together each word he had just heard. "I have helped you meet your father. Is that person really my father?" When everything finally dawned on him, Lin Xiu's eyes widened in shock. He let out a shocked shout, "That's my father." To which Ping Chilang flew into a rage and snapped, "Did you not know about this?" He grinned smugly and said, "All right then, let's decide on that." Ling Xiu hurriedly ran after him, shouting to stop him, "Hey, stop right there, you have to explain it clearly to me." When everyone had dived deep into the ocean, he was left all alone, lost and adrift on the surface of the water. Lingxu stood tall on the back of the precious dragon, quietly looking around in contemplation. He privately wondered about that couple, unsure of how many more earth-shattering secrets they were hiding from him. At that very moment, Chai Liang kept his eyes glued to the screen with a sinister smile. It looks like the good show has begun. He muttered to himself triumphantly, even if you were lucky enough to survive, I still have ways to send you to the King of Hell. Suddenly, the monitor displayed continuous flickers of static interference. Chai Liang narrowed his eyes slightly, his expression unable to hide his irritation and annoyance. The other director appeared on the projection screen with a very stern look. Director Chen, I have just received an urgent report that a highly critical incident is occurring in the vicinity of Changhai City. Headquarters has quickly decided to keep all information related to this incident strictly confidential. He expressed his anxiety and concern that the situation this time was extremely critical and might even turn into a devastating disaster no less severe than the Zhoulong invasion 7 years ago, meaning they must put the lives of the people of Changhai first. Separated by the electronic screen, the other man reassured Chai Liang, rest assured, Director Chen. The Capital Response Bureau will quickly step in and closely monitor the situation. Currently, all Pangu-class beasts have vanished and the spatial rift is closed, so there are no remaining threats. He then tentatively asked, but I still wonder why headquarters wants to hush up this sudden incident so quickly. The other director spoke in a stern, strict tone. You should know full well that beneath the abyssal island lies hidden a highly precious ancient secret realm, which is the crucial spiritual vein for the entire southeastern region of our country. Recalling the past, he shared that long ago the human alliance had coveted the abyssal island, but because the monsters there were too ferocious and wiped out their entire force, they had no choice but to retreat in regret. Later, our country took over and explored the abyssal island, gradually turning it into a highly important strategic stronghold. He continued his story. However, from what I know, it seems they have never given up their ambition for the abyssal island. Furthermore, during this incident, there are rumors that the one known as Envy, who has been missing for so long, has resurfaced. If this news leaks out, do you really think they will sit quietly by? After listening, Chai Liang sneered, scheming to himself, all of this is just rubbish excuses. There have long been rumors that he is quite close to Lin Longzun, and now he's acting so anxious. It seems those rumors are completely true. The leader, wanting to end the conversation, said coldly, it seems Director Chen has no objections to headquarters' decision, so I will stop here. He wisely nodded and replied, understood. Thank you for your trouble. The call officially ended and the screen instantly went black due to a loss of signal. Furious, Chai Liang slammed a thunderous punch onto the desk and roared in anger. What is so grand and mighty about him? In the end, he's just someone from the Capital Response Bureau, yet he dares to look down on me and walk all over me. Veins bulged fiercely on his face as he made a resolute declaration. Once I have that treasure in my hands, whether it's the Response Bureau or the Human Alliance, the day will come when all of you must submit at my feet. Just then, a rapid knocking on the door echoed into the room. Whipping his head toward the door, Chai Liang said in a low voice, come in. Kongya tiptoed into the room and greeted softly Director Chen. Grinning, he held up a small box in his hands to claim credit. The treasure you entrusted me with has been secured. Allow me to present it to you now. His eyes suddenly lit up, filled with a mixture of sheer astonishment and absolute joy. As the lid of the box was slightly opened, revealing the strange object inside, Kongya quickly explained further, sir, this is indeed the heart of that monster dragon. Recalling the terrifyingly chaotic scene he had just been through, Kongya said, the moment the gray dragon delivered a thunderous strike, I quickly spotted the spatial rift and activated my superpower. Reaching this point in his story, he curled his lips in a smug smile. I controlled a special armor-piercing bullet designed for beasts, shot it straight into the dragoness chest, and quickly ripped out its heart. If I had been even a second late, I would have been swept into the secret realm along with it. Then he pondered curiously, wondering if this was really the heart of a dragon. How could such a giant creature have such a tiny heart? It turned out a dragon's heart was also that petty. After careful consideration, Sai Luong nodded in confirmation. Indeed, it was this familiar aura. His hand seemed to slip through the iron railing to touch it. A heart of this size was just right, for if the heart were too big even for a dragon, its stamina would quickly wither away. Upon hearing this, Kong Nha immediately showed great excitement, asking if this treasure would help Director Tran increase his superior strength. He raised his finger to signal agreement. Indeed, it was so. Now you run along first, and the man hastily complied and stepped outside. Kong Nha closed the door halfway and stood leaning his back against it to rest. Then he clenched his fist, laughing heartily for a long time, thinking to himself that this dragon heart was incredibly precious, and this time his achievements would surely far surpass that empty-headed muscular guy. At this very moment, the bright red heart in the iron box was lifted out. Sai Long slowly gazed at and felt the treasure with great delight. The skin on his neck suddenly became bumpy, clearly showing veins of blue-green blood. In the blink of an eye, the object slowly shifted and slipped down to his abdomen. His eyes suddenly turned bloodshot and his mouth panted heavily and continuously. Sai Long frantically clawed with both hands right in the middle of his chest. Next, he suddenly threw his head back and roared fiercely for a long time. Countless hearts of various sizes crowded and sprouted all over every corner of the room. His entire body swelled up bizarrely in this manner, horribly deformed. Sai Luong kept writhing, his throat choked as if he wanted to vomit something up. The rims of his eyes suddenly turned a haggard deep purple. Immediately after, that bizarre dark purple color spread across his entire body. Then Sai Luong rolled his eyes and screamed in extreme pain, damn you Belia, how dare you deceive me. He then recalled the story from 64 years ago in the small house. A loud shout rang out, my little ancestor, if you keep this up, I won't be able to hide you anymore. The child cried even louder, flustering Sai Luong, alright, wait for me a moment. Back then, he had used all his patience to soothe the little girl. Hush now, the milk porridge is about to be ready. Hearing the increasingly deafening cries, Sai Luong rushed over with the food, shouting, delicious food is here. His hand held the baby bottle, shaking it back and forth in front of the young Lang Gok, while smiling to coax her, come on, drink your milk quickly. Seeing the child holding the bottle, drinking happily and puckering her mouth to sip, only then did he dare to heave a sigh of relief. All around the floor was cluttered with countless pots and pans, along with all kinds of bolts and screws scattered everywhere. Sai Luong sat there at that time, dazed and full of worry. Finally, the child is quiet. This little one's special ability keeps growing stronger day by day. At this rate, it will soon be exposed. If someone discovers that a child of the 7 deadly sins of the human counts is in my hands, the consequences will be unimaginable. Suddenly, he reached his hand forward and muttered, Envy, please do not blame me. I only promised to bring this child to a safe and peaceful place, and now I have fulfilled that promise. The young Lang Gok at that moment seemed to sense the approaching danger, quickly turning her head to look around frantically. The little girl's entire body lit up, emitting a brilliant, dazzling golden aura. The piece of cloth wrapped around her gently undulated in harmony under the control of a mysterious energy source. As quick as a flash, the silk ribbon wrapped tightly and completely covered the little girl's body. Sai Luong stood frozen in astonishment at the strange scene, which looked like an evolution, realizing he had to quickly hand the child over to the Countermeasures Bureau. Suddenly, a loud call greeting Mr. Tran echoed from behind, making him startle and turn around to see who it was. From behind the ruined wall, a figure suddenly emerged with a proposal. Mr. Tran, it's me, I want to discuss a deal with you. Full of suspicion, Sai Luong stepped closer, asking insistently to know who the other person was. Only then did the other person chuckle softly, apologizing for completely forgetting to introduce themselves. With that, she confidently introduced herself as the infamous fraud of the 7 Deadly Sins Council and told him he could call her Belia. Then she hopped down from the beast's back, expressing her wish for him to raise the child and forge a clean background so she could live peacefully in Thian High City. Hearing this, Sai Luong frowned slightly and said this was impossible, as everyone could see the child possessed such terrifying energy, making it impossible to hide. Belia casually strolled toward the child, reassuring him that he didn't need to worry about that problem. She spread out her hand, which was gathering a strange light, promising to temporarily seal this power until the girl grew up and could control herself. The cloth wrapped around baby Langok's body immediately slipped off on its own. Witnessing that, he was extremely astonished to see that the child showed absolutely no wariness toward the woman in front of her. After a long silence, Sai Luong pressed her for the reason she didn't take the child herself and asked if her mother was also a powerful figure in the council like her. She smiled as she cradled little Lang Gok in her arms, sighing and saying that everything was in the past because Envy had met with a disaster on Kukyen Island. The child now had no home to return to. Pondering for a moment, Belia looked up at him, sharing that Envy's end was her own choice, while she herself only wished for this child to have a chance to live. Then she stepped forward and extended her hand to propose a partnership. Still hesitating, Sai Luong asked what worthy benefits he would receive if he agreed to join this deal. That question made Belia burst into delighted laughter, remarking that he was the first person who dared to make a deal with the fraud of the 7 deadly sins, indeed an extremely interesting guy. Then she tilted her head and asked the glowing monster in front of her if it also had a special affection for this baby, just like she did. Sai Luong quickly turned around in alarm, wondering what trick she was up to, but Belia quickly advised him to stay calm, saying she was only calling it to bring his payment. Then opened its mouth wide, revealing a bright red heart inside. Taking that opportunity, Belia slowly explained that the world thinks dragons grow stronger by stealing spiritual energy, but in reality, it is all thanks to their hearts, where all the essence of their special abilities is stored. She smirked suggestively, saying that as long as one obtains a dragon's heart, even someone with weak strength can devour spiritual energy, opening up a rare opportunity to change his life. Returning to the present, Sai Luong gritted his teeth and roared that years ago he had agreed to that deal, and over the years, every 5 years, that fraud would regularly send him a dragon's heart. Clutching his chest filled with hearts, he bitterly realized that although swallowing them made him stronger, she had kept secret the fact that the souls of their former owners still lingered inside, forcing him to continuously swallow new dragon hearts to suppress them. Just as Sai Luong's body shrank back to its original form, he laughed mockingly at the attempt to control him with dragon hearts, confidently declaring that the culprit would never get their way. With that, he smirked and showed off his razor-sharp claws, asserting that the beast of Kukyen Island possessed the ultimate devouring skill, so as long as he seized its heart he would master this unparalleled source of power. The ocean waves surged violently, engulfing everything around into the depths of the sea. A faint energy flow enveloped the base of the serene island. Suddenly, it plunged down into the deep ocean. Violent waves constantly surged in all directions. The young man Lam, standing nearby, gasped and called out loudly. The energy flow around him gradually faded. Could it be that everything had come to an end? Seeing the protruding rock, Lam shouted that something was wrong. The monsters were still there, and they had to return to the island immediately. He widened his eyes and looked closely to make sure his teammates were still safe. Catching sight of his companion, Lam immediately called out loudly. Lang Gok heard him and quickly raised her hand to wave to her former classmate. As soon as he set foot on land, he rushed over anxiously to ask if everyone was all right. She turned back with a bright smile, saying that thanks to her comrade using superpowers to support the aircraft, they had all escaped, otherwise they would have been finished. Lam gave a thumbs up in appreciation, deeply grateful and promising to always remember this debt of gratitude. Crawling out of the bushes, Tran Ho frantically scolded him, saying that in such a critical situation, he had completely vanished. As soon as he raised his head to take a look, his face drained of all color. In front of him were two masters who were exuding a highly suffocating murderous intent. Trembling, he fell to his knees and begged the masters to spare his life, making Lam to click his tongue and wonder how this annoying guy had managed to survive too. Then, with hands on his hips, he laughingly teased that he hadn't expected the class monitor to hide such great skills, asking why they hadn't been used during the tournament tryouts. Lin Ngok pondered for a moment and then softly said that she herself was confused, as this energy had been given to her by a mysterious red-haired girl. As soon as she finished speaking, she gazed out into the far sea, regretting that the person had already put away the robot and only left her this small bracelet. Hearing this, Lam sighed softly with regret, thinking to himself that he hadn't yet experienced sitting in the cockpit of that giant robot. Suddenly, he jumped and cried out that he had almost forgotten the terrifying threat of the earth monsters crawling beneath their feet. The whole group just exchanged knowing smiles with no one bothering to explain. That attitude left the young man utterly bewildered, unable to understand why everyone could remain so nonchalant in such a dire situation. Only then did the scholar present the treasure, explaining that when the evil dragon fell, the land immediately became fertile again, proving that it was its evil energy that had transformed the soil into monsters. He calmly related the ancient legend from the old books, which recorded that during the primordial era, a great flood occurred, and a divine beast stole celestial earth to stop the raging waters. Although successful, the deceitful act was eventually discovered. The scene of the hero being escorted away appeared, where he was executed by a celestial messenger, but miraculously, from within his corpse, a new life was born. Linking it to the legend of the ancient evil beast, he suddenly realized that the giant dragon was just like the mythical beasts, both originating from humans who had transformed. Suddenly remembering something important, Lam quickly reached into his backpack, rummaging through it to find the item related to the monstrous dragon. His hands fumbled around for a long time but remained empty, leaving him to wonder where the treasure had disappeared to. A moment later, his eyes lit up because he had finally touched it. The young man cheerfully spread his hand to show off the red stone, boastfully praising himself for being quick-handed and sharp-eyed to snatch this treasure at the last minute. The genius was slightly stunned when he saw that item, and the spiritual jade also quickly identified it as the monster's energy core. Hearing that, Lin Xiu eagerly and repeatedly asked if this stone could be used to upgrade, and the system immediately confirmed that it was completely feasible. The young man quickly placed the red stone right in the center of the control panel. "It's time to find a new underling for myself, isn't it?" Next, he smiled widely and invited the outsider to become his assistant and disciple, just as the kneeling dragon had done. Without hesitating for even a second, the other party waved their hand and refused immediately because they were obligated to stay with this island. Just as he finished speaking, the outsider raised his eyes toward the distance, confiding that there was still a flock of innocent children here waiting for his protection. Suddenly remembering an important matter, Lin Xiu hurriedly asked if the monsters on the island would be wiped out when it returned to its orbit and was taken over by the opposition. Seawater began to gush out from the cracks, and Kalavika dropped her hands, telling herself that everything was over. Large blocks of rock collapsed one after another, falling straight into the deep ocean. She huddled on the rocky ledge, feeling bitter that 12 long years of hard work had suddenly gone up in smoke. Kalavika closed her eyes anxiously as the entire research facility was now just a pile of ruins, and even the doctor's beloved monsters had been swallowed whole by that ugly dragon. Recalling the trembling figure of the dragon, she wondered why the creature the doctor had devoted years to nurturing was destroyed by his own hands, whether he had accepted surrender to fate or had some other conspiracy. Her face was pale, devoid of color, when suddenly the image of the confident young man Lin Xiu appeared, making her silently admire his resilience. Right beneath Kalavika's feet, unusual glittering purple beams of light suddenly radiated. She cried out in panic, wondering who on earth was playing pranks at a time like this. Lin Xiu pointed the transmitter toward the sandy shore where Kalavika's figure was slowly taking shape. Clearly she had finally arrived. Just a little more time and her image would be perfectly reproduced. He turned his head to the side, boastfully praising that the upgraded spatial teleportation technique was indeed incredibly convenient. Kalavika looked around in bewilderment, wondering what corner she was in and whether this was still that familiar island. Lin Xiu pointed himself and explained that she had been brought to the newly upgraded monster space, where from now on he could summon any surrendered beast to his side at any time. Then immediately he pointed his finger directly at her, giving her as a prime example. In fact, thanks to the special ability of the evil eye, Lin Xiu could freely move back and forth between the marked points with ease. In Lin Xiu's mind, the image of the evil eye flashed. He smiled slyly and told himself that this move was too powerful, and if combined with teleportation, no one would ever be able to touch him, so he should probably have the monster bear a few more offspring to be safe. Suddenly, an extremely violent tremor occurred, causing everyone around to startle in fright. A fierce, surging wave crashed in, sweeping away the large rock where Kalavika had just been standing. Lin Xiu narrowed his eyes slightly to monitor the situation, secretly rejoicing that thanks to this ultimate move, he possessed an unmatched ability to escape. She flew into a rage and demanded to know who had asked him to save her life and why he had to show such redundant kindness. Tears rolled down Kalavika's cheeks in bitterness, and she sobbed, believing that her side had completely failed and that it would be better to let her and the doctor's relics sink deep into oblivion. On the contrary, the young man only casually replied, "Who has the free time to manage so many people?" Lin Xiu lightly poked Kalavika, warning her with a serious expression, "You are now my pet, your life and death are in my hands." With those words, Lin Xiu looked extremely smug, thinking that this was indeed the proper attitude of a tamer. Kalavika showed a stubborn attitude, furrowing her brows and letting out a loud, soft snort. She swung her claws high and unleashed a whirlwind kick right at her opponent's head, saying, "Let's see if you still dare to be so arrogant." Suddenly, a giant hand reached out to protect Linshu. The sudden appearance of Weilang gave Kalavika quite a scare. "I was just playing around. She has no intention of actually harming me, so don't worry." He suddenly lowered his arm, making the young man feel a bit embarrassed. Weilang immediately asked curiously, "If I also submit to you, can I instantly appear by your side like this?" Linshu nodded in confirmation. "Absolutely, what else?" Its eyes suddenly burned with determination. "All right, tame me. You are the new king of the extremely quiet island. I want to stand shoulder to shoulder to protect you." The young man scratched his head in confusion, wondering what on earth that king of the extremely quiet island title was all about. However, Linshu still nodded to please Weilang. "All right, let me rub your chin a little and see." The moment his finger touched it, a system notification box immediately popped up. "Warmest congratulations to the player for successfully taming the spiritual beast Weilang." When the process was completed, Weilang gave a bright smile and turned its gaze toward its new master. It excitedly proposed, "Let's try the teleportation spell now. Take me to the tree with the most fruit." Linshu immediately exposed it. "You just want to slack off and steal food, don't you?" Just then, Lingok suddenly called out loudly, "Linshu, the teacher is calling to look for you." He shouted back loudly, "What's the matter, boss too?" She used her energy to propel the mobile phone straight toward Linshu. "I don't know, go ask teacher Ma yourself." He hastily put the phone to his ear. "Hello, I'm listening, teacher Ma." The familiar voice of his teacher sounded from the other end of the line. "Linshu, when are you finally coming back?" He excitedly shared the good news. "In the next 2 days, our school will hold a commendation ceremony to reward your glorious achievement this time." Linshu assured his teacher, "No problem at all, I'll be at school on time to receive the reward." The teacher quickly corrected the location. The commendation ceremony won't be held at the school, but at the headquarters of the Response Bureau of Tanhai City. This news left him feeling bewildered. Why on earth would they move it to the Response Bureau out of nowhere? Teacher Ma analyzed further. Since Mr. Chen Xiaoying considers this expedition to be an unprecedented miracle for the city, he wants to organize a truly grand event. The suspicion in Linshu's heart began to rise. What kind of dark scheme is that guy surnamed Chen plotting after all? He added, "I'll send all the documents about this event to your phone to read beforehand in a moment." He nodded to reassure him. "You can sleep soundly, teacher. Just leave everything to me." No sooner had he hung up the phone than the device in Linshu's pants pocket began to vibrate relentlessly. 3 sensational headlines appeared on the screen of the Triuhai newspaper, telling of the turbulent journey to explore Kukyan Island. It was truly a waste that only one article managed to decode the secret hidden behind this trip. He suddenly fell into deep thought for a moment. Linshu's fingertips quickly swiped back and forth across his phone screen. He clicked his tongue slightly in exasperation, wondering where on earth these ridiculous rumors came from. Linshu read aloud the lines of text displayed before his eyes. A giant mutant wildman used special powers to steal Kukyan Island, and then a hero defeated it to reclaim the island. Lengok ran over curiously to ask what was going on, and Linshu skillfully stepped down from Weilang's arm, explaining that Master Ma had just called to tell him to use these rumors to recount his exploits at the upcoming celebration party. His face clearly showed his annoyance. These 3 blatantly fabricated news stories could not be any fakers, so how could he possibly bring himself to retell them? Contrary to his annoyed attitude, she seemed extremely excited, thinking that this was the spotlight he had always dreamed of, from the title of a hero, a son to the selection assembly, and now this adventure. His continuous achievements had brought his fame back. He quickly explained and pointed his hand toward Weilang, asserting that he only wanted to clear his father's name and cared nothing for empty fame, not to mention that the savage ape, who made great contributions in the dragon-slaying battle, was smeared as a villain. However, his words were suddenly cut short by a loud noise. Suddenly, a loud call rang out from behind, causing both of them to turn around to look. From afar, 4 ships were parting the waves and heading towards the beach. Then a joyful voice called out from the deck, saying how fortunate it was to see everyone safe and sound and that they had come to take the group back. Linshu approached He Kang and questioned him loudly, asking why his agency allowed public opinion to spread such wild rumors without making a single effort to correct them. He sighed helplessly and brushed it off, asking how they could correct it when the defense agency itself had proactively released that information, and besides, if they didn't explain it this way, what else could they say? He Kang painted a terrifying picture of sea monsters rising from the depths of the ocean, asking in return if they should instead make it public that Kukyan Island was almost destroyed by a dangerous parasite epidemic, and that 4 ancient creatures as powerful as the evil dragon had appeared. The image of Lin Longtu arose in his mind, reminding him of the fierce battle right next to Qianhai City that had almost reduced the place to ashes. Hearing this, Linshu was left speechless. At that moment, he could find no argument to counter him. Leningok suddenly spoke up and analyzed, suggesting that from a practical perspective, such public opinion actually brought many advantages to him. He still felt a bit uneasy in his heart, worrying that doing so would make the savage ape suffer a grave injustice by being smeared as a villain. Weilang casually interrupted him, expressing that he didn't mind because he had no intention of settling down in the city anyway, as long as it was helpful to him. In response to his giant friend's answer, Linshu could only give a sheepish, apologetic smile. Now, as the ship set sail onto the rolling waves, He Kang's expression suddenly turned serious, and he said there was an important matter he needed to pay attention to. Crossing his arms over his chest, he expressed his suspicion, wondering why Director Chen would push his only son into such a dangerous place as Kukyan Island. He Kang's expression suddenly became extraordinarily serious as he asked if he had ever questioned this. Linshu glanced briefly at Chen, who sitting opposite him, secretly guessing if he had done so to compete for the glory of victory. He Kang watched him and issued a warning, pointing out that in the end, the man had yielded all the fame to him. And if He Kang were in that position, he would feel as uneasy as sitting on hot coals. He grew guarded and demanded to know why He Kang was so kind as to warn him about these schemes. He watched the busy sailors on the ship and confided that they had been with him for many years, and though they were somewhat simple-minded, living together for so long had fostered a strong affection. He Kang took a water bottle from his subordinate and recounted that when the island was on the verge of collapsing, it was Kalavika who sent the ancestral bird to the rescue, and right now he was her only pillar of support. He sighed and continued that he was her only motivation to survive, while on the long sandy beach, Kalavika stared thoughtfully at the departing ship, her hands tightly gripping her Danan blade, filled with emotion. Lam 2 excitedly waved to everyone, "Just sleep soundly, I will definitely return in one piece." The camera lens shifts to Theanhai High School No. 1, where a melodious voice is ringing out to confirm that. In the office, Duckin was listening to the desk phone and thanking them profusely. By the way, he also smugly boasted, "To tell you the truth, that kid is my direct student, all of his achievements today were taught by my own hands." Duckin smiled with visible delight. "Although I am known as the principal, I have a very good hand at teaching, not boasting at all. I hope your school will also soon train a student as talented as Lam 2. Finally, he agreed to hang up after a long rambling conversation. Mr. Duckin suddenly changed his expression and seriously asked again about Lam 2. He wondered, impressed, is it true that he hasn't awakened any supernatural abilities at all? Mr. Ma began to report in detail. Indeed, that's the case. To make up for it, his academic performance is formidable. All his Forbidden Zone theory exam papers scored perfect marks. Although he was once qualified to join the executive committee of the coalition, he completely failed to activate his special ability, and his actual combat capability can be considered virtually zero. Mr. Duckin couldn't help but wonder with doubt, then how on earth could he have achieved such a great thing? Mr. Ma then offered a hypothesis. To Leningok accompanied him on this trip, an extremely outstanding girl. Since the two of them are very close, he must have been carried by her. The principal suddenly burst into hearty laughter. "I thought I had finally caught an opportunity to become famous worldwide. Who would have thought we'd bring back a huge burden of trouble?" Mr. Ma quickly pushed up his glasses and suggested, "How about we proactively ask the press to correct those false rumors?" Duckin immediately dismissed it. "Doing that is just inviting trouble. Send this whole bunch of information to Lam 2 so he can just brag like that on the honor stage." Mr. Ma seemed concerned that this was not right, but Duckin waved it off and said, "What's there to worry about? If there's any mistake, just blame it all on the response bureau." A moment later, at the headquarters of the Theanhai City Coalition, a clear voice rang out, "It's just a small matter, no need to be polite, I will drop by that day." Daiko hung up the phone with an annoyed slam, thinking to himself that old fox of a man was indeed extremely devious. Den Hong was completely bewildered by that harsh reaction and asked about it. Daiko warily rubbed his forehead, saying that it was still that guy Transai Long looking for trouble. He gently rubbed his temples with frustration. He said that this event requires all three forces to stand shoulder to shoulder to achieve the ultimate victory. Daiko rested his arms on the large armchair and continued, "Therefore he wants to hold a grand honoring ceremony and specifically demanded that I attend." Den Hong gently twirled her ballpoint pen. "This is the footage shot by Len Engok's team in the airplane cabin and sent to us as a report." He crossed his arms and dismissed it. "That is nothing. For a greedy person like Transai Long to be willing to share such a juicy piece of meat, there can only be one reason." Daiko suddenly remembered Tang Fong and realized he wanted to use him and Principal Vong to suppress a formidable figure whom he found inconvenient to confront directly. His eyes suddenly became extremely sharp, so the urgent matter right now is to track down who that mysterious figure is that makes him so wary. Den Hong flipped through the stack of documents in her hand and added, "Hearing you say that reminds me, early this morning we just received a transfer decision." She handed the document folder over to Daiko. The content clearly stated that Lam 2 was appointed as the Commander-in-Chief of Kukyen Island, personally signed and stamped by the Director of the Response Bureau. As soon as that name was mentioned, Daiko's face suddenly darkened with deep thought, and he whispered two words, "Uncle Kuk." The period of natural energy recovery of the blue planet has begun. That abundant spiritual energy has divided all species into two distinct schools. While humans use spiritual energy to awaken special abilities, the ferocious beasts utilize that energy to build up their flesh and bones to become stronger. After a long period of evolution, the group of superhumans finally has a few tricks of their own to deal with monsters, such as rushing in to smash things, standing to take hits, or stalking and tailing. Hong Sin's hand slowly squeezed the trigger, but life is not like a dream. He arrogantly asserted that the power hailed as humanity's hope is actually not optimal when used to eliminate one's own kind. Even though this ancient energy flow was still quite rudimentary before awakening, because it did not need to be charged with energy stones, it did not create any fluctuations, he whispered while keeping his eyes on the sight. Furthermore, unless the shot is aimed directly at the Esper, they cannot use their senses to perceive danger or intent to kill. This era of energy explosion is truly a paradise for special stones. In the back seat, Hatch Kang's chubby henchman muttered while chewing loudly, "Nobody expected that this low-level secluded cave would have a terrible monster squeezing in. Things are getting more and more unstable." He anxiously asked, "Boss, today's incident feels somewhat wrong. That kid who got into trouble is just an ordinary person with no magic and even has difficulty walking, so how could he provoke that giant monster?" Hatch Kang furrowed his eyebrows and said in a deep voice, "The anomaly is not limited to just that." Then he decisively ordered, "After this return home we must uncover all the mysteries." Suddenly, a bullet tore through the wind from afar and blew out Hatch Kang's car tire. Losing control, the vehicle immediately swerved and slid far into the opposite lane, right in front of a container truck. The driver of the large truck panicked, unable to turn the steering wheel to dodge in time. The two giant iron masses collided violently and the front of Hatch Kang's car was completely crushed. The powerful force of inertia continued to push the truck, causing it to slide a long distance on the road. When everything came to a standstill, Hatch Kang's vehicle was nothing but a pile of twisted scrap metal. The poor old man was pinned tightly amid the wreckage, struggling to find a way to escape. After a miserable struggle, Hatch Kang dragged his bloody body out into the open. Panting, he roared in fury, "Which bastard has the audacity to assassinate someone from the headquarters like this?" Before he could recover his senses, 3 more bullets tore through the wind, flying towards him as fast as lightning. They lodged straight into Hatch Kang's chest, giving him no time to dodge or defend. Hatch Kang was extremely furious, his teeth grinding together loud. He immediately turned his head to look in the direction of the gun barrel that had just fired, demanding to know who it was. It was Chu Hongxian of the Wild Warrior Squad. By now he had transformed into a giant dark eagle. Hongxian rushed forward like the wind and used his iron hands to choke Hatch Kang's throat. He sneered, "Even if you are a body fortification master of the deviant school, it is still the same, though energy makes you as resilient as wild beasts. Unfortunately, you are still human. That is why our slaughter squad was born." He glared menacingly and threatened that it was time to send Boss Hatch to the afterlife. Decisively and swiftly, Hongxian swung his hand to sever Hatch Kang's head from his neck. Having finished, he casually enjoyed the spoils. Indeed, it had been a very long time since he had tasted such a rich flavor. His voice turned more and more bizarre. "The energy heart of our own kind is clearly much more superb than those wild monsters out there." After finishing his meal, Hongxian smirked mockingly. "Forgive me, Boss Hack, but the director doesn't really trust your scouting skills, especially when you like to spy behind his back." He scrolled through the confidential documents on the victim's handheld device, wondering what kind of presentation he planned to give with this evidence at the upcoming honoring ceremony. "The monsters are the sworn enemies of humanity." With those words, he ruthlessly deleted the clip. Hongxian took off and soared away, casually letting the device free fall. That very thing was the foundation of the operation of countless laws in the human world. The mobile device plummeted straight from the 9th heaven to the ground and shattered into 100 pieces. There are only 3 days left until the grand honoring ceremony, but Hatch Kang's group and his disciples have officially disappeared without a trace. When night fell, the market street was still bustling with the familiar sound of laughter and chatter. The barbecue stall, billowing with smoke, released a delicious aroma that enticed diners. Even though the dishes were already piled high on the table, Thienvu still called out, "Ma'am, please give me 40 more grilled skewers, 5 portions of large kidneys, along with a couple of iced beers." Lengok came out of the house, slamming the soda bottle onto the table, giving everyone a fright. She asked resentfully, "Do you two plan to sit here and loiter until morning? Is the investigation bureau so idle that it breeds such folly?" Thienvu laughed and teased, "The eatery of a superstar from the talent contest is indeed different. Where else in this whole world could you find a second place like this?" Leningok didn't bother to argue. She slammed a thunderous palm strike straight down onto the wooden table. Thienvu and Tao Ho froze for 5 seconds, their eyes wide and mouths agape in fear. The 2 young men flusteredly and repeatedly begged for mercy. "Elder sister, please calm down, we were just joking a little bit for fun." The glass cup was severely shaken and slipped, but Leningok swiftly caught it in the blink of an eye, then smiled and said, "So sorry, you two, let me clear some tables and chairs to make it more spacious." The 2 young men were so scared that all the color drained from their faces. She was truly fierce. Thienvu curiously asked where Lam Tu was since he was nowhere to be seen. She replied that he had just rushed off after an urgent call, and he poked fun again. "The boss has skipped work and vanished. Why are you being such a dedicated hired hand?" Lengok slightly jerked her chin toward a hidden corner, saying that the elderly lady was still dining, apparently a longtime regular of the shop. Thienvu urged, "Never mind her eating, you must come with me quickly, there is an emergency." Lengok coldly dismissed him. "I am busy. If there's something, spit it out quickly and then beat it so things can quiet down." The young man angrily retorted, "You were the one who kept calling me over, and now you were chasing me away like an evil spirit." She protested in confusion, "Stop daydreaming, who would bother to call you?" Right then the old woman slowly approached and said, "I am so sorry, young lady, because of my old age I eat slowly and wasted your time, now let me pay." Leningok smiled gently and said, "It's nothing, please wait a moment while I go inside to get the payment scanner." Just as she stepped into the kitchen, she heard the phone ringing loudly and incessantly. Lengok wondered what on earth that tiger-legged kid was calling her repeatedly for now. As soon as she connected the call, the voice on the other end screamed frantically, "Leningok, leave that place immediately. No matter where you are, run quickly." Lengok was bewildered, not understanding what was happening, utterly unaware that the old woman's silhouette behind her was slowly changing and twisting. "What nonsense are you talking about? Are you drunk?" In just a split second, the old woman's form transformed into an incredibly grotesque creature. It looked exactly like a giant toad with strangely deformed limbs. Thienvu screamed in urgency, "Lengok, run and hide now. This is an assassination by the Wild Beast Gang." The deformed creature rapidly expanded, and its outer skin became rough and bumpy. Just a few seconds later, a massive explosion rang out, engulfing the entire neighborhood in thick smoke and fire. Recognizing the imminent danger, Goelang immediately stepped in to help. Lengok hurriedly sent Goelang to find Lam Tu right away, advising him to skip the honoring ceremony because there were only 2 days left. A few days ago at headquarters, Lam Nhat's voice rang out, questioning the expenditure of 10 billion and the wait of 17 years. Looking at the meager results on the screen, he could not hide his extreme anger. Lam Nhat coldly reproached, saying that Mr. Transactions were making things difficult for him before the council. Sai Luong began to suspect whether Teep Muk and the Birdman had gotten one step ahead to swap the research documents. Lamnat added more bad news, saying that Kukyan Island has now risen to the surface and is being held by Lam Tu, the precious son of Lam Longtun. Lam Nai excitedly added that the kid would probably only need a month or two to find the entrance to the secret realm, but he immediately interrupted because he did not want that to happen. Sai Luong confidently declared that he had made a thorough plan to retrieve the island from the kid within a week. Suddenly Lamnat's tone softened, accompanied by an apology to Mr. Tran. He explained that he had absolutely no intention of doubting his loyalty. However, with the upcoming storm, if they do not open the secret realm in time, an unimaginable disaster will occur. Lamnat whispered that they were forced to resort to strong measures and hoped for his understanding. Lam Nai revealed further that he had sent the messenger of lies, one of the 7 deadly sins, to monitor and resolve everything thoroughly. The image on the large screen suddenly shifted to display Bilia's face. She offered a generous greeting, saying it had been a long time since she last met Lord Tran. Sai Luong lamented that 60 years had passed since their last meeting, a terribly long time for an ordinary person without superpowers. He assured that he would prepare a very warm welcome for his old friend in the beautiful city of Thianhai. Lamnat smiled slightly in agreement and wished Mr. Tran would soon reclaim the precious island. With those words, the communication signals of both people went out at the same time. Only then did he coldly mutter to himself that he knew this was a sensitive time, so they could rest assured. His eyes narrowed cunningly as he thought of the next ruthless tricks. A soft knock sounded on the door, and Kongna asked for permission to speak and was called in by Director Tran. As soon as his subordinate set foot in the room, he coldly assigned the task of capturing an important target. Kongna respectfully nodded in agreement, asked for the identity of the person to be captured, and awaited orders. Sai Luong gently lifted his teacup to sip, replying curtly that it was the daughter of the genius family named Tu. His expression hardened with severity, emphasizing the demand to capture Tu Lengok of the High Council alive at all costs. Right at that moment, a strange sound suddenly came from outside the door. The man surnamed Kong immediately roared, "Who is it?" The plot just now had been completely overheard by Tran Ho. He scrambled to run as fast as he could, thinking, "I am doomed, the secret is out, I should have listened to this important matter." Inside Tran Ho's mind, a fierce struggle was raging. His father intended to capture Tu Lengok. Should he secretly warn her beforehand? Sai Luong sipped his tea and leisurely said, "No need to chase after him, that's just my incompetent son." Hearing this, the man surnamed Kong lowered his voice, "So it is young Master Tran. That's right, this is for you," and as soon as he finished speaking, he handed over the piece of paper. Sai Luong decisively instructed, "Take this paper with the written name and deliver it directly to Chu Hong Xian." He took the slip of paper and said solemnly, "As you command, sir." The man surnamed Kong wondered, but is it really necessary to deploy those ferocious beasts from the wild squad? In the blink of an eye, he stood towering in the middle of the bustling commercial district. Sitting high up to watch the barbecue joint, the man surnamed Kong yawned repeatedly because he had been stuck there for 3 hours. Looking closely at the jar containing the monsters, he muttered to himself, "I can easily handle this smoothly on my own, why do I have to use this hideous thing?" He silently recalled Sai Luong's instructions before the honoring ceremony. Even if the sky falls, he must maintain absolute silence to avoid alerting the enemy. Immediately after that, the man surnamed Kong turned the jar upside down to release the tiny creatures. As soon as they touched the cool breeze outside, their bodies bloated up terrifyingly. In just an instant, their size was equal to that of an adult. The man surnamed Kong ordered the monsters, "As soon as you see the eatery over there explode, rush in immediately and trigger a joint self-destruction." Just as the words left his mouth, a massive explosion resounded fiercely. He leapt up and shouted, "Do it," and the pack of fierce beasts immediately pounced down. Their goal was to take advantage of the chaos to capture Lengok alive by any means. But suddenly a fire wolf appeared with an earth-shaking howl. This incident caught the man surnamed Kong completely off guard. He had not expected the opponent to have prepared defenses. The horde of monsters did not flinch. Instead, they became even more bloodthirsty and rushed straight forward. The fire wolf roared again, ready to fight to the death. However, at that very moment, Lengok intervened and told it to quickly go and inform Lam Tu. At that moment, the wolf was extremely hesitant before this difficult decision. Ultimately, the fire wolf chose to trust its mistress and rushed off, silently wishing her to take care. Witnessing that scene, the man surnamed Kong triumphantly ordered, "The opportunity has come, explode." Lengok was slightly startled when she saw the pack of monsters surrounding her all at once. She frowned slightly, trying to take deep breaths to regain her composure. The next second, fresh blood suddenly splattered from everywhere. Right where she stood, a giant, sharp spike grew and pierced through the monster. Every single one of the monsters was pinned down tightly. A giant shield full of spikes enveloped her, puncturing all of the monsters. Caught off guard by the sudden attack, the monsters didn't even have time to react. The intense pain made its entire body tremble violently. As the giant shield moved, the monster slipped off the spikes. It collapsed to the ground, making a very loud noise. That shield was shaped like an egg, covered in sharp spikes. After clearing out the monsters, the sharp spikes gradually shrank. As the shield gradually dissipated, Lengok stepped out in anger. Kongna screamed in fury, "How infuriating. Golden Crow Powder, that old man of the family really left behind good stuff for his beloved daughter." She turned back to ask how everyone was doing, and Thian Vu replied that he wasn't dead yet. Kongna drew his darts and smiled sinisterly, saying that taking down these monsters was as fast as the blink of an eye. He infused deadly poison into the puppet and then frantically launched them continuously. Lengok calmly activated her protective shield, blocking all of the darts. She glared at him and questioned, "You and Thian Vu are both from the Countermeasure Bureau, what do you want to do?" Kong Nahao explained, I only received orders to capture you. Who would have thought that kid would be here? He brought this upon himself. Lingok stood up angrily, wondering who dared to capture her. She spread her hand to summon a giant blade to see if he had what it takes. Tianvu silently observed, realizing that even without the golden crow powder, her ability had become much stronger. Kong Na teased her eldest miss of the Ta family, that weapon is a bit short. Do you think I'll let you get close? He continued to frantically shoot poisonous arrows. A shield made of golden crow powder formed instantly, neutralizing all attacks. All the darts immediately bounced back upon colliding with the golden crow powder. Kong Na was startled and panicked, angry that the golden crow powder could change its shape at will. Looking down from above with anxiety, he realized this treasure's defense was too tight and perfectly countered his special ability. Lingok spoke mockingly, why have you suddenly gone silent? She bent down, preparing to fight, teasingly asking him if he didn't want to speak anymore. Kong Na's eyes were instantly filled with fear. Lingok leaped high and delivered a massive slash straight at the skyscraper where he was hiding. Kong Na fell to his knees and shouted that power boost from the golden crow powder is clearly cheating. She looked at that scene and smiled faintly, already discouraged so soon. Just as Lingok's feet touched the ground, the earth beneath her feet suddenly shook violently. She suddenly turned her head back, feeling that something was wrong. No one expected that Kuang Lang had been lurking there for who knows how long and was reaching out his hand to grab her. Lingok immediately used the golden crow powder once more to defend herself. A series of sharp spikes simultaneously flew straight towards Kuang Lang. Yet he glided as fast as lightning, utterly shocking her with his terrifying speed. Recovering her composure for a moment, Lingok realized he was already standing right in front of her. She then turned the golden crow powder into sharp spears and launched them straight at him. This massive source of energy from her was indeed highly impressive. But when the dust settled, she was startled and bewildered. Could it really be like this? From an unexpected blind spot, Kuang Lang suddenly leaped out. Fast as lightning, he rushed over and pinned Lingok down in a split second. His extremely powerful blow shook her so much that she coughed up blood. The sturdy layer of golden crow powder from earlier suddenly disintegrated and was no longer effective. The fragments showered down onto the ground like a downpour. Kuang Lang hoisted Lingok onto his shoulder while she seemed to have passed out. He loudly announced through the walkie-talkie that he had captured the prey, Lingok alive. Only then did Kong Na breathe a sigh of relief, thinking to himself that this girl was formidable. Lucky he had set up an ambush beforehand. He jumped down to the ground and said, once they finished off the two stubborn ones below, they could go back and report to Director Tran. Kuang Lang indifferently replied, that has nothing to do with me. Members of the Mad Beast Squad absolutely do not interfere in internal affairs. Looking at the messy ruins in front of him, Kong Na resentfully cursed in his heart, despicable beast. Tianvu was seriously injured and lying flat on the cold ground. When he raised his head, he saw Kong Na's figure approaching and gasped in surprise. Without saying a single word, he violently grabbed Tianvu's hair and yanked it back. Extremely angry, he growled and asked what on earth he was trying to do. Pulling his hair, he mockingly said that the director's order was to eliminate everyone who knew the secret of Kukyan Island. Kong Na rolled his eyes threateningly, especially those who dared to receive aid from that giant savage. A second later, fresh blood splattered, staining the entire vast land red. Wild Wolf scratched his head, wondering whether to leave the fleeing giant ape alone. Kong Ye explained that Chief Chen had given careful instructions, although capturing the beast was urgent. Helping the citizens of Chanhai not forget their fear of the monsters was even more important. As soon as he finished speaking, he turned his gaze toward the bustling city. At the headquarters, Belia said curiously, to be honest, I'm extremely curious to know how terrifying Lin Longzun's combat strength would be at his peak. She continued to press between our current Chief Chen and that man who on earth is the stronger one. Sai Long smirked mockingly, you really have too much free time, he muttered as he strode inside. If we look back at their golden ages, perhaps that other person was still slightly superior. He suddenly recalled the giant Chulong defeated by Lin Longzun years ago. Hearing this, Belia burst into a crisp laugh. Director Chen is indeed a straightforward person. I thought you would be a much more arrogant person than that. Sai Long slowly raised his deformed hand, then clicked his tongue. No matter how conceited one is, a mere chick cannot delude itself into thinking it is sturdier than an ostrich. He fondly recalled the past. Back then, thanks to the gifted dragon heart, he was lucky enough to activate his superpower. At that time, Sai Long was overjoyed, shouting that he had finally awakened. Memories of the arena that year suddenly flooded back, the loudspeakers echoing the resolute declaration of Director Chu Kuk. Going to the battlefield to eradicate demons is the sacred duty of those who possess abilities. He solemnly asserted, defending the country is the invaluable mission of every warrior. At that time, Sai Long secretly rejoiced because he had finally been transferred from the logistics department to the vanguard. Extreme pride swelled within his heart. He had finally joined the ranks of the extraordinary, and there would definitely come a day when he would stand in that glorious position. At that time, Director Chu Kuk of the capital, standing majestically on the high platform, was the biggest idol in Sai Long's heart, filling him with excitement and a desire to be this person's subordinate. However, as soon as the closing ceremony ended, the crowd also began to disperse. Sai Luong quickly hurried to catch up with the powerful man's back, calling out, Director. He bowed his head low in respect and expressed, you are the idol guiding the way for our young generation. I deeply wish to serve under your command. Chu Kuk slowly turned his head back and said coldly, if I remember correctly, you've just transferred here from the logistics cleanup department, right? His face suddenly hardened. The average age for someone to activate an ability is 18. Do you understand what this number represents? The leader coldly walked past him, leaving behind harsh words. A 27-year-old who has just awakened is no different from a student who has repeated grades for 9 years. Scraping by to pass will only turn you into cannon fodder on the battlefield. You'd better give up early to save yourself the trouble. Those bitter words struck directly into his ears, choking Sai Long with emotion to the point where tears streamed down. He tried to suppress his sobs, bowing deeply in apology. "I am truly sorry, sir. My inadequacy has wasted your precious moments." At that very moment of despair, a warm hand suddenly patted his shoulder gently. The owner of that hand was none other than Lin Longsun. Sai Long bewilderedly looked up with a tear-stained face. He stared at the unfamiliar face in front of him, stammering to ask who the person opposite him was. The man smiled and introduced himself confidently. "I am Lin Longsun, working at the Tianhai Countermeasures Bureau. Are you interested in coming to work for me?" Only later, when he joined the Tianhai Countermeasures Bureau, did Sai Long realize that Lin Longsun was a big shot on par with Director Chu Kuk, a discovery that kept him excited for a long time. Nevertheless, the harsh warning from the capital's chief that year was indeed not wrong, as all of his subsequent ability tests fell far below average. Someone like Sai Long could never smoothly control spiritual energy or special abilities. Despite undergoing 6 months of intense special training, he still failed the basic exam. Sai Long warily asked the director, "Director Lam, please share honestly, what did you actually see in us back then?" Director Lam Long Tun scratched his head, laughed it off and said, "'Cause you guys have very loud voices, and your words carry a lot of weight." This blunt answer only made Sai Long collapse further into despair. He quickly smoothed things over, saying actually having a majestic presence on the battlefield is also a highly crucial factor. Sai Long asked back in confusion, "What does that majestic presence actually do to help in battle?" Lam Longtun explained, "The reason you've been struggling so much with the practical exam for so long is because you're always too preoccupied with your energy source." He clenched his fist with determination, advising him not to worry about it anymore, but to trust that his punch was strong enough to break through any obstacle ahead. As soon as he finished speaking, the director swung a powerful punch straight ahead. No one expected that sudden blow to cause such terrifying devastation, flattening an entire row of high-rise buildings. Seeing that violent scene with his own eyes, Sai Long froze in utter shock. Lam Longtun laughed out loud triumphantly and declared heartily, "They're punching powerfully like that is the way to do it." Sai Long pointed forward with a trembling hand and stuttered, "But chief, that's our practical exam area." Just then, Teacher Ma rushed over in a rage, shouting Lam Longtun's name. The proctor flew into a rage, immediately kicking out the two who had just caused the disaster. Returning to reality, Sai Long suddenly reminisced about that majestic moment of the past, channeling all his strength to unleash a move, wondering if this was how he had acted when Truck Long attacked. That powerful punch, now he himself was more than capable of executing it, he confidently told himself. Sai Long then stepped forward to face the giant model of Truck Long towering in front of him. He flexed all his muscles, instantly transforming into a giant with bulging muscles. The muscular man stomped and leaped high into the air, facing the beast head-on. He clenched his fists, concentrating all of his terrifying power into his fingertip. Sai Long delivered a powerful fatal blow, causing the giant opponent to shake violently. His eyes flared with murderous intent, and his bulging muscles channeled all their power into the next strike. The sturdy wall of the military base immediately cracked and shattered into pieces. The entire surrounding area was quickly enveloped in a thick cloud of dust and rubble. Belial approached and questioned him. Even when Lam Longtun was in his prime, confronting Truck Long could not have caused such massive destruction. He sneered and asked back, "Do you mean Lam Longtun at his peak when he faced Truck Long?" Sai Long revealed a shocking truth. "You are dead wrong. In fact, at that time he was a traitor." Hearing that secret, Belial remained silent without saying a word, then decisively turned around and left. A moment later, she casually cast a spell to summon Lu Quan. Extremely bewildered, Sai Long raised his voice to ask what she was plotting after all. When the beast grew and revealed itself, Belia immediately said she had no intention of testing his skills, as it was all just carrying out the wishes of the chairman, who had carefully instructed her to escort the still-breathing bamboo dragon directly into his hands. Hearing this, he became even more bewildered, not yet understanding the reason why. She went on to reveal that this creature was actually cloned from the genome of the monstrous dragon that once bombarded Tianhai City. Unfortunately, ever since it was born, it had only lived in a vegetative state thanks to nutrient infusions. Though it grew, its mind was never conscious, and its eating showed no signs of life either. Yet recently, this stubborn creature suddenly woke up in a miraculous way. What's more, every few days it would go crazy and lose control. Then it would frantically tear the enclosure to shreds amidst smoke and fire. Belia flashed a mysterious smile, challenging him to guess what the cause was. Sai Long quickly deduced, could it be related to that guy Lamtu? She nodded, saying his thoughts aligned perfectly with the Council's, although the full story was not yet clear. The fact that Lamtu suddenly possessed superpowers just like him meant there was a high probability that he had also eaten a dragon's heart. Makes a lot of sense, right? Having said that, she immediately cast a spell on the creature. Despite the slim hope, the big boss still wanted to bet on whether the dragon hearts could create a connection of bloodlines, energy, and even fragments of ancient memories. The female monster added that, besides Director Tran, no one else was qualified enough to handle this mission. That flattering remark unintentionally placed a heavy burden on Sai Long's shoulders. When he transformed into a beast and accidentally saw through a few fragments of Lamtus' memories, he could not help but ask himself in astonishment whether those illusions were real. Belia calmly analyzed that although his secret was not yet known, the warm blood and the flow of vital energy absolutely never lie. The beauty leisurely went on to tell of the trick of devouring opponents to steal their power and magic, using a bizarre technique to upgrade muscles in the blink of an eye. That young man truly got the best of everything, but the most valuable point was that he didn't need to disguise himself as an ugly monster like someone else. With her sensitivity, Belia delivered a finishing blow that hit Director Tran's sore spot, saying that must have been his long-harbored feeling. Sai Long's eyes suddenly rolled back in aggression as he shouted, asking how she could be so brazen as to say such a thing. This ruined body of mine is all because of your dirty, underhanded schemes. As soon as he finished speaking, he swung his hand, intending to give her a beating, but she quickly managed to dodge it. Then she slowly stepped back toward the high-ranking official to seek protection. Belia continued to taunt him, saying that our director's temper was as fiery as ever, and that it was lucky she had chosen a rundown, secluded warehouse on the outskirts of the city as their meeting point. In an increasingly mocking tone, she said that if the people of Chanhai knew the big boss of the security agency was actually a giant monster, she wondered how bewildered they would be. Sai Long angrily retorted that she shouldn't rejoice too soon, because Talengok was currently in the palm of his hand, and with just the lift of his finger, that girl would immediately go to meet her ancestors. This unexpected information caused Belia to suddenly freeze for a few seconds. But immediately after, she burst out laughing, surprised that the majestic Director Tran could be so naive to hold on to her casual joke from back then as a promise for all these years. Have you ever wondered if that was just a play staged to lure you into swallowing that dragon's heart? That interrogation left Sai Long completely dumbfounded, gaspingly asking if his ears had misheard. Belia added in a firm tone that she didn't care about his desire to eliminate all witnesses on Gaian Island to isolate Lam Tu, but she advised him to put all his wisdom and energy into seizing that island back from him instead. She frowned and warned him that their organization had backed him for over 6 decades, so he had better not harbor any intentions of turning back and betraying them. Saying no more, Belia and Glone quickly left that place. Today is the day of the special commendation event. Residents from every corner of the town flocked in like a festival. Lam Tu and Kuai Long waited anxiously, glancing at the time every now and then. Lam Tu sighed in frustration, complaining that they had agreed to meet at the entrance at 9 in the morning, yet neither Lion Gok nor Kung Thien Vu were on time. Having just escaped the wild wolf's claws the other day, Len Gok ran over hurriedly and called out, "I am here, Lam Tu." He breathed a sigh of relief, glad that she had finally shown up. Seeing his friend out of breath, Lam Tu handed her a tissue and asked where on earth Kung Thien Vu was. Lin Gok explained, "The roads are so crowded that he is still stuck in one place, so I had to run ahead as fast as I could." She hastened her steps. "Never mind that slowpoke, let's head into the hall quickly before we relate." Entering the main hall of the Countermeasure Bureau, Lam Tu looked around curiously and silently marveled at the massive turnout. The two found their seats, and Lane Ngok said, "Let's just sit here for now, who knows when he will break free from the traffic jam." However, he was still filled with anxiety because besides Thien Vu, there was still no sign of the Fire Kid either. Lam Tu turned to ask his companion curiously why she hadn't brought the wild wolf along this time. Lin Gok laughed and said, "These reporting sessions are so boring, so this morning I lured him into staying home quietly with a skewer of delicious grilled meat." Hearing about delicious food, Kuai Long immediately lunged forward in excitement. The tiny creature got overly excited, persistently muttering that it must have grilled meat. Being pinned down by Kuai Long, Lun Gok flusteredly cried out, "Climb down right now, you are absolutely too mischievous." Lam Tu thought to himself, "If it is this stubborn, it is only because you always spoil it too much." At that very moment, a static sound suddenly came from the public address system. The MC announced loudly, "The commendation ceremony officially begins. I would like to solemnly introduce the delegates present today. First is the presence of the director of the Countermeasure Bureau, Tran Sai Luong. Next is the presence of the leader of the Kian Mok Alliance, Vuong Duc An. And the final person is the leader of the Daying Association, Lai Thai Ko." The entire audience below focused all their attention on that introduction. The ceremony aims to honor an outstanding individual in the rescue campaign of Kukyen Island, a brave young man who single-handedly turned the tide. And to better understand that miracle, let's listen to the stories from the insiders themselves. Instantly, hundreds of pairs of eyes in the hall turned toward the young boy Lam Tu. Lam Tu wondered, "Do I really have to make up stories like that report? I truly feel bad for the wild man," but Leng Gok immediately whispered in his ear, "If we want to gain control of Kukyen Island, we have to make you a hero in the eyes of the public. Fortunately, the director isn't causing trouble this time, so just act according to the script." The host's voice resounded, "Now please welcome the young hero Lam to the stage to share a few words." Thundering applause erupted to cheer him on, while a bright beam of light from the spotlight shone directly on Lam Tu's position. Holding a small piece of paper, the young man timidly and bashfully took his steps. In the blink of an eye, Lam Tu was standing proudly before the podium. With a still bewildered look, not quite understanding what was happening, he had asked the kind MC for further guidance. Right after that, Lam Tu excitedly raised his voice to greet everyone warmly, "Hello everyone, I am." Just a split second later, his eyes suddenly froze for a few seconds. Flickering near the main entrance, Lam Tu suddenly spotted a familiar figure. The other's body was covered in scratches, helping him immediately recognize it as Ngoe Lang. Lam Tu seriously and solemnly spoke out loud in the vast auditorium, "At this moment we can all clearly see that the island has not disappeared, it is still hovering in the air." Outside, Ngoe Lang huddled behind the door, squinting to listen to the voice echoing from the stage. "The reason the island disappeared is clear, it is the beast's superpower that supports this entire land. Of course, we were not passive either and had arranged the Archaeopteryx early on for the rescue mission." Hearing that, it gazed thoughtfully into the far-off space. It needed to report about the barbecue restaurant to Lam Tu right away, but unfortunately he was still busy giving his speech. Ngoe Lang's mind was filled with worries. If this was truly Lam Tu's long-held dream, it would be best not to show up and interrupt his speech. Suddenly, a shrill voice rang out from behind. Got you, that person is hiding here. Kong Na, leading a group of people brandishing weapons, ran over and shouted loudly, aim and shoot immediately. Receiving the order to fire, a man in a white outfit hastily raised his gun to eye level, preparing to pull the trigger. Even so, Ngoe Lang was still more than capable of neutralizing the enemy's shot with just a gentle wave of its hand. Witnessing that, Kong Na, standing sandwiched between two henchmen, growled an order, be careful, quickly erect defensive shields. Immediately, sturdy defensive walls were erected to protect him from danger. Inside, Lam Tu was still engrossed in his speech, unaware of the turmoil outside. The island is guarded by a fierce giant ape. Any approaching aircraft or warship is crushed by it, making landing impossible. Hearing a bit of it, Ngoe Lang frowned slightly and thought with sad eyes. It remembered Lam Tu's instruction to absolutely never harm human lives. Without saying a word, it silently prepared to face the group of people in front of it. In a flash, Ngoe Lang vanished without a trace right before the astonished eyes of the enemy. Seeing that, Kong Na did not hesitate to give a decisive command, follow him quickly. The whole group of soldiers hurriedly chased after Ngoe Lang's figure. That great monster ape was so immense it seemed as if it wanted to cover the entire sky. The sound echoed everywhere with high drama. Furthermore, its nature was extremely fierce and incredibly stubborn. After running tirelessly for a while, Ngoe Lang reached a dead end as a towering stone wall blocked the exit in front of it. Only then did Kong Na's soldiers slowly take firm steps forward to corner their opponent. Kong Na, bringing up the rear, raised his voice proudly. Now is the time to prove to them the resilient will and unyielding courage of our humanity. He glanced at the guard beside him with a determined look. Quickly capture it alive. It is strictly forbidden to let it get close to Lam Tu. After closely monitoring every movement of Ngoe Lang, Kong Na deduced that direction leads straight to the Grand Hall. Block its path immediately. At this very moment, a knowing smile suddenly bloomed on its lips. As soon as they saw Ngoe Lang leap up high and slip into the ventilation duct, one of Kong Na's lackeys shouted loudly, telling each other to catch him quickly. Immediately, a man dressed in pure white quickly climbed up to follow Ngoe Lang closely. Meanwhile, Lam Tu was still eagerly boasting about his own achievements when he defeated the giant savage and returned it to the peaceful island. At the same time, Ngoe Lang was crawling on the ceiling, looking down at him and muttering that if he got closer, his actions would go much more smoothly. Suddenly, the gentleman in the dark suit solemnly announced that it was now time for 10 reporters to ask questions. Below the stands, a person quickly raised their hand to speak, their eyebrows furrowed in suspicion, asking why they didn't just eliminate the monster once and for all. As soon as the words were spoken, Lam Tu broke into a cold sweat, his face blank with confusion, stuttering without being able to say a word. As for Dukan, he tilted his head and stared wide-eyed at the blonde man sitting next to him, silently complaining about what kind of act they were putting on, as this bizarre question was not in the prepared script. Next, he started shouting noisily, claiming that this was extremely dangerous, and what if the wild beast escaped its cage? Then the surrounding people also joined in the chatter, saying that if it escaped, they would have to waste effort recapturing it, which would be both a waste of money and strength, and that it would be better to finish it off with one blow rather than making things unnecessarily complicated. Hearing this, Dukan cracked a forced smile, quickly making excuses that everything had its own reason, and then turned to ask for Director Tran's opinion. He looked toward the man who was crossing his arms across his chest and kept calling out loudly, Director Tran, oh Director Tran. At this point, Dukan seemed to have had enough, so he stood up abruptly at the podium, saying that both he and Director Tran well understood that dealing with monsters took a long time. But as soon as he finished his sentence, shouts of protest and criticism erupted from below, calling him absurd and claiming that since it was captured but not killed, there must be some shady plot at play. On the contrary, Lam Tu's mind was racing with dozens of bewildered thoughts, wondering if he was being led by the nose by that old fox named Tran. On the other side, an emergency alarm came from the earpiece stating that the giant savage had sneaked into the auditorium. Hearing this, Director Tran nodded slightly to confirm that he had already noticed it. Now the atmosphere in the auditorium was so suffocating that it felt as if Lam Tu was about to rush in and settle scores with Director Tran. Above their heads, Ngoe Lang seemed extremely curious, so he kept his eyes wide open, looking down inquisitively. Suddenly, an index finger was pointed straight up from somewhere, aiming directly at the person opposite to question them. Immediately afterward, a series of angry, piercing screams rang out, suspecting that there was some hidden twist here. At this moment, Dukan, dripping with sweat, tried to advise the person opposite that they had to plan for the long run, and that killing it now would only invite more trouble and anger the other party. However, to shut down the question of why they didn't destroy the beast, Dukan quickly spoke to politely dismiss him, inviting the gentleman to step down and let others speak. Next, Daikon suddenly rushed toward Lam Tu, angrily grabbing him by the collar and screaming, asking how much profit he had shared from this deal in the end. He was so furious that the veins on his face stood out and his fists clenched tightly as if he wanted to rush in and beat him up, demanding that the other party give a satisfactory explanation. Witnessing that scene, Ngoe Lang gasped in panic, silently calling out Lam Tu's name repeatedly in anxiety. Immediately, Ngoe Lang's body began to transform in an unbelievably bizarre way. No longer able to control itself, the creature swung a powerful punch forward with a wild roar. However, Daikon still gently dodged the blow as if he had already seen through the trajectory of that devastating punch. At the same time, Director Tran closed his eyes tightly and let out a tired sigh. Right at this moment, Ngoe Lang's fist collided fiercely with another extremely powerful attack that suddenly rushed in to block it. Seeing this unexpected scene, Ngoe Lang's eyes widened in sheer shock. It clenched its teeth together to brace itself against the overwhelming force from the opponent. Just below, Director Tran was revealed with one arm completely and grotesquely deformed. His thick eyebrows suddenly furrowed coldly, wondering where this matter had come from. Director Tran narrowed his eyes slightly and then solemnly declared that the unit's mission had always been to eliminate all seeds of crime. The statement just now immediately made the surrounding crowd gape in astonishment. Just a moment later, everyone quickly changed their attitude, smiling cheerfully and calling out Director Tran's name. Suddenly, a squad of heavily armed soldiers rushed straight in through the main door, urging each other to move quickly. On the other side, the wolf beast growled in its massive form, gritting its teeth in a clear display of extreme rage. However, Kangna maintained a stone-cold expression and coldly ordered to open fire. Witnessing that scene, Lam Tu widened his eyes in panic and shouted loudly to stop them, demanding they hold their hands so as not to cause injuries. As soon as those words were finished, Tan Fong stood up from the VIP area and calmly questioned what young Master Lam's intentions were. His face suddenly hardened with sternness, and he remained absolutely silent. Ignoring everything, Lam Tu stubbornly gritted his teeth and ordered in a deep, hoarse voice, demanding everyone stop their actions immediately. He grimaced and shouted loudly, determined to protect it and not let anyone harm it. Hearing the affectionate call from its master, Kuai Long immediately expanded in size and transformed into a massive creature. Witnessing that horrifying scene, the surrounding crowd lost their wits and scrambled for help due to the monster's appearance. At this time, Kuai Long's body continued to transform ceaselessly to reach its maximum state. In just a moment, the atmosphere was enveloped in the extreme fear of those who witnessed it. The situation is critical. Quickly find a way to escape. Right then, Kuai Long still casually let out a resounding roar, as was its habit. Flashes of electricity discharged into the surroundings, making everyone scream in panic. On the other side, the crowd gasped in amazement, wondering how this dangerous creature could have gotten in here, as this was supposed to be a defensive headquarters yet was infiltrated so easily. In contrast, Kongna kept a cool head as he decisively ordered his subordinates to quickly seal off the monster. Witnessing the event, the old acquaintance, drenched in sweat, looked toward Director Tran and secretly speculated that perhaps the leader had known beforehand that these two beasts were brought by that boy, and thus had deliberately set this trap. At this moment, Dukan suddenly approached, raising her hand to signal Lam Tu to calm down, advising him not to take any thoughtless actions. However, his anger still did not subside when he thought about how that beast had played a major role in saving so many people on the deserted island, viewing it as a true comrade. Hearing this, Director Tran slightly narrowed his eyes and asked in a low, probing voice, suspecting whether he was an accomplice of those monsters and had brought them here himself to cause chaos. Immediately, a buzz of chatter erupted across the room that, as it turned out, the offspring of the traitor Lam Long Tun was no different from his father, even colluding and befriending wild beasts. His rising anger caused Lam Tu's face to darken, and he gritted his teeth as he glared at the hypocrites before him. Next, he threw his head back and screamed in helplessness, wanting to challenge them on what they actually knew. Seizing this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, Kong Naha solemnly declared Lam Tu's crime to be destruction of public property and treason while ordering his immediate arrest. Just at the critical moment, the figure of a petite young girl carrying a heavy weapon suddenly rushed out and shouted, challenging them not to lay a finger on him. Bending down to use both hands to block the fatal slash from the silent enemy, Kong Naha immediately shouted out to Leningok's name. Hearing this, she leaped high into the air and urged Lam Tu to take care of the main task, leaving this place for her to handle. He could only stare in amazement before uttering a hasty thank you. Immediately after that, Lam Tu changed his direction of movement while ordering Kuai Long to clear the area on the other side. In passing, he glanced at the large beast that was sleeping soundly, completely oblivious to the world. On the opposite side, the soldier clutching his gun frantically shouted, calling for his comrades to prepare the specialized net. As soon as the signal to fire was received, a large net was immediately launched straight out. The whole group, as if gained courage, rushed forward together, shouting that the opportunity had come. Meanwhile, the dragon was still writhing and struggling in every way to escape the confining net. Before long, it lost all patience and let out another deafening roar. Standing below, Lam Tu anxiously ran close to the beast, asking about its injuries to see if it could still walk. He leisurely opened wide the mouth of the large bag, telling it to temporarily go inside to take shelter first. As soon as he finished speaking, the painting wolf slowly walked step by step deep into the bag. Witnessing that scene, Kong Na's henchman was bewildered, unable to understand why the beast had disappeared so easily. A moment later, Lam Tu turned toward his battle dragon to signal. Everything is done, stop and withdraw quickly. However, the group of people in white clothes holding long guns still fiercely pursued them, shouting to capture them alive at all costs. Holding their guns, they rushed to chase after Lam Tu, who was currently clutching the backpack tightly against his chest. Seeing that scene, Kong Na glared at him and shouted loudly, absolutely refusing to let that kid escape. Immediately, Lun Gok narrowed her eyebrows, noticed the opponent's opening, and seized the opportunity. She decisively swung her broadsword, slashing furiously at the enemies blocking her path. Suddenly, a hand reached out from nowhere and tightly grabbed the girl's shoulder. Don't be too eager to fight, we need to retreat immediately. With her vision completely blocked by a strange object, Leningok couldn't help but be utterly bewildered and confused. At this moment, a sparkling round beam of light suddenly flared up in midair. Leningok sat dazed on a blue virtual space floor filled with notification lines. The system alerted that a foreign entity had entered the beast area, making her wonder in confusion where she was. The continuous warning lines made her break into a cold sweat, wondering why she used to go in and out normally, yet now it was like this. Witnessing this, Kong Ha immediately brought his hands close together and shouted loudly, stop the trickery and taste this move of mine. A stream of blue energy shot out from his 10 fingertips, aiming straight at the enemy. Seeing this scene, Kongya almost dropped his jaw in utter shock. What on earth was going on? Right before his eyes, Lin Xu, in the form of a bizarre evil eye, was teleporting, swapping positions in a flash with his clone. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Xu flapped his tiny wings and soared straight up into the sky. Kangya hurriedly turned around and shouted, ordering the immediate activation of the defense system, and his subordinate quickly and obediently complied. Just as he finished speaking, Kangya was still fuming with rage, muttering curses in extreme frustration. Elsewhere, a large crowd of people was gathering around a big house. Director Chen stood upright, calmly commenting that the response of the Bureau of Countermeasures was terrible and had caused heavy damage. Hearing this, Kangya was so terrified that his whole body trembled, and he repeatedly apologized for the negligence that allowed both the monster and Lin Xu to escape. Director Chen still gently told him to put that matter aside, to quickly check on the injured, sending those with minor scratches to the Bureau's medical room for bandaging, while the severe cases should be immediately airlifted by helicopter to the field hospital. Kangya immediately turned around and barked orders for his subordinates to deploy en masse, and the low-ranking soldiers frantically complied without daring to delay. Suddenly, Da Kun fell to his knees on the floor, earnestly calling out Director Chen's name. The young man gently placed his hand on his chest with emotion, expressing his deep gratitude for sparing his life. Director Chen immediately ordered a thorough review, admitting that the Bureau's failure in surveillance had allowed wrongdoers to bring in monsters to cause trouble and threaten everyone's safety. His eyebrows furrowed with worry. The most concerning thing was that the culprit had just been entrusted with the task of managing that extremely quiet island. In a firm and highly serious tone, he declared his determination to exert all efforts to uncover all the mysteries of that place. Immediately, everyone around shouted in unison, determined to investigate to the very end. At this moment, Taigo was sweating profusely from tension, hurriedly speaking up to support the investigation of the island. As soon as he finished speaking, Yuing also quickly agreed without any hesitation. Taiga secretly thought that this was definitely a pre-calculated move by Chen Xiaolian. At that time, in the sky above that quiet island, flocks of birds were soaring freely. Kalavika and Lynch's evil eye entity were chatting animatedly and laughing happily together. Suddenly, strange and brilliant rays of light radiated from all over the evil eye's body. Then, from deep within its body, a bizarre human head gradually emerged. Witnessing this, Kalavika was terrified out of her wits, widening her eyes and screaming to ask why the other party appeared here. Lin Xu calmly replied that the story was quite bizarre, but fortunately, he had the quick wit to leave behind an evil eye on this island. Having said this, he calmly turned his bag upside down to release countless tiny paper puppets. A moment later, Lin Xu got straight to the point to discuss what their next move should be. Out of nowhere, a razor-sharp blade flew in and lodged itself right into his body. Seeing this, Lin Xu lost his composure completely, sweating profusely, and could only stare wide-eyed at the blade embedded in him and scream. At that moment, he cast his eyes back slightly with a look of suspicion and confusion. Lin Tu stared in daze at the horrifyingly transforming body and gasped the name to Lang Gok. The foster mother curled her lips and said, "My suggestion is, next, it would be better for you to go to hell." Having said that, she lunged forward and delivered a fatal stab straight through Lin Tu's chest, causing him to collapse in a daze. Both Kalavika and the Devil Dragon witnessed that brutal act and stared with wide eyes frozen in sheer shock. The Devil Dragon frantically called out Lin Tu's name to check on his condition, while Kalavika roared, demanding that she release him immediately. She tilted her head back to threaten the other two. "Back off now, or I will send him on his way right away." She pressed the cold, sharp blade against Lin Tu's cheek and mocked, "A useless mortal with no guardian beast soul. How can you possess superpowers, oh great hero?" Lin Tu shuddered and questioned himself. Why did she know this secret? "So weak, yet you want to play the savior of the world?" As she finished speaking, her neck suddenly stretched out windingly. "Do you think you are worthy of carrying your late father's mission?" Her previously gentle face instantly turned into the scheming face of Chai Lang. Kalavika was devastated and stunned when she recognized the familiar face of the enemy, Tran Chai Lang. She raised her large wings, extended her sharp claws, and rushed straight toward his dangling neck, screaming Tran Chai Lang's name in rage. Kalavika immediately responded with a slash no less powerful than the previous stab, sending his head flying far away in an instant. However, she suddenly stopped, looking down at her feet with a gaze of utter confusion and extreme disgust. She was shocked to find that the creature she had just decapitated was neither the foster mother nor Chai Lang, but a bizarre tuk-trung insect. "I warned you, just one step forward and he is dead." Thus, to avenge the decapitation, the monster twisted its hands and brutally ripped Lin Tu's body in half. The Devil Dragon widened its eyes in horror and screamed his name, Lin Tu. The Devil Dragon immediately opened its mouth wide and breathed fierce fire toward the tuk-trung insect. A burst of dragon fire erupted, enveloping both the tuk-trung insect and Lin Tu, blowing the hideous creature far away and forcing it to release him. The Devil Dragon's rain of fire enveloped the tuk-trung insect, burning it intensely inside. Kalavika hastily screamed Lin Tu's name and rushed to his side. With his eyes half closed and dazed, his breath shallow, he lay sprawled on the ground with only his mangled upper body remaining. He feebly moved his lips. How frustrating in the end. "I'm still just a useless, incompetent person facing death like this." With tears in her eyes, Kalavika interrupted him. "Don't talk nonsense. I will definitely save you at all costs." She quickly ordered Ngoe Lang and the Devil Dragon, "Hurry, take him to the secret underground lab. There are advanced medical machines there." The group hurriedly carried Lin Tu and rushed toward the underground research facility, constantly urging each other to hasten. Meanwhile, in the commendation ceremony hall, the crowd was in a hectic commotion, carrying stretchers to the ambulances. Inside the grandstand, three brawny leaders sat on a high platform, drawing countless curious gazes toward them. Chai Lang took the initiative to propose a plan. The security forces of Thean High City promised to make the utmost effort. However, the three major forces here cannot leave everything for us alone to shoulder. The crowd below immediately shouted in unison, "We must work together to investigate and find out the truth." Daiko grit his teeth in anger at Chai Ling's cunning demeanor, realizing that this old fox had actually set up a chess game beforehand. Sai Luong leisurely passed the ball of responsibility to Daiko, then asked for the council president's opinion on the decision from the Grand Council. Daiko had to grit his teeth and go along with his wishes, declaring agreement to investigate to the end, but with the condition that there must be approval from the capital S Disaster Response Bureau. Dukin nodded in agreement, saying to clarify everything from root to branch, as long as the capital's agency gave the nod of approval. The crowd below immediately booed in protest, arguing that with such tedious procedures, who knew how long they would have to wait for it to be finished. Sai Luong only waved his hand slightly to signal everyone to be quiet, saying that he would take care of those troublesome paperwork issues himself. A subordinate from behind quickly stepped forward to present a folder of documents, calling out softly, "Director Tran." Sai Luong took the file and immediately opened it, carefully examining it line by line. He raised his deep, warm voice to announce the good news to the entire hall, stating that the procedures had been approved and the capital's Grand Council had authorized the sweep campaign on Kukyen Island. Sai Luong decisively declared that in exactly 1 week the general sweep of Kukyen Island would officially commence. Hearing this, the crowd was overjoyed. Everyone beamed with delight and applauded enthusiastically in approval. Sai Luong looked up at the ceiling and smirked, appearing extremely smug at this favorable turn of events. In his heart he rejoiced secretly, thinking that once Lam Tu had been eliminated, suppressing the monsters or seizing control of that island would only be a matter of time. High above, white clouds drifted indifferently in the deep blue sky, seemingly unconcerned with worldly affairs, and faintly visible behind the hazy clouds was a mysterious figure. Belia leaned her chin on her hand in boredom and irritation, sighing that the fun had barely started and that old fox had already achieved his goal. She turned to grumble to Gloin, saying she had previously thought the three factions of the capital, Thean Hai, and that island would have a massive showdown, allowing them to both enjoy a good show and reap a great harvest. Belia clicked her tongue and looked down, showing surprise at how the leader of the capital faction could keep such a cool head. She then invited her companion to head back and asked them where they planned to move next. The beast slowly turned around and walked away, its three long tails wiggling in the air as it quickly vanished from sight. The scene then shifted to the Capital Defense Headquarters, a majestic skyscraper located right in the center of the bustling metropolis. The man stood balanced on a sword with his hands in his pockets, looking deep in thought, while the tree next to him kept its eyes fixed on him. The strange creature spoke up, asking where the boss intended to go at this hour. The man frowned in annoyance for miscalculating his move, initially planning to corner Tran Sai Luong. He had not expected the other man to be so ruthless as to kick him while he was down, nearly getting Lam Tu killed. The tree half closed its eyes and softly reminded him that despite knowing this, he had still signed the approval for the man to lead his troops to sweep Kukyen Island. He sighed and explained that the situation forced him to agree because the human council was lurking, and if the two sides kept snarling at each other, they would only be handing over an easy prize for others to benefit from. The tree further inquired whether that meant he now intended to personally go to Kukyen Island to rescue them. Falling into a dilemma, he admitted that although the other's scheme was crystal clear, he still could not show his face to confront him directly. The only feasible option now was to find that special person, and he thoughtfully turned his gaze toward the distance. In the distance, Kukyen Island still looked draped in a lush green, peaceful and immensely magnificent. Only in that way could the peace of the island be preserved, and the image of the guarding beasts suddenly flashed through his mind. Elsewhere, in an ancient valley isolated from the world, a pair of giant beasts lurked high above, but on the ground below was a completely contrasting, serene and poetic scene. By the stone slab, Thean Kai took the opportunity to rest, her arms cradling a pile of fresh, delicious fruits. Suddenly, a giant foot with sharp claws stomped down violently from out of nowhere, shaking the ground. An unknown dinosaur loomed from behind and let out a deafening roar right in front of the little girl. The little girl glanced over, thinking to herself that even a mountain of food would eventually run out, so fortunately, someone had finally come to offer themselves up. Ignored disdainfully by the little girl, the monster angrily opened its mouth wide, revealing jagged, terrifying fangs. It furiously stomped its foot, intending to crush Thean Kai, but the girl quickly sprang away, dodging spectacularly. The ancient beast chased her in a frenzy, its mouth continuously roaring loudly. Not only did the little girl leisurely play the game of chase, but she also excitedly teased her opponent, making it miss its lunges repeatedly. Thean Kai lightly leaped high over a large tree trunk, causing the dinosaur to lose its momentum and crash headfirst into it with great force. The poor victim felt dizzy, a huge bump swelling on its head, and fell flat on the ground. The excited girl immediately drew the precious saber from her back, seeing this as a good opportunity to test the moves her master had taught her. As the shadow of the blade swung up, a sharp slash tore through the air, heading straight for the target. In the blink of an eye, the giant beast was neatly sliced into pieces. The little girl joyfully lifted her spoils, telling herself that she would have a sumptuous feast today. On a secluded craggy cliff, a faint trail of white smoke was gently snaking out from a crevice in the rock. It turned out to be Thean Kai's makeshift grill, where delicious cuts of meat were neatly arranged over the glowing embers. Far in the distance, a figure silently watched the trail of smoke drifting up from the stone cave. Bain Chailang clicked his tongue in praise. Indeed, the girl had progressed too quickly, and her strength was already approaching a supernatural level. Standing beside him, Bach Tu glared and said, "That has nothing to do with you. The abundant spiritual energy in this secret realm has infused the fruits and beasts, so it is only natural that her strength has increased." Bin Qilang immediately retorted, and what about you? Why on earth did you tail us all the way here? Annoyed, Baek Tu argued, you borrowed my dragon wings to travel, so I have the right to keep an eye on my treasure. Suddenly Thean Kai landed from above, having actually traveled by tying ropes to a flock of wild birds. A mischievous look appeared on the girl's face, predicting that a prank was about to unfold. The little girl's eyes, full of mischief, were staring straight at Bin Qilang. Actions matching her thoughts, the little girl laughed heartily and unleashed a devastating kick aimed straight at the leader. Despite the lightning-fast kick, Bin Qilang calmly reached out and caught the girl's ankle. Her triumphant look from moments ago vanished, replaced by wide, bewildered, and shocked eyes. Quick as a flash, the little girl sprang back to keep a safe distance from her opponent. Turning his head, he teased, "What is it?" not planning to continue the attack. Her face fell in frustration, and she pouted in disappointment because her fun had been ruined. The little girl replied to Bin Qilang that since that harmless sneak attack had failed, the next moves would not be able to trouble the master either. Bin Qilang gave a soft, cold snort, mocking the little girl for only being good with her sweet talk. With that, he displayed his insanely fast speed, disappearing right before the little girl's eyes in less than the blink of an eye. Then Bin Qilang suddenly reappeared from an unexpected corner, lifting Thean Kai high up amid her utterly bewildered gaze. Lifted high and suspended in mid-air, Thean Kai could only flail her legs wildly and keep calling out for her master to save her life. Bin Qilang narrowed his eyes slightly at his young disciple, telling her that if she wanted to reach his level, then she still had a lot to learn. Having finished speaking, he straightaway threw the little girl flying up into the clouds. Thean Kai Free fell from above, screaming in terror as her voice echoed through the sky. From below the craggy cliff, a dull thud echoed, signaling the painful landing of the poor little girl. While rubbing her aching head, she grumbled and complained, it was just a light rehearsal, how could master be so ruthless? Falling from such a height hurts so much I could pass out. Looking down from the top of the slope, Bin Qilang said seriously, I don't have the free time to play around with you all day, I have some extremely important news to share. Thean Kai opened her eyes wide in confusion and asked, what is it that sounds so terribly serious, master? Then she burst into laughter, teasing Bin Qilang, stop joking, master, this joke of yours sounds way too unbelievable. Bach Taiyu immediately swooped down next to the little girl to correct her. This is a serious matter, we just received secret news from your martial uncle Kuk. Thean Kai tremblingly received the letter and read every single word with her eyes glued to it, utterly bewildered as to what on earth had happened. Bin Qilang landed gently on the ground and explained briefly, currently, the situation on Kukyan Island is extremely critical. He offered a solution, if you want to return to help, I will have the Death Spirit Bird use its dragon wings to take you quickly out of the secret realm. Thean Kai put away her usual playful attitude, she stood up straight and bowed deeply to express her gratitude for her master's upbringing all this time. Raising her head with determined eyes, she softly pleaded with Bin Qilang, but before I depart I still have one last request, I hope master will grant it. Hearing that his young disciple was about to go far away, Bin Qilang felt a momentary pang of regret. He just looked at her in silent contemplation, unable to utter a word. Bach Tiu, standing next to them, smiled and spoke up for her, feel free to speak, all these years you've been his only favorite disciple, what wish of yours would he not grant? Bin Qilang nodded at his young disciple and said, speak. Thean Kai declared her wish loudly, I want to confront Lam Long Tun face to face before heading back. The little girl's gaze sharpened with determination. I need a clear explanation from his own mouth about the mysterious disappearance in Thean High City 11 years ago. Amidst the crashing waves of the vast ocean lay a desolate, isolated island where the early morning dawn cast a gentle light upon the lush green foliage of the dense forest. Deep within that isolated land lay hidden a heavily guarded top-secret base. Inside the dark room, a series of large-capacity chambers emitted a faint, dim green light. Lam Tu floated in a chemical tank with his eyes closed. Suddenly, a voice spoke up and recounted, at that time, we were at Lam Tu's family barbecue restaurant. Ngoe Lang stood around the solution tank with the others and continued the narration. An old lady who was dining there suddenly turned into a giant toad and exploded horribly. Right then, Lenin Gok noticed something amiss and told me to stop Lam Tu from going to the honoring ceremony while she stayed behind to clean up the aftermath. Kalavinka, standing next to them, added, that is why they took the opportunity to impersonate this business contact. After hearing the story, Kwai Long furrowed his brows and asked pressingly, why didn't you report it to Lam Tu immediately? The foreign official quickly explained that he had accepted a request from Lenin Gok, which was why he had rushed to find Lam Tu right away. According to him, the scene at that time was extremely chaotic with a fierce gang of people, but because the roads were strictly blocked, he had to run to the hall to intercept him. At that time, that aggressive crowd was fiercely pursuing Goilang. He continued to recount how he had to jump down the emergency exit, and fortunately he managed to find his way back to the hall, so everything went quite smoothly after that. Returning to reality, Kwai Long pondered after hearing the story, noticing that both the way home and the road to the hall were strangely unguarded. He slightly lowered his eyelashes and remarked that it was highly likely this entire incident had been orchestrated by someone beforehand. Hearing this, Ngoe Lang was completely bewildered, his mind filled with unanswered questions. Kwai Long looked straight at his interlocutor and explained calmly, luring you to the hall was to create a scandal to defame Lam Tu, and at the same time take that opportunity to eliminate him. Ngoe Lang grimaced and asked anxiously, then what should Lam Tu do now? Kwai Long silently observed Lam Tu lying in the capsule, quietly remarking that when he was attacked, Lam Tu was in human form and thus quite weak and is now close to death. Kalavika also anxiously chimed in, saying with a worried voice that despite her best efforts to treat him, his condition remained extremely critical. She looked down thoughtfully at the creature in the palm of her hand. thinking to herself that if that parasitic worm was not dead yet, there was still hope. Hearing that keyword, Kuai Long immediately envisioned a terrifying scenario involving the parasitic worm. Immediately after, he hurriedly shook his head repeatedly to banish that crazy thought from his mind. Kuai Long's eyes suddenly flashed with sharpness, and he announced in a low, warm voice, "This is our last resort." Kuai Long calmly mapped out the first step, which was to take Lam Tu out of this place. He continued to explain each of the next steps, which involved using his own tail to help him recover. However, his eyes suddenly darkened. Unfortunately, his tail carried the cells of a mutated creature. Kuai Long explained further that, as a result, Lam Tu's genome was at risk of being assimilated by the beast's genes, which would cause him to transform completely into a demonic beast. He looked at the unconscious Lam Tu and said resolutely, "He is going to die anyway, so we might as well take a risk and see what happens." Hearing this, Ngoi Lang showed apprehensive skepticism. "That sounds too risky. Will your tail even be compatible with Lam Tu's body?" Standing nearby, Klavika interjected, "Lam Tu's condition cannot be delayed any longer. Even if the hope is slim, we must take this gamble." Suddenly, brilliant red streaks of light began to emanate from Lam Tu's body. He clenched his teeth and braced himself, struggling against the intense pain agonizing his body. The glowing red aura wrapped around Lam Tu's body like shackles tightening around him. He woke up with a start and opened his eyes wide, his eyeballs already bloodshot with crimson veins. The young man could clearly feel his entire meridians being blocked by an invisible energy source. Meanwhile, on the remote quiet island, an unexpected event was also beginning to unfold. 3 figures were strolling through the desolate ruins, heading straight toward the deep pit in front of them. 3 figures stood looming at the edge of the abyss, slowly scanning the area below. Deep down at the bottom of the pit, the crowd of bamboo dragons was crowding together, crawling back and forth in a squirming mass. Lord Dragon stood completely still, looking pensive as if plotting something. Thian Kai furrowed his brows and shouted, "With the situation so critical, why are you guys just standing by and watching?" Chai Lang still put on an indifferent face and said, "Anyone who wants to go can go ahead," while Baksh Tiu could only close his eyes and sigh warily. Suddenly, a brilliant beam of light shot up from the deep hollow, spreading everywhere. That stream of light continued to spread powerfully, quickly enveloping the space before the 3 of them. Reflexively, Thian Kai slightly frowned and drew back defensively. As the brilliant light dimmed, the silhouette of Lord Dragon began to appear at the bottom of the pit. He slowly raised his head and in a deep, warm voice called out bluntly, "Hey kid." Upon hearing the familiar call, Thian Kai's face immediately brightened up. Lord Dragon's face hardened as he warned, "Don't be foolish enough to jump down here randomly." He narrowed his eyes slightly and added, "In this place, I cannot promise I can save your life." Right in front of him, the entire pack of ferocious bamboo dragons was baring their fangs and claws threateningly. Out in the vast open sea, a flock of seagulls swooped continuously before scattering in all directions. Overhead, helicopters swarmed the sky while countless warships in the water were rumbling forward. Reporting voices echoed in unison from the walkie-talkies, "Commander, all combat forces are ready and in position." Kong Na smiled craftily, put the phone to his ear and asked, "Can we deploy now?" On the other end of the line, a raspy voice echoed back advising, "What is the rush?" Ceylong immediately outlined a plan. First, send someone to deliver an investigation warrant, persuading those on the island to voluntarily come out and cooperate. He listened, smirking skeptically. Will this trick work? There is no way those stubborn people on the island will obediently comply. He frowned and analyzed coldly. That kid Lam Tu will definitely hold his ground inside, but since both this island and the imperial capital are involved with the Countermeasure Bureau, we must make our moves very carefully. Then Ceylong smiled triumphantly, thinking that this game had indeed brought about a rather interesting result. From the opposite side, Kong Na gently reached out his finger and tapped on the control panel in front of him. His eyes suddenly darkened as if he were plotting a sinister scheme in his mind. Immediately after, Kong Na turned to order his subordinates dispatch 2 helicopters to the island right away to issue an inspection order and force them to come forward and cooperate. Upon receiving the order, the 2 rotary wing aircraft immediately roared and soared straight into the sky. The loudspeakers from the helicopters blared down, "Those on the island, listen carefully, come out quickly to cooperate with the investigation, that is your only way out." Hearing that strange order, the pilot could not help but be bewildered, with surprise written all over his face. He kept his eyes glued to the radar screen and wondered, this signal keeps fluctuating continuously. What does it mean that the beast's spiritual energy is fading in and out like this? The skeptical pilot glued his eyes to the ground, realizing that this area looked very familiar, only to be startled to discover that below was the program's laboratory studio. While Kalavika was trying to treat Lam Tu, the loudspeaker blared, demanding that the person inside surrender immediately and step out for investigation. She frowned in annoyance. These troublesome people really knew how to pick their time while Lam Tu was still gasping for air, his life hanging in the balance. Kalavika turned her head to look at the demon dragon. The poor dragon had just wagged his tail to bid Lam to farewell one last time before falling into a deep hibernation. Glancing at Ho Lang, the situation was no less tragic. The once mighty ape was clutching a fatal wound and had completely lost the strength to fight. Lam Tu suddenly shrieked in pain, his entire body swallowed by a brilliant red aura. Witnessing the scene before her, Kalavika trembled with anxiety as she saw the young man preparing to endure another round of agonizing torment. The young man wept bitterly, his painful screams echoing through every corner of the room. She gently reached out her soft wings to lightly touch Lam Tu's arm, which was as hot as fire. Kalavika watched intently with extreme anxiety. If he could not tame the monster's genome, she feared it would consume him in return. Then she gently lifted her wing, revealing his trembling hand beneath. Purple flashes of lightning repeatedly struck around Lam Tu, causing him to convulse in pain continuously. From deep within Lam Tu's body, a brilliant red light suddenly erupted and shot high into the sky. The terrifying energy tore through the ceiling, causing rubble and debris to scatter everywhere. The roaring voice from the commander's loudspeaker continued to urge incessantly, "Listen carefully, those inside, surrender quickly to cooperate with us, do not be stubborn anymore." The helicopter pilot suddenly noticed something strange below. Wait, what on earth was rising up over there? The brilliant red pillar of light tore through space, carrying an incredibly terrifying destructive power. The stream of light demolished the building's roof and shot straight up into the high clouds. That extremely powerful energy impact swept directly through the helicopter hovering above. The crew screamed in panic, looking at each other in confusion, not understanding what on earth had just happened. On Kong Na-he's side, a subordinate quickly reported that they had lost the aircraft's signal. He then scolded dryly, "Why do you need to blab about something so obvious?" Kong Na stared at the light beam displayed on the large screen. Turns out it was the red monster following Lam Tu. How dare it have the audacity to challenge my countermeasure bureau? He snarled an order to his subordinates to quickly seal off the entire laboratory area and begin the bombardment. Immediately, the fleet of warships aligned in formation, preparing to fire. Countless warheads soared from their launchers, drawing bright trails across the night sky. They screeched as they tore through the wind, aiming straight at the extremely quiet island ahead. In just the blink of an eye, the barrage of destructive artillery neared the boundary of the building's roof. Ironically, all those weapons were suddenly stopped dead by a massive wall of energy. Before they could even touch a single brick of the building, they were detonated simultaneously in midair. Seeing that the situation seemed unstable, the subordinate hurriedly reported to the boss that all the equipment had suddenly stopped working completely. Hearing the bad news, Kong Na's face turned pale and he roared in anger, demanding to know what the hell was going on. Before he could finish his sentence, the entire deck under his feet suddenly shook violently like an earthquake. While he was still utterly confused, from outside, an invisible force lifted Kong Na's warship right out of the water. Looking at the surveillance monitor, he froze when he saw a supergiant face peering closely in. It turned out that Ngo Lang was clutching the ship with one hand and growling a challenge that even if they got battered, they would never set foot on extremely peaceful island. Out in the open sea, Ngo Lang carried the large ship under his arm with one hand, despite being completely surrounded by the enemy's fleet of warships. He pulled the warship close to his face, causing the air inside to start turning chaotic. Kong Na immediately curled his lips into a smug, sinister smile. "This prank of yours should end right here." The giant closely inspected the tiny ship in his hand as if trying to see through every single corner inside. Ngo Lang slowly lifted the warship high up into the air. Then, with no wasted motion, he directly threw the poor ship down into the sea like tossing a toy. A crackling explosion tore through the air, followed by giant flames rising furiously. In a fierce rage, Ngo Lang roared loudly across heaven and earth to release his pent-up frustration. Instantly, the creature unleashed a powerful move, sweeping away all the helicopters and warships lingering nearby. The boss's voice screamed through the walkie-talkie in an urgent order. "A massive energy source has been detected. Open the ship's compartment doors wide immediately." Upon hearing the order, the fleet of helicopters simultaneously opened their cargo doors to drop a series of mysterious barrels down below. Ngo Lang's eyes flashed with a razor-sharp gaze, and he lunged straight forward without a second thought. The wooden barrels bobbing on the waves suddenly broke apart, causing black oil to spill everywhere. From high above, the helicopter squadron tirelessly poured a rain of bullets down on the enemy below. The roaring rain of bullets tore through the wind, with the giant Ngo Lang as its sole target. Out of self-defense instinct, he ducked low and braced himself to take the full force of the heavy onslaught. With eyes burning with determination, he muttered to himself, wondering if these people were too stubborn to give up. A chilling, terrifying, murderous aura began to emanate from his massive body. In the blink of an eye, the powerful energy swallowed up the entire squadron of helicopters. At the crucial moment, a colossal flying fortress suddenly loomed from above and crashed down. From the deck of the warship, an arrow wrapped in blazing lightning was shot upward. The arrow tore through the clouds and plunged straight into the ground at breakneck speed. Kong Na suddenly appeared right next to that giant weapon. He curled his lips into a sinister smile and declared, "I told you, once you are in my sights, there is nowhere you can run." The one standing below, completely unfazed, shouted that although that arrow can strike all living creatures, his own power could absorb both heaven and earth, holding its own against this entire island, and if the other wanted to go head-to-head, they were clearly trying to match raw strength with him. Just as the two energy sources clashed, a brilliant halo exploded, lighting up the entire surrounding atmosphere. Kong Na let out a sarcastic laugh, mocking how a defeated opponent dared to speak so arrogantly, asking if they didn't realize their own strength was in a freefall. Kong Na, along with the spearhead, rushed forward to close in on the opponent, declaring that his flame was not lit for them to enjoy for free. The arrow sank deep into the foreigner's flesh, trailing dark red streaks of light mixed with a brilliant golden hue. He pressed his hand against the bleeding wound and sneered, remarking that although it had hit him, it was barely like an itch, and that their skills amounted to nothing more than this. Immediately after, his hand, as massive as a guardian deity, slowly descended, radiating 1,000-pound pressure that threatened to crush Kong Na. At that very moment, a massive stream of water suddenly appeared where Lam Tu was lying collapsed. In the desolate ruins, Kalavinka kept shaking Lam Tu, who was lying motionless, urging him to wake up quickly because he had lost control while unconscious. Instantly, his eyebrows twitched slightly and then gradually furrowed in discomfort. Lam Tu suddenly opened his eyes wide as he regained consciousness. Seeing this, she hurriedly asked in rapid succession if he was truly awake. Seeing him struggle to sit up, Kalavinka rushed over to ask anxiously if he was still alright. Then she kindly reminded him to take his time to get used to his body first. She continued to mutter an explanation, saying that with him awake like this, the Ku Dragon was probably about to wake up soon as well. Both of them stood in silence watching the Ku Dragon, who was still fast asleep with no sign of waking up yet. Kalavinka tiptoed step by step closer to the creature. She gently spread her soft wings, intending to cover the body of the Ku Dragon. Unexpectedly, just as she was about to touch the target, Lamtu suddenly swung his leg and delivered a powerful kick straight to Kalavinka, sending her flying straight and crashing hard to the ground, leaving her buttocks aching. Kalavinka's eyes showed clear panic as she quickly defended herself, swearing that she had no intention of hurting it. Ignoring her words completely, the young man strode confidently straight toward the Ku Dragon. Lamtu's eyes suddenly flashed with a coal-sharp gaze, his fingers clenching into a tight fist. Immediately after, he threw a devastating punch straight onto the creature's body. Yet, a bone-chilling pain suddenly struck, making Lamtu cry out as his hand crumpled with blue veins twitching violently. The mysterious voice kept echoing in his ears, urging him to wake up and asking if he was okay, echoing through the silent space where Lamtu stood frozen. Having just regained a bit of his senses, he looked around in bewilderment, thinking to himself what on earth was going on and where he had drifted to. Lamtu was utterly bewildered, his eyes widened, and he lowered his head in deep thought, remembering that he was supposed to be on Extreme Abyss Island and had been backstabbed by a monster disguised as Telengok. The memory of the woman with half a rotting face and a huge bizarre eyeball grinning with a sinister smile flashed vividly in Lamtu's mind. He vaguely remembered the scene of his body being chopped to pieces and then gathered up to be healed, and then escorted to a secret underground vault to be extensively repaired. Returning to the harsh reality, Lamtu looked up at the clouds in the sky and muttered to himself that this place was definitely not that desolate Extreme Abyss Island, and it didn't look anything like the bustling Tianhai city either. Suddenly, in the quiet space where only Lamtu was present, a coarse shouting rang out, "You are so big, but you still love playing with kids' toys. No wonder you look as weak as a snail." He turned back toward the noise and discovered 3 male students savagely beating up a schoolmate. Although the victim was skinny, he still tried to demand his item back, while the ringleader beat him and ridiculed the weakling for daring to resist. Observing the white-haired boy taking the beating closely, Lamtu was stunned to realize how identical the facial features were to his own. He was secretly shocked to recognize that the person was none other than his dad. Seeing his parent being bullied right before his eyes, a fire of anger flared up inside Lamtu. He shouted loudly to stop the aggressive bullies. "Bastards, what on earth do you think you're redoing?" Without hesitation, Lamtu stepped forward and ripped a nearby street light pole straight out of the ground, much to the wide-eyed astonishment of the aggressive kids. Witnessing this invincible strength, the ringleader trembled, fell heavily to the ground, and screamed out, "Mom, save me, a monster has appeared." Shouldering the light pole and ready to fight, Lamtu looked around to identify the current time frame. Noting that the buildings had not yet been reinforced against the disaster, he guessed immediately that this was the time before Trucklong landed. Knowing they were no match for the pole-wielding freak, the bullies quickly turned tail and ran for their lives. After settling the trouble, he approached the skinny young man who was his father in his youth to ask if he had sustained any injuries. Under the brilliant glow of the sunset, he turned to his father with a warm smile. Only then did his father in his youth slowly raise his head to get a clear look at the savior who had just rescued him. Under the late afternoon sky dyed a vibrant golden orange, the 2 young men shared a friendly handshake. Clutching a strange cardboard box in one hand, Longton grabbed Lamtu's shoulder to pull himself up, supporting his father. Lamtu sincerely advised, "I think we should leave this area quickly and for good." Longton stared at the iron pole that had just been ripped out of the ground and asked with concern, "But were you not hurt just now?" He smiled calmly and replied, "No harm done, besides I've already put it back where it belongs." The 2 young men walked to a nearby grocery store to buy water. The shopkeeper cheerfully returned the change, and Longton bowed politely to thank him. His dad immediately handed the cool ice cream he had just bought to Lamtu as a small token of gratitude, saying, "Thank you so much for earlier. Please accept this for now." Looking at his beloved father standing before him, he was deeply moved and could only softly whisper a word of thanks. Lamtu fell silent after that, his warm eyes still closely watching every expression on Longton's face. This somewhat too intense observation made Longton ask awkwardly and tactfully, "Why do you keep staring at me like that? Is there something on my face?" Embarrassed and not knowing how to explain, Lamtu quickly averted his gaze, scratched his head, and changed the subject by asking, "By the way, why did those students pick a fight with you?" Without any hesitation, Longton showed the cardboard box he was cradling in his chest and explained, "Oh, it's just because of the item inside here." Suddenly, from a gap in the box, a small folded piece of paper fell straight onto the street. Lamtu immediately bent down to pick up the paper and gently pointed out, "It looks like you dropped this." Lamtu opened the piece of paper he had just picked up to read. The simple handwriting clearly read, "My beloved son, your birthday is coming up. But since I am busy working far away and cannot come home to celebrate with you, I am sending you the Godzilla model you have long wished for. I hope that no matter how difficult life gets, you will face it courageously like that mighty Godzilla dinosaur." Rising up strongly with Lamtu's eyes grew pensive for a moment after reading those words. He suddenly understood that his majestic father had also been so fragile and vulnerable when he was a child. Longton then excitedly opened the cardboard box and carefully lifted out the black toy Godzilla dinosaur. He raised the dinosaur to Lamtu's eye level, gently wiggling the toy with a very proud expression, showing it off, "Here it is." While lovingly caressing the plastic dinosaur he shared, "Every time my father goes on a business trip far from home, he regularly sends this meaningful gift to me." Clutching the sacred note left by his grandfather, Lamtu looked affectionately at the dinosaur and whispered, "So this is Kwai Long." Just as the two were chatting happily, a large truck suddenly rushed around the distant bend at a terrifying speed. The driver poked his head out of the window and yelled, urging Lam Tu and Long Tun to get out of the way and hurry up. The truck sped crazily forward without braking at all, as if it were aiming straight at the two of them to run them over. A deafening crash resounded as the young man used one hand to firmly block the front of the truck to prevent a violent collision. Lam Tu's extraordinary strength crumpled the front of the truck, scaring the driver inside out of his wits. He hurriedly turned to look at his father and asked if he had sustained any injuries. However, Lam Tu's gaze suddenly caught a sight far more terrifying than that crazy truck, causing his eyes to widen in shock. Immediately, he put the truck completely out of his mind and yelled, urging his father to run quickly. Long Tun was still clutching the cardboard box, unaware of the bizarre black shadow expanding behind his back, and asked his son in bewilderment what was going on to make him so frantic. Suddenly, the world turned pitch black, and the ground cracked and collapsed into a deep pit. Long Tun lost his footing and fell before he could react, seeing which Lam Tu quickly lunged forward and shouted for his father to hold on tight to his hand. However, the father and son had nothing to grab onto in midair, and even the spot where Lam Tu stood began to crumble violently. Both tried to stretch and reach out their hands to touch each other while plunging straight down into the wide-open mouth of the terrifying creature. In that critical moment, mystical blue flashes of light shone along with countless dancing clock hands around them, signaling an anomalous space-time region. Lam Tu half closed his eyes and then jolted awake as if he had just experienced a long nightmare, looking around in bewilderment. He found himself standing all alone in a pitch-black darkness, with rippling circles appearing beneath his feet as if he were floating on water, and he wondered what on earth this place was. From deep within the vast darkness, a strange sound suddenly echoed from ahead. He cautiously followed the direction of the mysterious sound, his heart full of doubt as to what was waiting for him ahead. Without making him wait long, a horrifying scene was revealed. It was the giant skeleton of a super beast, and he was standing right next to its fangs and claws. He stared wide-eyed in astonishment straight ahead, unable to believe that the roar had come from this lifeless pile of dry bones, wondering what kind of monster this ultimately was. That bizarre skeleton emitted a sparkling emerald glow, occasionally letting out soft growls as if to assert its presence. After closely watching the strange movements of the skeleton, Lam Tu gasped in surprise that this giant dragon had not yet stopped breathing. The pile of dry bones before him began to squirm, lifting its head high like a creature that had just awakened from a 1,000-year sleep. The blue light grew more and more brilliant, bringing with it muscle fibers and flesh that appeared out of nowhere to gradually cover the pale white skeleton. When the resurrection process was complete, the mythical creature opened its single eye and said in a deep, raspy voice that over the past billions of years he was only the second person to set foot in this place. Lam Tu was utterly astounded and pressed the ancient dragon with questions, asking who that second person actually was. The divine beast did not answer, but from deep within its eyeball, the blurry silhouette of a man was suddenly projected. Looking at the extremely familiar silhouette from behind, he instinctively came up with a startling conjecture about the identity of the first visitor. As the image from the dragon's eye was magnified, the man's figure turned around and was revealed to be unmistakably Long Tun, causing Lam Tu to gasp in astonishment that it was indeed his father. Hearing his words, Zholong nodded and said that finally the long-awaited person had appeared, prompting the Long Tun in that memory to curiously ask how it knew he would come and what its true identity was. The giant dragon fixed its gaze intently down at the tiny mortal at its feet and slowly opened its wide mouth. However, it closed its mouth again and raised its head high, allowing the blue mist to envelop its body, which was growing increasingly dense. Looking at the hazy mist spreading around, Lin Tu nodded slightly and commented that this premium spiritual energy was indeed a rare find. Suddenly, the Zholong glared intently at Lin Tu, its two eyes shining brightly like two miniature suns. It slowly began to answer his questions, claiming to be the source of the spiritual energy, the root of the secret realm, and the ancestor of all beasts. Then, the giant began to reminisce about the primeval era of this land. Old memories of a lush, fertile green steppe emerged vividly. In ancient times, this planet was enveloped by an extremely dense layer of spiritual energy. Melancholically, Zholong continued to tell Lin Tu about a major event billions of years ago. A fierce collision with an asteroid brought a catastrophic extinction to planet Lin. The beam of light from that celestial body swept across the fiery, blood-red sky of the apocalyptic sunset. Zholong choked up as it continued, saying that the devastating impact shattered the underground veins, completely cutting off the flow of energy on the surface. Right in the middle of the vast desert of white sand, a strange object crashed, and all creatures relying on spiritual energy gradually withered away, turning the entire planet into a dead land. Zholong, buried under the hot sand at the time, recalled that in that extreme there was still one living being who refused to surrender to fate. At that time, it kept digging headfirst into the barren earth, and Zholong struggled to dig up the dusty sand. The hole dug by its own hands grew deeper and deeper, gradually swallowing its massive body. Huddled and trembling under the protective shelter of Zholong's back were small beasts, who looked up exhaustedly to ask if their ancestor was still persistently digging the earth. Another beast answered instead, saying that if the ancestor kept digging down, they would find the energy source hidden deep within the earth. Right after those words, another creature lying on the verge of death nearby sighed in worry, wondering if they would survive until then, while Zholong kept diligently digging deeper, its single eye gleaming with iron determination to never give up. Its hands dug rapidly as it encouraged itself to keep trying to be faster, because if it did not dig out a way of escape, all of its kind would perish here. Zhuolong sighed, recalling the arduous past when nothing went smoothly at all. At that time, the poor creatures gasping for breath were complaining and groaning as their bodies suffered from endless, agonizing pain, approaching their limits of endurance. Hearing those groans and cries, Zhuolong's eyes became bloodshot and tears fell continuously, yet it kept working diligently, blaming itself for not being faster to save everyone. Under the scorching, blistering sun of the desolate desert, the beasts collapsed on the sand could only weakly call out the name of their ancestor. Deep underground, Zhuolong was still frantically digging the earth and murmuring to itself that with just a little more effort, the chance of survival would surely lie ahead. Standing at the bottom of the deep, yawning abyss of its own creation, Zhuolong cried out in agonizing pain, asking the heavens why, despite endless digging, there was still no sign of the source of life. Hearing the commotion, a small beast tried to raise its head to ask, and another struggled to sit up, saying that it was the despairing scream of their ancestor. Not wanting to be a useless burden, the little beast struggled to stand up, saying that their ancestor was bearing too much pain, so they could not just sit still and wait to die, but should roll up their sleeves and help together, for it was better to try than to lie down waiting for death to knock on the door. Deep within the dark underground, Zhuolong was completely unaware of what was happening around it, silently digging and forgetting the passage of days and months. Its claws, which were already torn and dripping with fresh red blood, suddenly hit a hard, strange object beneath the layer of soil and stone. When it finally dug up that stiff earth, a mystical deep blue light soared up and quickly spread throughout the dark cave. Zhuolong was ecstatic that all its hard work had finally paid off. At this moment, its bloodshot, vein-filled eyes and hot tears also turned a deep crimson. But the joy was short-lived when Zhuolong woke up to reality and looked back, only to see the cold, piled-up skeletons of its kind who had passed away forever. Zhuolong wept bitterly in the lonely space, filled with resentment, questioning what it had been frantically digging for all this time when nothing was left now. Zhuolong's eyes widened with resentment mixed with sorrow as blood-red tears continuously streamed down. The heartbreaking pain forced the giant to close its eyes, leaving the salty tears to flow freely. The giant creature was gradually swallowed by the mysterious blue light, choosing absolute silence in the face of this immense loss. The flow of energy enveloped and slowly consumed its life force, turning its body into a motionless skeleton covered in moss and overgrown weeds, right in the deep hole where it had exhausted its very last drops of sweat and tears to dig years ago. A remarkably lush green sprout now grew. Zhuolong concluded its ancient tale with a relieved smile, affirming that their planet had finally been reborn, brimming with new life. Lam-Tu stood completely still to focus on listening to the story, his eyes wide with amazement. In Truck-Long's eyes, the figure of Lam-Tu's father reappeared, and it slowly recounted everything up to that fateful moment. Hearing that, Lam-Tu interrupted, asking if his father also wanted to explore deeper into the earth. Truck-Long immediately denied it, while Lam-Tu's hand had already risen and almost touched the other's eye. It explained that he wanted to put an end to everything, as the image of the dragon sovereign struggling to close the great gate appeared. Lam-Tu was completely surprised by his father's decision, and he quickly pressed to know the reason why. Truck-Long frankly shared with a fixed gaze that the place where his father lived had absolutely no spiritual energy. The young man was utterly bewildered, instinctively repeating the words he had just heard but could not yet digest. No spiritual energy at all. Suddenly remembering the rescue of the dragon sovereign from being bullied, he realized with amazement that his father actually came from a dimension with no spiritual energy. Truck-Long then speculated that ever since it explored the depths of the earth, the leaked spiritual energy had created a parallel world. It dreamed of a realm without spiritual energy where there was no class distinction and everyone enjoyed a warm and harmonious life. It talked endlessly about its old friend from years ago while Lam-Tu listened attentively, lost in thought. It spoke of the bet with the first person to appear, asserting that it would not easily give up exploiting the spiritual energy. Truck-Long faced the dragon sovereign of that day and said that this bet was meant for humans to decide the fate of their own world. Long ago in a desolate wilderness, Truck-Long had a fateful encounter with the great dragon sovereign. A giant creature resembling Truck-Long roared fiercely, opening its bloody maw intending to swallow the intruder. Thian Kai stared blankly at the monster and lamented that against an ancient beast of this scale there was no way she could fight it. At the critical moment, the dragon sovereign stepped forward from behind and lifted the girl up before she could even grasp what was happening. At the same time, his other fist tightened and pulled back to accumulate a massive amount of power. Then he threw a powerful punch straight at the monster's chin, catching it completely off guard, while letting out a decisive shout. The terrifying force of the punch made the giant beast lose its balance and collapse to the ground, kicking up a thick cloud of dust. Right after that, the dragon sovereign gently placed the girl in a safer area behind his back. The girl scrambled to her feet with sparkling eyes full of admiration, finally understanding why her sister had been so captivated by that powerful punch for all these years. Still keeping a highly alert stance in front, he turned back to grumble at the little girl, reminding her that he had told her to be careful. Then the dragon sovereign said nothing more, silently extending a hand to pull the little girl up. Thian Kai quickly grabbed his hand and curiously asked if he often participated in such fierce, fiery battles. The dragon sovereign smirked slightly and said that this was still very mild and that what was about to happen next would be truly terrifying. Pointing at the monster writhing in pain on the ground, he challenged it to see if it still had the guts to approach him. Thian Kai excitedly raised her fist high with burning determination, bluntly declaring that if she were cowardly she wouldn't have bothered to come here. And so the two comrades stood side by side, charging into battle to quell the horde of ancient beasts that were frantically rushing toward them. The couple quickened their pace on the giant backbone of the ancient creature, using it as the only pathway to venture deep inside. Looking around the battlefield strewn with the withered remains of primordial monsters, Thean curiously asked about the giant bone they were stepping on, and Long Tun gently explained that this was the vestige of the oldest living creature on Earth. While leading the way along the long stretch of bone, he told her that in the beginning, when the energy of heaven and earth suddenly vanished, only this stubborn creature painstakingly dug for thousands of years to seek life. The little girl listened quietly and leaped nimbly after him. The two silhouettes dashed one after another along the towering spine as the surrounding space plunged into infinite silence. Stepping into the center of the dark cave, Long Tun narrowed his eyes to peer through the hazy mist shrouding the figures of the ancient beasts, and then raised his voice to challenge his young disciple to show her skills. Hearing her master's challenge, the little girl immediately braced herself and took a combat stance. Having followed him to learn the arts for so long, a few monsters like these were nothing but a piece of cake. What appeared before her was not ordinary living creatures but an army of mobile skeletons. Without a moment of hesitation, Thean Kai swung her heavy greatsword and charged straight into the fray. The bizarre creature slammed down hard where the little girl stood, and fortunately she rolled away just in time to narrowly dodge the fatal blow. Landing in a steady three-point stance, the little girl pressed one hand and one foot firmly against the stone surface to build momentum for her next lightning-fast counterattack. Without hesitating for another second, Thean Kai built up momentum and leaped high, dashing toward the giant legs of her dangerous opponent. The little girl spread her arms and gripped the massive leg of the beast tightly. Summoning all the strength gathered from her grueling training sessions, the little girl lifted the monster high into the air. Taking advantage of her opponent's struggle to regain balance, she swung her arms to slam the leg she was holding to the side, sending the giant creature crashing helplessly to the ground. After the quick cleanup, the mobile minions from earlier were now nothing but a pile of mindless bone fragments heaped at her feet. The little girl dusted off her dirty hands, then turned to her master and raised her chin, asking what he thought. Long Tun smiled faintly in approval, walked slowly toward his young disciple, and gave her sincere praise. For someone who did not possess any spiritual energy, such strength was indeed remarkable. Suddenly, to her utter amazement, Long Tun lowered himself to kneel on one knee before the little girl, pleading that if that were the case, he had a highly important request to entrust to her. Witnessing her teacher's unexpected gesture of obeisance, the little girl flusteredly waved her hands in refusal, her voice laced with confusion as she urged him to stand up immediately. Looking up at his disciple, Long Tun slowly revealed a past secret. When the torch dragon was born, the mother of that beastly species also came into existence. Pointing toward a round object at the end of the pathway, he further explained that after years of searching, he had finally found the mother beast, but she unfortunately still existed only in the form of an egg. He made a proposal to the child before him, explaining that since only someone with a pure body free of spiritual energy yet possessing the strongest physical constitution could touch it, he deeply hoped she would help him uncover this secret. Thean Kai's face showed a hint of embarrassment. The little girl scratched her cheek gently and wondered why her master had to make such a big deal out of a simple scouting task. Understanding his young disciple's concern, he gently explained the risk. Since the torch dragon fell, tens of thousands of wild beast skeletons had sacrificed their lives to protect this treasure. If it were accidentally touched, all of them would awaken, putting her life in extreme danger and making it difficult for him to protect her. Hearing this, Thean Kai placed both hands on Long Tun's shoulders to reassure him and confirm that she agreed to go. Although she did not fully understand everything, she knew this would help him and Lam too as well. Ending their short conversation, they both quickened their steps toward the glowing treasure. He did not forget to warn her once more that this place was teeming with monster carcasses, and any careless action would bring deadly peril. Gazing intently at the sphere radiating a bizarre glow ahead, the elder nodded slightly, promising to do everything in his power to act as a shield for the little girl. Seeing his young disciple look a bit hesitant, he told her to take her time scouting, and that he would be right by her side to rescue her if needed. Without replying, the little girl quietly obeyed her master and looked toward the egg with a bead of anxious sweat rolling down. Step by step, she approached the sphere, which sat solemnly on a stone pedestal like a priceless antique in a royal gallery. Thean Kai gently raised her small hands, slowly bringing them close to the brilliantly glowing object in front of her. She kept her eyes fixed on the sphere, which was glowing even more brilliantly, without uttering a word. Under Thean Kai's gently touching fingers, the eggshell began to crack, and those cracks quickly spread across the surface. The moment the young girl touched it, a bizarre whirlwind rushed in from nowhere, blowing up dust, dirt, and stones in the dark cave. Watching the strange tempest that had just blown out from the gloomy rock crevices, Long Tun muttered that they had arrived. Staring at the ancient monsters with their fierce, bloodshot eyes glaring, he softly whispered the rest of his unfinished sentence. Realizing the situation was becoming increasingly critical, he pointed toward the entrance from earlier and urged the girl to escape quickly so he could hold off the wild beasts alone. However, Thean Kai did not bother to answer and suddenly soared up into the air to his utter astonishment. Holding the treasure tightly as she flew high, the egg automatically left her hands, radiating warm blue and golden orange light that wrapped around her body. Long Tun could only stand frozen watching the girl, his heart filled with confusion, unable to understand what on earth was happening. Despite the cracks continuing to split open, the strange egg kept hovering right between her small hands. As the cracks grew denser, the shell shattered into 100 pieces and fell scattered onto the cold ground. As if having fully absorbed that mysterious energy, the girl curled up in a pair of delicate wings and two golden butterfly antennae gradually grew on her head. The young girl's eyes had now also completely transformed, becoming upturned and glittering just like the eyes of a butterfly. Thean Kai had now transformed into a magical creature, possessing a human silhouette while also bearing the distinctive features of a beautiful butterfly. The tiny butterfly maiden kept hovering in midair, looking around at the surroundings with a highly bewildered expression. Seeing this, Long Tun started and shouted loudly, warning her to be careful because this place was about to collapse. Right at this moment, the pack of ancient beasts began to rise up and roar frantically, creating ear-splitting screeches. Witnessing that chaotic scene, he only smirked proudly because the long-awaited moment had finally arrived. Right after that, the monsters rushed frantically straight toward him, opening their blood-red mouths as if to swallow their prey whole. Sensing the precarious situation, Thean Kai hurriedly flapped her wings and rushed over, promising that she would support him in the fight. However, Lam Longtun dismissed it and told her not to worry about things here but to set off immediately for Kukyen Island. Faced with that discouragement, the young girl could only remain silent. She witnessed the monster skeletons being shattered by him and then crushed by large rocks. Next, the other ones also quickly restored their massive dinosaur forms. And then they immediately rushed toward him. Seeing that the girl was still hesitating to leave, Lam Longtun impatiently shouted to urge her to quickly escape from this cave. Hearing this, the young girl gently bit her lip and remained silent. Then she turned around and glided away. Before long, she soared out of the deep abyss. As soon as she met Bin Tri Lang and Batch Tiu, the girl hurriedly explained that she had to go to Kukyen Island to support Lam Tu, leaving her master to fight alone. Not only did the two of them not blame her, but they also reassured her that she should rest assured because that old man was by no means weak, and Batch Tiu added that this challenge was just a trivial matter for him. Realizing the girl's hesitation, he urged her to set off first, saying they would come as soon as they finished up here, and hearing this, Thean Kai breathed a sigh of relief and agreed. Immediately after, the girl quickly spread her wings and flew far away. In just a flash, that tiny figure had completely disappeared from sight. On the other side, Mo Lang was extremely anxious upon seeing Lam Tu still unconscious and kept shouting for him to wake up immediately. However, the only response to the group's high hopes was a few meaningless grunts from him. This situation made Mo Lang restless, thinking they were in big trouble and hoping he would regain consciousness soon. Seeing that his opponent was still fast asleep, Kong Na laughed in delight and threw his darts, sarcastically remarking that this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to finish off the bunch of fools. Hit consecutively by the sharp hidden weapons, Ngoy Lang was completely exhausted and lost all ability to resist. His legs could no longer stand firm, causing him to tumble and free fall from the cloud. Witnessing that heart-stopping scene, Kalavika panicked and shouted to ask if her friend was okay. Fortunately, a flock of birds flew in from somewhere just in time to support Ngoy Lang, saving him from a dangerous fall. Witnessing this, Kong Na angrily scolded them as a few useless pet birds, wondering why they dared to rise up and cause trouble when their master was about to die. Angrily, Kalavika shot back that if the backstabbing lackeys of Tran Sai Long dared to show their faces, why should she hide? And she immediately ordered the flock of birds to charge and finish him off. Receiving the order, the flock of birds immediately flapped their wings and rushed straight toward that hateful man. Facing the dense flock of birds, he still kept a cold, unflinching face, leisurely throwing out a series of hidden weapons to block them. The rain of sharp darts formed a solid shield that prevented the opponents from approaching. Even so, a few agile birds still skillfully slipped through the gaps to continue their attack. This rapid approach put Kong Na in a position of being surrounded on all sides with no way out. The flock of birds swarmed and pecked at him relentlessly, making him stumble and slip straight off the aircraft. Unluckily, Kong Na fell straight onto the deck of a ship floating in the vast ocean. The painful fall made him furious as he threw his head back and screamed curses at those feathered creatures. Seeing the enemy in such a miserable state, Kalavika was extremely delighted and sarcastically said that he was indeed so weak that he couldn't even handle a few pets. Right at this moment, Hong Shoyan appeared at the doorway and coldly told Kong Na to step back so he could handle the situation. Although he felt resentful upon hearing that suggestion, he still had to grit his teeth and yield the field. Immediately after, Hong Suyan raised his hands and began to cast magic to control the surrounding airflow. A flock of black crows with bizarre humanoid shapes rushed out from nowhere, flying straight toward the opponent. Although their size was somewhat modest compared to the flock of birds, thanks to their overwhelming advantage in numbers, the crows quickly turned the tide and dominated the sky. Not stopping there, an army of frogs from the ship jumped into the sea in droves to support their allies above. The favorable turn of events made Kong Na visibly excited, and he laughingly remarked that the balance of power had now completely tipped in favor of their side. Realizing that her side was about to be disadvantaged, Kalavika frantically shouted for Ngoy Lang to watch out for those frog men, to prevent them from getting close and destroying the entire protective network of this beautiful island. However, it was too late, and Ngoy Lang had already fallen deep into the encirclement of the pitch-black crows and could hardly struggle to escape. Witnessing that scene, she could only grit her teeth in helpless frustration. Now her only hope was placed on one person. Tears streaming down her face, she cried out and called Lam Tu's name, but unfortunately he was still acting crazily, leaving her confused and not knowing what to do. Right after that, an earth-shattering explosion suddenly erupted violently, with no one knowing who had caused it. Suddenly, a few flashes of lightning zipped past as fast as the wind, leaving no trace of their source, only bright sparkling streaks of light. Witnessing that scene made Kalavika extremely curious, wondering what on earth that was. It turned out to be Thean Kai. The little girl swooped around and shouted, "I've come to rescue you." Looking down at the empty ground below, the little girl saw everyone fighting each other fiercely. So the little girl quickly flew down to support them, muttering, "It turns out they've already started fighting." Seeing Thean Kai parting the wind and flying toward them, Lam Tu immediately focused his eyes on her. Right after that, he let out an extremely deafening roar. Thean Kai asked in confusion, Lam Tu, what's wrong with you? What on earth is going on? But now he listened to no one's intervention, aggressively rushing forward to attack Thean Kai. Seeing this, the little girl did not even get angry but calmly remarked, it turns out you couldn't control the beast blood surging inside your body. Then she gathered a bright energy ball and whispered, maybe this move will help cool down your hot head. The energy ball gradually grew larger while she got close behind his back, preparing to unleash her move. Seeing that bright light approaching, Lam Tu was utterly terrified and speechless. Right after that, he was swallowed by the beam of light and his body gradually transformed, thereby returning to his normal state, gaining self-control and no longer being frantic. This made him extremely astonished, not expecting that he could change like that. Seeing that Lam Tu had regained his senses, Thean Kai smiled warmly, raised her hand in welcome and said, welcome back. Hearing that, Lam Tu waved his hand and said, at a critical moment like this, it's no time to joke around. Next, both turned their heads to observe the battlefield, where the fight was taking place very intensely. Looking at that scene, Thean Kai complained loudly, Lam Tu, what kind of trouble have you caused again? But he calmly replied, it's a long story. Currently, Transei Long's faction is leading the attack, determined to capture Kukyan Island at all costs, which made the little girl angrily scold him, you must really be tired of living. But Lam Tu could only sigh helplessly. Not only that, sister to Len Engok has also been captured by them. Hearing that bad news made Thean Kai furious, shouting, I've only been gone for a few days and you've already ruined things like this. Suddenly, she sensed that something was wrong, wondering, sister Tu is so extraordinary, who could possibly be strong enough to capture her? He hastily pointed toward Hong Suyan standing on the ship's deck and said, it's that guy, making the little girl widen her eyes in surprise and ask, is this guy really that formidable? Lam Tu nodded in confirmation. He is extremely dangerous. Besides capturing Telengok, he has also killed both Thien Vu and Hatch Kang. Suddenly, an interface panel appeared before his eyes, leaving him utterly astonished. Showing her face with a furious, choked-up expression, Kalavika scolded, Lam Tu, what kind of madness possessed you just now, you jerk? Ngoe Lang shielded you and now he's been beaten to a pulp over there. Hearing the bad news, he hurriedly and anxiously pressed for information about the situation on the other side, asking where everyone was hiding and how Ngoe Lang's condition was. She replied immediately, I am escorting the demon dragon, gradually retreating deep into the underground secret bunker. As she walked, she hurriedly added, that's not all, the first protective barrier on Kukyan Island has collapsed. Feng Tuk and I are carrying the paralyzed demon dragon and evacuating to another place. Therefore, Kalavika concluded, I will lead them to the very end of the underground tunnel. With luck, we might hold out for another 20 to 30 minutes. Since the group was now standing in front of the shelter's entrance, she only had time to instruct Lam Tu, the next stretch of the way will have to rely on your strategy. Hearing this, Lam Tu nodded firmly, I will rush over to assist you guys right away. Seeing this, little Thean Kai standing next to him said confidently, leave the Kukyan Island battlefield to me. By the way, I'll let you witness my true ability. You can go ahead and torture Hong Xian without any worries. Right after saying this, the little girl soared off towards Kukyan Island to support her teammates. In just the blink of an eye, Thean Kai's figure vanished into the vast sky. On this front line, Ngo Lang was still straining to carry large boulders to block the enemy's advance. He was out of breath, but still tried to sound defiant, is this all you trash are capable of? However, the short monsters were in no hurry, they only growled, making strange and eerie sounds. Suddenly, streaks of brilliant golden light poured down from above, twinkling like falling stars. Those wondrous streams of light enveloped the entire crowd standing on the ground below. When the light touched Ngo Lang's body, his eyes widened in surprise as he saw all the gashes on his flesh instantly heal as if he had never been injured. Immediately after, he threw his head back and let out a mighty ecstatic roar. That golden morning light also shone down upon those bizarre creatures. Moments later, the monsters gradually returned to their original human forms, causing everyone to cheer in joy. Oh my god, we are finally human again. Witnessing that miraculous magic trick, Ngo Lang scratched his head in confusion, wondering which savior had intervened. Therefore, Ngo Lang looked up into the sky to search for the identity of that mysterious benefactor. It turned out that the culprit was none other than the little girl Thean Kai, who was flying around cheerfully, continuously scattering glittering golden dust down to the world. Seeing Ngo Lang staring at her in a daze, the little girl winked and playfully raised 2 fingers in a V sign to celebrate the victory. Returning to Lam Tu, the young man was continuing his unfinished phone call with Kalavika. Hearing the news that the danger on the other side had been cleared, he breathed a sigh of relief and nodded in praise, awesome, great teamwork. Hearing the praise, she took the opportunity to report, all the civilians have been brought to the safe bunker by Ngo Lang so you can fight with peace of mind. After that, Lam Tu could not contain his rage and shouted, to dare to blatantly turn humans into such hideous monsters. Transei Loa, what on earth are you scheming? Having said that, he gained momentum and dashed straight towards their base like an arrow. Whipping through the wind, he pointed straight at the villains' faces, you inhuman bastards. Today I will definitely make you pay with your lives. Seemingly sensing the surging murderous intent approaching, Hong Xian startled and snapped his head around to investigate. Then, with only his bare hands, he easily blocked the tempestuous punch from Lam Tu. Refusing to give up, he enlarged his fist and fiercely rushed in, intending to give him a beating. The 1,000-pound punch carried a terrifying strength that blew Hong Xian far away. A resounding crash shook the entire large ship. Hong Xian was violently thrown back, plowing a cracked path across the ship's deck. Determined not to let his opponent catch his breath, Lam Tu immediately lunged forward at a wind-tearing speed. The subsequent strike carried an extremely terrifying surge of energy. Even so, he still used his giant hands to block it without suffering any harm. Hong Xian raised his head, sporting a provocative smile, praising the kid for playing quite well. Immediately after, he transformed into a giant black crow and struck hard, tossing him far away. The force of the impact broke the ship in half, and it quickly sank deep to the ocean floor. Although Lam Tu narrowly escaped death, he looked extremely disheveled. The wreckage of the ship dragged down whirlpools and violent waves right before his eyes. He did not hesitate to praise him for being truly fearsome, and Hong Xian returned the compliment, saying he wasn't too bad either. But he sneered and said, "Too bad your beast illusion trick only lasts 15 minutes, whereas I am the real deal." Lam Tu widened his eyes in surprise at his knowledge, demanding to know how he understood that secret so well. Without saying a word, he flapped his wings hard, creating a tempest that swept him up into the sky. The sudden attack left Lam Tu with no time to react, only able to scream out in pain. Hong Xian calmly landed on a fragment of the ship's side, mockingly asking if he was racking his brain for the reason. He forced himself up with a wry smile. "Who cares about that? I was only buying time. You're not the only one who knows how to play tricks." At that very moment, the seawater below began to boil and shake violently. Witnessing that scene, he slightly curled his lips into a triumphant smile. Lam Tu immediately lunged straight up and whispered, "It looks like my friend has completed her mission." Hearing this, he startled and realized he had fallen into a trap, inwardly cursing himself for being too careless. Instantly, the sea surged with towering columns of wave. From deep beneath the water, a giant Iron Man slowly emerged. Lengok, sitting majestically in the robot's cockpit, waved and said, "Hey monster, we meet again." The colossal size of the machine immediately cast a complete shadow over him. Hong Xian was dazed, not understanding what on earth was happening before his eyes. Lam Tu excitedly explained, "Your subordinates turned back into humans and spilled everything about where Lengok is being held." Those words made him furious. He raised his head, glared at him, and roared, "I will definitely mince you to pieces to satisfy my anger." However, Lam Tu only smiled confidently and replied, "Unfortunately, you no longer have that opportunity." His calm and self-satisfied attitude suddenly left him feeling extremely bewildered and confused. Just as he finished speaking, a massive block of energy condensed by Thian Kai hovered right above Hong Xian's head. With no way out, he had to use his entire body to brace himself and withstand that super bomb. However, its monster size made him struggle terribly to cope, and so in the blink of an eye, that giant sphere completely swallowed his figure. At the same time, it forced Hong Xian to reveal his original mortal form, making him feel extremely embarrassed and humiliated. He furiously shouted in Lam Tu's face, "You guys, you bastards, what on earth did you just do?" His face was so purple with rage that veins stood out, and he screamed, "I must skin you alive." Hong Xian kept roaring frantically, "Lam Tu, you brat, I must tear you to pieces." Despite having lost his beast form, he still charged frantically, forcing Lam Tu to dodge and demand, "What are you trying to do? Are you crazy?" He scolded him loudly to wake him up. "Look at yourself. Do you still have any power left to take a single punch of mine?" But he had lost his mind and resolved to keep charging, thinking it was better to die than to live without any power. With that, he lunged forward, holding Lam Tu tightly, and laughed aloud, "Then I'll drag you down with me." And so, both of them fell over the ship's railing, just as he had intended to drag him to the grave. Witnessing that critical situation, Thian Kai rushed forward and called out Lam Tu's name. Thanks to her lightning-fast reflexes, the little girl managed to grab hold of them both before they hit the sea surface. The little girl pouted and grumbled to Lam Tu, "After fighting so many battles, you are still soft-hearted and won't be decisive with your enemies." Hearing the reproach, he could only scratch his head in embarrassment and explain, "Well, but..." He glanced at him while making excuses. After all, he is now just an unarmed person. Thian Kai then listed his crimes of causing trouble for so many comrades, but on second thought, this kindness of yours is also what makes you lovable. The little girl put them back on the deck and said, "Now hand him over to me to bring back to the base to await trial." Lam Tu nodded slightly in agreement. Once the opponent's blocking chess pieces had been cleared, then the next target we need to destroy is. At this time, Leningok also silently stepped up to stand beside him, preparing for the battle with the general. In the far distance, a massive fleet of warships was deployed and advancing in their direction. Sai Long stood at the bow of the ship and shouted loudly, "Attention everyone. The traitor Lam Tu has colluded with the monster island to harm our people." He decisively ordered the soldiers, "Hunt down Lam Tu immediately at all costs. There's no need to keep him alive." The soldiers shouted in unison, "Understood. Deploy immediately to eliminate the traitor, dead or alive." That group of people kept shouting a slogan, "Launch a full-scale attack. Hunt down Lam Tu at all costs, dead or alive." Witnessing that scene, Lam Tu smirked and smiled to himself, being targeted by a manhunt order from the entire countermeasure bureau like this. It seemed the upcoming show would be extremely dramatic. Standing next to him, Lengok analyzed in a serious tone that Tran Sai Lung had put a lot of effort into fabricating charges against him, from capturing her to wiping out Hak Kang and Kung Thian Vu. His ultimate goal was simply to eliminate all of Lam Tu's allies. This made Lam Tu feel extremely bewildered, unable to understand for what reason the man was so wary of him to such an extent. Leningok immediately explained to him that because the countermeasure headquarters of the imperial capital had handed Kukwayan Island over to him, Tran Sai Lung would use any means necessary to seize this island, as it was rumored that a massive spirit vein lay hidden beneath that land. Hearing this, Lam Tu was extremely astonished, wondering whether the illusions he had seen in his dreams were actually real. Seeing something unusual she had never heard of, she curiously asked him what he had dreamed of, but he just shook his head slightly and said that the story was very long, and right now the most urgent task was still to clear out the enemies in front of them. Then Lam Tu stepped forward to shield her and asked if Sister Tu could handle the upcoming fierce battle, but she only replied coldly, "Stop talking nonsense. I am eager to avenge this grievance completely." At that very moment, a giant sphere of dark energy suddenly appeared in midair. That evil energy gradually expanded outward and began to manipulate the entire fleet of warships hovering high above. A pilot operating a spaceship screamed in panic, "It's a disaster, the same situation as before is happening again, the control system has suddenly been completely paralyzed." As soon as those words were spoken, countless massive explosions continuously rang out, shaking the sky. A series of aircraft and warships exploded simultaneously, leaving Lam Tu stunned. All these combat vehicles are losing control at the same time. What on earth is going on? The two of them quickly guessed that the culprit behind this was Ngoe Lang. That creature loudly declared to the enemy, "I will not let anyone have the opportunity to set foot on Kukuian Island." Immediately after that, it extended its iron staff to sweep away the surrounding warships. Ngoe Lang spun his staff rapidly while turning to tell the two of them, "Leave this place to me." You two quickly seized the chance to charge ahead. Hearing that, Lam Tu replied, "Then we are counting on you." With that, the two of them dashed straight toward Sai Luong as fast as lightning. Seeing his opponent's approach, he was not at all afraid but showed a smug expression. "Lam Tu, I truly cannot believe that in the end, I have to personally take action to deal with you." He immediately warned him, "Right now you are completely alone. Even if you have reached the half-step to Saint Realm, you cannot fight all four of us at the same time. I advise you to withdraw your troops immediately. Don't make the soldiers under your command throw away their lives in vain." But Sai Luong only sneered in response, "As long as I can seize Kukuian Island, what does this tiny loss matter, just like what happened back then?" Mentioning this, the smile on his face became even more cunning and gloating. "I was the one who sacrificed your dear father after all." Her rage reaching its peak, Langgok waved her hand intending to crush him and shouted loudly, "Shut your mouth." Seeing her suddenly lose control of her anger like that made Lam Tu standing next to her call out anxiously, "Sister Tu." But she paid no attention to his call and directed all her resentment at the person in front of her. Just for a tiny island, he dared to take the lives of so many people. How detestable. Why can't my attack take him down? At this moment, Sai Luong easily blocked the attack with just one hand and mockingly said, "Just because you inherited the outer armor from your late mother, you are already so arrogant. Is it really as powerful as you think?" His sudden mention of her mother left Leningok stunned. Before she could even compose herself, he reached out as fast as lightning and tightly squeezed Leningok's neck. He continued to mock maliciously, "This mechanical armor you are operating seems to be far inferior to your mother's old one." Even inside the steel armor, she could still clearly feel the brutal squeezing force. He refused to let go, and with just a slight twitch of his finger, that slender neck would be snapped. Then, he coldly threw the iron head down into the deep water. Witnessing that scene made Lindsay rush forward in panic, calling out loudly to Sister Tu. Realizing the young man's intention to rescue her, the old man quickly stuck out his giant hand like lightning to block the way, hoping to cut off his hope. He had made up his mind that no one would leave this place alive today. His anger flared up and he glared, releasing a powerful burst of energy that blew the old man's cheap tricks to smithereens. The sharp attack pierced right through the middle of Sai Lang's hand, making him roar in pain and fury. Taking advantage of his opponent's confusion, he quickly caught Langgok, who had long since fainted. A huge wound gaped right in the middle of his bleeding palm. This made Sai Lang roar with rage, wondering if this was indeed the phantom of the legendary battle beast. Guessing his thoughts, Lin Xiu smiled faintly and admitted, "That's right, thanks to your great fortune, I have merged with the Ku Dragon." This truth only reinforced his ambition. In that case, he had to eliminate the boy immediately, even if it meant regretfully sacrificing all of his loyal subordinates. Suddenly, the sky was covered with layers of pitch-black clouds interspersed with flashes of blood-red lightning. Frenzied bolts of electricity struck straight down at the warships in the water, throwing everyone into a panic, wondering if the boundary of the secret realm was about to tear open again. As soon as those words were spoken, the guy was surrounded by countless crisscrossing lightning bolts. Then he was immediately swallowed by the haze of smoke. A similar scene of chaos also occurred simultaneously across the decks of other ships. Looking at that bizarre scene, Lin Xiu frowned and demanded angrily, "Chen Sai Lang, what on earth are you trying to do?" But then he screamed frantically, "You forced my hand." Sai Lang's body suddenly swelled up like a towering mountain standing right in front of him, blocking Lin Xiu's way out. Seeing this, he thought to himself that he must take Sister Tu to safety first. However, he would not let him go so easily. Lost soldiers could be recruited again, but letting such rare awakened ones escape would be a waste. Lin Xiu looked at him in confusion, cursing silently, wondering what kind of monster this was. He suddenly threatened, "Lin Xiu, this is all your fault." Sai Lang growled as he extended his weirdly distorted and deformed hand, preparing to send him to the afterlife. His hand suddenly turned into a cluster of squiggly tentacles that stretched out and rushed forward. As the hideous tentacles closed in before his eyes, Lin Xiu realized he could not dodge because he still had to protect the unconscious Langgok. He knew all too well that if he carelessly unleashed a firestorm attack now, he could easily hurt the sister beside him. His opponent's hesitation made him laugh in triumph. "This time you guys are finished." In the blink of an eye, Sai Lang squeezed Lin Xiu tightly in his giant hand, making him completely unable to move. Just at that critical moment, a dark black gale carrying swirls of deep red lightning suddenly swept straight toward them. A sudden kick tore through the air, appearing out of nowhere, causing his tightly gripping hand to lose its grip immediately. Taking advantage of that golden opportunity, Lam Tu immediately ran for his life. When he turned his head to look back, he couldn't help but be amazed by an unfamiliar figure. It turned out to be Uncle Cuck, sitting majestically on a white horse, who said, "Hasn't your father ever told you about me? We were close friends of old, but now is not the right time for us to chat." As soon as he finished speaking, he drew a sharp sword and pointed it straight at Sai Luong. "We need to get rid of this troublesome monster first." Seeing a part of his body chopped off, he appeared extremely annoyed. So he spoke in a mocking voice, Uncle Cuck, I really couldn't have expected someone like you to travel all the way here to nose around. Did you think that after I handed over Extreme Peace Island to the Kid Lamb 2, I would just wash my hands of everything? I just didn't expect you to act so ruthlessly. Luring you from the capital to this place is also a great harvest. I might as well send you on your way right here. As soon as he finished speaking, the wounds on his body automatically healed at super speed. Witnessing that bizarre sight, Uncle Cuck only smiled and said, so arrogant, if you think it's that easy, come and try. Hearing that, he angrily retorted, no need for you to dare me, I'll give you a taste of it right now. Right after that, a gigantic portal suddenly rose behind Uncle Cuck. He turned around and immediately recognized that it was the teleportation portal of a superpower user. From the darkness, sharp claws suddenly shot out at breakneck speed, attacking relentlessly, forcing Uncle Cuck to struggle and swing his sword frantically to block those dangerous moves. A sweep grazed his cheek and drew blood, making Uncle Cuck startled to realize that his opponent possessed an extremely strong piercing ability that could easily tear through even his spiritual energy shield. Without further delay, he hurriedly spurred his horse to gallop out of that dangerous encirclement. Seeing this, Silong laughed triumphantly. Do you see clearly now? I am no longer a wet behind-the-ears kid that you can bully however you want. If you want to defeat me, bring out all your ultimate moves. Hearing that, he did not hesitate to activate the forbidden technique, and instantly, countless sharp blades appeared floating in midair. Then I shall oblige you. The ultimate technique that Uncle Cuck had just deployed is called Bichai Treusen. Following the point of his finger, the blades rushed straight towards Silong like pouring rain, leaving him no time to defend, only able to raise his arms helplessly to shield himself. At this time, Lam Tu quickly handed the spiritual jade back to Thean Kai and said, please look after Chairman Du for me, I must go back to help. Just as he ran to Uncle Cuck's side and saw Silong lying motionless, he curiously asked, is it all sorted out smoothly? But Uncle Cuck shook his head and said, life is not that easy, kid. However, the worrying problem here is that Silong seems to have collected countless different spells. It is estimated that he must possess dozens of superpowers. At that moment, he suddenly remembered a chilling rumor from before, wondering if those fabricated stories could indeed be the harsh truth. Recently, in the Thean Hai area, there have been continuous mysterious disappearances of members. Worse still, even those sent to search for them have never returned. This left Uncle Cuck bewildered and suspicious. How strange. Awakened people always emit a characteristic spiritual energy, so they should have been detected immediately using a detection device. Overhearing the story, Len Thu chimed in, it is highly possible that those victims have had all their spiritual energy and superpowers stripped away by evil people. Hearing this, Uncle Cuck frowned and wondered, what does that mean? He immediately replied that he was not sure either, but had heard some rumors like that. Inside the human brain, there is also a type of core similar to that of beasts, but this form is extremely unstable. As soon as the host dies, it automatically releases spiritual energy and vanishes. However, if this kind of information were leaked, it would certainly cause chaos throughout the world, which is why the human council that discovered this secret has always tried to cover it up. Nevertheless, some awakened individuals still covertly collect human cores to seek spiritual energy. Hearing that shocking story made Lam to cover his mouth in panic. Did this mean that all this time Transei Luong had been hunting awakened people to nourish himself? But Uncle Cuck calmly explained that everything was still just groundless rumors, not enough to bring down this evil beast, and they couldn't verify anything either. Right then, Lam Tu noticed something strange. Could this be just an illusion? Why did he look so much more muscular than before? Hearing that, he laughed arrogantly, asking why they stopped fighting, as he had not had enough of such delicious spiritual energy. Seeing that the rumors were indeed true, Lam Tu became even more certain that he had the ability to absorb spiritual energy from attacks to strengthen himself, and there must be other tricks as well. Guessing his intention, Uncle Cuck gently placed his hand on the boy's shoulder. Then he stepped straight forward to face his opponent. He pointed his finger directly at Transei Luong, the tyrant who monopolized the Thean Hai arena, often using work as an excuse to oppress others and harm colleagues for personal gain, causing countless disasters. Hearing that most ridiculous accusation on earth, he threw his head back and laughed out loud. Then, with a cocky face, he declared to his opponent, do you think that after listing my crimes I will meekly surrender? Let me tell you, even if I dispatch you right now, no one in the world will ever know. On the contrary, Uncle Cuck replied with utmost confidence, I'm afraid you have miscalculated completely. Do you think that as a law enforcer I would just march forward all alone? Right at that moment, a fleet of drones hovering high above captured this terrifying scene in its entirety, and now all of humanity is staring right at you through the lenses of those robots. Hearing this, he laughed triumphantly, saying, so what if you witness this hideous form or hear those words? At this moment, citizens across the city witnessed Silong's grotesque true form with their own eyes and panicked in terror, unable to believe he was such a hideous monster far exceeding any ordinary beast. Silong's children watched the shocking news and trembled with fear, unable to believe their beloved father turned out to be such a terrifying monster. Meanwhile, the atmosphere at the headquarters was extremely gloomy and suffocating. The two of them witnessed the scene and couldn't stop exclaiming, no wonder he went to any lengths to seize Kukien Island at all costs. Now that everyone knew Silong's true face, they began to gossip animatedly. I realized a long time ago that there was something wrong with him. Despite his handsome human exterior, his inside has long been filled with ambition and cruelty. Even if he turns into a gentle beast, his nature remains just like a ravenous wolf that is never satisfied, always lurking to fish in troubled waters from others' pain, trampling on others' failures as a stepping stone for his own advancement. This despicable kind of person is truly a cancer on society. If the situation has already come to this, He roared, determined to go all out against everyone, as it was a do-or-die situation. Instantly, sharp spikes sprouted all over Sai Luong's body, piercing the warship flying in the sky, and he stopped there, continuing to relentlessly hunt down everyone on the boats drifting at sea. One by one, his subordinates were quickly rounded up, and without any hesitation, he stuffed them straight into his mouth to devour them greedily. Witnessing that bloody tragedy made Lam Tu extremely anxious, and he shouted loudly, demanding him to stop. But it was too late, as they had all been completely swallowed into his stomach, and next it would be Lam Tu and Uncle Kuk's turn. With those words, Sai Luong parted the water and stepped up from the deep sea, creating rolling waves. His exploding rage made him determined to swallow the entire Tianhai city into his stomach. As he trudged into the city, he roared in defiance, "Anyone who has the courage to stop me, come on and try." Witnessing that scene, Lam Tu anxiously asked what the next plan was, because if left alone, the truck-long tragedy that devastated 10 years ago would surely repeat itself. Chukuk sighed in agreement, admitting that at this moment they were truly helpless against him. He explained that he had tried to attack, but ordinary strikes only helped Sai Luong absorb and grow stronger, whereas if he unleashed a finishing move powerful enough to destroy him, both the sea and Lamhai city would be wiped out too. To defeat the enemy, they first needed to find a place that could withstand that massive source of power without collapsing. Just as the two of them were struggling to think of a solution, a voice chimed in, suggesting they try using a secret realm. The word secret realm had just been uttered, leaving both of them stunned and staring at each other in bewilderment. The owner of that suggestion was Thian Kai. Flying over, the young girl quickly explained that she had just left the secret realm, so her positioning was highly accurate, though drawing such a colossal monster into it would be no small challenge. Hearing this, Chukuk came up with a brilliant plan and told them that they only needed to lure Sai Luong to the secret realm's area, and he would handle the rest. Upon hearing the plan, Lam Tu and Thian Kai immediately responded in unison with great enthusiasm, promising to complete this mission outstandingly. Right after that, both of them quickly soared toward the target to execute the plan, and the battle officially began. Flying alongside Thian Kai, Lam Tu wonderingly whispered, asking how they were going to lead the opponent to move along their desired route now. Amidst the red lightning surrounding his body, Lam Tu anxiously continued that the guy didn't seem to care even a bit about their presence. Thian Kai immediately volunteered, saying she was more than capable of driving Sai Luong crazy, which made Lam Tu hastily warn her to be extremely cautious since they didn't know what other trump cards that freak might be hiding. She gave a confident smile and assured him that he should trust her, this venture would surely go smoothly. Saying that, she channeled her inner power, releasing 3 brilliant golden halos around herself. Using a miraculous cloning technique, numerous clones of Thian Kai suddenly filled the sky. The army of clones charged straight at Sai Luong together, shouting a provocative cry, "Come on, let's see us teach a monster like you a lesson." The towering giant Sai Luong suddenly flew into a rage, snapping his head around and looking around wildly. He uttered words of annoyance and contempt. "These annoying flies are such an eyesore." The monster roared in anger, immediately unleashing a barrage of sharp, thorn-covered tentacles from his body. Thian Kai's small figures easily dodged the vicious whip-like strikes without taking any damage. The girl smirked and mocked the monster, saying that those tickling attacks wouldn't do anything, "You idiot." But her joy was short-lived, as he laughed craftily and replied that she had fallen into his trap, and she was done for this time. Immediately, countless sharp tentacles rose from beneath the ice, preparing to pierce straight through her. Suddenly, Thian Kai's wings and legs were completely frozen, leaving her paralyzed and unable to move. His eyes flashed with a sinister blue light. He pointed straight at the locked target and declared triumphantly, "Your end has come." Witnessing that critical situation, Lam Tu screamed in panic, "Stop it right now." He immediately summoned all his strength, firing a beam of extremely powerful energy light straight at the opponent. Unable to dodge in time, he took the direct hit full on. Ironically, the monster's thick skin did not seem to be damaged in the slightest. Sai Luong sneered haughtily, scoffing that those ridiculous tickling tricks couldn't hurt a single hair on his body. Hearing those words, he angrily muttered a curse, so frustrated. She softly voiced her gratitude. Lam Tu clicked his tongue and commented that the guy has now upgraded his power, and even the super flame spitting attack didn't affect him at all. He fixed his eyes on Sai Luong, who possessed a muscular body like a guardian deity and an extremely massive amount of energy. Thian Kai sighed in dismay, wondering if there was any good idea left to subdue this super gigantic monster. Suddenly, a massive column of waves rose from the ocean floor, splashing water everywhere. Lingok suddenly appeared and rushed straight into hand-to-hand combat with Sai Luong. With wide eyes, Thian Kai asked if something had just risen from the ocean, then Lam Tu gasped in startle, "Wait, over there is wise sister to hear." Thian Kai was still bewildered but quickly chimed in, "Not just sister to the giant monkey is also over there." The giant ape roared loudly, "I will use my technique to launch them up, while you take care of spitting your move to get them to the right meeting point. Will spitting fire like that hit sister to and injure her? Stop rambling, the ultimate mission is to keep Thian High City safe, it's our last chance to turn the tables." Lam Tu still scratched his head in confusion, but still. Thian Kai urged, "Time is running out, sister to won't be able to hold Sai Luong back for long, I will use all my magical power to protect her body." Lam Tu agreed. Right after speaking, he unleashed a super beam of light that swept straight toward that mutated creature. Thian Kai shouted, "Hang in there, sister to, I will use all my strength to protect you." Sai Luong sneered and mocked, "You kids are just wasting your effort, this scratch-like move does absolutely nothing to me." Lengok ignored the mockery and coldly replied, "Exactly, but too bad, my only mission is to escort you here. Escorted to the place you need to go." Thian Kai screamed, "Sister to retreat quickly. Our director is about to activate his move." Having finished preparing, the director formed hand seals to take action. A giant dazzling beam of light suddenly shone straight down from the high heavens, striking directly down on him. From that streak of light, 2 hands holding glowing swords emerged. The 2 giant hands swung their swords down, causing the sea to surge violently and the surrounding space to shake tremendously. Lightning bolts struck one after another, increasing the damage. The sea surface caved deep down into a crater. While hovering in the air, Lam-Tu wondered, so the way to open the mysterious land you mentioned is actually using brute physical force. Thian Kai nodded in agreement and replied, it turns out there is such a close spatial connection between the mysterious land and the real world. Suddenly, a voice came from down in the deep pit. Oh my god, what on earth is that? Witnessing that scene, Lam-Tu felt completely stunned. At the bottom of the pit, a mysterious golden gaze was still flickering. Those standing above had their entire attention drawn to it. A creature with snow-white fur emerged and growled, who are you people? Move aside so we can go down. It unleashed a move, blowing everyone back toward the nearby cliff. Lam-Tu struggled to get up and exclaimed, Bai Zi, so you have come too. The massive creature immediately transformed into a little girl. Offshore was still just a pitch-black, bottomless deep body of water. Uncle Cuck floated opposite Bai Zi and spoke, Lord Bai Zi, did you also come here to assist us? Bai Zi raised her face arrogantly, isn't it because of that fellow Lam Longtun? He really knows how to torment others. Hearing those words, Lam-Tu and Thian Kai were deeply moved. Lord Bai Zi. While pointing at Bai Zi, Uncle Cuck introduced, she is an acquaintance of your father, and also the guardian beast of Kukyan Island. Her knowledge of monsters is unrivaled. Lam-Tu and Thian Kai stood aside, continuously praising. As expected, she is extremely formidable. Suddenly, Bai Zi pointed her hand toward Lam-Tu and said, I am talking about you. Bai Zi scolded in annoyance, what do you think this secret realm is, throwing just any random monster into it? Bai Zi's face tightened. The Kan Long from before was still acceptable. Although it was an ancient creature, its heavy resentment had significantly reduced its power. But this time, the one thrown in here is an extremely troublesome existence among the ancient ranks. Hearing this, Lam-Tu wondered, a difficult opponent. So what kind of monster has Tran Se Luong actually turned into? Bai Zi lifted Lam-Tu's chin and questioned, you mean you don't even know about this? Then she held her head in exasperation, truly doing things without knowing anything. You really are his biological son. The thing Tran Se Luong turned into is the rare Taudi. Although it is known that all monsters draw on spiritual energy to form their flesh and bone bodies, Lam-Tu did not fully understand the matter of using a dragon's heart to refine spiritual energy, just like in ancient myths where many warriors ate a dragon's heart to increase their latent power. However, it is precisely the human desire for power when mixed with dragon blood that has created a new bizarre type of creature, the Taudi species. True to its name, the Taudi can use its body to absorb all the surrounding spiritual energy, whether from an attack or anything else. Lam-Tu asked in astonishment, it can completely drain spiritual energy from the environment. Wait a minute, then could it be? Bai Zi cleared up that doubt. That's right. Bringing a Taudi into this endlessly deep secret realm will cause the barrier to be completely destroyed. Bai Zi looked angrily at Chu Kuk and scolded, I didn't expect that with you here. They would still be allowed to cause such a disaster. Hearing this, Lam-Tu and Thian Kai simultaneously pointed at Chu Kuk, saying it was his idea. Seeing this, Uncle Cuck explained, at that time the situation was too urgent. Tran Se Luong wanted to swallow the entire Thian Hai, and besides, on the surface we couldn't take such heavy action against him. If we just let that guy set foot in Thian Hai, the disaster that occurs will surely be more horrific than the Truck Long incident before. We absolutely cannot allow this tragedy to repeat itself. A brilliant halo enveloped Bai Zi as she turned her head and sighed, let bygones be bygones. The situation back then was truly unavoidable. Now is not the time to argue, follow me closely. She transformed into the form of a divine beast for everyone to ride and asked about the situation below, to which Lin Xiu quickly replied, Bingji Lang and the Death Spirit Bird are fighting to the death with Taudi. They are barely holding him back. It is so fortunate that group appeared just in time to save the day. Ling Xiu joyfully asked if a solution had been found, and Bai Zi nodded in confirmation. Yes, I traveled all this way to pick you up because I wanted to discuss this battle plan. He only devours beasts born from consciousness and cannot devour the physical body. Therefore, the key is to separate the head from the body and then use all our strength to strike the brain so he won't have time to absorb more spiritual energy. Suddenly, they all shouted in unison, watch out. A bright pink beam of light carrying immense power shot straight toward Bai Zi. She gently dodged it with extreme skill. From that energy explosion, a massive pile of rocks and earth began to rumble down the mountainside. They rolled furiously toward Bai Zi, causing violent tremors. Witnessing that scene, Lin Xiu shouted a warning, danger. Exploding rocks and earth are collapsing toward this side. Bai Zi calmly reassured everyone, telling them to rest assured and leave it to her. She gracefully dodged through the waves of stones, shouting aloud as she flew, we about to reach the target, get ready to fight. She set foot down into the deep basin area. Right before them was a giant, ferocious dragon serpent-like creature, its back covered in bizarre and grotesque tentacles. With wide eyes, Lin Xiu cried out, what on earth is this monstrosity? Bai Zi explained solemnly, this is his mutation after devouring the energy of the secret realm. If we delay, he will keep growing larger, so we must destroy him immediately. Uncle Ji nodded in agreement. Indeed, if we let him escape from here to the surface, not only Thian Hai but the entire country will be in grave danger. Everyone immediately took a defensive stance as Bai Zi instructed. Remember well, we only have one single chance, so we must win. The divine eagle then unleashed a rain of feathers as sharp and hard as cold steel toward the giant beast. However, those seemingly harmless feather arrows pierced the opponent's flesh only like a mere itch, failing to scratch even a bit of skin, making the monster smirk. What a waste of effort. Enraged, the giant creature charged straight toward the eagle. It delivered a heavy blow of 1,000 pounds, pinning the poor bird flat against the cliff face. A brave maned wolf also braved the danger and leaped into the fray against the beast. The fierce wolf, observing from below, murmured, "The golden opportunity has come." Seizing the opportunity, Lin Xiu shouted loudly, "Now focus your attack straight on that monster's head, leave the rest to me." Baizi leaped high to support Ling Xiu by releasing a powerful blast of spiritual energy aimed directly at the enemy. Just as the beam of light drew close, the monster suddenly rolled its eyes back, causing the straight flying energy beam to suddenly bend and deflect away. Lin Xiu was extremely bewildered. What is going on? Did the explosive breath attack actually miss? Suddenly, a fiery red creature residing behind the jackal beast quickly devoured all the power that Lam Tu had just unleashed, closed its mouth in satisfaction. Then it sneered and mocked, "You smelly insects are only good at plotting dirty schemes, but you've miscalculated, haven't you?" That demon then swung its hand, releasing a blast of air that sent Batch Track flying far away, causing her to fall flat on the ground. Lam Tu struggled to stand up, enduring the pain from the impact, and groaned, "How frustrating. How are we supposed to fight when it grows such a bizarre extra head on its body?" Suddenly, a voice rang out asking, "So do you need a helping hand?" Lam Tu immediately turned his head toward the source of the sound. He asked suspiciously, "Who are you?" The man in the bizarre outfit with a clown face standing on the ledge replied to Lam Tu, "I am Belia." Skipping those tedious titles, this name is the easiest to call. He wore a devious smile and said firmly, "I am the one who will help you defeat that jackal beast." Lam Tu looked at Belia skeptically and asked, "You just said you wanted to join hands to help us destroy that creature." He decisively added, "But we don't even know your background, so what reason do we have to put our trust in you?" The man smiled slyly and whispered in Lam Tu's ear, "Surely you know that you must destroy the dragon heart inside it, but the problem is..." As Belia spoke, he recalled Batch Track struggling to fight the beast. "The problem is you don't know how to target its heart, am I correct?" He looked around angrily. Lam Tu looked up to observe the beast and asked rapidly, "So that's it, then you know how to locate his heart precisely, don't you?" Belia laughed heartily and asserted loudly, "Of course, because those hearts were given to him by my own hands." He asked aloud in astonishment. The director stepped in and interrupted their conversation. "You are the representative of the 7 deadly sins, Belia the deceitful. So the rumors about the jackal beast secretly cooperating with the human association are true." Belia frowned at him and gave a forced smile. "That is indeed true. So, does the brilliant director want to take this opportunity to enforce justice and clean me up too?" Lam Tu stood in front of his opponent and shouted angrily, "You are indeed an extremely cunning and dangerous person." The director stepped forward and patted his shoulder gently. He gently signaled Lam Tu to stop, then looked up at Belia and asked bluntly, "If you were on the monster's side, you wouldn't bother coming here to chat. Tell the truth, what is your ultimate purpose in coming here?" He laughed with delight and replied to the director, "Sharp deduction, truly worthy of a leader. That jackal beast is clearly past its prime, so we just want to send a small gift to greet the Lord of Kukyan Island." He looked skeptical and wanted to ask for clarification, but Belia didn't bother to answer. His hands immediately activated 2 magic circles and he shouted loudly, "Here is the greeting gift. The opportunity has come. Let's finish off that beast." A multitude of gun barrels appeared and continuously rained bullets down on the jackal beast. Its body was torn apart by the rain of bullets, and the jackal beast shrieked in intense pain. The deep wounds on its body were bleeding. Lam Tu watched excitedly and laughed. He cheered excitedly when he saw Lengok stepping out from inside. "Sister Len Ngok, I just used a cannon to blast a hole in old Sai Luong's body. Everyone take this opportunity to pierce his heart." The female warrior continued to fire a barrage of bullets toward that hideous Sai Luong. Lam Tu looked up to where Belia was standing and asked her loudly in rapid succession. She only smiled faintly and asked back, "Was it you who brought Mista to this place?" "Not only did I guide her, but I also took the opportunity to give her a special upgrade. What do you think? Is this introductory gift enough to surprise you?" Belia pointed her finger straight at Sai Luong and urged, "A once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to finish him off is right in front of you. Why are you all still standing there instead of rushing forward?" His figure was completely submerged in the thick smoke of gunpowder. Sai Luong roared frantically in a state of extreme rage. He gritted his teeth, muttering painfully and resentfully, "Damn it, why could these useless cannonballs tear my skin and make me bleed like this?" Facing Sai Luong's murderous gaze, she calmly explained, "It's simple, because those cannonballs don't contain a single trace of spiritual energy." Belia wore a sarcastic smile and added, "That is a technological gift we went out of our way to design specifically to welcome Director Tran." He roared like mad, "Belia, how dare you bastards lead me by the nose?" Her face tightened with annoyance, and she replied in a strained voice, "The initial agreement was to protect your jealous daughter. You were the one who went back on your word first by trying to take her life." Belia's face suddenly darkened and she coldly declared, "So a promise breaker like you has no right to touch these precious hearts." Not bothering to argue further, Sai Luong immediately rushed forward and unleashed a tempestuous attack with his tentacles. Belia deftly dodged it with ease and let out a mocking laugh. "You expect an attack that barely tickles to touch even a single hair of mine?" She looked at her giant opponent with disdain, truly someone who does not know their own limits. Swinging his bristling tentacles to hunt her down, he shouted, "Don't be so arrogant. I am no longer the weakling you can bully at will." Sai Luong's sharp claws quickly closed in on Belia. She glanced back with a cunning smile and shouted loudly, "Lu Wen, it's your turn to show what you can do." Lu Wen opened his mouth and exhaled a stream of gray gas from deep within. That stream of gas immediately generated a powerful suction force, dragging Sai Luong's sharp claws deep inside. He widened his eyes in astonishment at this unexpected sight. Lu Wen did not stop, continuing to open his mouth wide to swallow Sai Luong's giant body into his belly. Belia called out loudly from above to signal her ally, "Now is the time." Her firm, decisive voice rang out, "Attack quickly and destroy all of Tran Sai Luong's hearts." The director pointed his sword forward to signal, "All forces, concentrate your strength and prepare for a general offensive." Lam Tu immediately shouted clearly, "Roger." Batch Track, standing right beside him, also quickly replied in unison, "Roger." The two companion spirit beasts also roared in agreement, "Roger that too." The bizarre bird spread its wings and flapped them hard, creating violent magical tornadoes called Death Shadow Soul-Bearing Wind to launch a barrage of attacks. Bun Trilang also put all his effort into coordinating the operation, unleashing a swift attack with the heaven-slaying Spider Exterminator move. Baizi transforms into a wild beast, accumulates violent lightning, and activates the Spirit Pearl Burst skill. Lin Xiu immediately rushes forward, a glowing red electrical current wrapped around his body, swinging lightning claws. Kai Ling wildly roars, "Dawn dream that just because you can control a few tentacles you've defeated me." The young man leaps high into the air, delivering a vicious kick that freezes him in his tracks. Ling Xiu puts all his strength into a punch straight to his opponent's face, sending Kai Ling's head spinning. Capitalizing on his advantage, he presses forward into close combat against his opponent's body. Ling Xiu shouts loudly, gathering energy in his right hand to deliver a punch filled with immense power. Ling Xiu's fist strikes directly at the deeply hidden heart and liver area of Kai Ling. The teammates standing on the outer perimeter immediately unleash their skills simultaneously, providing timely support for him. The old man shrieks in agony after taking a painful blow. Kai Ling releases a surging stream of dark, evil energy from inside his body outward. He quickly erects a protective barrier with a light yellow aura. Lin Xiu observes the situation and cheers joyfully. This move worked. Giving it our all to attack now will definitely take him down nicely. Uncle Cuck spurs his horse to a gallop toward the enemy, drawing his sword and shouting, "Taste this slash." His mouth gapes open in astonishment. Uncle Cuck unleashes a move to open his eye. He leaps into the air, slashing horizontally across Kai Ling's body, activating the Army Breaker skill. As Uncle Cuck's sharp sword strike finishes, the opponent's head is severed from his neck. Ling Xiu witnesses the scene and cheers excitedly, "We won." Baizi hastily speaks up to dash his hopes. "Don't celebrate too early, look over there." A swarm of monstrous insects crawls out in droves from Kai Ling's severed head. Thanks to those malicious insects, he stands up and regenerates once again. Kai Ling looks around and flashes a cunning smile. "You brats probably never expected this, did you?" His eyes are filled with hatred. "Before my dying act, I managed to hide a parasitic worm." Kai Ling contorts his body and soars up into the sky. The teammates form a battle array to face him again, and Kai Ling laughs gleefully, saying, "This secret realm is brimming with abundant spiritual energy. Just one worm is enough to destroy this entire land. You fools pushed me in here, but you actually handed me a great bargain." The ground begins to shake violently. Ling Xiu looks down at his feet and mutters in annoyance, "How troublesome. Do we really have to fight those disgusting, smelly insects again?" Gruen suddenly rushes in and bites off the remaining torso of Kai Ling to the astonishment of the crowd. Ling Yu cries out in frustration how annoying this freak-ass life is, even more persistent than all those bugs combined. From deep within Gruen's maw, Kai Ling laughs maniacally and struggles free, shooting his tentacles to grip the high, protruding rock ledge above. The monster shouted arrogantly, saying that in his peak form he would conquer the human world in a heartbeat just by returning there, while also mockingly thanking the group for unintentionally giving him an invincible body. Baizi shouted back fiercely, gathering energy to unleash a brilliant ball of lightning, telling him to keep dreaming. The female divine beast then forcefully hurled that ball of lightning energy toward him. The brilliant ball of electric light stopped his wriggling tentacles from clinging to the ceiling. The explosion struck with immense destructive power, causing him to shrink back in panic. His wriggling tentacles still tried to rise in vain. Baizi turned to urge the team, shouting that they must stop him immediately, as this violent spiritual energy and resentment must not unleash into the human world, otherwise the entire world would be swallowed up in an instant. Lin Xiu bravely charged straight into his central area. Ling Yu simultaneously fired artillery shells continuously to cover him. Baizi alongside Uncle Ji also did their best to assist them. The mutated bird accompanying them soared into the air and then swooped down to attack. Bine Trenlang immediately spat out a violent stream of fire to burn him. The old monster still smirked in amusement, saying that all their efforts were in vain. He had now fused into one with the breath bugs, and spiritual energy was his flesh and blood, and unfortunately for them, the spiritual energy in this secret realm was so abundant it would never run out. A hideous demon face appeared and stuck out its tongue. He continued to growl, telling them to prepare to experience his true power. His body stretched and soared high up into the sky. Ling Xiu anxiously looked up, exclaiming in panic, "We were doomed. He's about to escape from this space." The monster laughed triumphantly, mockingly saying that they had arrived too late. Suddenly, he stopped dead in his tracks and looked down in confusion. Growling, he exerted all his strength to soar up, his mouth constantly cursing, "Damn it, why have I stopped? I must charge, move forward quickly." All the muscles on his body gradually withered, becoming weak and exhausted. His body immediately plunged into a free fall. He screamed frantically in a rage, "Damn it, what on earth is going on? Why is the energy inside me evaporating? Isn't the spiritual energy in this place supposed to be endless?" He stared blankly at the bushes of flowers that were growing and spreading right before his eyes. A few flowers swayed, showing off their brilliant and vibrant colors. They bloomed all at once. The swaying flowers emitted a brilliant glow. Glistening golden droplets of nectar began to condense from the flower pistils. He was stuck tightly between the rocky crevices, coming face to face with his own old head. He widened his eyes, looking over in panic. Surrounded by a sea of flowers, his severed head exclaimed in confusion, "What on earth is this trick?" Lingok and Lam Tu looked around with expressions of great surprise. Kalavika flew around continuously. Lam Tu followed her figure, silently wishing in his heart that Jia Lang Tan would appear quickly. Kalavika swooped down near Sai Luong, mockingly teasing that Director Tran had miscalculated this time, as the so-called Tuk Trung was merely their name in the earthly dimension, whereas they were actually clumps of soil filled with spiritual energy in their own consciousness, so upon entering this secret realm, they were nothing more than ordinary dirt and stone. She gently landed on the lush green grass. Next, Kalavika stepped onto his head and laughed mockingly, saying that no matter how fertile the soil is, it can never stop the invasion of plants. Right after speaking, she spat out a tiny seed. That seed fell right onto the barren, empty ground. From there, a giant vibrant lotus suddenly rose up. From within the petals, an old man slowly drifted out. Lamtu looked up curiously, wondering who this character was. An old man suddenly knelt before Chu Kuk, respectfully saying that he had arrived late and hoped the young master would forgive him. He cleared his throat and replied that thanks to grandfather appearing in the nick of time, the previous situation would otherwise have been extremely dangerous. Se Luong hurriedly interrupted, asking Moklao with an angry face why he dared to block him when they had never had any grudges or enmity. Moklao fell silent and let out a very long sigh. From inside his walking cane, a fragrant peach suddenly appeared. Moklao then took the peach, took a bite, and praised it for being incredibly sweet and delicious. He leisurely turned to Sai Luong and said that Director Sai did not seem to understand the law of mutual generation and overcoming in the secret realm, which inherently possessed boundless spiritual energy, but this was not redundant as it was used to create the land, sky, sun, air, water, and all the flora and fauna here, and he was simply gathering them to return them to where they belong. Lamtu stood from afar watching with a bewildered face, wondering if that peach could actually be eaten. Everyone stood opposite Sai Luong and silently looked at each other. Lamtu spoke up to break the silence, saying that Director Sai should also bow his head and admit his mistake this time. Sai Luong snapped back, asking what they had to be so smug about when they were just a bunch of people who had to use all their strength to luckily stop him, and furthermore, without that traitor Belia they wouldn't have even stood a chance. Lamtu slowly stepped toward him and said in a serious tone that he admitted his methods were extremely despicable and the power he seized was indeed terrifying, but the catch was that the source of energy was ultimately not his, and did he still not realize that was the root cause of his defeat? Sai Luong yelled irritably that if they wanted to execute or kill him they should just do it quickly instead of arguing and wasting time. Lamtu did not bother to argue but calmly asked that before it ended he had a question he wanted answered, whether his father's sudden disappearance years ago and the infamous reputation of betrayal he suffered was orchestrated entirely by his hand and why he did such a thing. Sai Luong suddenly chuckled dryly and muttered to himself. He cast a sinister look at Lamtu and smirked, asking if he didn't know that his father was actually a beast. He stood thoughtfully looking at Sai Luong without saying a word. Lamtu frankly admitted in a sincere tone that he well knew not only was his father a beast but his mother was as well. As soon as he finished speaking he decisively continued that even so, he wholeheartedly believed they truly wanted to protect the peace of the beast species in this Thean High City. Linta growled in anger, "I will never allow you to use this to dodge my question." Sai Liang replied with a cold gesture, "I want to destroy your father, not because he is a monster, but because he is a sinner of Shanghai, of this country, and even of all humanity." Linta growled irritably, "Don't talk nonsense, my father is a hero, not a criminal." Sai Liang immediately countered, "My body is about to fade away now, why would I bother to deceive you anymore?" He stared down, his voice resolute. "Furthermore, as for your father's sins, don't you know them better than anyone else?" Lintu still stubbornly retorted, "What sin has he committed? Why should I know?" Sai Liang bluntly exposed that monstrous crime is that he wanted to choke off the flow of spiritual energy that this world relies on. A monster emerged with a giant single eye in the middle of its forehead, reenacting the Zhejiang disaster of 10 years ago. Only a desolate battlefield remained around them. A child holding a doll cried tearfully, "Mom, the doll is burned," while the woman hurriedly pulled her child's hand to flee, warning them not to look back. Rows of houses were engulfed in a sea of fire and billowing black smoke. A coastal corner of Shanghai City was completely devastated under the claws of the Zhejiang. High-rise buildings collapsed one after another as the Zhejiang unleashed a terrifying wave of energy that flattened half of the street. As the monsters launched a massive attack on the outer perimeter, the 7th defense plan had to be declared a failure. Flying monsters blackened the sky, ruthlessly devastating the city with impunity. The artillery in the city immediately launched fierce counterattacks while the warriors found themselves in a hair-raisingly precarious situation, some crying helplessly, others fighting to their very last breath. However, this firepower caused only minor damage to the flying dragons, while their counterattacks were absolutely devastating. A flying dragon swung its claws and slashed, sending a man's head flying from his neck. Before passing away, he could only whisper, "I'm sorry." Fresh blood splattered onto the monster's face, making its eyes look even more ferocious. In the nick of time, 3 people rushed up to form a pincer movement, determined not to let them take off, while the mutants also seized the opportunity to leap out. Thanks to the elimination of these flying dragons, the situation on the battlefield cooled down somewhat. The defensive line remained just as fierce. The ground was strewn with fallen warriors, with ammunition exhausted and energy depleted. It could only be held at the cost of countless painful sacrifices. Although they managed to take down a few, things soon returned to how they were as the flying dragons quickly gathered again and launched their next sweep. Faced with the enemy's destructive power, several female soldiers panicked when their weapon, designed to penetrate 40mm thick steel, proved completely useless, so they had to devise a team coordination tactic. The sound of gunfire rang out continuously without end. Dozens of people joined forces and risked their lives to fight back. But all efforts were like a drop in the ocean before such an overwhelmingly powerful monster. Even the outer protective steel layer was shattered by gunfire. In their eyes was reflected the image of the flying dragon's sharp teeth wide open in defiance. Their speed was lightning fast, wiping out a row of soldiers in the blink of an eye. The family photo of an anonymous soldier was instantly blood-soaked. At that very moment, a giant flying dragon that was about to pounce on its prey suddenly started convulsing violently. The soldier had almost become its dinner, but fortunately he was still completely safe and sound. It turned out that the savior who possessed a special superpower had appeared just in time. It was none other than Lam Longtun, who charged into battle alone, taught the flying monsters a lesson they would never forget, and kicked them back into the ocean. The series of lightning-fast moves he just unleashed knocked out a succession of mutated creatures. The ferocious beasts were now in a miserable, ragged state, no longer daring to act as arrogantly as they had at first. Glancing behind him, he saw that most of the combat forces were covered in wounds. Witnessing Lam Longtun quickly defeat the flying dragons, the soldiers below cheered radiantly, praising him as their savior and the great director who had come to save their lives. Ignoring all the praise, he solemnly ordered those who did not possess superpowers to evacuate the battlefield immediately. Pointing his arm into the distance, he ordered them to quickly retreat 20 kilometers behind the front line. Yet the crowd still stood frozen in place, refusing to budge. Lam Longtun impatiently repeated, asking why they had not moved yet, since those without magic standing before wild beasts were doing nothing but offering themselves up as food. A soldier said sadly, "Commander, we must follow the instructions of Deputy Director Tran." Hearing that, Lam Longtun angrily shouted the name Tran Silong. The scene shifted to the tense combat operations room. Silong coldly ordered his subordinate to deploy the decoy squad into Sector B, and the subordinate immediately complied. Right at that moment, Longtun pushed the door open and walked in with an extremely fierce and serious expression. He stepped closer and ordered all the staff to leave the room, as he needed a private conversation with the deputy director surnamed Tran. Silong gave a subtle look to his subordinates, who quickly understood and silently withdrew. Once the door closed, Longtun bluntly demanded the immediate withdrawal of the ordinary soldiers from the front lines, as forcing them to stay was no different from sending them to their deaths. Ironically, Silong shook his head and refused, saying he could not resign the order as that was their noble duty. Hearing this, Longtun turned purple with rage, questioning why the other party, knowing full well the danger, still heartlessly sent them there. Silong sighed with a troubled look, explaining that due to Chuklong's attack, the protective barrier system of Thian High City had been completely shattered. Currently, countless evil creatures from the narrow rifts were pouring out in waves to surround the city. Though not extremely powerful, their sheer numbers were daunting. To justify his decision, he explained that even 3 mutated hounds acting together were enough to defeat an apprentice superpowered warrior. Therefore, this sacrifice was the only way to hold back the monsters in order to preserve the elite force of awakened warriors. Longtun could not swallow those excuses. He flew into a rage and shouted straight in the other's face that this was not a deployment strategy, but turning human lives into meat shields. Yet Silong calmly replied that it did not matter, for if sacrificing an entire squad of civilians could protect one super soldier, it was completely worth it. Unable to believe the other's cruelty, Longtun trembled with rage to the point that the veins bulged on his neck, loudly demanding to know what crazy thing he had just said. The deputy director laughed blandly as if it were nothing serious, arguing that in the current situation, there was no way the lives of ordinary people could be equal to those of awakened warriors, because since the rise of spiritual energy, all technological advancements, daily life and death battles depended entirely on superpowers, so the number of awakened talents possessed would determine the rise or fall of humanity, which was an obvious and unchangeable truth. No matter what, Longtun still insisted on his stance. There was no reason to make ordinary strangers die in place of the awakened. Silong kept his smile, saying it sounded so funny. Indeed, it was his first time hearing this kind of logic, and that the young man was so clueless he looked like an alien. Longtun ignored him in silence, but looking at that annoying face, it was obvious he was already very irritated inside. So he turned and walked straight away, ignoring Silong calling out behind him, asking where Director Lam was planning to go. Marching forward, Longtun casually replied that he couldn't stand their world, but now all he needed to do was knock out that Chuklong and it would be over, right? Hearing that, Silong fumed with anger and scolded him, asking what kind of nonsense he was talking, as that boss was an ancient being and how could he possibly take it on. Longtun smiled and gently replied that he just wanted to take a risk, because who with superpowers would ever hide behind civilians? After saying that, he seized the opportunity to dash away and vanish. Silong was startled into alertness, hurriedly shouting for the whole team to be on guard and ready for orders. The moment they saw Director Lam wandering through this area, they had to block his way immediately. Meanwhile, Longtun had already bolted past a series of buildings. The scene of the neighborhood was devastated, looking no different from a garbage dump. Scanning the surroundings, Longtun told himself that the guy must be lingering around this area. Suddenly, a scream echoed from the opposite side. "Please don't hurt my child." The little girl cried her heart out, telling her mother to let her help, while the mother urged her to quickly escape and leave her behind. Right at that moment, Chuklong poked its head out, its mouth gaping wide as if about to swallow the entire city. Longtun immediately rushed forward, cursing in his mind, "Damn it." His hand clenched tightly, gathering a surge of lightning, condensing into a swirling iron fist. He immediately charged straight toward Chuklong. The monster's body was incredibly massive, 100 times larger than an ordinary human. Only after delivering the blow did Longtun come to a sudden halt. Suddenly, the surrounding atmosphere became incredibly bizarre. The scenery instantly shifted as if he were drawn into another dimension. He asked in bewilderment and shock, "What the hell is this?" Right under his feet, a hazy mist suddenly rose up. Next, a man loomed into view who turned out to be Chuck Long himself, asking why the two of them had to fight each other like this. Long Tun replied curtly, "Your group suddenly besieged this city and I am merely stepping in to protect my loved ones." Chuck Long pointed directly at him and compared them, saying, "We share the same blood, in the end, we are of the same family." At that exact moment, Long Tun's appearance began to undergo a bizarre transformation. But to him, Chuck Long was not of his kind. He remarked, "What the hell do you know about me to claim we are family?" Chuck Long tried hard to redeem the situation. "We are both descendants of the ancients who pierced through the earth. Our ancestor cleared the ground to let spiritual energy flow in for the good of his offspring. Yet those mere mortals dare to try and steal our progenitor's heritage." Long Tun retorted, "You call that stealing?" Chuck Long remained silent and did not reply. He quietly walked. Long Tun hurriedly called after him, "Hey friend, wait a moment." Before long they returned to the harsh reality. However, at this moment Long Tun was standing deep inside the throat of Truck Long. A shocking sound resounded throughout the city, clearly caused by Truck Long. The monster Truck Long roared fiercely in the middle of the crowded streets. Below, the soldiers were in a state of utter panic. That's Director Lamb. Truck Long's roaring wide-open mouth terrified the soldiers. "The director is finished, let's get out of here quickly." In the midst of the chaos, the soldier bumped into someone. It turned out that the person who appeared was none other than Deputy Director Tran. Still looking panicked, he reported to the Deputy Director, "Director Lamb has been swallowed during the battle." Sai Long appeared strangely calm, but his expression was incredibly grim. And yet in the very next moment he suddenly raised his hand. The mechanical arms behind his back sprang open. "You are not allowed to see this," and he crushed them to death amidst desperate pleas. Blood was splattered everywhere. Sai Long muttered, "This is big trouble. He shouldn't be allowed to make contact with Truck Long." He secretly deduced, "If my senses do not deceive me, your bodies must contain the dragon's heart. They will all head toward a single goal." Just then, another group of soldiers hurriedly ran toward him. Seeing the foul pool of blood before them, they stammered, "Deputy Director Tran, what is going on here?" Sai Long nonchalantly replied, "This is Director Lamb's defense sector. He has deserted and heartlessly abandoned all the civilians." The soldiers stared in disbelief. How could something so absurd happen? Unbelievably, Sai Long falsely accused Long Tun of not only fleeing but also heartlessly murdering the soldiers. The embers of war still smoldered, and the city was now nothing but a chaotic pile of ruins. In a dark, hidden corner, a little girl clutching her teddy bear wept and sobbed. The rumor spread by Sai Long quickly circulated, and people gossiped, "Have you heard? Director Lamb betrayed Thean Hai. What a coward to run away. Some hero he is, he's just useless." Back to reality, Sai Long was exhausted, and Lamb too delivered another devastating punch to him. He gritted his teeth in fury, glaring at the enemy with hostile, murderous eyes. Seeing the tense situation, Langok intervened. "First, we must demand to know where Uncle Tran is hiding them." Hearing the conversation, Sai Long sneered and said, "Go ahead and ask him directly." At that exact moment, Lam T's sharp ears caught a strange sound, and he whipped his head around. The newly appeared figures were none other than Long Tun and Rose. Upon seeing them, Sai Long screamed, "Lam Long Tun, you arrived just in time. I have taken everything from you. If you are so tough, come over here and take my life." Rose was purple with rage, almost rushing in to take action. Fortunately, the Dragon Lord was quick enough to stop her in time. He strode over to Sai Long and sighed gently, saying that it was a shame for a dignified human to trample on himself to such an extent. Now that he had nothing left, they should just let him fend for himself. Ling Xiu rubbed his eyes in disbelief, then burst with joy, shouting out, "Mom, Dad." Ling Yu glanced over, her cheeks suddenly blushing when she realized it was Lin Longzun. Bai Xiao suddenly poked his head out from behind, complaining petulantly that the family had arrived so late, making everyone wait forever. Beside her was Uncle Jay, who hurriedly called out, "Brother Lin." Who would have thought that as soon as they met, Lin Zun would directly throw a devastating punch at him? He flew into a rage, scolding that using his son as bait to corner Sai Ling was truly too despicable. While rubbing his swollen cheek and groaning, Uncle Ji explained that Lin's sudden disappearance 10 years ago had left him in a frantic state, not knowing what to do. Ling Xiu hastily rushed forward to hug Lin Zun, tightly choked with emotion as he called out, "My dear father." Tears streamed down his face as he felt the warm comfort of his father's loving pat on his head. Sobbing, Lin Xiu pressed his father, asking where on earth he had been wandering and what he had been doing all those years. Lin Zun offered a gentle smile and warmly comforted his son, saying that in truth he had been busy searching for a path to the future for them. Not just his son, but everyone around stood dumbfounded, wondering what the future meant. Lin Zun simply waved his hand, telling them to follow him. With those words, he led the group to the edge of a deep abyss with an extremely bizarre shape. Lin Xiu startled and realized immediately that this was precisely the desolate scene he had seen in his previous hallucinations. Lin Zun nodded slightly in confirmation, saying he had keen eyes, as this was indeed the giant skeleton of the legendary ferocious beast Zhoulong. Hearing that, Lin Xiu widened his eyes in astonishment. It turned out this was the true Zhoulong that the Dragon Lord had spent so much effort researching. Ever since the spiritual energy was hidden deep underground, it had been the largest creature on the planet. Zhoulong had always strived to carve out a path connecting the Earth's surface with that source of spiritual energy, and his father had uncovered this secret after being manipulated by its clone years ago. Looking at the towering skeleton, the Dragon Lord slowly recounted their arduous adventure. Back then, he had invited the Pingqi Wolf and the Death Spirit Bird to bravely venture into the abyss to trace the very roots of the spiritual energy flow. Listening to the old story, the Pingqi Wolf also let out a melancholy sigh, nodding in agreement that the journey back then was indeed incredibly long and unimaginably arduous. Ling Yu still didn't seem to fully understand. Unable to contain her curiosity, she asked further, "But what was the purpose of doing that?" Baizi quickly answered the question on his behalf, explaining that the reason was very simple: the Dragon Lord did not originally belong to our world. Uncle G immediately interrupted to disrupt, saying, "Do you really have to broadcast such a trivial matter? Who doesn't he know that he is a beast?" However, there was a shocking secret that no one knew yet. Only now did the Dragon Lord finally reveal that he actually came from a completely different, distant dimension and had no relation whatsoever to the humans here. He emotionally painted a picture of his old hometown, a place completely devoid of spiritual energy, where he was once mocked and despised by his classmates. They had dared each other to see whether Lin Yuan could last 10 seconds in the ring, or if he would quickly be knocked to the opponent's smug satisfaction. Immersed in old memories, the Dragon Lord suddenly became more pensive. Although that place lacked the thrilling adventures of this world, the people there treated each other with great fairness, whereas in this world, the power of spiritual energy had unintentionally created deep social classes. Had it not been for that bizarre injustice, poor Sailang would not have been driven so mad like this. Everyone around pricked up their ears to drink in his every word, and the atmosphere suddenly fell dead silent without a sound. Next, the Dragon Lord raised his voice to reveal that it was for this very reason he had resolved to completely seal off the entrance to the cave that Zhoulong had once carved out. His final wish was very simple: once the source of spiritual energy disappeared, this land would become peaceful and harmonious, just like his beloved hometown. As soon as he finished speaking, he flew into a rage, demanding that the other party put away those hypocritical words, while scolding Lin Longzhen to stop making excuses, because he was essentially just a coward. Surprisingly, Longzhen did not even bother to argue but nodded in agreement, admitting that the other party had a point, but currently he had completely let go of everything. It was Ping Jinglang's turn to be wide-eyed, curiously wondering why. Suddenly, Rose giggled. She pointed her hand towards Lin Xiu, implying that the answer was right before his eyes. Longzhen smiled gently in agreement and hugged his beloved son, asserting that he would leave everything to his son, a normal child with no special powers born in the mortal world. While affectionately stroking his son's head with pride, he was convinced that the boy was qualified to make the final decision. Lin Xiu thoughtfully looked towards his father's research project of the past decade. He resolved to shoulder this responsibility, promising to search to the very end of the origin of the spiritual energy in the secret realm and then make his own decision based on his own will. Ling Yawu patted his shoulder to encourage him, assuring him that everyone would always stand by and support him to the fullest. As if filled with abundant energy, he loudly summoned Kui Long and Manhwa to battle. Receiving the command from their master, the two beasts immediately manifested. As soon as they appeared, they transformed into giant forms, and Lin Xiu asked if everyone was ready. In a certain corner, Zhoulong was taking its last breaths but still harbored the intention of taking revenge on Lin Longzhen for daring to look down on it, when suddenly a strange voice echoed, praising this stubborn soul. Panicking, Zhoulong asked who that was, and the mysterious shadow immediately tried to entice it to come and receive peerless power, to fuse together and destroy the mortal world. While Zhoulong was bewilderedly pressing for the opponent's identity, a soul slowly rose from the pile of decayed bones, claiming to be the crystallization of the resentment of the spiritual beasts that had died in this secret realm. With those words, it slowly covered Zhoulong's body, urging the two to intertwine and blend together, soon creating a ferocious Taotiques Angliu beast to ravage the world.